Hey, what's going on? Yeah, this is another Thursday Thrills, and I got a topic tonight. I'm gonna break down what I saw this week. There was three streams I saw from Sheila. I'm gonna break her down into a science about the SKC thing. Shouts out to everybody. Um, yeah, man, this is gonna be a good one and a good discussion. And what's going on, Morena? What's going on, girl? All right. Appreciate everybody coming through. Yeah. I'm going to talk. I mean, you got people in here. Yeah, hey, how you doing, Fluffington? Yeah, I know they sent you. Yeah, I want to talk about what I saw to those three streams. I think I have them in my community tab, and I think she did one. She did a pre-record and it was called about politics and things like that. And then she had a stream called "You Have a Lot of Smoke for Black Women, but No Smoke for the Police." That stream was kind of crazy. I'm gonna get into the SKC situation. SKC. Okay, where should I start? I'm at SKC with an individual I used to subscribe to by a name of what's his name, Mr. Fantastic, right? I first saw him in the chat. It was like, okay, this is one of those things that you can see in the channel. This is the time when I subscribed. He was in my recommendation feeds the whole time, but the whole time I learned about him, he had a video called McCarthyism. So I learned a lot from him. So again, SKC is a whole troll. Where I figured out what he was doing, that was his stick. So a lot of people that he trolls, anything that's political, anything that's basic topics or things like that, he goes in on people. Anything that has to do with, I would say, black women topics, politics, or pro-black, whatever. Yeah, he goes in on that, and he does it on purpose. What these people that's claimed to be pro-black is now. I know. I think Taz made a distinction. He told us to Gotti that B1 first is all black, family first, all black, right? He said pro-black can be pro-black with a black family, and if you have a mixed family. I didn't know that. I mean, that's an interesting take on his point that he said that. I'm glad he said that on Platinum's channel, and I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. But you got this one. I mean, you got excuse me, Miss Sheila E. Had a great stream though, and I think SKC trolled the hell out of. Okay, I'll tell you how it went down. When I post the community tab of that stream, they had a good conversation. This is before SKC came into the chat and the I will say probably on the panel. Okay. And I saw her, and I just subscribed to Sheila at this time, and a couple of days ago. And I was like, okay, let me look at her stuff. Then she had a live stream. It was interesting. She talked about, I saw her pre-record though, but then I saw the live stream. She had a live stream talk about that too, and it was interesting. And then this before SKC came in, I saw him in the chat by accident, right? That whole chat was crazy, right? And then I think it was going in and things like that. But what the funny thing was, I'm just saying like this. The chat was kind of like fluid. You had those girls over there with the alphabet of the acronyms, right? I'm gonna call them the acronym girls. That's what I'm gonna call them. I'm not gonna give them no shine, no play up here, right? That's my presentation, right? My presentation on that was I saw how they was going in on people doing their things like that. They had a great deep discussions, right? SKC came in there and saluted us in the chat. But what I found out, he probably saw my community tab link, right? See, here's the thing. On the community tab, you know how you post people and you share their stuff if it's a good topic you want to get into, and just go in and just say, hey, just go ahead and check it out, right? I know my subscribers, right? But I know he is subscribed to me too, right? But come to find out, I thought everybody was going to go in, but I didn't know they was already subscribed to Sheila, right? But he came all of a sudden out of nowhere. I was shocked. I was like, where did he come from? I must, it happens when you have a community link, you got 1,000, whatever. It's different, right? He came in there and he did exactly what he did, but I think he asked for the link. Then he started his stick about the what he called them. She's in her mind, and this is Sheila's mind. In her mind, she got caught off guard. She's trying to say, you calling black folks animals, right? But I'm gonna break it down to you. he used the Darwinism, the Charles Darwinism theory, right? Darwinism, right? He did this over at Bernard Riley's. I don't know if they look at the debate. If those ladies ever looked at debate between him and Bernard Riley on Teapots, it was Bernard Riley versus SKC about science versus, non-science, whatever. It was about, the ape thing, the science and all that. They was debating on science, whatever. I'm just gonna say it like that. If you watch that stream with him and SKC, type it into the Google, YouTube search, you'll see them debating on that subject. SKC has his little projects. I mean, if you subscribe to his channel, you would understand that he's very tactful what he does. Now, I know his name means Supreme King Coon. I'm gonna break him down. That name offends a lot of pro-black people in black sectors, probably in the sector of the small sector we call the manosphere, right? That's a common name in this sector, but black sectors probably heard of that name. He's popular for his trolling stick. He does this all the time. Now, he does a lot outside of the space and doing his work. So basically, he goes in and trolls on pro-black topics. That's his thing, right? And that's what he was doing. He was asking those wild questions about science, this and this. Or you think people are animals and things like that? He was using the animal loosely, but basically he was calling the females animals, right? But come to find out about that, they got triggered. See, they was mad. They used the black thing. Everybody else were all this on that. That's Sheila was on her pro-black stuff, but she didn't realize he wasn't talking about the men. If you pay attention to that string, in that very first string, how he started that very first string, he wasn't talking about us. The men didn't react as well. I just want to point that out to Sheila. He didn't come at the men. If you notice, he came after the women. The women got triggered because he did a recent live stream about a woman get beat up by the cops and things like that. Because I'm subscribed to his channel, by the way, and I see what's going on. He kind of got under their skin. They was really mad because he was calling them animals. Now they try to say it's all of us. No. We're divided right now. Once you have a divided group, like I said, there's no building if there's division. That's step number one. The SKC situation is a great example. What I saw the past 3 days that he came on those panels, he decimated them. Now, Sheila wasn't prepared for his trolling. He did it on purpose so he can get her under skin and say, hey, this is what happened. Here we are. But the whole point was that was a test. She made a statement on her first stream. She said, why is there smoke for women? I didn't want to get on the panel because there's a certain individual that co-signs the acronym females that I want to call them FEFALs over there, right? I'm going to say it like this. She was caught off guard because I knew he was going to be capable of hit the link because I didn't think he was going to hit it like that, because I know everybody subscribed to me, but not like that. But I didn't think he would hit that. I thought he would mind his own business, wouldn't care, right? But knowing him and his trolling behavior, he was on some troll mode. And soon as I noticed the 3 in a row, he did it again. And they tried to get under his skin. They didn't do nothing. Y'all fell for it and took him seriously. But his name, like I said, it offends a lot of people. That's the SKC situation for 3 days. I explained it's called the typical SKC style. That's what he does. He does it all the time. If you see him on other panels with full of men and even his pro-black tops, he does this over at Art of New Style. He does this over at several other streams, especially in Teapots because they're close. And that's the whole purpose of it. That's the SKC situation. That's step number one. When I saw from Sheila's stream. Step number 2, the cerulean outcome. Okay, I'm going to explain this one. The cerulean outcome. The first outcome I saw cerulean, I hadn't seen cerulean since he was on Charles's panel, right? Of earlier this year. The first time, see, I didn't know cerulean was tight with Sheila. Okay, the cerulean outcome. When cerulean came onto the panel, when SKC kind of dipped, right? He mentioned it something about his wife or anything, being Filipino. He was throwing jokes and shots at him. Get under his skin, right? And I guess Cerulean was trolling SKC. You got to out troll him, right? But come to find out, Cerulean got him off the panel. And I said, ooh, this guy ruffled feathers. I mean, DeAndre's boy is kind of crazy. because I know him and DeAndre is cold like that, right? So come to find out, Cerulean, the Cerulean effect was kind of like what you see right now. It's just like I've seen so many things going on in these spaces, man. Like I'm just saying right now, and just in here, I'm just gonna post my thing and I'm just gonna get right back to it. The Cerulean outcome. Okay. What I saw from that stream from her, she did kind of good when Cerulean came on the panel the first time. SKC kind of decimated the conversation, what they was talking about. Cerulean knew that SKC was there. See, of course, you had SKC, you had the general, I think you had Big J, and the first string, second string, same thing, outcome, and then Music him going at it, and Cerulean did the same thing, kind of saved the day at the tail end of the strings. They had a longer string after that. It was 15 hours. I was there. And Big J and Beach went at it, which was crazy as hell. Beach, typical self. And Big J wasn't having it. So they don't even like each other. So you already know that what's going to happen there. The Alphabet women done it again. But 3 in a row, SKC came again. He did the same thing again. I think he was in the chat, but I didn't think he was going to get on the panel this time. I think it was it yesterday? I believe. Yeah, it was yesterday. And I think he got on the panel. He was with Bomb and this woman named, she called herself the Panda, but I call her the Dolores Tucker. She hated rap so much. Oh my God. That right there. Now she got it in with the Slug, which is funny. Dolores Tucker and the Queen of Slug going at it. SKC was dead quiet and was entertained. He got the best of them. They didn't do shit. He maintained his poise and he just was efficient. A lot of people didn't like that. He just did his way, and a lot of people in the chat didn't like it. And I've noticed the men wasn't fazed by that, and they wasn't fazed by the first time he came through. So the Cerulean effect kind of calmed things down. 3 in a row, and then ran SKC off, and he thought he was going to stay, but no. And then DeAndre came. Was it the third string? Yeah, he came to the third string. DeAndre came to the third string and talked to Sheila. He saw Cerulean up there. You see your boy? And that was it. And then I think they did a stream today, and he talked about. I think he did a lot of things. He said something with DeAndre, and they was talking about SKC, and it was going in, and he was like saying, what was he saying? He was saying that that's what he does in the trolling department, and Sheila didn't want to hear it, right? So basically, I'm looking at the outcome, what he did. Cerulean kind of just gave everybody smoke. Okay, let's go back to the first stream. The first stream, he destroyed David Johnson in the trolling beautifully. I ain't never seen and David got the person that got under his skin was David. He got under David's skin, and I think they're the same sign. When he destroyed David Johnson, I died. It was funny as hell. He got on everybody's skin. Now him and James went at it on the first stream. Now James and him, they're cool now because of the things they have history since the Angry Man days, the Black Order days, and the BGS days, and the Charles days and whatever. Cerulean and him had some history. They cool now. They had like a little verbal sparring in the first time. The second time around, Cerulean was in the chat and was kind of like talking and greeting each other. He was talking about the military, the Marine guy, the general, and Music went at it. That was I think that was the second stream. The third stream, Cerulean was at it again. He was making his points on the tail end and tried to challenge SKC. They had a long, good conversation. They ended that after that, and she made an extra stream out of that. So I'm talking about the situation. She had the topic, goes back to the first stream. Is there smoke? Y'all have smoke for the women, but she said none for the police. Well, to answer that, you can't talk about politics like that. I mean, you can, but I mean, it's been discussed. We've been saying it over at Charles. We're saying it other places. You have been looking around. I know Sheila's like a professional. She does this, but she don't go on enough channels enough to see individuals that think like that. She has to name some names. I mean, shouts out to her. I mean, she did good 3 streams to learn something about this SKC guy. Now she tries to say, oh, this B. No. You just got trolled. I'm going to explain that in the third thing in a minute. See, the first thing we explained in SKC situation was typical SKC style. I'm talking about Cerulean in general, 3 in a row in those streams. Those women was dead silent. They didn't want that work, man. And I call that the cerulean effect. They needed cerulean to protect them. They was bigging them up and everything. I think Gold P did not like cerulean at all. Cerulean was kind of a gatekeeper for that. And I know people disagree with him and things like that. And that was good. It was good pushback. A lot of people just don't like Cerulean and DeAndre. And I get it. I get it because they came from the Black Order. And I understand that a lot of people don't like them, right? That's why I'm looking at the second phases. Now, the third phase is exposed to trolling. Art of trolling. Art of trolling is kind of like what you see SKC does, and there's a lot of trolls like that. A lot of trolls like to I hate using this word, doxing. That's a form of hacking. They like to find out about you. Sometimes they like to expose you some shit. Another thing trolls do, they troll you and then name you in the chat, name drop you, name flip like I do. I mean, I semi-troll now. I don't do all that stuff now. Sometimes they just go in there and do their thing. And sometimes you got to get used to it, and you got to be built for that. That's just one of the things that you got to look at in the trolling department. So yeah, this is one of those things that I've noticed in these spaces. They ain't used to guys like SKC and things like that. Greetings, Kylie Jane, and what's going on, James? Salute to y'all that came through. But yeah, I'm just talking about the exposed trolling. Anytime you talk about pro-black stuff in these sectors, and the manosphere is not pro-black, yo. It's just not. I mean, it used to be in the 1.0 days, but the other two spheres, not so much. You have a lot of hijackers that are not pro-black, and I'm afraid to say that or whatever. What's going on, Pastor? Salute to you, man. And you don't have a lot of people talking about this stuff. And I think Sheila was trying to say, are you about that work? Are you about that political work? You know how many times I heard that? I heard that shit 9 years ago, man. I've been talking about that stuff years ago. And Solon Black said it best. They gave him pushback on the politics thing. You got to go out there and do it. And we've been saying that for years, you know? What's going on, Tyrone? Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'm talking about that right now. I don't care what he does, but you know, but as I was saying, the trolling part that I saw from Sheila, she's just not built for that. What's going on, G's? They're just not built for that. You know what I'm saying? Like what I saw from the trolling aspect, everybody was trolling Sheila's chat for 3 days straight. That's what I observed. What I observed was, like I said in the beginning of the stream, there's no building if there's no division. Shouts out to DS1 for that, because we're fucked up as individuals. I will say the men, because the men that he was saying eternally, we have internal strifes. And yes, men envy each other in these spaces, especially in real life, and it's common. So that goes for anybody, you know, like I've noticed. I mean, yeah, everybody's not perfect, but I'm just saying the envious stuff is just crazy. But the reason I did this presentation, you know, but I'll make a side note on the bullshit arguments about boomers versus Gen X, and a lot of nut riding. So I'm going to answer. My answer is I'm worried about Gen Alpha and Gen Beta at this point, the younger generation. I'm sick of this nut riding about which generation's better than this, which generation's better than that. Fuck that shit. Fuck all that shit. The silent generation is overrated. Okay, it's not the greatest generation in the world. That's an opinion. Okay, I can say the same thing about my. All of it's overrated, man. No one cares. Most people will forget about generations in 40, 60 years from now. They'll shit on them to the next person shit on them. I'm so sick of these conversations. These yes man motherfuckers. They always go over to BGSs trying to. You can't do that shit. Fix your own shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm so sick of these arguments. They're pathetic, man. Nobody wants to talk about that shit. I mean, every generation is not perfect. Yeah, you know, West. Yeah, who cares about the crack shit? That was done by design to destroy every generation. Yes, everybody lived through that. Who cares? They all fucked up. We fucked up. In continuation of that, it's done by design through the tech. I don't give a fuck about those conversations. I mean, I saw a stream from BGS. He had a shatter point. It was a nice shatter point. But these bullshit ass people get on this panel, even as regulars, they entertain that shit. Y'all didn't do nothing to kick them off. You know what I'm saying? This is why right here, like I said before, there's no building if there's division. You're not going to work that way, man. Like, I get what DS1 is saying, but them niggas, And you got to point these niggas out, and the females, you got to point that out. And then you talking about this pro-black shit. That shit don't work. How you gonna have a unity? You got guys trolling you to death, and I seen this last year. I mean, there's a reason why SKC exists, and I'm not mad at him. You know why I'm not mad? Because that's what he does. That's part of the internet. Trolling will never go away. I'm gonna make a self live stream about trolling in general. It will never go away because that's what people do. They're bored. They always got to do something frivolous to do some damage. That's just what it is. I mean, people respond to that. I'll never forget back in 09, it was ruthless at the time, right? And you got to deal with that. So scratch what I said about the bullshit arguments about boomers versus Gen X. I don't care about that shit. They should not be talking about that on the panel. Now, I know he was talking about calculus and math in the beginning of the stream. Cool. But stick on that. Don't talk about this generational shit and try to make your point sound stupid. These niggas from that Gen X or some boomers, y'all sound retarded. This is about the kids that's alpha and beta in the future. No one gives a fuck about us in Gen Z. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Who cares? We're not even worried about that shit. We're worrying about these boys out here to learn some real shit and be more productive out here. Be consistent, you know, like actually do shit. I ain't got no problem if you're doing shit and you realize it's cool. I mean, you're advancing, that's great. But I don't care about those arguments. It's pathetic, man. I see it over at Art of New Styles. I see it over at BGS's. I see it over at Kuda sometimes. It's retarded. Who cares? Fuck that shit. Neither one of them's perfect. Neither Silent ain't shit either. I've seen it firsthand in my family on all generations. They hold dirty secrets. They're full of shit. Even ours. We're no better than they are because we repeat the same shit and it's going to pass down to alpha and beta and beyond because it's the same vicious cycle. I study this shit. Not by research, by observing how people is full of shit sometimes because one people you cool with this dude, the envy part, and then they envy somebody in the family. I've seen this shit a lot, man. I mean, shouts out to DS1 with that hell of a classic stream that he did. It just makes sense now. Because a lot of dudes be on some whole shit, then they want to cry about shit. That's the problem I have. And then you wonder why you have streams like Sheila's. I mean, she had good 3 streams. The problem is if she was going to promote that, it is a problem. SKC typically hit the link because I know he's subscribed to me and I know he's subscribing right now. What I saw, see, I didn't expect him to go at Sheila's. You know what I'm saying? Sheila tries to be, you know, neutral and things like that, try to be fair to people, right? And then she took her gloves off. She thought she was ready for SKC. And I remember she made this statement on the first stream. She said she'll go on anybody's panel, a female, I'll challenge him. Well, Sheila, first of all, those dudes don't have women on their panels like that. Second of all, they ain't gonna let you in. They'll time your butt out every time they see you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna have to have some protection. A lot of women that's in the chat, you know, those dudes that got wrenches over there, they'll time your butt out. Now, I know SKC will be fair to let you on, but everybody else that you go to these spaces, they're not trying to hear that, man. Like, you know, and I understand you like to conversate with the men. It's pretty obviously what you've done and you had good works. I mean, you show improved to the mayor and stuff. A lot of people don't care about these 2 fucking parties. What about the minor parties, like the Libertarian and the Green Party? Me and Mike V talks about it all the time. I just had a stream with Shatterpoint Games. I mean, Shatter Games. Yeah, Shatter Games or something like that. Shatterpoint Games or something like that, right? Or is it Shatter Games? Yeah, Shatter Games, right? I had a stream. It was a Sunday chill stream, and we talked about it for hours and hours. So I'm just saying, man, we talked about it for hours. Talked about a lot of stuff, gear and everything else. We was talking about some real shit and just bounce off information for each other, right? Talk about a little bit of economics and things like that, you know, just a little open discussion. And that was just it. But I'm just saying, like, how come you got individuals talk like this all the time? Now, I understand SKC try to derail it with his trolling. He called them animals and things like that. I get it. You know, the animal thing, she's trying to say it's all black people. In a way, I would say yes and no. Yes, he did as a tactic, as a buffer. But really, he was calling you females on the panel in the chat animals because of the lusting, the ass shaking, whatever. You know, the men probably do it on the low too. No shots at the alphabet group. They probably do it on TikTok, but I'm just saying we already look bad in the game, man. We already look fucked up in the game. So as black people, like I said before, there's no building if there's division. Too much division. Because you got too many people fucked up and so many in the head and they think they're going to do something about it, right? I'm just saying something. SKC situation confirms that we're not together, man. Like she said, we're together. No, we're not together. And that's just the way it is. I'm not trying to build no unity. I just want small unity, man. Unity is like this. I don't want this big unity talk. Big unity talk leads to division. Because what you got here, you got a lot of dudes ain't really about that. Because big unity takes a lot of risks. The last time we saw big unity, Malcolm got killed. Everybody else got killed. He had a small group of niggas that trust him, right? I ain't gonna say niggas, brothers, I don't mean black people, right? That's what you want. A very good few. Because the majority of us, they're lost, they're sheep. And I've noticed in these spaces in black sectors, you cannot link up with everybody. It's only a handful. And after, if you do something done, you get it done, right? She had some great points. What come to find out, she just doing what she has to do, right? So that's what I'm saying. This is some of the things that we look at. But my issue with it is she tries to contextualize that we need to come together and things like that in our politics and things like that. Now she tried through in Democratic Party. That's one thing I disagree with her on. She has some sense. But the trolling with SKC, you got to be ready for that. I'll give you an example. He does that over arts one time. Anytime I mention about conservatism or anything, he'll come around if you're going against that, but if it's liberalism or anything else, yeah, he's going to probably show up this politics. I know he's neutral bound, whatever, right? The reason I did that conservatism stream with the Barry Goldwater, right? Anytime, I'll say it like this, anything with race, he's going to show up. Listen to his name, Supreme King Coon. I'm not mad about that name. You know why? Because I know what he's doing. He used that as an amplifier to get on your skin. SKC's notorious for that. He did that last year. He did that this year. He did it over at Village Arsonist when he debated Mr. Fentinelli, man. And the people that came through, shouts out the ones that came through. What's going on, Mahogany, Auntie, and who else came through? Nino came through. Salute to you, bro. Camera. All right, what's going on? But yeah, it's just what I saw and I observed, like, bruh, like, how you gonna, I understand SKC is a rugged individual himself, but that dude just be on fire. You know what I'm saying? With the trolling. Like, when y'all have topics like I give you an example. Sheila had a good topic. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, he got derailed by SKC, but she had to be prepared for that because he was going to troll and ask those wild questions. She said there's a lot of smoke for black women, she said, right? I'm going to try to find that stream. I'm referencing that stream. And the reason I'm referencing, I'm going to go back to the Cerulean effect again. Because this is very important. I got 28 minutes. I got time to explain. Because she did some things that I kind of liked and kind of dislike at the same time, because I won't be fair to her because that's her first time dealing with him. Because he's the type of guy that will get under people's skin with the race stuff and then his name and all that stuff. The only person get under his skin is, come to find out, is Cerulean. Shouts out to him. And I know people's doing different things over there. Let's see what she got. I'm trying to see what stream she's got, because every stream I done saved, I'm representing all the streams she did. I'm not gonna do no clips and all that. That ain't me. I just go by what I saw for those 3 streams. It's no time. She did one with females called Welfare Queens, Baby Mom, and she said Tots, but it's actually Thoughts with H. So yeah, that was a good stream that she had. Cerulean was in every one of them. There's another one. She did. Yeah, he did a hypothesis with the animals thing, the new community. Yeah, he was trying to make a joke with the Darwinist joke. Seen a lot of good streams lately. Yeah. But she says some black males have all the smoke. This is the 11-hour, 30-minute stream. but none for the police and elect officials. See, right there. See, when you talk about politics in this space, you got to be careful. If I was Miss Sheila or Sheila in general, just be careful. When you got guys like SKC and those guys, they're going to challenge you on your points. It's hard to go after. Well, it's easy to go after men, and y'all go after him a lot. But guys like him, he'll troll you. If he gets under your skin, he got you. He got you from 3 streams. I was studying that shit like clockwork. I was studying it today if he was gonna come up there, but she said nope, no more. And if she had that conversation with him, and it'd be nice if Cerulean would have her back, it would have been an interesting debate. But since they didn't want that, knowing her panel, shouts out to her again, she didn't want that. I guess she's the type of person, look, I do this and she does this for real, which is good. They all say that, right? If she did a pre-record of showing the official, I think she's going to do an interview. I'll check it out. I would love to see that. You know what I'm saying? And that'll shut him up. But guys like him ain't going to stop coming. Now, Hood Servative, I saw last night. She had Hood Servative last night. She said, what about Triple Black? I mentioned, yeah, Triple Black's going to be Triple Black. He's just saying stuff to be saying it. Shouts out to him, but I ain't got no issue with him. He's just going to be saying some stuff. But when you got SKC in so many words, he kept on with the trolling and it got her worked up. But Cerulean came in there 3 times and got him off that panel. And that's what I mean by the Cerulean effect. The Cerulean outcome determined how long SKC was going to stay. So yeah, when you have topics like that, man, you got to be careful because in politics, he'll look at topics that are pro-black topics mixed with politics. He'll go in and say, hey, this is what I do and I do here. So yeah. Yeah, like a cross-examiner. Exactly. I'm gonna read some of these comments. I probably gonna skip the ones because I ain't gonna read from the top like that. Okay, thanks, Blue. Okay. She says hard to moderate a panel with so many people. Yeah, it is. But sometimes you can drop people off. I'll give you an example. What's his name? Wacky puts time on you when you speak. You share the mic. What he does is he'll say 30 seconds. He just started doing that. Shouts out to him. He did do that before because he made a rule when he did a live stream. I think he did this. I think it was like the summer. I think it was like the spring and the summer. He did this. That was his rule. And he did that so other people can talk. He does that every time. If you watch his streams and his panels, he does that. You pass the mic, you pass it off to the next person, right? He's the only one that's number one distance to boot people off. And he controls it. Okay, the second person, I will say Go Professor. Go Professor does a great job at this too. He's probably the second one that hosts disciplined panels. The third person, a lot of people are going to laugh at me saying this BGS. BGS is another one. He'll drop people down and he can handle it if they say something stupid, but he has old guys that are yes men that bounce them off the panel. So that's a whole nother story on his little discipline. He'll drop everybody off the panel. And he's done that before and kicked people out. Now, the fourth person, I'll say Art of New Style. He does it by email, which is great. That's another way. He keeps it strict and close tight. That's the fourth one. The fifth one is a toss-up. I've seen a few people done this, and you control your panel. Yeah, it's kind of hard for certain individuals that ain't built for that type of conversation. Like if you have titles like that, and talk about elected officials and the police, and then you said smoke for all black women. Here's the thing. If I was her, I would send SKC the link, keep him up there, right? Have a balance between men and women and discuss that. So what happened was you had the wrong people on that panel. Now, I know people know Bomb was up there. She was the wrong person on that panel, on that discussion, because she was so focused on the gender shit. That's wrong. That's strike number one. You should never have. Get somebody that's more calm and counter that shit. Now, I did like what's her name? Brandy Davis. She would have fit well against SKC and learned to debate him. Who else? It's a handful of women that could have did better. They would did better job than Bond, because Bond wasn't a good fit. That's what derailed it, because they both control. Think about it. They was off topic and things like that. SKC was going to get in his escapades about race this, race that. So just like I said, his situation, that's the typical SKC style. That's what y'all dealt with all 3 streams. So really had to save y'all in the tail end. So a lot of people wasn't built for that conversation. It needs to be like at least 6 or 7 people that talks about it, like myself. A lot of people ain't going to hit the link like that. So she should structure it right like that. But Sheila is decent. She'll kick people off the panel if she gets tired of them. I mean, she does it different. I would say she's in the top 15. I ain't gonna say top 10. I don't say top 15, because I have to see more of her panel streams. I got to see how she operates. You know what I'm saying? I haven't been through enough. Now, Auntie's a little different. He's more loose with it. He's in the top 15. He'll boot some dudes off. Like I said, Platinum kicks people off. Well, Platinum's in the top 10. He just does it frivolously. Kuda's in the top 10. I'm somewhere in the top 10 sometimes. But top 5 is a toss-up. I'm just studying how people operated on panels and things like that, and I'm learning. So yeah, man, like when you got guys like SKC trolling you about race, that's a tactic that he's using. A lot of people ain't used to that type of trolling. So yeah, and that's just what it is. He said that's a great assessment. Yeah, Auntie. Anytime you have SKC, I'll tell you a secret. Talk about race and politics. Talk about race and politics. Have some women on the panel. And SKC will show up. If I share that link, watch his ass hit that fucking link, and everybody will try to debate him. Ain't that some shit? And he's trolling him the whole time. I see this all the time. He got under a young man's skin. There's a young man got under his skin. SKC got under his skin. His name was The Truth. That be hanging with BGS, a pupil, his little pupils, right? And he was at Art of New Style, and they was talking about race. He got so emotional, and SKC got the best of him. See, I know the conservative streams. If you saw SKC on my playlist, the first one was good. Him and Mike V went at it, and he told him, "I know what you're doing, SKC. You started trolling." They got at him, and then SKC was on the second one. He came back on the panel, and then and we talk about politics. We did it. So yeah, he'll disappear sometimes, but yeah, I'll read what this says. They tried to slip one over without calling names, Asian hate, and why Negroes always talking about color. O'Shea did it too. Exactly. But I set this straight in part 2, so save them some debating time. Exactly. I agree with that. Absolutely. Fantastic. Platinum interrupts or kicks you off if you're not talking about pimping or something super intelligent. He does not understand or can get exactly, because he's weak on that. I mean, he is what he is. I treat him what he is. He's just an entertainer. He's in it for the money, and nobody cares about him like that. His content kind of fell off, and Dusty threw a shot at him saying that dude fell off, man. I ain't saying he fell off. I mean, he's entertaining, don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying he's still getting views and everything, but he fell off in a way because after those alphabet girls left, they the first one created the idea in March. I saw them forming in March, and that's what happened. And the sad part about it is I don't understand why he does the things he does, but I get it. It's a tactful. He's a troll too. He's been on Zero streams many times. I feel like he does it on purpose to get attention. So he has trendy topics. He does trends a lot. That's why I look at his channel. He'll talk about some wild stuff and then keep on. The reason I don't get on this panel is because there's a lot of nigga shit. So I stay away from that shit. That's what he likes. It sells. It's a big business. And I get it. And that's a stick. I leave it alone. Just like SKC with the race stuff, race and politics, right? Race and politics is his thing. Now, he did that in pre-records and premieres. They say he got a lot of streets on that. Sheila, you haven't studied the man. The guy is a troll. That name is tactful. Now, I know Cerulean likes to throw shots about his wife. That's cool, but you know, I ain't got no issue with that. That's you between him. I ain't gonna disrespect another man's wife, but that's his thing. But that's cool. I'm not with that. But that's Cerulean. Cerulean's ruthless like that. See, he's cerebral when he went after SKC like that. No, he's not going to be on the panel because you ruffle his feathers. I do that too in these spaces when I be in the chats. Certain individuals I don't like, and I just troll the hell out of them. You know, the truth. Like I call another individual, what's his name? Fittinelli. He don't even like that name. About the George Floyd shit. And that guy, his best friend, so-called friend, killed him. He used his neck and his shoulder to kill him. And I think DeAndre talked about there was no fentanyl in the system, but you know, I ain't gonna debate on that. To me, I don't really care about that. That's just the shit to try to downplay. But here's the real secret: they will not talk about Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia, and they did that to cover that up so they can talk about Floyd. So I never heard of George Floyd and his background and things like that. That was crazy last year. That was a whole fit in the space last year. So yeah, man. It's crazy. SKC doesn't play around. Yeah, he goes after what you say Thursday, the community and things like that. Yeah. Okay, let's see what. Yeah, he does his own thing. Yeah, he does stir, but that's Platt. You know, I don't mess with him like that on panels because they be on some niggas. Okay, these fools sitting up here arguing over politics, which white master is the best, and are women who done them wrong. While meanwhile, I just go back from some of the toughest parts of Mexico. Yeah, exactly. That's a great fair point. So you get it. You get it. I wish DeAndre was here. Where people are having a very hard time in real life. Once you cross that border, just go back 3 hours. Exactly. Yeah, me and DeAndre talks about it on every stream. Like, yeah. And that's the whole point. Like, that's what I was saying. That whole SKC situation kind of changed the whole 3 streams I saw. But what saved those 3 streams was Cerulean. Cerulean kind of saved them in a way because he gets under SKC's skin. But Cerulean didn't know I shared the link. I shared her stream on my community tab. So you don't know that. He don't know that I'm talking about this whole breakdown and things like that and expose. I want to expose the trolling part aspect, the art of trolling. The Cerulean effect was a big difference while Sheila stayed calm in those streams. That's the only thing she maintained order. I would say the Cerulean effect. Without Cerulean, I don't know what she would do with the trolls. She could have ended her stream probably 4 hours, 6 hours, whatever. Because SKC is a notorious troll. Everybody knows who he is. You just go watch Teapot. You know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Teapot. He's doing a good thing. I mean, the Prophet of Thought series, Brother X. That's a good brother, man. He always be fair with streams and things like that. But yeah, that's what they do, man. That goes all the people in the spaces I named, like they talk about the stuff, and yeah, that's the whole point. So I could say this: the trolling aspect of all of it on both sides, I'm gonna be fair, on both sides was crazy. It was fun and exciting. Shouts out to Sheila for that. There was a lot of trolling on each side. Everybody threw shots at each other, even me. It's my apologies that I shared that chat. I mean, that live stream chat on my community tab. The SKC came through. I knew he was gonna do something silly, and I didn't think he was gonna make a stream after. I didn't think he was gonna be. Yeah, I was over there because I was, you know, I'm subscribed to the guy, and I don't explain my show to see that I was subscribed. He's entertaining. You know, he's a case study, but he's entertaining. I understand what he does. SKC is gonna be who he is. You know what I'm saying? You got to accept who he is. Just like shouts out to DS1, you got to accept people who they are. I ain't trying to compete with no man over here. Like I said, there's no building if there's division. Like I said before in the beginning of the stream, man, you got to understand guys like that continue on what's going on. So yeah, man, the Cerulean effect is kind of a big deal. So when you got guys like that, you know, I'm done talking about this generational shit. I'm going to exit out on my notes because it's ridiculous at this point. And my answer to that is I'm going to answer about the younger generations. I'm just going to mark it out. I'm just going to cross it out. I done discussed that. We're going to go. I'm going to say check on the SK. I discussed that. I discussed the Cerulean outcome. And my verdict to this whole thing, I will say I will give her, I'll say a B. I'll say a B plus. I need to see more because I'm gonna do these for now on. If I go to streams and examine people, on her grade is a B. I ain't gonna give her an A right off yet. I need to see more. Oh, hey, Red. What's going on, Red? Salute. Appreciate you for coming. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, man, when I saw her streams, man, it's just so cerebral like that. So I just look at it for what it is. But yeah, I just discussed the SKC situation about the typical thing that he does. Anything about race and politics or whatever, or black women. I won't say just black women particularly. I mean, particularly black women. That's what they talk about. But he's part of that SYSBM group. You know, Aaron Fine exposed him up there. You know, he's the decent ones out of all of them. At least he's reasonable. He'll talk to the people, unlike the others. They don't go on they channels like that. But he's the only one brave enough to bold because of his name. He's notorious for doing that. But their leader, that's a whole nother story. I'm not going to give the beans on him. That's a whole nother story. But the cerulean effect was the difference. What saved her, her cool, because cerulean was kind of like the comforter that he was. He comforted him 3 streams straight. Now the stream this morning, DeAndre had some great points, and old boy was talking about there was some flack with the anti shit. My observation started over at Platinums. I told you what I said before on this channel. I saw this on my birthday too. I was watching a BGS stream when that shit went down. It was about the Black Nazi speaks. It was arguing a Christian. After that stream went off, I saw Lexi and which called JX arguing, right? She flipped the tables on him. And she got the best and got under their skin. They dropped off the panel, got emotional. They ain't gonna tell you that shit. That's what happened. That's my observation. Now it went all good, and see, it was acting big and bad, and then they formed this little group. But this is before they called themselves the acronym. See, the acronym came later. That was all planned by Celeste and them. They planned that in March over at Platinum. They try to say it ain't true. No, y'all playing that shit. Now you look at it now, you like, okay. But I get it. It gets under people's skins. You know, you see her getting dragged by other people outside these other sectors. So I hear stories about them. So I don't need their little information. I listen by ear. I listen what trolls say. You know what I'm saying? I understand the troll game. It's an art to it. Like I said, the exposing trolling, the whole aspect of it. And then Auntie's channel still kept growing. So I don't know what that JL cat or Josh London cat was talking about. He's emotional, man. It's just like these clowns. But I tell you, I give them 4 months, they'll turn on each other. 4 months. Same with Big J hanging with those individuals that dox people, right? I'll look at 4 months from now, they ain't gonna be together. I promise you that. Just give it time. Somebody's gonna slip up and fuck up. Somebody. I'm just observing. Yeah, I'm start streaming like periodically and things like that and learning about these spaces. They're done at this point. I don't see them lasting 4 months or to a year. I just don't see it. They can say what the fuck they want to say. They're done. Not what I saw what SKC did to them 3 straight in a row over Sheila's. I just don't see that shit. Anybody can disagree, fuck out of here. I don't see that. Just talk about race and politics and we ain't sticking together. Like I said before, there is no building if there's division, especially the men. The men ain't unified. We see it a lot, and that affects the women. It's like a repeat. Wherever we do, they do. Because we got women in the spaces too. Wherever we do, they do. They said this years ago when I was listening to the House of David, and they told this one brother, and he asked him a question, why do women hate on us? They said this years ago, right? 1.0 days, right? And he told him like this, well, we got to change, brother. If we don't change, they don't change. You know, it's like getting these scriptures, you know, they was preaching to him, whatever, and what. And the brother didn't want to listen, just like you got now. It's the same shit. And I agree with Cerulean when he said this. This is why I call it the Cerulean effect. He said the modern day 2.0 manosphere, or the current one, is based off the extension of the so-called conscious community. Somebody disagreed with me in the chat, and I told him bullshit. It is, because your leaders is based off of Phil Valentine, Somebody tried to be like Brother Dawu in this shit. Shouts out to him. And Bobby Hemmett, the occult stuff. They talk about esoteric stuff. Then they talk about gender politics. That's what 2.0 is about. And that's what it's always been about. And I noticed that, and thank God for DeAndre explaining that to me, why they stay, and he exposed the Black Order where he was in, and he's cool with Bomb and everybody else. But shouts out to DeAndre. He already had his birthday week last week when we had a stream. So it's pretty obviously that, like I said, the Cerulean effect was the difference. And the reason what saved them was the Cerulean effect. So they get an A on that one. I think they get a B on the SKC situation. It could have been better. You don't need that one individual helping you out. No, you need somebody that can counter SKC. Now, Taylor was decent, but she wasn't strong enough. You need a couple of Taylors. You don't need one. You need two. It's not enough. Y'all just sticking to your emotions. He don't care. And they shouldn't take him seriously. That's good. But you got the trolling, got the best of you. And yeah. Explain gender politics. The gender war shit. The gender war shit. That's the problem I have. They so busy focusing on the wrong shit. It's so irrelevant. Me and Mike V talked about this a lot on this channel, and we say it's the same bullshit that's not even relevant at this point. Yes, the women have certain rights, but y'all scared to go out there and apply them. This is what I agree with Sheila on this. I think Sheila should have titled that video, "Y'all scared to handle gender politics head on, actually practice it, not just talk about it online." But, you know, I get where she's coming from. But my issue was she didn't structure it right. That's why you got the SKC going in on it like that. That's why you got that his situation is a significant part of what's going on. And that's, like I said before, there's no building if there's division, like that right there. And the esoteric stuff, BGS explained every time, because his channel is very esoteric, is I don't know what. He just keeps it in small fragments and information. But what I mean by gender politics, I'm talking about gender wars and shit. Any forms of it. I don't fuck with it, because that gets your views up. That gets your algorithm numbers up. That gets you in the hot seat. That's why KS is on the top of the food chain. I call him I don't want to say he's red pill, black pill. He don't look like it to me. Not from my experience. That's just me. I mean, you can disagree all you want to, but I don't care. I don't think he's that. He's nowhere near that. No. Once you go mainstream, you're in that blue pill world, man. He's just a finesser. But, you know, I was never a fan of KS, but I understand a lot of people love him. I know you got some fanatics in here, but that's cool. I don't subscribe to the stuff he said, but I understand where he's coming from. But that's the whole point of the Sheila stream. But I get what she was trying to do with the thing that he was trying to bring in and the animal part. So he came in and did his thing, and they tried to, you know, do their thing. So whatever it is, but the Cerulean effect was what saved them. That's the A I give them. The exposed trolling part is a B. They couldn't handle it. They just got tight. And that's what I saw from the first stream. But see, they didn't structure it right. They're just too busy worrying about it. And shouts out to you, SKC. They can't handle a real debate. I'm in and out working, so I'm catching bits and pieces of this combo. Still, I tell people straight up, abstain from absurd points. I won't troll, but they can't. Exactly. He just told y'all. Let's read that again. He said they can't handle a real debate, but I'm in and out working, so I'm catching bits and pieces of this combo. So still, I tell people straight up to abstain from absurd points. I won't troll, but they can't. Exactly. That's what I was talking about. I said that in Sheila's stream, and it makes sense what's going on. Like, the reason I'm glad I did this assessment, because normally I would just say, "Oh, this is a great stream," blah 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 blah. This is that, you know. But she had that title. It just, I mean, it didn't really sit well with me. She could have structured right. She should have said, "Here's what a woman should have said: You men quit talking about gender wars. You know, equals what? Gender politics, right? Because you don't know." And then she could have said, "You don't have to smoke for the police." You know, it's all together, right? Okay. And you got somebody to challenge you. And I think I shared the stream. It was, I'm gonna take the hit. Yes, it was me. Because it was interesting. It was a great topic, great discussion. She was willing to have. And all of a sudden it just went left. You know how it went, but Cerulean kind of saved them at the tail end, 3 straight in a row. So that's why I gave him a B plus for the actions. I could have added some other factors what caused people to get rattled. You know what I'm saying? And they just couldn't handle it. But yeah, man. He said, I am not going to lie. He lives in a glass house, but I ain't knocking the hustle. I peep his strategy very quickly according to his psychology. Exactly. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I have no issues with anybody doing that. If you challenge somebody, I said this before in the conservative to it wasn't a debate, it was a discussion. I mentioned Barry Goldwater, different forms of conservatism on the first one. The second one, we went in it. Yeah, we talked about other stuff at the tail end with me and DeAndre and everything else, right? It's just obviously I've seen what's going to happen, right? And I'm just saying, man, I'm just like, wow. He said, I debate Cerulean on my hypothesis, and I think I'll win. Okay, that'd be a great one. Hey, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. You and Cerulean over at Teapots? Hell yeah, set that shit up. I would love to see that shit. And I don't care. I would love to see that shit. Because I want to see what's what. That's what it was really about. And I think he was trying to do you on Sheila's panel, but Sheila, she was in her emotions that day. But, she's a woman, respect, no shots. I'm just saying. But you got an individual that I don't mess with. What's her name? Bomb, right? We call her the slug word over here, the queen of the slugs, and they just couldn't handle it. I mean, Sheila can do better. I mean, she will do better. Don't get me wrong. She's getting better. I mean, the more I respect her little content, I know she's going to get better, but she's going to have better. I ain't gonna say better women, but better people. Have better people and just structure it right, because you're going to have guys challenge you. When you have titles like that, you expect to get better results in different people. And I know she's got an all woman chat with the alphabets and different people and different walks of life, but it'd been nice if she had that discussion about politics in the right way. And then I wish she had a microphone, like a proper microphone. She would sound good on the mic. She would have had PowerPoints and things like that. I know she's busy on the outside world. She could have had a lot of views on this shit and challenge the men. I would love to see that, but it ain't gonna happen because we're so stuck into the race thing. Race makes it hard for us to nudge through. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you want to debate DeAndre? Okay, so or DeAndre or both at the same time. Okay. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Yeah, DeAndre is willing for him. Yeah. Yeah, Sheila's very loud, but she's passionate. Yeah, but that's what you got to deal with. But I would say she's a little entertaining. She has her way of doing things. I don't know what she's going to do with that channel, but I think that channel will grow. It should grow. With those individuals, I don't know. I'm gonna say it like this. I'm gonna take the 4 months off of her. I'm gonna be nice. Let's take the 4 months. Okay. In 4 months, her channel will probably be a little bit bigger. I will give her an estimate. If she keeps doing these streams, just get enough, like I said in this presentation I have, she will get at least 1,000 or more. Just have different people just to challenge the women. You know what I'm saying? Sheila is a nice spot to do that. If she wanted to really talk about politics and structure right, and if she was on her computer or laptop and get a decent mic, she don't have to get no dynamic, just get a decent condenser mic. She will go in there, learn the fundamentals, and just boom, you know what I'm saying? And just hit the points. And I know she's learning her StreamYards, but that's all good. It's all good. But it's hard that people are gonna be stuck in their feelings and they'll be stick to one way. So it's kind of hard to review the presentation. So yeah. Problem is that they lose because they are anchored to racial talking points. It blinds their intelligence. Yeah, you can say that. I would say cerulean, but but DeAndre, that's a whole nother feat. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. But yeah, he's got some points. Yeah, I listen to this channel. Yeah, I'm going to drop this. So yeah, my presentation on the matter is it really matters at this point because I had to talk about it. Like the cerulean effect was a big difference. What saved her 3 strings. A lot of people say it ain't true, but it is true because she had some points that was very valid, but the emotions of the trolling got the best of her. And I mean, it really got the best of her. I don't care what nobody said. From what I saw it was great until she got too fiery, man. She had to understand that a lot of people get the best of you sometimes. You can't just get emotional when somebody comes at you sideways like that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just what it is.
Yeah.
What's going on, Rashawn?
What's going on, man? What's going on?
What's going on?
Shit, I see. Damn, son, you only got 1 dislike today.
I know. I don't care. I'm going in. I knew it was coming. But I had to do the presentation though, what I saw. So I know what I was talking about. That's what I saw. Yeah, that's my presentation. I'm gonna stand on it. But yeah, that's what I saw. And then people look at you like that. She'll get some subscribers. I'm not hating on anybody or anything else. But it's just I'm just telling it like it is. I see what I saw, and they just gonna be themselves. But yeah, man, it's just I'm not even worried about it. I'm doing something right. So yeah, it's gonna stand. But that's okay. I'm making progress. So yes, I'm gonna be in the algorithm soon, and people are gonna look at this. But now I wrote them down. The reason I wrote them down, the cerulean effect kind of made the difference,
right?
In the streams, the 3 streams I've seen, and it's absolutely good. Now I know people are gonna disagree. Fine, I don't care. But what I've come to find out is, yeah, Sheila is cool. She's cool. I have no issue. She's cool with me. I'm just saying that if I was her on that topic, beware of people looking at that stream because somebody's gonna come in and do, some damage.
Yeah.
So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed all those streams that he was on. That was kind of entertaining because I didn't think people wanted that work. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, the pro-black talking points is kind of dead, man. Now I understand, like I said in the beginning of the stream, there's no building if there's division, like DS1 said. And it's us men, it's our fault too. And that's why the women are messed up the way they are. So I don't get into it because we already know the situation. It's ourselves, man.
And I said this a couple of nights ago. Like, don't even think about trying to revamp the manosphere. It's dead.
It's been dead. Yeah, it's been dead.
It's like you Negroids had all the time in the world to get your shit together 2 years ago, and y'all fucked it up. Like, and y'all want to talk about back in the 1.0, like, bro, I understand, but those days are gone, bro. Those days are fucking gone. As much as everybody wants to reminisce about the good old days, it's like, bro, that's the whole reason why it was the good old days.
Yeah.
Now you gotta look at what you can do today.
Yeah. I mean, I think last year, Wacky got upset on the Black Brain Trust. I think he said something like that, something similar. And some people got upset with him. I think Edward told him it ain't dead and things like that. The white boy situation. I was looking at that and it was talking about race. I know race is an issue in this country, but Sheila had a stream called "You Have all these women, but not for the police." And the problem is, like I said before, there's no building, if there's division. Like DS1 was saying, like it's us, man. We allowed that shit to happen.
Yeah.
And that's just crazy, man. Like
And
I look at it what it is though. And that's what happens. I look at 3 points I saw in her streams, like the effects, the outcome. You know, you can't blame SKC coming to that stream and did what he did, because he basically what he told you what he thought. You had that topic, and of course you had the general, you had everybody else. I'm just using examples of people what they stand on it, because once you mention law enforcement, and the elect officials, they're gonna challenge you on your shit.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it'd be nice if they was on Charles's panel like that, but they ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, like they don't want that. They don't want that problem.
But the only person that saved him was Cerulean, you know. And I'm not saying Cerulean is a bad guy. He's put his foot down. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of protected him a little bit. Cerulean would have let back and sat back and watch. He wouldn't have cared deep down. But the exposing trolling part I mentioned, that's just part of the internet. You know, that's not going to stop. The only way you can avoid that is just attack it head on and don't deal with him at all. You know, that's two ways. Deal with it. If he has something to say, you can bounce him off or whatever, you know. So yeah.
And not only that, like you said earlier on my panel, Sheila better be careful with them acronym bots.
Yeah, they can tarnish her shit because they be hating dudes like that. I don't even worry about it. I'm gonna tell you why. That's all done by design too, because a lot of men gotta understand that that's the backlash that you get. You know, they was plotting this in March. So you know, it's just, you know, it's like DeAndre said, it's us, man. I'm glad he said that this morning. I'm like, yeah, I agree with that. So
I totally agree.
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
What's going on, Mike?
Yo, shalom.
Mike, Joey, what's good?
Peace, man. Peace.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little assessment what I saw on these 3 streams by Sheila E. I mean, they were good.
Oh, what up, yo? Oh, my bad. Oh, I'm sorry.
What's going on, Joey? But I'm just saying, I'm just doing a little assessment what I saw on her panels, like 3 in a row, like SKC 3 in a row. I'm shocked that he got in our topics. But if it mentions about race and a little bit of politics, but I mentioned that conservative stream, like he does this before. And we brought up the history of slavery, and they thought they was conservative, but they weren't, right? It's the same thing. You know, I'm like, well, man, you know he's gonna come after y'all with those titles, man. Yeah.
I'm kind of lost on this. What do we really?
I was discussing her assessment about, she said there's a lot of smoke for the women, like she was saying, right? It was a good discussion, but she said no smoke for the police or the elect officials. I saw the elect officials part. She was talking about her politics and her background, right? And I was trying to say, oh man, I know the general was there. I think Triple Black was there, but then I saw SKC and I was like, wow, you know, I knew he was going to hit that link, and he was on the panel. If you watched her first previous stream, she had a pre-record based off that. She said, all we do is talk. It's kind of like what we said on the 1.0 thing with Soul and Black. You got to do the work. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. We've been talking about on these type of streams, like these Thursday Thrills, Friday Special Madness, and Sunday Chills. We've been talking about a little bit of politics on here. We talked about how to produce it, you know, in the elections and things like that. I know was on a board, but she tried to bring it into space. But 9 out of 10, these dudes ain't gonna listen. I mean, she had Conservative last night. I shook my head. I was like, wow. SKC's throwing the kitchen sink at him, man. Shit.
God damn.
What was it? What was the actual premise behind
the premise? I think she was trying to, you know, I think she was trying to say like, they're attacking all of us, you know, black people. You know how they do the pro-blacks and things like that. Then SKC used the animal term, saying all black people's animals, right? And she got offended by that. But deep down, it wasn't the men. I've noticed in that stream, they didn't react to it. What I saw was women got emotional. The women on her side got emotional, and then she expect the men to defend them. But 9 out of 10, like I said, with the conservative talk, same thing. They're the same men that don't want to defend them. Well, you got to look at them. I wish I was on the panel and talk to her about it. Like, that's what you get when you got guys like SKC, but that's what he does. Like, you got to get used to it. He's going to attack racial issues.
No, but racial issues when black people talk about it, not when white people talk about it.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's really identity politics, not so
yeah,
much racial.
yeah,
right?
yeah. It was that, and that's what it was. That was her premise, and she tried to get into it. But 9 out of 10, when you get guys like SKC come on your panel like that, he's going to attack the identity politics of it. She was trying to go in like I was trying to go in with the conservative talks. It didn't work because when you got guys like that's going to troll you on that and ask you those hard questions like that, they get rattled, you know. And it's sad that there's certain guys defend her. Don't get me wrong, they defend her. It was Cerulean, it was what's his name, Joe W and Zero. That was it. Everybody else, not so much because
defending the trolling.
Yeah, she was outnumbered. She wasn't used to it. And when she had that title, I observed a lot. I said, and like I said in the beginning, there's no building if there's division. Like DS1 was saying, you can't lead a group if people are disenfranchised and then don't have a structure, especially the men, because the men gonna do what they want to do. Like they have their options. Like if you're gonna do this, but if you don't, you know, it's hard to reason with them right now. So I get it, you know.
My thing here is this. I think a lot of black men are content with the way the system is working.
Yeah.
And so they don't see a reason. When you say build, it's a very vague term, but
yeah,
if I had to interpret it, then I would say that it's about black men, you know, cultivating their social and political capital within a society that is largely against their best interest from a socioeconomic standpoint, right? Black men can only go so far. I mean, we did a podcast, I think either this week or last week, about 4 black conservatives who were all failed, right? Black male conservatives. Mariota didn't get any support from MAGA. Vernon Jones, he's running in Atlanta right now, ain't getting no support.
Yeah.
Michael Steele, Rush Limbaugh threw him under the bus, and he's not even a politician, and he got him up out of the RNC. As the chairman. John James failed in Michigan. Okay. And then you have Lieutenant Colonel Allen West in Texas GOP, who wants to run for the seat, the governor's seat against Governor Abbott, but is not getting any support from the Trump MAGA coalition. And so this idea of identity politics, some people want to attack it, but they're not seeing that it's happening in real time, that they're not allowing black men to really hit their maximum potential from a socioeconomic and political standpoint and social capital building as well. Mm-hmm. And so I think some people like the way the system is working.
Exactly.
Within our community, they like the way the system is working. But my position has always been, if that's how you feel, then why would you want to be in the manosphere? What's the point of being in the manosphere if you
exactly
if you like and enjoy the way the system works against black men? I don't get that.
I don't get that either. And this is that's the sad part too. Like I understand women have a purpose with this build and stuff. I mean, black people, we get it's a very vague term because it goes back to the community thing. That's what that whole thing, her stream was about. And I think like SKC hears the word community, you know, community, right? And he's used that the identity parts. The reason I use that, anytime he sees that, he's gonna troll the shit out you with that. And what he does, what I've noticed, a lot of people get rattled. Like they're not used to a guy that's comfortable like that. He's telling you what it is. Like y'all get so vague and trying to say, oh, he's serious. He ain't really say he knows what he's doing. He's just being facetious about it. He just don't care. He's just nonchalant. A lot of times you have guys like that and a name like that, it's gonna ruffle people's feathers. And then she was talking about this building stuff. I said there's no building if there's division or there's structure, but 9 out of 10. Like you said, men are comfortable, like I said, and they own, I would say garbage, whatever. They don't really care. You know, you can talk about politics all day and teach them the right way. It's the discipline part that they go out there and do the work. So it's like, I think what Solon Black was saying in so many words, it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts the purpose of what you're trying to build. And I think Cerulean touched on it on 3 of her streams and tried to let her know that SKC does this. You know, that ain't nothing new. He did a good job saving her. Like, that's why I say the Cerulean effect or the Cerulean outcome. And he, you know, it just had somebody to help her to save her. And, you know, the general didn't do nothing. Music didn't do nothing. It was Cerulean. He controlled that whole fucking panel. If you watch that stream on the in between to the tail end, he had that whole panel quiet. I ain't never seen nothing like it, but SKC didn't respond to that, of course. So
Cerulean has credibility in the space.
Yeah.
You know, his background is something that people have already verified and can actually speak truth to power on. So
right.
You know, he's one of those brothers who he's one of the few brothers in the space that has that clout. He doesn't have to chase it. And so I think what happens in this space, because I mean, you've been around a long time just as much as I have.
Yeah.
It wasn't always like this. And I think the people who haven't been around that long don't understand the value of the space. They don't understand the value of it and how it even got to be in the first place, right? You know, the original MGTOWs and white MRAs, white MGTOWs kind of forced us to actually create a space for ourselves because they weren't in line with our views anyways. They don't really care about us. They kind of forced us to build this sort of small niche factor space so that we can have our own space for safe space for talking about the things that really impact Black men. Because although the white boys are mad at the system, they're mad at the system for the same reason that that they stormed the Capitol. Right. A lot of people don't really make that connection, that the anger and backlash comes from they see their place within Western society dwindling, and so they taking it out on any and everybody, including Black men. And so people think that the space has been politically politically liberal, politically conservative, but it was never really like that. It was more intellectual than it was anything else. It was politically agnostic, because there were some people who supported Obama in 2008, and there were some guys who didn't support him in 2008. Mm-hmm. And there were some guys who thought that Joe Biden was, a sucker. They thought because of, the Violence Against Women Act, VAWA, and the things that he supported in the past, the crime bill and things like that, they couldn't get down with that. But then there were some guys who were getting down with Obama just for the fact that he was a Black man. But it had very little to do with politics. And I think what's happening now is that some of these guys who don't know the history are trying to politicize the space in a way that satisfies them, but it works against the space's best interest to build cohesion.
Yeah, that's what's the problem too, and that's what I saw for her 3 streams, and they don't get to understand that a lot of those dudes that think like that, and him and others, I mean, other people have their views of it, but they have to understand it wasn't that political. It was non-partisan. I would say, like what Wacky was saying, he said that in one of the streams in the chat, and that's so true. But at the time, if you talked about politics back in the day, you had to join those groups. YouTube had groups back in when I had my first channel in 2007. I saw that. I was hanging groups at the time. I was Christian. With Christians, we talked about politics. Muslim people talked about politics. I think some of the Jewish people, in the certain sects of them. And once they got rid of the groups, I said somewhere around 08, 09, they got tired, and that's when YouTube changed. And then the AdSense got bigger in 2012. That's when people start flagging folks because of the new system. We was talking about real stuff, racial stuff, political stuff, and of course esoteric stuff in the conscious community. That's why my channel kind of got flagged. I was involved in that Hebrew stuff, and they had a hit list. I think Wacky can tell you about that. That's a whole nother topic because it was the brothers disguised as Asians. They try to say it was Asians. No, it was it was them. You know, it was a lot of backbiting because I've noticed a lot of division at the time. But that's why I hate to say reason I reference them why they failed. Some of the dudes, I would say like the Manosphere, yeah, it was around. They had their own identities and things like that. But some of them, the Hebrew Israelites, they were there, but it wasn't a lot back then. I told this on Kudos Bound. No, it was a handful in this space, but it wasn't that many. But the ones that left the Hebrew thing, they started joining these spaces. And I fell into it and saw Wacky's channel because I first saw him in 2012. I saw his stuff from 2007, and he was talking about stuff that was relevant and paramount. At the time, people scoffed at it in the Hebrew community. They scoffed at it. He was
a young
dude.
Old
yeah.
man, right? 18, 19, and he was snapping 20 on guys, right? But if you look at some of the 18, 19-year-olds now, they can't even tie their shoes.
They can't.
That's why they're rocking Crocs. So what I'm saying here is Stolen Black, you know, to his credit, was able to galvanize the Hebrew Israelites, the Christian brothers, the Muslim brothers, the atheist brothers, your college educated guys, street guys, all on one stream, and everybody was able to have equal time on the mic. And he's the only one in the space that's been able to do that without any sort of pushback, without any sort of conflict. He had the old senior guys in their 60s. I forget what their names are now. Back then, they were in their 60s.
Right.
Late 50s, early 60s. And he had the young generation too. So he was able to build this BMCC, this Black Male Conscious Collective.
Right, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Before it was called Manosphere. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of people don't know that you didn't have those problems back then that you have now. And so that's why it's important for them to understand that part of the history.
Absolutely. And that's what I was saying. Every time I kind of co-sign Wacky and defend the 1.0 thing, I remember he was talking about some real stuff. I listen to a lot of people. I think I listened to what's his name, Hollow Point. That's cool with him. Talk about the black stuff and unify those guys. There was another guy I listened to. His name was Black Pride with the military stuff. He was married to an Ethiopian woman, but she got compromised by the black women. He had some streams that were, most people say anti-Semitic things like that. I mean, he was a rough dude, but he went in hard in the paint. Now, he wasn't scared. He talked about race in his pre-records and things like that. He was classic. He had that Panther symbol. Then he had the Call of Duty, picture in his pre-records. He was something else. He's from LA, but he knows about the Stolen Blacks, Pink Elephant, Rick Scorpio, Sergeant Willie Pete. He was around that time in 2006, and that guy was something else. There's a lot of people like that. And then I think Stolen Black realized, let's galvanize these groups, because his name was thrown around left and right those years. And he was valuable, you know, and people just didn't take advantage. And I said, Wacky, he's just too real for these dudes, man. Like, y'all back then it was like numb to them. But now it's like they try to steal the talking points from 2.0, and then, you know, 3.0 is trying to revamp. You know, it's cool. And I told it's a complex. Yeah, you had a split, and I think O'Shea did it on purpose not to recognize the brain trust because of jealousy. Like I said, I think DS1 mentioned about envy. That's what it was. And then when I said the 4 individuals in my self live stream, they just didn't mesh well. The problem with them was, like I said, when they were younger, and I told this cool. Well, one, you want to be a podcaster. The other guy want to be a crypto guy. The other two wants to lie and spread about the vax. And the other guy is just, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. And it just didn't mesh well. And then I saw that now the brain trust, y'all had a system, y'all still do. And I think I'll say 5 to the 10 gonna be the future, man. Okay, Joey. Okay. But yeah, y'all have the current plan now. So now it's like when COVID came, it accelerated. So everything accelerated and people's panicking about stuff and gear and stuff. No, just get prepared what you're gonna do when this stuff, you know, I ain't gonna say ends because we don't know when it's going to end. It depends on how people are gonna act and systems and jobs. I think BGS had I talk about that shatter point. I mean, that was disgusting. It could have been better. I mean, I don't know what them dudes was talking about. I mean, it's bad enough. Like, dude, you ain't got time to play around. You know, BGS don't really care. I think he's just being nonchalant at this point. He said there's no Roger report because they always talk about women 90% of the time. And Roger probably had a day off. He said, fuck it, I'm tired. And then I saw BGS's stream. I'm like, all right, let me look at this.
Well,
yeah, it's crazy.
Look at the level of discussion that's happening, right? If you're talking about building, right? The quote unquote building, right?
Yeah.
How can you really build if all your focus, if your energy is focused on them, right?
Exactly.
Building, right? How can you ever build anything? See, for us, go ahead, brother, please.
Oh no, I was gonna say nah. I'm not. I want to say I'm new because I did see bits and pieces on how shit just fell apart. Like because my first channel that I subscribed to, you know, back in those times was BGS's, and yeah, after I seen like how this whole spear just went into shit, I was like, yeah, I'm probably stay off these YouTube streets. But like earlier this year, I was glad that I actually came back and you know, started rocking with you guys. You know what I mean? You know, that actually gives a damn. You know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you came when I say mainstream media is just trends, and I think DS1 came on the panel and he talked about it, and we talked about it for like 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
That was on my heavy hitters playlist. So yeah, you know, but yeah, I was talking about the situation over at Sheila's, and she was talking about politics and things like that. Yeah, it was crazy. And then I was talking about it in 3 streams, same thing. And the women were right. Yes, they talk about the women all day, them all day, but they in the space want to talk about building. That's the oxymoron that I have a problem with black folks, especially. And I don't want to say the N words, but it's funny though, like, and especially if your followers haven't studied what I saw from BGS's Shatterpoint, the whole example, right? It correlates to her streams and his. And it's funny, every time I watch stream and observe, I'm like, what are we doing here? You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here? What are we producing? Like, if you say you're building, but you got, I'll say fuckery or whatever. That's why you got SKC came in through there and just did what he did. 3 straight, and that's a B plus. I mean, it could have been better. I mean, the only person that saved you was Cerulean. He has the bigger, you know, impact. And Wacky was there. He'll tell you all them 3 streams, and it's sad to say, but you know.
And the fact that you also broke it down on why he said, why he referred the acronym bots animals.
He was talking about that. He was talking about all of them in a way how they act, and he threw a shot, and then Sheila got upset. But see what it was. That's the thing. If you talk about women a lot, and then you know men act like animals too, and they didn't care. Like I said, like Mike V said, they love this stuff. I learned to realize this probably last year and this year, and I realized these guys don't even care. You know what I mean? Wacky said the same thing. They don't even care. No, they don't care. They told you. They told you. They'll tell you on panels and stuff. Just bold. You see it over at Brother X's channel. I'm not mad at his channel, but that's what it is. That's what they want. So they're not trying to fight the system. No. You tell them that. Saw what happened at your stream, Sheila. That's 3 in a row. You have to get Cerulean to get off your asses, man, because Cerulean had to save them. 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
I just want to answer this question in the chat. It says, why don't it's from Cam Rob. Why don't black men wake up and not be involved in either party and start our own third party? Wouldn't that make more sense? So you did have, and not so much black men, but black people, you did have the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. That was Fannie Lou Hamer, who forced the LBJ to actually recognize them as an entity within the establishment, and so that's what caused the the switching of the parties in the 60s, that they would not, the Southern Democrats didn't want to recognize them, and that the Fannie Lou Hamer and their MFDP had their own party. So having your own party, that's already happened before. But if you're talking about creating a third party, it's expensive to create political infrastructure. Mike Bloomberg tried to create his own third party as well. At least he talked about it. And he's a billionaire, and that didn't work out too well for him. Even with all his money, he couldn't buy his way through politics. That didn't work out too well. So I think that the way the system is designed, I think that localization and grassroots effort is really going to be pivotal for Black people to actually leverage. Look at the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. That's how AOC got into office, and then after that, you saw at least dozens of her constituents on her side, and within her party, actually start taking positions all across the country. We saw that in Buffalo recently with India, who took the mayor's position, who's supposed to be facing off in November. So there's ways of going about this, but I think the way that Black men want to do it is they want to have this sort of really strong, forward-facing, public-facing party that has this huge impact, but it really doesn't on a national scale, because everything is going to be local for them. Baltimore is like 60+% Black. Atlanta is like 40% Black or something like that. You got to focus on areas where your numbers are the greatest. Having a Black party in Idaho doesn't make a whole lot of sense, man.
Yeah. It might be. I'm glad that you said that, man. I'm glad that you. I'm glad that you said that, because do the Asians have their own party?
No.
Do the Latinos have their own party?
They have their own caucus.
But I'm like, do they? I'm like, we have our own caucus, but I mean, do they have their own party? Like, what I mean is Democrats, Republicans.
Nope.
They don't, right?
Nope.
Do the Arabs have their own parties?
No.
Okay. Italians, Irish, Germans, Turkish, any of these other people, do they have their own parties?
Nope.
Okay. Do white people have their own parties?
I would say the Republican Party.
Well, no, because there's white Democrats.
Right.
Okay, so here's the first thing, Black folk. You are just as American as the white motherfucker walking down the street, even more so. So either party is your fucking party. Is this facts?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so what the problem is that Black people have to understand and realize that when people think of party politics, they only think at it at the federal level. We don't think of it at the city council, county, and state level, which we should. We shouldn't even be thinking about the federal level, because you can see the laws is in place, right? Here's the thing. Is abortion legal? Is it okay? But how was Texas able to make the laws they was to make about abortion? Basically repealing abortion all the way back to Roe versus Wade never existed. How were they able to do it?
They pushed their own policy statewide.
Statewide. So now it comes to states' rights issue. Now let's look right in North and South Dakota. For you to carry a firearm, it's called constitutional carry. You can just go down to the Walmart, go wherever, and go buy you a firearm, right? Mm-hmm. But if you go to New York, where they got the nation's most strictest gun laws, you can't walk around with constitutional carry, even though it's in the Constitution, even though it's a federal mandate, right? As long as you ain't got a felony, you can go get you a goddamn firearm. You know what I'm saying? You can't get you a firearm in the state of New York like that. You got to go get permits, and then if you go from this state to this state like won't accept this permit versus this. So they're going against the federal mandates. So once again, it tells you no matter to the certain degree what the federal government does, it always comes down to a states' rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever policies that you need to make as black people, you need to make sure those policies are made at the very minimum in your local state and city council, and you need to hold your delegates accountable or get their ass out of office. And you need to do the best person for the job. Listen, the Asians will turn around. Look at, okay, remember that governor that was in California that almost lost his seat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Almost, they was trying to force this motherfucker to resign, get him out of there. He was trying to get Larry Elder in there.
Gavin
right?
Newsom.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom. Guess what? They just came out. This is an article, right? They just came out with a policy, right? Of a police brutality bill that they passed through their state, right?
It's called the George Floyd Act.
Nope. They named the policy after a Filipino Asian Navy veteran. Not a black man. Not a black man, right? Now, the Asians are 7% of the fucking population in America. Now Asian hate crime was passed through at the federal level by a Republican. Newsom, California is a Democratic state, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let me get this straight. You have 18% of the population versus 7% of the population. We can't get no fucking legislation done, right? Because when we tried to do the George Floyd Act, the motherfucker shot it down, but the 7% of the population was able to do it. What is 7% of the population doing that 18% of the population ain't doing? I'm going to tell you what they ain't doing, right? What they ain't doing is they're not beholden and they are not loyal to any party. The only party that matters is them. They will be Republican in Indiana, and they'll be Democrat in California, right? You shouldn't listen. Whoever's going to do the best job, and history has dictated any legislation done for black people has been done by the Republican Party. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's just facts. Those are histories, right? You know what I'm saying? The Asians have PACs. Why can't niggas get PACs, right? Why? Because we're not beholden to the agenda of what black people need to do. We're not policy driven. We're not putting our money where we need it. We need to take our money out of these churches, these synagogues, these nonprofit organizations, and we need to get on fucking board and say, look, power is you need resources for power. And the resources is you listen. If I need to get right? Asians got more policies put forth. Latinos got more policies put forth. But if you look in the government, it's less of them being represented by their own people. There's less Asian senators and representatives, even in the state and the city council level. But they got more mandated policies to protect them than we do. Why is that? Because we're so caught up in the representation versus getting the motherfucking job done.
Yeah.
Right.
We ain't got to black this, black that. Listen, man. Look, if the devil himself going to help black people, man, where my money at so I can pay him? Right? I'm just sorry to say it, this devil advocate. This is what we need to do, but here's the problem, right? Then we have another problem, right? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like this. We have another problem, right? And you know what I'm saying? And here's the other issue, right? Is the other issue with the problem is that here's the complaint. Women invest money in their interests collectively, right? They, you know what I'm saying? Men, we want solutions right now. That's how we are. We you know what I mean? We'll invest money, but it needs to make money, and we have a certain timeline because we're very pragmatic, right? We don't run on hope too long. If you look at people, if you look at campaigns, right? If you look at people that's running for office, in the last 60 years, from the 1960s up until now, when you go look at an incumbent or a person that's running for office, who do you mainly see doing the footwork, picking up the phones, calling people, coming to the door? Are you voting for such and such?
Phone
It's
banking.
mainly women. It's women. You don't see men doing it like they used to. Remember, men used to be out on the campaign trail.
Mhm.
Men used to do it, right? Now we understand it because you can't be putting in that much work and providing for your family, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, they got that much time on their hands, but we passed that point where the woman stay home and the man is, you know, me out there working. Both people work, and for black people, both people had to work. it's that we never had that time off like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So this misnomer, right? That was for the dominant society. White women was home and they was angry because they was home and chilling. You know what I mean? They actually wanted what black women had, to work and have their own money. You know what I mean? Like, let's just get that misnomer. So the problem is as men, we set the precedent, and as men, as we set the precedent, we have to invest into our interests. And what that interest has to be is it had to be a collective interest, but it has to be on the state level of where we're at, where we have the most numbers, right? Like you said, most black people are in the major coastal cities.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Or a major hub of cities, right? That's why they always bring up something like Chicago, right? Like,
what about Chicago? Yeah.
Chicago,
right there. Like
nigga, it's niggas in DC, right?
Mm-hmm. Philadelphia, Detroit. I can go on. Atlanta. The 5 boroughs of New York, Jersey, Camden.
Well, it's about where your political power is, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
If you look at the 10 major cities that have black voting districts that are greater than 20%,
mm-hmm.
New York is 25%.
Mm-hmm.
Boston is 25%. Philadelphia is something like 53% or something like that.
Yeah. Right.
Baltimore is 60+%. DC is 60%.
Atlanta
is 35, 40% or something. Like that.
There you go.
These are areas these are areas where your political power is greatest. So it would behoove a lot of these guys in the space to understand that trying to have a third party rather than to make the party that you're already a part of work to your best interest, because that's where everybody else is. Now you can go green like I did. I'm a part of the Green Party. I'm a registered member of them. But what I'm saying here is, if you're going to be a part of that party, you got to be able to take over it and actually have some form of influence there. Being a part of those other guys on that other side, not doing anything over there, doesn't really help us. And if you don't have any interest in helping and seeing anything get built, then there's no reason for you to be in this space. I just don't see the value in having that discussion. So, you know, it's just one of those things, man. Look at the criminal, the Cannabis Legalization Act.
Yeah, I seen that.
Designed around, that was the left doing that, right?
It
was designed around those who were disproportionately impacted by the laws. Well, I think DeAndre had
he had that echo. It's okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I think well, going back to what I was saying, the legalization of cannabis came about the decriminalization of these marijuana of the drug laws. And so those who were disproportionately impacted by it, i.e. black men, would benefit greatly by it, trying to establish a business if the drug was going to be legalized. And so that was their position. So here, white business owners or your liquor companies and your beer beverage companies cannot open a business in a predominantly black cannabis business in a predominantly black area. That's the statutes. That's what the social justice, the progressives, that's what they fought for. And so now it's free reign for black men to actually partake in the system.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of, and it's a multi-billion-dollar system, right?
Colorado, trillions, man. Actually, $1 trillion system.
Right.
Trillion.
Yeah, Colorado, $6 billion in 1 year. California, $8 billion. Washington,
Nevada.
Washington, $4 billion. State of Washington.
DC.
Yeah, DC DC is going to have it on the bill in November.
No. It's legal in DC. It's been legal.
You're right. It just passed in 2020. It passed in 2020.
Yeah.
So now now you're looking at business opportunity that's going to come out of this: the cultivation, the greenhouses, all of the hydroponics, the supply chain aspect. We just had just recently cannabis delivery licenses. So now, if you can't get a brick and mortar business, now you can get a delivery license to transport the product from the business to the customer, because they can't just send it out freely, right? It has to be protected. It has to be a certain type of legal process for you to transport those sort of drugs, because it's still federally banned. But what's going to happen, and we talked about this on the Brain Trust about a year and a half ago, Massachusetts goes legal, New York goes legal, Connecticut goes legal, Jersey goes legal, Pennsylvania goes legal. And once you have that I-90 West corridor, all those states go legal and they all button up against each other, the federal government is going to buckle, because they don't have any other choice. Because if you have all of these states in proximity to each other and they all share the same politic, the federal government can't do anything about that. They can say it's illegal on their side, but when you have two states butting up against each other that say we're both legal, now the pressure is on the federal government to do something. Now Biden is having that conversation about maybe legalizing it is something that we should be doing.
Well, and here's the crazy part, right? Where we talk about moving the goalposts in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't realize something, right? Okay, so I remember people don't even know that the biggest advocate for legalizing marijuana, like nationally, was actually Montel Williams. And the actual first dispensary that was actually put out post-prohibition of marijuana was actually in the county of Nevada. And he owned it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because I think he had leukemia or something like that, right? He had something, and he was taking the CBD and the other stuff, and whatever, right? And he was up there getting it on the docket and all of this other stuff. Now, if you look forward, why are we having this bigger conversation, right? Now, that's a black man that put this thing forward for the thing, and then the money came and they start rallying around it and pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, right? Then you had the Sierra Richardson thing, right? Now they put a worldwide spotlight where you got all these European countries like Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, where marijuana is legal.
Yep.
You can go into Rome right now, right in front of the Vatican. There's a pharmacy, and you walk in that pharmacy, and there's a dispensary in the pharmacy selling weed.
Right.
It's right in front of the Vatican, down the street from the Roman Colosseum. You see it, it's like right there, right? Now, everybody is off of this, but guess what? She couldn't do the thing because she smoked the weed, but it's a draconian law. So they try to say, well, it's the World Athletic Organization, right? And they say, no, you motherfuckers y'all got 3 seats out of a 10 seat. Y'all got a majority. The United States pushes that weed is this. But it's just like, remember when there was a prohibition on alcohol, right? And it came to states' rights issue because what? You got places like what? Tennessee, Kentucky, where they have dry counties where they make the alcohol. You can consume it, and then they sell it and they ship it and bottle it. And they was paying taxes to the federal government. But if you go back and do the research, the federal government knows that everybody wants this small government thing, right? So if they make something illegal, they want the states to spend the money, spend the manpower to actually put the thing in practice. Then they can sit back, kick their feet up, and then say, you know what? We're going to make this whole thing. We're going to make this this new department, right? Or you're going to put it under the department of the ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, or whatever you want to do, right? Make this department to regulate this, to put federal regulations so they can tax it.
We have it. It's called a Cannabis Control Commission, is what we call it here.
There you go.
Right.
So once the federal does that, they're waiting for it, right? So then they get that taxpayer dollars, and it has to come. It has to come. All these stimulus checks, all this unemployment boosters, the debt ceiling, they got to get money any way they can. And they know Colorado was in a deficit. They were owing the Fed money. And then in 1 year, not only did they pay their debts off, they get in a surplus.
They built their light rail train off of that.
But see, here's the problem with the federal government. It's just like anything else. They don't want the states to be autonomous. They need the states to listen. If you're a state and you're sitting there and you're making all of this money and you got people coming in, right? And people are able, like in Baltimore, why would you decriminalize prostitution and drugs? All drugs across the board, weed, cocaine, crack, all of that. Well, you got 2 casinos, one right downtown, one just up the road, like in Anne Arundel County, sitting on the edge of going down to Silver Springs and stuff like that. So you got 2 casinos sitting there. It's Atlantic City's dropped off. You know what sells. You can't gamble without women, money, booze, alcohol, drugs, all this. But guess what? If it's decriminalized, you still get fined. And you're going to make money off of the fines. You're going to make money off of the fines. Guess what people going to do when they get drunk? They're going to do something stupid, like drive their car. Now you can hit the DUI, right? Like it's a money-making enterprise. Like I don't understand like people's mindset. The only reason why you make something illegal if it makes you more money to make it illegal.
Right.
Here we have shuttles that take you to the casino, so you don't drive.
Yeah, you got shuttles. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen. Listen, man, I've seen when I go to the casino. When I went to the casino in Baltimore, it was like a club. Right? It was this weirdest thing ever. It was like, I think it's like 8 floors or whatever. But I saw people rolling in and out of the parking lot, driving in, like the parking lot was packed. But then guess what I saw? The police sitting right there in the median, like that big median in the middle of the street that separates it, right? Mm-hmm. And the medium, like when you come down, you've been to Baltimore, you go downtown Baltimore, you take 295 all the way straight into the city, and you pass by the Ravens Stadium and the casino, right? You got the police officers sitting right in the medium, sitting there. Basically, soon the casino about 3 o'clock, people gonna start leaving. That's when we start pulling people over. DUIs, right? And then if they don't get you, as soon as you get on 295, the state troopers gonna get you.
Right.
And then they got a toll booth. So for you to cross that, for you to go from Monroe, what is called Monroe Street exit into the city, to hit that toll booth to 295, to get up there like you're going to Glen Burnie, Anne Arundel, or that way, or you going the other way like you're going to Towson. Mm-hmm. This is where the people in Baltimore County, around that area, this is the people that got money that live outside the city. Right? So if these are the cases, we already know what it's going to be. The federal government is going to make it legal, but this is what they need. Because North Carolina has it on the books. 12 plants. Then look at the averages, 2 to 4. They talking about 12 in North Carolina.
They talking about decriminalizing it. I posted that on the Progressive Brothers podcast, that the reason why they're doing that is because Black men were impacted by the system. And that's what I'm trying to get these guys to understand. Yes. You gotta be at those hearings and actually being vocal, because the people who are being the most vocal don't even look like you. They're actually advocating for you, and you're not partaking in the system.
Right.
It makes
that's what Sheila said in her whole 3 streams. Where I said about the topic, all this what y'all saying is correct, and she said the same thing in our pre-record. that stream that I said about the SKC situation during the early of the stream, I was breaking down his trolling, like the tail end, and then I put the cerulean effect. That's what saved him. The first 3 streams. The first part, he came in. I think I shared the community tab. Yes, I'm gonna raise my hand. Yeah, I did it because it was an interesting topic, right? Because you had no smoke. You had all the smoke for the women, right? Like you said, well, we all agree. And here's the thing: the trick part, she add in law enforcement and elected officials. And the reason why I want to expound on that, anytime you have topics about that and race together in the police and laws and stuff, those guys that are anti that, you know, go against that, they're gonna find a way to troll that, and that's a prop. And I wish I was on the panel that day with Sheila, but I at that time because I want to see what SKC was gonna do, how he's gonna troll him, because he is so calculated. Because guys like that, he does throw you off and try to derail. But she wasn't. I mean, she was ready, but she wasn't really ready for his question. Like, I mean, she thought she was ready. No, this dude is calculated because he's not a typical troll that to be. No, that's what you got to come at him. You got to play his game, but you can't get emotional about it because that dude got the best of him.
I gave him the cheat code. Right? Yeah. You know, and sometimes black people, you have to tell them in certain ways and they understand. And this is what I told, I think her name Sleepy Pen. This is what I told Sleepy.
Yeah, you told her that. I remember.
And I told her, I said, the deal with SKC, when you're having a debate with SKC or a conversation with him, right? You can't look at like you're talking to a black person. You gotta act like
you can't. Yeah.
Like, because that's what it, and once I said that, she understood exactly.
Yeah. Her and Taylor, they understood. Taylor understood in the first stream. She's the only one that kind of makes sense, because here's the problem with it. When you have a person like Bomb, that's a bad fit. You know why? Because he's gonna use Bomb as bait. Because and I agree with what Cerulean said. I agree when he said it's an extension of the conscious community, talking about the Manosphere 2.0. What he was trying to say wasn't so many words, and SKC saw this. He saw the weakness. When and I agree with Sheila was saying that, yeah, he came here and did his thing, but you gotta understand, when you have a guy like that, when you talk about politics and race, you gotta pretend he's not a black person. He has a white mindset. Now we know he's black, but he has a white mindset. Now his name triggers people, ruffles feathers, and that's what got him emotional. The first stream and the second stream. Now he ain't scared out of all them SYSBM dudes. He's probably the boldest dude I've seen to go to those topics. Now Mike V can testify in that conservatism stream, the first one we did. The second time he did the same thing again. I handled him very well because I'm used to him over at Fantastics when I first met him. Because the name kind of threw me off, but I understand why he does it. And I figured it out why he did it. And okay. And he told me, and it's what it was. And I get it. And Cerulean knows what it was too. And Cerulean, he throws shots at him, get under his skin. But he said this in the chat too. He said, I'll debate. I don't know about the Cerulean thing, but you, But I'll pay to see if it's both of you. He said he wanted to debate both of you. He said this in my chat. And he said, I'll debate Cerulean on my hypothesis. Okay, I think I went okay. Yeah, and then he said, they're all both at the same time. Okay, SKC.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. There's no need for debate, right? Where no, for real. Like we've had these conversations with SKC at the same time, being Cerulean by himself. I didn't have him. He was up here when we was talking, right?
Yeah.
And he goes into a debate because once he says, I believe, there's no debate after that. I'm not debating your belief. You're free to believe whatever the hell you want to believe, right? Now, the difference is the reason why I understand what SKC is, what he does. I can we can have a conversation about a lot of stuff. I don't go into the race topics with SKC because he sits on this side of the fence. I sit on the other side of the fence.
Right. You can't go there with him.
But see, here's the thing, though. The reason why me and him can have that back and forth is we both are married to women that ain't black. We both married to women that are Asian. Is just that his differences of viewership and life and experiences are different from mine. And the fact is that even out of them SYSBM dudes, he's the only one that's actually practicing this shit that he's saying. The rest of them niggas ain't practicing.
Exactly.
They ain't married. They ain't got no woman. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. Like he's married, he's got kids, he's got family. That's his thing, right? I'm married, I got kids, I got family. Them niggas ain't. They don't have that. You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, if you're talking about saving yourself, right? Like you can't listen. You can't say, save yourself, black man. Go to another culture where the culture. I'm talking about the countries that these women come from, where they have a high marriage rate, and screaming that I'm red pilling on pussy. That doesn't even. That's an oxymoronic thing. Because they push marriage, but they don't even push marriage in the way that you think marriage should be. Marriage to them is still a transaction for legacy.
Yeah,
it's still it's not what you think it is. There's a Japanese man right now thinking about at lunchtime after his wife made his bento for him, walked him out the door, said thank you, you know what I mean, come home safe, is thinking about it's Friday, his drinking party, and his side bitch. Right? And there is a Japanese woman that sent her husband to work thinking about her little side dude because they haven't been having sex since they had their second kid. They sleep in separate rooms. Yeah. See, and see, that's the thing, right? Right? That's the understanding. In marriage in Asian form or however way else. So his thoughts on things, there's no debate once the belief comes out because the empirical data even shows you cannot represent the data. Birth rates are low on all community fronts. These are facts. And if it wasn't a fact, then you wouldn't be having these conservative states running around repealing abortion laws, especially in the Midwest and in the South.
Facts. Right? I agree with that.
And these laws are not directed at black folk, really. They're directed at white women. These are facts. So for you to say black women are the ones that go get abortions first, no, they're not. It's white women, right?
Facts. I agree.
The percentages prove it. And even if the percentages were even, guess what? There are more white women than it is white men, and there's more white men than there is black men and black women. We're only 18% of the population. You got to pick a struggle, fam.
Yeah.
You got to pick a struggle. And it's a worldwide baby shortage. So not only, and when they mean worldwide, they're talking about first world countries. Third world countries are catching up to us in population density. Right?
Yeah. Despite they have less resources, but they're doing it right naturally, so it's not processed. You know.
Well, exactly. See, and then that's a misnomer, right? They don't have less resources. They don't. They have less infrastructure.
Okay, infrastructure. My fault.
Because if they had less resources, then when you go to the supermarket, you wouldn't be seeing pounds of bananas.
Yeah. I'll say first world country has less resources, and I think the third has. Yeah, they have more, but they have no infrastructure. My fault. I meant to. My fault.
Yeah, the infrastructure is not there, and it's by design by the country itself and by
on purpose.
On purpose, like they're they're making their, how should I say, like everybody's playing the trick with each other, right? Like if I name off some countries, right? Okay. I name off a country, Cancun, Mexico.
Fair. Yes.
Right? You name that country, but you think vacation, right? Yeah. The first thing out of your head is vacation, right?
Vacation.
Let's talk about Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Ooh, great one.
Vacation, right? Let's see, Hanoi, Vietnam.
Ooh,
vacation. You thinking?
Excellent
place. Bali, right?
Bali,
right?
Yes.
Vacation, yes, right? Now, if I say Italy, you don't think vacation.
No, you don't. No,
right? If I say Portugal, you don't think vacation.
No.
Right? But here's the crazy part: the cost of living in majority places in Italy, outside of Venice, outside of Rome, right outside of Pisa, is the same cost of living it is in those other countries that I just named. And they got way more infrastructure. They got a better healthcare system, way more protection, lower crime rate than these countries that I just mentioned. But the first time I mentioned them, you go there because it's vacation and the spending costs are like your money is double, triple, quadruple. Where if you go to Portugal, if you go to Sicily, or you go to Malta, you go to Greece, or you go to Montenegro, yeah, it's in euro, but the average person making money per month is $800. The average family, 800 euros. If you go look at these countries that are in Europe with their infrastructure and they healthcare and all of this other stuff, right? Why aren't you thinking about that, right? It's because it's that these other countries are selling something else. And what is that? It's the understanding that when you come here, you're from a first world country. When you come here, it's like you get to know what it feels like to be treated like royalty. Right. Because you're from a first world country. You're not going to go to Italy. Yeah, the cost of living is lower than it is in New York, Baltimore, pretty much everywhere else in America. Right, but you're not going to go to Italy because you're just a regular motherfucker. Yeah. Right? You ain't going you ain't going to get the same treatment as you go to Bali and you over there in the resort and a chick up there giving you massages all day.
Sawal, what you call it? Powell, Brazil. Yeah.
You're not going to, you know what I mean? And when I mean that, I'm talking about the resorts. I'm talking about, you know what I mean? You looking at these, you looking through this wonderful stuff like certain parts of the Philippines where you living in these grottos and the shit is beautiful and
I was thinking about Montego Bay, Jamaica.
Yeah, that's Montego Bay.
Yeah, that's a resort. That's like a tourist trap.
That's a tourist spot. But when you
kind of like I don't want to say Miami, but damn, but
Miami. Miami's a Miami. You know what I call Miami? Mm-hmm. Miami, South Beach, right? South Beach is like, how should I say it? Like South Beach is like it's like Venice Beach of the East Coast. It's the strip. You hear about it. You see it, you see it on TV, but when you go there, you're very disappointed, right? Like you don't have the same. Like when I went to LA the first time in my life, I was like, man, I'm going to LA. Ooh, shit! And I went down like, this is it. This is Sunset Strip. This is the Hollywood Walk. Whoa, nigga, whoa! This is Venice Beach. What's so famous about this shit? Like, you know, it's that movie magic. But there's certain places that you go, like you said, like Montego Bay. It actually doesn't, you know, the films doesn't do it justice.
Yeah,
we get there, right? There's certain places that you go, like I've been, where it's like, oh man, like, you know, coming to, like, you know, when the first time I landed in Tokyo, I'm like, this is Tokyo, nigga. This is it. This is it. Like, nigga, I'm expecting Gundams and geishas and ninjas and cybernetic ninjas.
You get to see the real side of it. My mom saw the real side of Jamaica too. She showed me the pictures and then she saw the nice resort, but once she got out into the open fields of Jamaica, she's like, wow, they was like, it's a third world country. I said, Mom, that's life. I mean, they show you on other news, like if you watch RT and Al Jazeera, they show all the places. They show the worst of the worst and the decent parts. That's reasonable. That's where you're gonna live. They ain't gonna show you the fake commercials like America does, like, ooh, it's Jamaican, that's that thing in your ear, you know, listening to it, right?
This nigga, you know what I mean? That's what I said is like, Cerulean did that interesting poll, right?
Yeah.
He asked people to look up the most dangerous cities in the world.
Yeah, he did on every stream. That's why I mentioned now we're going into the Cerulean outcome, the Cerulean effect. And the reason I titled it on my notes is because we're getting to the meat of it, because this is where SKC ran off the panel 3 times in a row. He was on there 3 times, try to troll Sheila. 3 times Cerulean had to save him because they're dealing with a a Trojan troll, I would say, a professional that knows what he's doing when it comes to identity politics, like Mike said, and we've seen it firsthand.
Yeah.
And Cerulean put his foot down. He said, let me ask you these questions. And he know how to handle it. And like Mike said, yes, he has a presence in this space because it's not just his credentials. It's that, like you said, he talks through people. I mentioned that earlier in the stream. Yeah, because I've seen it over at Charles. Him and Charles can hang because they debate and they know each other. But when it's someone else, they get under pressure and they don't like that. He said this on Sheila's stream. He said, the reason they don't like me, Sheila, is because he ruffles feathers as well.
Who's
and
that?
I understand Cerulean, you know, and
Yeah,
he lets people know, and a lot of people don't like that. That's why he used the term the derelict Negro male and things like that, and that's his term. And he said, I coined the guy. He told James, look here, you got to get out of that shit. Trying to talk about that red pill rage. And that's the whole point why I did this discussion on the notes and the whole thing. What y'all saying, it correlates what's going on with black people. You have to understand when you got guys like SKC, there's 1,000 of them exist that think like that. He ain't by himself. No. That's like this whole space, and they hijacked it. You can't get mad what the fuck they're doing. What's going on, Pepe? But I'm just saying, I was trying to tell Sheila, that's normal.
Yeah.
Like if you get offline, literally the state I live in, there's a lot of motherfuckers like that. I work with motherfuckers like that. Y'all ain't living the real world. Y'all stuck in the 90s, the early 2000s. We don't live like that no more. This is the 21st century. I mean, shouts out to Sheila Lee. She did a great job maintaining herself those 3 streams, and it kind of helped a little bit. Next time you combat a SKC, there'll be many more. They're trying to challenge that political point that she put out there. I'm glad she did that stream because that lets me know what more can she handle. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm rooting for someone like that, because now it puts pressure on brothers. It puts pressure on brothers to think, and they'd be like, well, damn, she's got a good channel. And SKC, he said he learned something, but they even challenged her, which is good. You know, the ones that did a good job defending him, I would say Taylor and the Panda Lay. I call it Dolores Tucker. She don't like rap music, but that's a whole nother story. That's a nickname. That's a nickname because she's on that Dolores Tucker trip. But anyways, they did a good job catching him. Now, Bomb did good too. She knew exactly what he was doing, but she's a troll herself. But see, it was a bad fit because she gave it away because SKC kept, he kept dancing around, and then they start arguing. See, that's what he wanted. Yeah. But Cerulean kind of edged it out for him the rest of the 3 streams. And you did a good job too, because you came on the tail end to the last 2. So there you go. As you were saying about Cerulean, but go ahead what you mentioned about Cerulean.
It's like, the thing that's off-putting is, and that's what I said, I love Sheila E's panel because ever since I went over there, I think when I was on Kudas and then she popped up and I went over to her channel where she was doing a thing, but it wasn't getting as much legs as it's getting now, right?
Yeah. And I met her at over at Wacky's, and I seen her on a panel, and we kind of talked in the chat. I don't think it was like last year. This is before I even got my channel off the ground in April of this year. And she'd been on panels with Wacky, and I've been on panels with Wacky a few times of last year, and I've been on the Brain Trust. She's been on different panels in different places. I've seen some old streams that she was on with Kuda. Been on panels with her multiple times over at Kuda's, I would say, because over in Wacky, so it's like it evens out. So but she has a great technically she has a great channel. I'll say like this. It's different. It's not like woman driven. It'd have been better, but I understand. I know she's cool with the ones with the acronyms, but it's nice to have a conversation with each side. And I'm glad what you did with Bomb today. Excellent, man. Excellent. Right there.
It's like someone like, and the reason why I like her channel is if you listen to her content, she's pro-black.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
She's not pro-black to the point where Black people can do no wrong, right? She's even killed. She's fair. She's willing to learn, but she will not allow identity or gender politics to usurp the panel. She will step in. She will say, "No, this is this. This is that. I'm going to call it like I see it. Now, if I'm wrong, we can come to a thing. But then there has to be some type of some type of solution to this, or no solution. Even when there was a ruffling of feathers, I like how it was like this, right? Like there was the problem, and the reason I jumped up there when JL and L Nixon was going off is
Yeah, that's the second string you was on. Yeah, I was in that string. Yeah, I saw that.
Somebody had to stop it, right? Because it was getting out of hand. And plus, this is the first time I've ever seen L Nixon act like go off like that. Right.
Yeah.
So he's never. I'm like, and everybody said
I've seen him going off at a couple of panels I've been on that. I've seen him twice on different.
First time I actually see him like really going off.
Oh, really angry? Yeah, but I've seen him going off in a mild anger on your panel, Rashawn, about a certain situation. We talked and calmed him down.
Well, it's not. It's like it's one thing about the subject, but I mean going off at a woman. Like
the woman. Yeah, I never seen that. Yeah, that's my first time. But on the man, yes, that's common. He's always passionate. Yeah. Any Marine guy?
Oh, he's a Navy guy. Yeah, Navy guy.
Yeah, my fault.
Yeah. So even still, you know, it's difference between going off about a subject matter. We get passionate about certain things, and it's men, right? Men are different. But if you would have said, man, L Nixon was cussing such and such out, a female, L Nixon, and then and it's one of those things is like, what did she do? Right?
Shout out to with the chair. Appreciate you, bro.
You know, it's like that, right? Or like, okay, like Kashmir, right?
Yeah.
Kashmir is going off on somebody, right? It's like, what did they do to Kashmir? Right? It's like, no, because you don't, the way that they carry themselves and their energy and their vibe. Now, how people deal with people in the back chats and outside of public panels and whatever.
That's their business.
That's their business, whatever, right? But I didn't see it, so I can't speak on it. And if it was something that was in the back chat that was said and you got a problem, handle that shit in the back chat.
Yeah, handle it offline, handle it on phone call, email, or FaceTime. Do that shit. And then you be all right, just don't bring it. I think Kane did the same thing. I think Joey was on the panel. Kane gave him a talk on his panel. He told him this stuff is done online. El Nixon's try to calm him down. And T trying to calm him down. Shouts out to Young Joy. He's learning. He's getting used to these spears and things like that. And you can't show your emotions about your background and things like that. You got to get yourself together, young man. You'll be all right. Just don't give it to the wrong hands, because a lot of dudes are suckers in here. It's a handful of dudes that can help you here, especially the brain trust, whoever, myself. And if you want to think different things, get out of that street stuff. I mean, I've seen guys like him all the time in my family, and that's normal because Kane has to understand, he's got sons his age too. And I'm glad Kane is mentoring him, which is a great deal with him.
You don't know.
You don't know. Just be honest. And him and Underrated Dark, they help the boy, man. He'll be all right. He's an excellent hand.
He'll be good, man. He'll be good.
Yeah. So sometimes here's the and that's what I said is that's why I stepped up there and had the conversation, right? Because I saw it was going nowhere, right? And I know,
right.
JL was, he's always been a defender of women to the utmost degree, right?
He always have been. And I'm not mad. That's just him.
But that's just him. I know what it is. I know how it is. I know what it is. But I already know what's coming down the pike. I'm not going, you know what I mean? My nigga crystal ball.
Right.
I got this nigga crystal ball. Right now, sir, check this out, man. Check this out. I'm going like, you know what I mean? You can't like put this out here, right? But for the guys that's over here in the thing, I got some information for y'all. And what's your email, sir? I'll just put it in the back chat so I can in a private in the StreamYard chat so I can email it to you. And then you can disseminate that to the 1.0 guys, right? Okay. You know what I mean? You need to disseminate this because if y'all haven't noticed about the YouTube algorithm, right? There's certain people that you're not subscribed to. Probably everybody's got people that they're not subscribed to.
Yeah, me and Wacky talked about this before. Yeah, YouTube's doing that. Yeah,
right. And not that part, but it's certain people you're not subscribed to. But there's the people that you're subscribed to, and then you're starting to get put in your algorithm these other people that you vehemently didn't subscribe to. You don't go over there, but it's pushing it in there. right? And it does.
Oh, that's the hold on. That's in the analytics. The people that subscribe to those channels, that's part of it too.
Yeah, but
I
then
got I think I got a one named Lead Attorney. He was in there. People that watch him. And sometimes that's based off your subscribers too, because YouTube does this all the time and it's new. I don't like that feature,
yeah,
but you get people watching your stuff on the replay. And
yeah,
that's what I've noticed, and that's a new thing because they see your number. See, I'm in the algorithm. What they're doing is if you do streams that are long like this, they're gonna see your stream automatically. So yeah, you can put it in the back chat. I just put my email and you can send
okay.
it to me.
So hold on, I'm about to send it to you. You know what I'm saying? Right now, this is hold on, my bad.
Oh, they changed it to audience. Oh
Yeah,
damn.
yeah. So
damn.
So while we're talking, while I send this to you, Mike, while I send it to you, sir, over that, if you can send it, Mike B, also, and so forth. While I'm talking, look over this, right? Look over this, right? So I sent it to you. Let me know if you got it.
Okay.
Look over this, and this is very important, right? And you got to look at the front page of this. This is how important this is, because when something like this pops off, something is really about to go down.
Okay.
Right? You know what I'm saying?
He dropped off real quick.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. I hope he forwarded to you also, Mike. You know what I'm saying?
Accidentally hit something.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I hit something. I hit the back with my phone.
Like, this is just recent as of well, hold on, let me look at the date on this. Yeah, this is the end of the fiscal year of December 2020. Yeah, you see that report, the front page of that?
Oh wow.
Oh wow, right? And if you read this, and if you look at that second page, if you look at the bottom, it says unclassified. Right? And that's actually a number. That's actually a government number on that. That's how serious this shit is now.
Damn.
Yeah. This is and look, the breakdown, the scope, the limitations broke down. Look you look at number 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look how they break it down to the root, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the root of what it is, because it is a problem. Wow. Right? And then if you go down to the list of figures, right? Look at all of that. So what do you think is coming next? Because if you get one of these, they had to do research, they had to do reports. So what do you think? And then they break down the list of acronyms. But look at the first acronym. What does that say?
Oh wow.
Oh wow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look with the other acronym. Look at everything. Every part. So what you think is about?
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. Keep reading. Listen. That's what I said. You need to, y'all. Remember, I kept saying that y'all 1.0s need to get a handle on this shit, because shit about to hit the fan and they about to lump everybody up in the same motherfucking thing, right? Remember, I kept saying it, right?
Yeah.
I gotta see this article.
Yeah. Oh, it's not an article, bro.
Oh, what?
It's a page.
Page.
I see all the acronyms. Yeah, I see all the
acronyms. It's Mike V, would you like this, brother? This information?
I think he's on me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely need this.
Put your email in the back, brother, so I can get this to you.
You see how that works. So, yeah, DeAndre is in the back chat with them niggas. Yeah. So
Yeah.
That's how they be.
Yeah, that's how they be. But yeah. So that's
They
a
be in the
naval
back chat.
postgraduate school. God damn.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah. Remember, what I was trying to do with so many options. What I was trying to warn you, brothers, because that's why I'm talking to you, brothers. I'm not talking to them. They're lost cause, right? They're the cause of the fucking. But I was trying to warn you, brothers, that there needs to, and separation of church and state needs to happen immediately. Because I do believe, because of society, that the spear needs to exist, right? Because we had a manosphere when we was growing up. It was called the fucking community. it was called the coaches. It was called the local barber shop. It was called the OG down the street on the corner. It was the old man that used to fix the neighborhood. It was the man that gave you your first job about raking some leaves and give you a couple of dollars and give you some wisdom and stuff like that, right? That was our spear then, but because of society and civilization and its technological revolution, yes, it has to carry on, right? But there has to be a point of understanding where at the end of the day, you have to take personal accountability. And the real problem of why things are what they are is because of men. And women are just a byproduct of the environment. You know what I mean?
God damn.
Yeah.
It's gonna get ugly. I'm sure.
But see, here's the thing, right? They already started doing it. They already started pointing it out. But think about it. It's because it's not the black manosphere that's having this problem. It's the white manosphere.
It's the white, yeah.
But if they catch the white boys, nigga, you better know better.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because listen, if a black dude and a white dude selling crack, and the minimum, right, is 5 and the maximum is 10, the white dude going to get 3, you going to get 13 because they going to give you the time they didn't get a white boy, and they going to give you the nigga cause you should have known better. If we don't jail, nigga, you gonna catch it because we got to make a double example because we scared of you actually really, really snapping. Right, you know what I mean? Like we scared of the white boys.
Oh yeah. That incident in UK, it's a comment. Yeah, I knew it was coming. Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah.
That's why. Okay, I understand why Kuda was saying it. Months. Yeah, that's been happening, but now it's getting to the point. These incidents happening. Then the pandemic came, and yeah.
And then here's the thing, right? Here's the other thing, and then they're linking it to a port of the white supremacy problem, right? Where you got the influx of the military, because even those guys that ran up on the Capitol, guess what? If you go through their mission statements I remember the beginning of this year and last year, because that incident happened. They predicted it. The Trump people. That's why they associate the I'll say the mainstream manosphere. The reason they targeted them because Anthony Johnson, them boys got those MAGA hats. Yeah,
and I'm not gonna go in to expose anybody from that SY Spin group because they support those guys too. But see, now I know I have an issue with that individual, but he was right in the beginning of this year. We all been right, but when it comes to the Trumpians, I'm not a Trump guy. So even though I voted the other way, I know they pissed at me, so I'm the most hated. But of course I'm gonna. And if they ask me, I said that's them dudes over there. So they can hate on me all they want. No, it's been there, bro. Because now the pressure's on the mainstream manosphere to do something. See, Donovan's sick right now. He's in bad condition with the COVID. Yeah.
Here's the issue and here's the problem. Right? Here's the problem. is that there has to be duality at the end of the day, right? Like what Mike V is talking about with politics, right?
Yeah.
We're sitting up here, we're having a conversation about politics and policies, okay? And how do you get people in line? You use politics, you use policies, right?
Right.
And what is the problem, right? The problem is this. And I said this on Sheila E's panel, right?
Uh-huh.
If you don't believe that men were the creators of feminism, look at Afghanistan. They're showing you everything that they did in 40 years to push second, third, and fourth wave feminism in the United States, in Afghanistan, and in Afghanistan, and they did that in 20 years. Look at it. They're showing you, right? There was no women over there like, blowing up stuff. There was no women making schools. There was no women changing the whole culture of other women, right? To have things they didn't have or to give them say so, a certain other thing. There was no woman doing that. That was the United States of America sending their troops over there. There were women in there, working, but it was guys, mainly it was 80 to 90% men over there in those places, and they had the women, right? And why are the women wanting to leave when their men have actually won the war and basically got their country back? Why are the women screaming, we got to get out of here? And why is the world screaming, no, you got to save the women, right? Why? Because they weren't allowed to go to school. They weren't allowed to do all of this. They weren't allowed to drive cars. They wasn't allowed to have licenses. They weren't allowed to have these businesses and own it in their own name and have all of this. Right?
Right.
Isn't that the basis of feminism?
Mm-hmm.
So who implemented the feminism? It surely hell wasn't the Taliban, guys.
No.
It was the men. It was the westernized men. So then who should you have a problem with the state of affairs when the women ain't acting right? It's the men. It ain't the women. The women are indicative of the environment. It's science. If you want to know how healthy an ecosystem or a biome is, you look at the birth rates of women. You look at women. Why do they tag a mother deer, a doe? Why do they tag? Like you look at the Nature Channel, right?
Yeah.
They always bagging and tagging the female. They don't bag and tag the male because the male can die of anything. He can run up on a goddamn wildebeest and get gored and shit because he picked a fight with the wrong motherfucker that day. You know what I'm saying? Like, females will only take risks for two options: to feed their young. They'll protect their young, they'll feed their young, and then they will nest in certain places. And you can tell how healthy the environment is by watching how this group of organisms operate by the birth rate of the young from the female and how they're acting. Birth rates are down, the environment is trash, right? So you have two options. You have to fix the environment, you have to import more resources, or why are the birth rates down? Right? Why are the birth rates down? Right? SKC in there trolling, man. Why is the birth rates down? Right?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's gonna be here. Like I told you, he got it. He got it in the string.
Yeah,
The whole string.
Right now.
But the whole string was about the Sheila thing, the situation with him, with that. I would say in those three strings she did on the political thing. Yeah. And then the cerulean outcome, he came in those three streams and confirmed what he said, like you're saying right now, and then he exposed to trolling they wasn't used to. That's the last part, the art of trolling, the art of it. And what he did was, yes, he called, we can say black people animals, but what they didn't understand, it wasn't just us. The men didn't react to it, but the women did. Yeah. Because the twerking part, that's what pissed them off. And then I understand why Sheila was mad. She didn't want to come out and say it. It was the women. She said it's all of us. I know her. I know she's pro-black to the T, but she has to understand in this space, They don't stick together. They don't stick together. It's like I said, beginning the stream. There's no building if there's division. And I get what Mike V said. Yeah, it's a buzzword. The build, you know, and I agree with him on that. And it's hard to preach that if we're not. And it's the man, like I said this earlier. It's our fault. You know, just like this one's fault. It's no structure. Now they trying to kill us or lock us up, whatever. You know. And, hey.
Well, the problem is that's not what they're trying to do now, right? Yeah. People don't see it, like, you know what I'm saying? What they're trying to do is they're trying to assimilate everybody, right? See, they need black folk, right? They need black folk. We know why they need black folk. There's genetics in it. We get it, right? The problem is that black folks do not see themselves as Americans, or at the very basis, men and women. And the reason why I say this is, like, I did the social experiment on the panel, right? And the social experiment on the panel is, I said the reason why, and I told this to Sleepy Panda, the reason you couldn't catch on to what XKC was doing, he had to actually basically directly let you know he was talking about black folk, because he was talking about them, but you didn't correlate it with it until the conversation changed, and then he said it again, and you had to connect the dots, right? I'm saying he's on a panel. If why is it offensive now that he's talking about black folks, where it's in the context of that, when he was talking about it the whole way?
Yeah, talking about being animals in the street, and like he had a stream about a woman get beat up by the cops, and then like we have a problem with resisting arresting the police. Me and my dad talk this all the time. He don't want to talk about race a lot because in that instance in the South, we already know what it is. But in that instant, and he said sometimes, and he slipped up sometimes and say, it's usually our fault when niggas run their mouths. Yeah, it happens. It happens all the time. And 95% of the time, yeah, they beat up the men as a target. But when you see a woman get beat up like that, and a lot of people never seen this, and the women get upset, that don't happen. It happens to everybody. It's a collective. But the thing is, the women's getting beat more now than the men because, number one, it's an example to say, hey, I'm here. You know, we're getting our ass beat. And then he had to use that example. And I know he tried to use the hypothesis with the animal thing. That's what threw him off. And they got upset. You're calling us animal. Blah, blah. But I got what they was doing, but they didn't catch on. Like, it was black people, but it was a specific gender. And he had to attack it. They got upset based off that. They didn't want to come out and say that on us in the chat. I know what they was trying to do, but the way he was trolling them, they got the best. Cerulean had to put his foot down at the end, like I'll say the middle way to the end, and you know, of course, the general came before him and cleared the way. So yeah, Cerulean's presence kind of saved them. That's why I call it the outcome and the effect of it.
Yeah, and well, that's what I mean. But look at that, right? It's now let's look on another spectrum. That was Sister Sheila E's panel, right? That was her panel, right? There was a point of contention where the women were having an issue. Cerulean came in, had his conversation. It nullified the situation. So you can't say without a definite that women won't let you lead. You just saw it right there.
Yeah.
Right? Because there's no definites in that, right? Right? And then women can't say on the black end that black men don't protect black women from shit, because you just saw it.
Yeah.
You just saw it.
Yeah.
So there's you get what I'm saying? Like, that's why I wanted to point these things out.
Right.
And that's why I wanted to point these things out in this type of context, right? And if you're going to have that type of conversation, right? That's why I make a consistent effort to always try to get black people to think first that you are a human, then you're a man or a woman. You know, I'm pretty sure ain't nobody in the LGBTQ around here, so we do believe in genders. that's just a thing, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't, you know, we're talking about this, right? And the problem is that when we're having these conversations, like I just talked about how society and science and how people get along because they're organisms and things of that nature, right? No one took offense to it because I'm just talking about society, right? I'm just talking about civilization as we know it, right? So now the civilization as we know it, right? We can't say we made everything as black folk, right? But only want to address the good shit that we made, and the white man did blah, blah, blah.
But not the bad stuff. But
not the bad stuff.
That's what SKC was trying to point out, and they didn't want to hear it. But I understand they took offense to what he's saying, the animal trick, and I got what he was saying. I was like, oh, I see what he's doing. Because the actions, yeah, and I saw it through that,
right?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and here's the issue, right?
Go ahead.
All of us have a trauma. We all have a trigger, a trauma trigger. It's just those trauma triggers are different, right? So when you're in the pro-black community, certain verbiage, certain way that you come across, certain ways that you talk, right? And certain words that you use in certain contents are triggers. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, give you a perfect example, right? I can't go over there to Sinetta and them and have a conversation. Even if I agree with their points, if I sit up there and we can have a detailed conversation. You know why I can't have a conversation with Sinetta and them?
Why is that?
Because my wife ain't black.
Ooh.
That's why. I know that. That's why I don't carry my ass over there. Because I already know that no matter what the fuck I'm gonna say. Now, if I go over there and I know that this is going to happen, guess what's going to happen? Right? It's either one or two things are going to happen. Either I want to be beat up on and not heard, or I want to troll. I'm intentionally going over there for certain, or I want the contention, but there's no solution to it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like think about it like this. They would rather support, defend a dude that's messing with underage women, a guy that's married to a grown woman, has some kids that just happen to be black, that's actually on their side when it comes to moving the needle forward in their policies and politics.
Right.
But I don't blanket that with all black people, because that is a percentage of black folk, right? But we all have a certain trigger, right?
Right.
Certain people's panels where they can't have a productive conversation about certain issues. If women are a trigger for them, black women are a trigger for them.
Yeah, you mentioned that today with Josh.
Yeah, they can't have that conversation, right? I get to the point where I understand you're going to be where you're at. There comes a certain point where I got this thing. Once you're over about 33, 34, you're pretty much on the trajectory of being the best version of whatever function and dysfunction you're at. And we all have them. It's not like I got mine. Everybody's got theirs or whatever. But it's how we conduct ourselves with this, right? And here's the other notion of this thing, right? Because y'all need to put your chin straps on because Cerulean's here. So
yeah, I know. I'm going to pass it to Gino first, and then I'll let him speak. Hold on. I know he's surprised.
After I say this, hey, SKC, I'm gonna give you the floor, and you and Cerulean.
No. I got this. Gino, you want to say something after DeAndre's done?
Because, go ahead. You got it. Yeah.
Go ahead, Gino.
Shit, no. What's up? What was it, Sir Obadiah?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
Shit, man. I've been peeping your channel for a minute, for quite some time, man. I've been kind of keeping on the breast of what was going on here. In the space. Nah, man, I wanted to see what that article was, man, because I'm a member of certain Telegram groups and shit, man.
Oh, that's DeAndre. You gotta get that from him.
That was given to certain people so they know what to do with it, because they're not compromised in any positions, and they actually it's G14 super classified as above the pay grade. See, I'm not to say, Gino, not to say anything, like a certain thing, but just to be in a nice way and very respectful. And I hope you take this a nice way. Is that if you notice, me and Cerulean hang with each other, right? If you notice that we rarely have any leaks about anything that come out of our back chats, anything like that. Same here with me.
Because
we know where information needs to go, and
Yeah.
who needs to have that information
I
and
got
what
you.
they're going to do with the information and how they're going to keep it to themselves so they can do something with it. Certain things are not to be shared or put out there for the public to know, right? Because people will take it, run with it, do some other crazy shit,
They start
and
panicking and be like,
You talking about
or,
some
or the
optics,
sources will be outed, right? Because, and I'm not saying that you specifically will do that, but
Mhm.
everybody that maybe you're cool with or you're getting with or whatever, you may think it's a cool thing to share, and then they may take the time so they can get some clicks, views, and likes and all of this. That information was actually to help the brethren because they actually give a fuck. Like, you know, I mean, they put in the work, they talk about it, they do things on the ground, on the boots and grounds level to help black men how much they can. Mike V's got a track record, Sir Obadiah, Rashad's over here, and certain other things. So you don't know it, but you're in a compromising position. And the funny thing is, I get too much information out of other people's shit, but I don't allow that information to go anywhere. Yeah, see, like, and people don't know that. Like, they don't know that their places are compromised.
Yeah.
They don't know the places where they're talking. And then when we go into certain points of that, we hear when they have a, and it's not just, you know, usually it's like, yo, that's female behavior. Well, now it's being male behavior because now we're starting to see that if you have a contention with someone, they start bringing stuff that happened in private out into the public to mitigate that person down into the ground so they don't have a voice because they were openly executed off of a misunderstanding of some fucking.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? And we see men do it to women, women do it to men, men do it to men, and then women do it to women. Like, we didn't see the sisterhood fall on each other, but you know what's the difference between men and women?
Yeah.
Women can call everybody a child of God. Your kids need to die, choke on their own vomit.
Right.
Hey, girl, I'm sorry. Yeah, girl. Yeah, we can't do that as men. Once you step across the line, you challenge me to a duel, someone has to die. Like, that's how we are. So I'm not going to give you that information, not because it's because of I don't think you understand the scope of where you're at. And once you get around some solid people and understand it, then you'll be maybe privy to information in the forward. Or if someone else can vouch for you, they can get it too.
No, that's cool. I mean, it's you know, you and I are both. I think all three of us in the bottom were in the military. So you're talking like some OPSEC stuff, and you know, and part of my industry, you know, I work in sensitive information. I work in financial services, right? Like, I handle you know, forensic stuff. So I get where you're getting at. I know we kind of all saw this public spat that I've been doing the past few months and shit. So, you know, where I've been defending myself. So I kind of get where you're getting at. Which reminds me too, DeAndre, because you had said some months ago that I had said something about you, and I honestly was kind of confused, man. I shot you an email. Well, I shot you my email. So we kind of talk about that in the back end because I didn't know what you were referring to. I was actually
we can talk about it at the back end. I couldn't find it because the person in question, him shall not be named. You know what I'm saying? Turner took down the evidence.
Yeah. We know who that is. But DeAndre, your boy Big J was on the panel this morning. He ran. I said, you see me in the chat. I said, there's your chance.
Yeah, no, I was about to get to him, but he ran. You know, you know me. Like, he ran. He was up there. I was talking. He ran. So, you know, at the end of the day, it's cool. It's all right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't say shit. So, you know, he was up there. He didn't address it. But he was also a part of the problem of the proxies.
Yeah.
And he know what he was. Like, you know,
I'm gonna give it to my man. First time here, Cerulean Gray himself. What's going on, man?
Cerulean.
Is that really him?
Yeah, it's him. That's him.
That's him.
Yeah. Just want to verify that first.
Cerulean.
He might be away. He might have stepped away.
Yeah, he might step away. He unmuted. Yeah, that's him.
Okay, yeah, that's Cerulean.
Why wouldn't he? Because I saw him come up. It was Gino first and then him, and I was so shocked they got on this panel. So you know how it is.
Oh no, because there's been people in the space who can take your avatar and they can you know, they'll come up
Yeah,
on
they
you.
do that. They did
Yeah.
that with I think they did that with Third Ward, and yeah,
Yeah,
it was kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I told him you made it, bro.
Yeah, he actually made it.
Yeah, but it happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. But that's normal. That's part of, like I said, the part of trolling, the art of trolling of it. You know, that's part of the tech aspect, the hacking aspect. A lot of people don't try to say that's a form of hacking. When they use the term doxing, that's a hacker's word.
Yeah,
If you
doxing.
like in in the black hacker world or white hacker world, they talk like that. If you got those type of forensic style, you know, hacking. But my dad knows about it because he's an auditor, but he knows computers too. He always talked to me a lot when I was a child. So, you know, that's nothing new.
I used to hang around. I used to hang with those cats about 20 years ago, back in the 2000s. Used to be cool with some cats in like certain gaming spaces or whatnot, and I kind of knew all that dark or that black hat shit. You know, the doxing, the DDoS attacks. That's a classic. The DDoS attacks and shit.
Yeah.
You can't do no shit like that no more. I don't think.
Nah, you can't because the feds be on you because they do the same thing too. I mean,
that AWS stuff. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
yeah, but they do the same thing too in government. But the thing is, you gotta be trained, but you professional. Now that it's like when you have these platforms, you gotta be careful who you talk to, especially the police and things like that. Don't try to act all gangster because that's most street dudes that come on here, pretend and all that stuff. They go to jail really easily. I saw a documentary. I think it's some Inglewood cats. They just didn't realize it was over. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But you know, but what I was saying about those Inglewood cats, they said, how did those guys get locked out outside England? He said, well, they kept talking all that stuff on the internet, and he got locked up away for that. The feds, you know, they was kind of actually doing gangbanging stuff, and they caught him, you know, because there's GPS, and BGS got mad at someone about early in the stream about, you know, asked me something to Shatterpoint. He said, he cussed out a guy. He told him, he said, look, there's GPS on your phone. He said, just don't take the phone with you. He was hollering, screaming at somebody. I started laughing. I was like, damn, man. Yeah.
There's so many cases. There was a case I read about a nigga up in I think it was in the UK, where he shot somebody with a crossbow, like killed a guy, hit him right in the stomach. And it would have been a perfect crime, but they tracked his location through his phone. They looked at his Amazon purchase history, and I'm like, God damn, man. It's like, like they went through his shit and found the crossbow, so they can track you 5 ways from Sunday nowadays.
Yeah. But he just got upset with somebody in the Shatterpoint, but you know, but hey, Cerulin, you there?
Shit, where's his animated avatar at? I ain't seen that in months.
Yeah. Hold on.
The nigga be
hold
talking.
Let me ask some shit. Yeah.
No, y'all cool.
He dropped off.
Yeah, DeAndre, I got my email in the back chat, man. Just shoot
okay, yeah, man. Like,
hey, man, my whole thing is like, if I do something wrong, I'll own up to the shit. I mean, look, I'm a man about my fuck shit.
Well, I mean, the whole thing, man, is this, right? Is like, you know what I mean? The whole thing is. Oh, he said he couldn't hear anything at all.
Oh shit!
Oh, he couldn't hear anything. Oh yeah,
he probably got to do something.
Yeah, he'll come back. He'll come back. He's a good dude. I was cool with him over at Charles. I met him at Charles, and when they had an argument, it was about the initiative. And it's kind of funny. It's kind of funny, like how they debated. And he told me, he said, I got to go to work. He said, I love you, Sarun, but he said something with a sarcastic way, and it was funny. I think it was like, I don't know.
He said, I love you, but I got to debunk your shit.
Yeah. That I remember that shit. I was there, and I started down. I was at a Sonic, right? I was going to Publix down in the South where I live at, right? And I heard him in the car, and I was like, oh shit, this is gonna be good. But this is classic him and Charles because they boys like that. That's how I met him. And then I seen DeAndre and James on the panel. You know, James Kills, because they was talking about other things too. You know, and then Gino was there. Everybody was there. Yeah. So that's how I know those guys from the BGS days. So you know, the Black Order and things like that. Yeah, but me and DeAndre, we be talking about this stuff.
I'm glad you brought. I'm glad you brought that name up, man, because that. I don't know what's up with folks coming up with all these accusations. That dude you just named is going around saying that I made a fake account or I was talking about his dead people or something. I don't do that shit. Two niggas have done that to me. Kills. He's over here saying because I was on a panel. I was listening to a panel with Kuda about a couple months or so, and I think it was you, sir. He was talking about an incident that happened, but James came up and said, "Yeah, well, I don't like Gino because he talked about my dead father." I'm like, "No, I didn't." What?
Oh, you know, but that's something you and James got to come with. Now he comes through here too, but you know,
Yeah.
y'all may have to resolve that.
No,
But
he
I think James is on a new leaf. He's trying to get away from
No,
the trolling.
it's not just him, but like I've had people say I talked about somebody's dead grandmother, which I did not do. Like, you
No,
gotta
no, I tell you,
make
who said that.
suicides.
That was Jerome. He said
Yeah.
that to Angry Man. Yeah,
No,
that was him.
Somebody
Yeah,
else
that
said it
was
was me
some
that
sucker
did
shit.
that.
That was some
I
sucker
don't
shit.
do that. Certain things, man. When I get into an argument, certain things are, I actually do have boundaries. I don't talk about people's dead folks, and nobody to this day has ever shown any evidence. Because I noticed that about the space, people will make accusations, kind of like these chicks, and won't show any receipts. Like, case in point, somebody sat here and said, that not just the whole dead grandmother thing, but that I faked a suicide, and
It was a troll. It was a troll. Yeah, I want to address that. That troll. I don't know what his name was, and I told Kuda time that dude. I don't say that about you, even though that issue with DS1. He apologized and everything, and
No, he didn't.
and you and Angry Man and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I know y'all was going through. No, y'all was going. I was there. Yeah, it's my fault for roasting you. In Third Ward because it was crazy. And then here's a secret though. He put his comedy hour on the pay thing, right? Because he don't want to piss nobody off, and then now he's on this mission trying to do the 10 life values. So he ain't even worrying about y'all. He's focused on. He's upset with the men the way they're acting. So everybody's on the new leaf. We can be a little petty sometimes, but we have our own problems to deal with. And then like yourself, Gino, you're trying to change too. But my challenge is basically trying to get the root of the problem. What I saw from Sheila's 3 streams tells the tale. Like I said, the SK situation with SKC, he saw the community tab that I had by accident because I didn't think people was going to join that stream. And she had a great question. You have all the smoke for the women, but no for the elect officials and law enforcement. So when you attract guys like the general and everybody else coming on there, you're going to get some attention. And then SKC came in there with sneak shot, boom. And it was it. And then, like I said before, like I said, the cerulean outcome, cerulean effect, the answer kind of maintained order in midway to the end. So I saw all 3 streams, and now I'm putting notes together, even to expose the trolling, the art of what he does. A lot of other females in the chat, everybody else in the males got a little bit rattled. They wasn't ready for that. Not her platform like that, because Sheila's not built like that. She's built a different way. So when you deal with guys like SKC, they do exist in the world. They have these masks on, you know what I mean? And he tricks people. And I try to tell her, I couldn't get on the panel because certain individuals I had problems with. I didn't want to get in that discussion. I just let SKC do his thing because I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna clip everybody, but that's his thing. But but go ahead, Cerulean. You got something to say?
All right, check.
Yeah, you clear. Yeah, you clear. You clear, brother. You clear, brother.
You got it.
All right, greetings to my esteemed nobles, man. Some of the brothers I haven't seen in a while. My brother Mike V, what's going on?
Shalom, brother. Shalom.
Indeed.
You're.
And thanks for sharing the link with me, Drake. Because I didn't even know Obadiah had a channel.
Yeah, man. We be over here, we have detailed, deep.
Usually I be seeing. Usually it's over,
okay.
Charles,
That's
right?
good. Okay.
What's that?
Yeah.
Like y'all had like I think I seen you over at Charles. Like y'all had a good discussion. Then y'all got heated with a debate, and I think y'all was talking about y'all's little. I don't know if it was an initiative. I was in the chat. I think I kind of agree with you in the chat. I remember it's been a while. It's been a while, and then you and him going back and forth. So yeah.
Oh man, you haven't seen the half of it. A lot of the real back and forth that we have some intense shit like offline.
Yeah. He tells us every time in his streams. I mean, I'm cool with Charles. I see him over at Art, so yeah, he came by here once in the chat. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I ain't been on his shit in a minute, man. Charles Falk, cool as hell.
Yeah, he's been doing good. He's on his stuff. He just did a BGS after stream about the Shatterpoint. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I be missing everybody's streams and shit, man. I've been busy as hell these past.
I've been over at I think Kudas. I've been over at Go Professionals. I've been over at Arts, and I've been over at well, actually, recently Sheila. She's got a great channel, man. Like it's balanced.
Yes.
And I said, "Damn, she got a few heavy hitters." I said, "Okay, I see what she's." Yeah,
You know,
I see what she's
you know what I find funny, man. Like, I've spent a good plethora of time, like, went from rank and file, right?
right.
Rank and file engineer, which literally the ship, the entirety of the ship is my domain, right?
Mm-hmm.
To be in like say expeditions, a wider field of view, to command positions, which is like you're looking at fleet movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm vigilant enough to know that every rat has a predictable pattern of behavior, right? Like let's just take Suspicious Kang Cuckle, aka you know him as SKC. Right?
Oh, why you do that, man, like that? They call me off guard.
Listen, hold on, wait a minute. I told y'all put the chin straps on. Yeah, I thought I was joking.
No. I know how you get down. Go ahead. Mine's already on. Go ahead, Cerulli. Go ahead.
I told y'all I'm the diplomatic guy. Hey, go ahead, go for it.
Cerulli, I'm afraid of what nickname you got for me.
Like what really influences a person to want to troll somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. See, it begins with a visceral emotional reaction, which is why you're doing it. You see,
Right.
These are people that they don't have the luxury of being respected by their peers within their own communities in real life. That's why you hear a lot of them crying about not getting no respect, not getting no pussy, not getting no whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And see, it was so appropriate that Our Lady Sheila had that live stream where she says that you have all this smoke for these females, but you ain't got no smoke for the institutions.
Right. Absolutely.
You got no smoke, right? And y'all already seen it. I mean, live and direct. They be having hella smoke for these females. Barely have cigarette smoke for your boy though.
Oh yeah.
So this nigga comes in here, comes on, and we're having this conversation, and you get to talking about a community that I hold in high esteem. Now, people might say, "Oh man, Cerulli, that's wrong that you said that his wife yanks ding dings and cooks that nigga's food with the same hand she pulls wieners with." But see, the way that Negro probably feels about his wife is what I feel for my own community, though. So when I
you said that,
about, talking that crazy shit about niggas, y'all forgetting whenever he calls niggas animals, he's talking about some black man or some black man's wife. He's talking about you see what I'm saying? A myriad of families that may or may not be interconnected to make a community. But what that actually represents is that it doesn't matter if he's with a LBFM or not. That even be marrying into the Asian community, that he is not respected amongst them. See, he's a masochist, man. He is a stifler for punishment. I'm one of the few people that can, troll hunt him without actually having any ill intent whatsoever for it.
Yeah. I've noticed that. And I mean, to me, I kind of understand him. Last year, he was on another individual I don't really mess with anymore. And I've noticed his people in his chat. And I was like, but his name kind of ruffles people's feathers. I've noticed it. I said, Supreme King Coon. That's an interesting name. I didn't get mad when I first heard his name. I was like,
Well,
Okay.
see, this is
Let
this
me
is
let me take. I was so intrigued by it. I was like, okay, let me learn something about it. Case study. He does go around, like you said, he trolls, but when it comes to identity and race politics, people get triggered. What he says, but I understand what he's saying because it's language, you know. And
well, let's put something in perspective. You're going
okay,
to
go
say,
ahead.
oh, black people are animals, or to say humans can devolve into animal-like behavior, right?
Right.
Well, we all have the fight or flight response.
Yeah.
But see, the way I see it is that if you are, let's just say, an immigrant, people know that I don't really have a whole lot of esteem for immigrants, and particularly the ones from Africa or the ones from Europe, right? Or even the ones from Asia. But their flight response, instead of, say for instance, staying in their countries and making of their country what the noble Negro of America has made of this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
They take the path of least resistance. In other words, they take flight, which in my opinion, when compared to the Black American, is a coward's way out. And then on top of that, these are the people that you venerate. And then to such extent that you marry the castaways, the throwaways of that society, right? And then lay down with it, have children, and then come on and use that as a talking point to try to, shit on the women of your own ethnic group, right?
Yeah.
Now, understand something. He's absolutely right. Humans do have the capacity to devolve into animal-like behavior. And when you understand what I just said, you understand that it's nothing more than a projection and a reflection of what he's already doing. He's laying down with an animal. See, when you fight, you have made your position clear that you will not die like some random animal. See, when you fly, you're nothing more than a cornered animal trying to run away from your responsibilities. And so when I look at the Asian community, no matter what fucking ilk or country which they come from, okay, they're just an animal, and therefore they should be treated as such. See, we get to try to step all on, our tippy toes and try to dog walk our way around, not offending other groups. But nobody's doing that shit for Black Americans.
Right.
And even Black Americans, a lot of y'all do. I'm not saying y'all in particular, but I hear it so much in the space, which is what really disgusted me about a lot of the shit that was happening in the manosphere.
Yeah, I've noticed that in this new manosphere, like 2.0 and some of 3.0, I'm shaking my head. They love this anti-Black side. Now 1.0, I know they had their little, I would say fuckery, but not as much. But Mike V said early in the stream, you didn't have to know, you didn't, because at the time it was pro-Black, like the conscious screen. I'm glad you said that in several streams of Sheila's, and you said it is an extension. I agree with you, because when I look at 2.0, it's based off what Sidnetta and those boys did, and I'm like, you got Phil Valentine teaching. You got, well, Brother Dawood was different. He was anti-Sidnetta later on, and he kind of fell out with him. And then you got Bobby Hemmett, same thing. He fell out with him. So it's a combination of a repeat on the internet, and it's just like, wow. And Cerulean was right, and that's the first time I ever agreed with you on that, because I had to agree with that. I said, yeah.
I mean, think about it, right?
Yeah.
What the Negroes of the manosphere are saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that Black America is a gynocracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just be. What the conscious community niggas was over there saying was that the Black woman was God.
Right, facts.
Now,
That's right. That's right.
What the fuck is the difference between the gynocracy and God?
Not a difference. Not a difference. No.
You got a good point there.
So in essence, they're actually saying the same thing, and therefore they look at the Black woman as their God too, because they're saying they can't do a damn thing without first waiting, quote unquote, waiting for this black woman to change. What's the difference between that and say some devout, God-fearing Christian talking about they waiting on Jesus to come?
Yeah, I agree with that. Oh,
now to be fair, because I don't want to seem like I'm co-signing. You know, I do favor SYS being talking point. So to be fair, I want to disclose that. Also, by the way, Cerulli, on a man-to-man level, I do owe you an apology because I remember you specifically. I was laughing and kikiing with some cats in regards to you a couple months back. It was a couple months ago.
No. Here's the thing. You owe me nothing, right?
I do. I mean, if I do foul shit, man.
No, peep this, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I tried to explain this to David Johnson, right?
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't remember that.
He calls himself David Johnson the asshole, more like pocket pussy, but you know, right?
I'm not familiar with the brother, but you're not familiar with him. But
no, he's more like David Johnson the cock ring, but you know,
he uses ISUPK talking points. Sound like those niggas on the street.
Oh yeah, them Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, he sounds just like them dudes. I'm shaking my head. I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, I've seen him a couple times.
No, he be trolling at platinums. I see him where he go everywhere. There's mess. Yeah. David's gonna be around, even over at Auntie's. That's why they mad at Auntie because of him and Jessica. That's all that was. That's all that was.
Look, man, listen. It's like this, man. It's like how you say it's certain people, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's like when we were saying on Sheila's panel yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like David Johnson is David Johnson, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rue Demp is Rue Demp, right? Obsidian's Obsidian. Like it's certain people you know, like Bullis Gotti. You know, why are you? No, for real, it's like why are you getting mad, right?
Yeah.
You have a crackhead in your family. He done stayed at everybody's house and stole from them. And you get mad when you let him
eat all the damn food. A lot of people don't know that. Ate all the damn food. All that stealing.
There's certain people that they may act right once or twice, but if the dog is retarded, why are you getting mad when it shits on the couch? It's just for me, like certain people is going to do certain things in certain minutes, and that's what they're going to be. And you got a couple of choices. You either accept it, right? You keep the conversation where it's at, and you don't let it veer off, and you bring it in. You call it out where it's at, and you just don't let them participate with the cool kids.
Right. I like option D, right? I like option D. Yeah. That's where you take over, you have them back out by the bar, right? And, put some treats, right in front of them so that it's facing the other way and put them on down.
Nah. Like I said, I didn't really have a lot. I didn't really have solid footing. I was still kind of finding my way. I'm not making excuses for my behavior. I mean, I'm a man, but it's really never disrespected. Go ahead.
Understand something, right? Yeah. See what I was trying to explain to old David Johnson, the pocket pussy. Right?
Oh. Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead,
category, man.
Men, there has never been a period of time in which men do not go at each other.
Yeah.
Okay. And from time to time, men will fall out. That's why I don't hear like the and I told David, that's why you will always be a follower.
Yeah.
Facts.
If you never fell out with anybody, right? Like say for instance, you grew up with some people, or maybe just hung out with some people knew for a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you the only motherfucker in the squad that never got into it with anybody. That means you was the do boy the whole time.
Yeah, the good follower. Yeah.
Right?
It's like those kids. Yeah, it's like those cats back in basic training that never would get into some shit. The drill sergeant wouldn't know who he was and shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's just like the Blue Falcons, right?
Oh yeah.
They can't. They can't step on any toes, and they love to go and be a good teacher's pet, or excuse me, a chief's pet, right?
Yeah. No,
so,
I mean,
like that's what that is.
Yeah,
like that's how you know all that shit that dude be capping about is a lot of these dudes live in fantasy land, man.
Yeah, they do. It's like Disneyland. Oh, I'm in fantasy land. I believe what I want to believe. Okay, nigga.
Right. come on to a panel talk about some, oh, you're a snake, you betrayed us, you fucked up a lot of money.
You betrayed us. You're not a man. Man. I don't have no jawline and all that shit. I'm like, bruh,
and the reality
come on, man.
is that, a lot of those guys, they really idolize me, right?
They do. And I noticed that president you had, they can't stand that. Anybody that ruffles feathers, I kind of respect them in a way. That's why I don't go after you, because you're the real deal. You and Charles and a few others, of course, Wacky, because they get mad at him. Yeah, they know what it is. They know what it is. Certain individuals I see, yeah. Go ahead.
Imagine never having met your real dad, right?
Right. I know who my dad is.
He's still married to my mama. I wasn't raised by
what I'm saying. Just imagine not ever knowing your real dad, right? Damn. And then that nigga pop up and you really don't know who it is, but it's your real dad because you can sense that shit. Yeah. Mm-hmm. See, they idolize me like a father, but they hate me like a stepfather.
I know they're gonna hate me after this, but I don't care because they hate my ass too.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Gino,
what's up?
Hey, check your email, man.
All right, I got you.
So now here's the funny part, man, about it, right? See, Cerulli,
that's why you go ahead, go ahead, little David. Go in the room, play with your little toys. Me and your mom about to get busy.
but you know, it's like, listen, man. Look, I know, like when I sat up there and I had a conversation with Bomb in it, and I told Bomb, right? I said, Bomb, I saw this shit coming a mile away. That's why we pop smoke. And sir, what did Bomb say? Why didn't you warn me?
Why you didn't warn me? She kept saying it the whole time. She said that over Sheila's before you got up there on those panels, because when I first saw Sheila's channel, and she didn't get it. And
like, how many hits in like coded language do we have to drop, right?
And so many, and we try to tell her, like, look, and yeah, you fell out with Kuda, he in the interview, and it all started in Platinum's shit when they was trying to form. But see, all that happened, and the split in the wars. I tried to Kuda, you was going through the same thing, and I had a fell out with certain individuals, and it was it. I'm like, it's like, it's wild, and it's just like what you're saying with Bomb. Yes, yeah.
We didn't fall out with Bomb. Like, it was just we just pulled back.
Yeah, no, y'all pulled back, but I'm just saying what the women fell out, and it's funny because they feeling off our actions. What we do, they do. It's just common sense. I mean, come on, man.
Now that proves the point right there, right?
Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah, go ahead, Cerulli.
Right? Nigga get on somebody's panel, right? And be like, oh man, Cerulli, you're a traitor, man. You're a betrayer, man. You're a Judas, man. Oh man.
No, like, I mean, Cerulean tested me, but he's never like, I mean, you never disrespected me. I just get irritated.
No. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
He be flooding me with that tornado he got, because I be like, damn, I can't get my point through. But he's never came at me. But like, look, if I do bitch ass shit, man, I do bitch ass shit, right? So I have to. My father didn't raise me to be, an inconsistent, bitch ass nigga. That's kind of where I'm at. That's why I'm like, look, I can apologize if I know I fucked up. But we can talk and disagree, and we're probably going to disagree, but that's kind of what men do. But you never attack my personal life and nothing like that. So,
yeah, it's like so when he's sitting there, someone like Suspicious Kane, get on talk about your animals.
He's on the panel. Okay.
And see, it's funny. The whole time I was on Sheila's panel yesterday, right? Mm-hmm. The mother went to run up out of there, do the little cartoon run. And I'm like, every joke that I was making, like, I know this nigga's watching from the clouds. He's a troll. He's having a visceral reaction to the conversation that we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So every joke, I'm going to target it at that.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. Yeah. The nigga came in trying to troll under a Filipina's name, right? Because we were just talking about Filipinos. And I said, yeah, this probably, fucking SKC, because we were just talking about Filipinos per se. And we have some real, nasty but funny stuff to say about Filipinos.
Right.
This nigga comes in with a goddamn Filipino name, which is of a famous Filipina, talking about, do you accept Filipinos? And then his response is, let me know that one, nigga, you're using a VPN. Two, that you're married to a Filipino, aka an LFBM, right? And three, that you really feel some type of way about the shit that I'm saying. And the whole time that this nigga's thinking that he's trolling, the whole time I'm actually trolling him.
Oh, you see, it's really when you use certain acronyms, not everybody's in the military. You got to explain what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Well, LBFM is a little brown fucking machine, which is something that was coined by the old school Navy, right?
Yeah.
And whenever anything was hit PI, they call little brown.
I see what you mean. Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. They would call themselves that.
I mean, my grandfather was in the World War II Navy. Rest in peace to him. He had a Purple Heart, so that's a long time ago. Yeah, he told me the Pearl Harbor stories when I was a child. That's why I was into history so much. That's part of it. I was the only grandson wasn't afraid of his prosthetic leg. He chased his kids around with it, right, and the grandkids too. But I was the only grandson wasn't afraid. I asked questions.
How? Why gave me how shall she? It's interesting.
What's going on, SK? What's going on,
Yeah,
SK?
it's interesting that these conversations take place. It's interesting that these conversations take place. I have no idea what he's even talking about. He said something about some type of Filipino town or something. It's like, first of all, yesterday I was creating work yesterday, and here we go. Just like in this entire situation, I've been sitting here. I was sitting here listening to the entire thing, and I allowed this man to have his talk. As soon as I started to talk, what does he start doing?
Well, I had no idea.
What did he start doing?
I had no idea that was you.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Are you gonna? How about I talk for a bit because you've had the floor for quite some time? How about I talk for a bit?
Dinner. Did you enjoy last night's dinner?
Me and DeAndre enjoyed it.
Well, I don't think DeAndre ate with you last night.
Yeah, me and him enjoyed it. For all you know, our wives and sisters.
No, he definitely didn't eat.
You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. You don't know what that dude eat.
Dre is in Japan.
So again, this is what I'm talking about. So
they don't even much like it.
If you even want to have a conversation, this is why I troll. Is because individuals like this, they know they can't sit on anything real. So that's why you troll people like this. And then it'll make it seem as though, there's some type of psychological feeling behind. No. Sometimes I just like to troll idiots.
It definitely is. You had a visceral reaction.
Visceral reaction to what?
To the shit that I'm talking about. The shit that I'm saying.
How
As a matter
so?
of fact, you had a visceral reaction to the shit that them women's was saying. That's why you got up there. You had to troll in order to inject, to break up, so that you try to make them feel the way that you really feel on the inside.
Oh, did somebody say feel?
Somebody said feeling. Wasn't here.
Look, the trolls stay in their feelings. That's what motivates them to constantly need to inject things that aren't even a part of the conversations that they enter.
Okay, so why don't you challenge my point then?
What I'm saying is that I'm not challenging your point. I actually said that you're absolutely right.
Because you know that my point is true.
And what I said is that you are a living example of your own point.
you know that my point is true.
Yeah, and you're an example of that.
Just like I stated in the outset when I originally put up my hypothesis, all humans can devolve into animals. Now, it was Sheila and others there who could not handle the thought that Black people could fall into that category as well as all humans devolving into animals. Never did I state that it was only Black people. That's point one. The second point, when it comes to Cerulean's identity is tied to this false view of tribe. He'll come out, he'll make jokes about people with their religious orders and so forth, and then he'll go into the scientific standard. But he won't even hold to it, because if we are part of a cosmic accident, as Darwin explained, a universal explosion, as it were, created us. Well, what's the point of holding to a feeble-minded attempt to elevate one's pool of accidental, assembled of amino acids and proteins over another? See, your tribe is your God. And having some allegiance to some tiny strand of DNA codes in your skin color shows just how simple-minded you are. That DNA code loyalty is irrational. It's instinctual. It is animalistic.
What it actually shows is that I have pride, not only in myself.
In what?
But in
pride in what? Pride in what? A tiny strand of DNA code, a tiny percentage of the whole DNA code. And again, this shows me how visceral you are in your reaction, because you won't even let me complete it. You can't, because I have hit a nerve with you.
I assume that you were finished
because it doesn't make any sense. It's not logical.
But
you hold to this tribe. If we want to just go on to science, you hold to this tribe based off a tiny percentage of a DNA code which was randomized in this entire universe. How much meaning is there in that?
Actually, a great deal. And that great deal is one that you have no pride in.
Is it based off what?
I mean, it's appropriate that you would call yourself Supreme
based,
King Coon,
right? Based off what? Cerulean. Stick to the science, Cerulean. Right? What is it? What is it based off, Cerulean? Right? What is it based off, Cerulean? What is your loyalty based on, Cerulean?
Those emotions coming forward.
I'm just waiting for you to answer the question. You kept going to animals and all this other stuff and the ad hominems. I'm just saying, you said it meant, you said that it meant a great deal. I'm asking you, what is that great deal based off of?
Hold on, before y'all continue.
Oh no, wait, no. He don't need no help. He don't need no help.
No, hold up.
Calm down. He's Cerulean the Great.
No.
Everybody needs to bow before him.
Yo, SKC.
Him to be a father, right?
Yo, SKC, calm down, bro. I was about to ask a question, right? I want to know.
Let him answer.
Why does he need time? Or does he need extra time to answer? Does he need his phone to jump in? Does he need a line right now? Or could you just be quiet for just a second and let me continue this charge? I understand. This is how it goes. This is how it goes when you deal with somebody like this, and then
it's going to be okay. SKC, calm down. Hold on, man. Hold on. Don't nobody say nothing. Listen, I told you. I had hold on, man. I had a question. Right? Hold on, man. I had a question. Okay. Now, I heard. Now, this is what I'm saying, right? You asked the question, right? And I remember earlier you were talking. Give was over talking. Hold on. He was over talking, and you made a point.
Google.
No. Listen, SKC, hold on, man. You was talking earlier. He was interrupting you. right? You made a point. You made a valid point, right? Okay. Now he was answering. Now I heard it a little bit. I walked out of the room because y'all were talking.
He did not answer. He began with ad hominems, talking about I'm a coon and all this other stuff. He didn't answer, and he still hasn't answered. If he could answer, he would do it right now.
Well, he did.
He would say, "Hold on, DeAndre, I have this. Let me answer this man."
Wait, go ahead.
But he won't. Go ahead. Because he can't. His foundation is faulty. It's flawed.
The stepdaddy is talking right now, right?
It's flawed.
He's flawed. Right? While I'm sitting here answering your question, you're just not satisfied with the way I'm answering, right?
Answer then.
And whenever you, excuse me? See, I'm gonna need you to reel back those emotions.
I've muted my mic. Everybody in the chat is waiting for you to
need you to reel back the emotion. I'm gonna need you to reel back those emotions. Right? I'm answering your question. You asked me what is the importance of it? Why is it important? See, those are the rantings of someone who has no pride, not even in being a human, right? But see, my pride in that one little speck that you think is meaningless, and I'm telling you that is actually a great deal. But that's why I said that it's appropriate that you call yourself Supreme King Coon, because if you know the makings of a coon, it is a voracious trash eater. And those are the things that Negroes say, right? When they don't want anybody talking about, their little infatuation with their pedestalized fetish of non-familial groups, right? That's what a motherfucking SYSBM nigga would say. Because you don't have pride in yourself nor your group from which you come. Oh, it's just all a cosmic accident anyway. Nigga, wasn't nothing accidental about us making this country what the fuck it is. There wasn't nothing accidental about the inventions that were created by the great nobles of this society, which benefit the world today. Yeah, there's that little accidental speck of genetic derivation, right? Actually created most of the shit that you still use and find useful and find new ways to innovate it, change it, improve it, evolve it. But when you're a voracious trash eater,
I'm hearing deflections
you're going
right
to
now.
sit there
because everyone knows we're not on a panel of women. You can't run from this, Cerulean. We're not on a panel of women. Everyone here knows that the DNA that codes for skin color has nothing to do with intelligence, building things, or character. It has nothing to do with it. Scientifically, it had that tiny piece of code has nothing to do with it. And you know it. And the men on this panel know it too. That's why they're silent. That's where they're silent.
Everything to do with it.
You've been exposed, Cerulean. It has no basis whatsoever. None.
Well, see,
none.
Now I understand why you
a tiny bit of DNA.
That's why now I understand why you married
of DNA that codes for skin color has nothing to do with intelligence.
Wait,
it has nothing to do with intelligence.
Wait, you're a geneticist.
And here we go. Now because you know that what you just stated, it doesn't have any basis.
Now you're a geneticist.
Now you're going to try to go into this whole thing of the field.
You're a geneticist, right?
I'm sitting here and waiting.
Now, right? You're a geneticist now, right? So how many of you are familiar with Doug Anchek? Do you guys even know who Dr. Doug Anchek is?
No.
No.
Look, you might be able to look them up. You understand that people that look like me, look like Dre, Obadiah, Gino, are really the only pure humans in the world, right?
Oh, so now we're going on the pure human thing. Now we're going on the pure human thing. So now we're going to say that from the scientific model, which you stated on, is that the mistake of the universe created a pure race. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And a randomized explosion created a pure race.
Yes.
Oh my God. You know how crazy you sound? This is why I troll people like this, because the stuff that they come up with has no sense whatsoever. Yes, there we go. One person dropped out. He said, "I got to get up out of here from here." And this bull.
Look at these emotions. Look at these emotions.
Where are the other people that are standing up for this? Does everybody else agree with this? That a cosmic explosion, because from Cerulean Gray's point of view, the Darwin model of there not being a God or whatnot, and the universe exploded, created a big thing, created us. He's saying that from that explosion was created a pure race on planet Earth. Is that the argument that you men agree with? No, I'm asking the rest of the panel. I just want to see the consensus. I want to hear the consensus, because outside of your little circle, you are not God. So let's see what other men have to say about this.
Hold on, I got a question.
No, why can't people answer my question? Do you believe what Cerulean just said, that from a cosmic explosion, a pure race was created on planet Earth?
Well, before I answer the question, man, I would like to.
Okay. Well, since you, I know you have to carry water for him, Dre. So let me ask the other people. How about you,
No, Cerulean, I got this one.
Let me get.
How about you?
No. Let me say this. No. Let me say this.
Is that logical to you?
No. Listen. I heard the question.
Race was created on planet Earth. Hold on. I asked the question first. And I know you need to give your boy time. And I know how this works, this double team thing. The same thing used to happen on BGS. The same thing used to happen over there.
Hold on.
Why don't you just answer the? Why don't you just
Hold
on, man. You talking, but you're not letting the person respond.
That's he didn't respond.
Yo, you didn't stop.
I already got my response from him.
I wanted to respond. Can I respond?
Let him respond.
No one say anything. Just let me respond. Before I answer your question, what is your stance on how we got to where we want? Because I want to hear the conversation.
My stance doesn't matter, because I'm a dirt eating coon.
No, dude,
my stance doesn't matter. My stance doesn't matter.
No. I'm asking you.
My stance doesn't matter.
No. Listen. You two, listen. I'm gonna say it like this. You're having a debate. I already said that I'm not in the debate, right? I'm not in the debate. That's between you and him, right?
So then fall back.
No. But if I'm not in the debate, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to sit here and not watch or listen, because I want to learn something. If you're going to listen, if you're going to, can you be quiet for 5 seconds? You're very intelligent, but be quiet for 5 seconds, okay? All right, just be quiet for 5 seconds, right? What I'm trying to do here is this: you're two men that are having a debate or discussion, right? You're intelligent, so you know how this works, okay? We are quiet. We're men here, right? We're allowing you to have whatever discord you're having. But when a debate happens, right, if you're going to debunk his point, you have to bring your stance up, right? Yeah. You have to bring it up. All debates work that way. So I want to know what your stance on it, right? And then I know what his stance is because I talked to him. I don't know your stance. I never heard of your stance on this particular part of the argument. So I want to hear your stance, and then I'll listen to your stance. I know what his stance is. I know what my stance is, and then I'll answer your question. Is that not fair? But I'm not in the debate. You're asking a question, so I wouldn't know your stance.
Let me get it.
So what's your
Let me
stance?
get it, Dre.
No, it's not.
He has to answer.
And I understand what was just done, but I'll go ahead and give you leeway. But no, that's not how it works, DeAndre.
But why? Well, then you're not debating properly. Then.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
No,
you're
yes,
an argument. You're not bringing a logical point of view to debunk what he's trying to say. You're the audience. You debate for the audience to prove. That's how it works. Or you just yell at each other and get it.
If you will allow me to continue, I will show you.
My bad.
I will show you why what you just stated doesn't make sense in this conversation, DeAndre. And let's just have it right here, just me and you, just for a minute or two. This is why what you said is irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because if you're talking, okay, because if you're talking about a debate, from the very first time that an ad hominem came into the program, what happens in a real debate, DeAndre?
What happens in a real debate is two people opposing views, and they bring up.
What happens in a real debate, DeAndre, if an ad hominem is brought into the conversation?
Dude, did I give you an ad hominem?
Oh, so now you don't want to answer the question.
Hold on.
Now you see what I have to deal with when I'm
hold on. Wait a minute.
Water carriers for other people.
Ask a question, bro.
Because he knows the answer. He's being disingenuous.
We're still talking.
Hold on.
We're still talking. Listen, go ahead.
Gentlemen.
Hold on. Nobody else get into it. My bad, sir.
Gentlemen, chill.
No. I got time today. Check this out.
Go ahead, DeAndre. SK, let him finish.
Be quiet for a second, and let me respond to you. Right? No. Let me respond to you. Right? Here's the thing. Right? You was in the chat. You said it. I will debate. Cerulean wasn't here. DeAndre was up here. Right? DeAndre was up here. Cerulean wasn't up here. Cerulean didn't even know Sir Obadiah had his channel. DeAndre said, hey, SKC wants to debate you. Right? I even stated, I'm not going to debate. So when Cerulean comes up here, when this goes on, buckle your chin straps on. I'm not getting into the debate. Right? Mm-hmm. If you're going to go against whatever he's saying, it's a debate now. Now, if it's an argument, it's a total different ball game. If you're having an argument, if you're having a discord, that's the whole thing. You put down the frame of let's have a debate. You initiated it. You offered the challenge of a debate. Now it's a debate, right? So whatever y'all doing at conference, now me as the person that's watching, right, before I can answer something on a loaded question in which you're doing, right, I need to know what your stance is. Because guess what? You may bring up some information that I'm not privy to, and I might say, you know what he has to say has more credence and sense with the evidence that he's bringing. But we all know Cerulean is stating what was taught all the way up until graduate school in any type of scientific physics or any type of anthropology or evolution. Right, this conversation's been had in academia forever. So if you
that's false. And that's false.
Then tell us. Give me the information.
Explain something, bro.
Give me the information. And if it's false, if it's false, SKC,
you're being a water carrier, DeAndre.
I'll explain.
Guess what? It's okay. Listen, nigga, I'm carrying. Hold on. Cerulean, I got this, bro. I got this. Hold on. Don't step in this one. So, hey, SKC, nigga, I don't care if I'm being a water carrier, nigga, a cement driver, nigga. I know that. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. But listen, when Cerulean stepped up on the panel the other day, and you ran 3 times, nigga. You didn't because you was out of that quick, fast energy. So since we're here now, you have a problem with Cerulean. I'm not getting into it. Hold your own nuts. Do not.
I don't have a problem with Cerulean.
Hold your nuts.
You're the only one on this panel who has continuously jumped in.
I just asked the question because I want to forward.
You're the only one that has came in between this conversation.
You have a stance. You're not trying to. Hold on, I got yo. You have a stance.
Every time I get into this dude, you're the one that starts talking.
Yo, hold on. I'm quiet. I asked the question. You asked the question for the panel. You said, hey,
so is it your debate or not?
Stop. You're not talking to disingenuous, unintelligent individuals, right? Listen, nigga, you asked the question. You asked the question. Listen to yourself. Do you listen to yourself? Do you remember what you asked? You asked the panel, hey, do you believe what Cerulean believes? Now, I asked the question. Well, okay, before I can answer that question, I want to hear your stance on it, right? Because I only get yours. So I can't make a fucking intelligent motherfucking decision on what you sit on the side of the argument with evidence. And if you don't have any, or that's your belief, then I'm not going to answer the question because that's your belief, and I'm not going to try to debunk what you believe in, right? I'm not going to try to debunk that because that's your belief, nigga. Like that's nothing. You don't have no evidence to prove it otherwise. So what you have to say is on belief, and that's your preview. But in the field of study and facts, where are your facts? Cite your sources. Show your fucking work. He cited his source. Where's your source? I'm not going to answer something real quick. Cite your source. That's the end of it. That's my answer to your answer.
Yeah, let's Cerulean get in.
Let's real quick. And I'll explain it in very plain terms, right? Understand, this is not a debate. It never was. Okay? Because reality is you debate facts, you don't debate theory and hypotheses. See, and understand, you would have already lost if it was a debate because you're asking someone to debate hypothesis. Now, therefore, that I'm going into it understanding that it doesn't matter what the fuck I say anyway, because you're still going to believe what you believe. Second of all, you're asking me, do I believe that? Say, sure. You want to know why? Because how many times, anyone on this fucking panel, anyone in the chat, how many times have you ever heard Cerulean Gray even use the word believe in a sentence? I don't believe shit until I see it. I don't believe shit until I can prove it. That's true. So it doesn't matter about your fucking hypotheses because hypotheses are never debated in the halls of academia. And therefore, it doesn't matter if I did an ad hominem attack anyway. You already lost the debate just by trying to present a hypothesis for a debate. See, understand there is a process in academia.
Your worldview is based on a hypothesis
in academia. See,
your worldview is based on a hypothesis.
His belief is that this is all an accident anyway. You know, we're living in the virtual fucking simulation. So that little accident, it doesn't really matter.
And again, here we go. This is the same thing that happened on Sheila E's panel. I never stated that. I never stated that.
See, in hogs of academia, right? In real science,
your worldview is based on a hypothesis. It's based on the evolutionary theory. Your worldview is based on the evolutionary theory, and when you reconstruct it, it goes back to the Big Bang theory. You cannot prove that one tiny strand of DNA that codes for skin color codes for intelligence as well. It does not.
I just asked you who Doug Anchek was. You don't fucking know. I know who it is. I know that he's one of the world leading geneticists that will tell you. But see, I'm telling you anything that I want to tell you, not because I believe this shit, right? But see, you can't debate a hypothesis, which is why they don't waste their time debating hypotheses. See,
Which is why you base your worldview on one, and then you reconstruct all of your points based upon on that, because you know that when you go to the when you go back to it, it is unproven.
And reality is like
therefore it is a faulty foundation. Which is why you do not want the other people on the panel to interject their thoughts on this, because you don't want to look foolish. And that is why DeAndre kept jumping in for you, because he knew that you was falling back into a hole.
No, actually, back to the main topic. First of all, there's a lot of ways that you could, if this was a debate. First of all,
talking about a pure race, when the evolutionary model says we all came from when it says that we all came from cosmic soup, all of us, and you're going to sit up here and say one pure race. No, that isn't my belief. That's what your science says.
Oh God. You literally just said
that is what your science says.
You're going in circles now, y'all.
Yeah, the topic is what it is. This is why I discussed. This is going to happen.
That is what it says. That we came from. That we came from cosmic soup, and that it was an accident. That's what it says. So if that is what we're saying that science says, why is this up for debate? But then you would have to try to prove. Then you would have to try to prove to me that the DNA that codes for skin color shows some type of superiority over everything else.
Yeah,
but you can't, because there is no geneticist that says that.
Oh boy. This is going in circles, y'all.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go in circles because you know that it's some bull.
No,
and none of y'all want to co-sign it. That's why DeAndre jumped in, and that's why everybody, when I asked the panel questions, they all shut up.
Actually, why DeAndre jumped in, if you want to really know,
because he carries your water. He's been disrupting every single point that I threw at you, because when you got quiet, he jumps in. That's what he does.
Why do you think everybody was really silent? You had already lost the debate. But see,
okay, man.
You don't.
Okay, so everybody really answer the question then. Do you believe that
like, don't you understand? You would have already lost your own.
Then let me ask the question then. Then let me answer the question then. Let me show my foolishness.
You would have already lost.
Okay, so let me show my foolishness then.
Faulty proposal.
Then let me show my foolishness then, Cerulean. Then let me show it. Okay, then let me continue to show my foolishness then. Let me continue to show my foolishness then. So everyone else here, do you also?
That's why I said that's why your name is appropriate.
You see how he keep interrupting? You see how he keeps interrupting? And then here comes the ad hominem. So I'll ask again: do all of you also believe that the great cosmic experiment coming from the Big Bang Theory also created a singular pure race from all of the other races of humans? Is that what you all are saying? I'm just asking.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter.
Does anyone, Sir Obadiah, do you agree with that?
What's that?
Yeah.
That from the Big Bang Theory and from the cosmic soup, from where we all come from, according to science, that in that it created a purebred human race. It somehow separated some molecules, somehow separated from everything else throughout all of evolution, and somehow there was one strand of or one particular brand of human that came out different from all the other humans, and they're the only pure race.
Yep.
Gino,
as a matter of
fact, that's your thought too?
As a matter of fact, actual genetics.
Will you allow anybody else to answer? Gino, Sir Obadiah, the pizza face guy. What are your thoughts?
Well, if you want to talk about, hold on, I got something to shut this up right now. Hold on.
Obadiah, real quick. He just tried to put y'all in a trick bag.
I know what he's trying to do. Hold on. I gotta share a link. Hold on. Okay, hold on. I got all the races. This is what my channel's about. This is what my channel's about. Hold on. We got the Homo sapiens erectus, and this is the guy that I do research on. I don't believe in the big thing there. This is where I stem from. Okay, right here, these species right here, different 3 species, right?
Yeah.
The Homo habilis, Homo erectus, and that's the false science that this my man say here. This black scholar that I followed for 9 years is rude. And here's the Homo sapiens. This is us right here.
Yeah.
The genius in the species to which of all modern men, modern human beings, Homo sapien, belong to which are attributable fossil remains of humans in Africa from 400,000 years ago or more. But in the Quinzian cave near Rosh Hashanah in central Israel, human teeth were found indicating the existence of modern man, Homo sapiens, human beings in Israel, in early as about 400,000 years ago, but thus proving the modern man is much older than 400,000 years ago. Homo sapiens are distinguished from other animals, from early humanoid species by characteristics and habitats such as a bipedal stance and gait, brain capacity averaging about 82 cubical inches, high forehead, small teeth, jaw, defined chin, construction and use of teeth, and the ability to make use of symbols such as use, language, and writing. And some of these features were possessed by immediate ancestor Homo erectus, but in the aggregate, they are characteristics only of Homo sapiens. And it says about the albino, that's
all of us here can read. And all I'm asking you, sir, Abadayu, that's 400,000 years, right?
Yeah.
And they said maybe plus. Let's just go ahead and do that times 10. Let's just say 4 million years, right?
Okay.
Okay. How old is the planet?
What, 6 billion years or something?
When how old did they say that the very first beginnings of life started on the planet?
Shoot, I know it's over the
billions, right?
Yeah,
billions,
it's in the
right?
billions. It's over 6 billion. I know that.
And if I'm not mistaken, according to the scientific model from Darwin, that all goes back to one protocell, right?
See,
right.
This is what's funny about all of this. Right?
No, Cerulli. It's like just follow what the science says, Cerulean. It goes back to the beginnings of one protocell.
First of all,
right?
you don't even know the science. You don't even know the science.
Okay. So what did you say then?
See, for those of us who are not laymen, for those of us who are not laymen, we understand that there's actually various different models of evolution, not just Darwin's. See, this is the stupidity of SKC.
All right. So
now,
what are the other models?
See,
What are the other models?
Again, you're making an assumption of what you
there are
thought.
about 6 other models that are on the floor right now. What are the other models?
Telling us is that this
there
is
are about
what
6
you
others
believe
that are on the
in.
floor.
And
What
see,
are those
according
other
to
models?
what you believe in, right?
Okay,
According to what
so
you
there
believe
are
in,
about 6 others that are on the floor right now that are seriously taken in the halls of academia. What are those models?
Obadiah, it doesn't matter if you answer yes or no, because neither would be wrong. Why?
Because
again,
all of those models go back to the same thought that there was a protocell.
You see what
and those protocells
but the reason why he asked all of y'all believe that, right?
Because even when you go into this
he needed a cosign.
Here it goes. Even when you go into the breakdown of all of these different types of humans, of these different types of Homo beings, all of it goes back to animal life. Every single last one of them. All of them go back to animal life.
These are cross evolutions prior in the beginning of Africa, and that's what they look like. And then you got the erectus and things like that.
And all of those,
we could be right on those things, but here's the thing: this prototype right here,
they didn't start at that level.
We know it may not start on that level, but this is where modern man is right here.
There we go with the fake laughter, because you don't want to go. You don't want to go back further than that. because it eradicates your thought. It eradicates your position.
Okay.
No, actually, it doesn't though.
Yes, it does. Because then from there you have to go to animals, and then you have to go to smaller beings than that, and it goes all the way down to an original proto cell.
Let's
that's what it goes down to. That originally divided in the sea and then began from there.
Well, let's talk about animals.
So then you have to see the point that no, it's all one beginning. So what is the foundation of your continual fight against all of the other cousins of yours? All of the other cousins of yours over this superiority based upon an explosion.
You think there's only one beginning.
That's what you base your loyalty on. So a tiny difference in DNA strand that codes for skin color. That's what you base your entire base of loyalty on.
You made this assumption, right? That you
that's
assume
mindless,
that this is what I believe
and it's simplistic.
And because you went to your little
tribalistic,
Google engine,
which is a savage-minded
probably none of which were peer reviewed, because the only way you can
savage-minded way
is if the theory.
Okay,
right?
So if you're so confident, then meet me on Teapot one-on-one. Then if you're so confident.
Meet me on Teapot. Here's the problem.
Okay.
SKC. I don't perceive you as an intellectual equal of mine.
Okay, all right then. So then run.
You run.
So then just back off and run.
You run.
I threw the gauntlet down. I said, you know what? Let's do this one-on-one in a real debate setting. Let's do it. Do you want to do it or not?
First of all, you are not in
that sounds like a dog with his tail tucked behind his legs. That's what that sounds like to me.
No, you threw the gauntlet down. No, what you did was say,
will you accept it or not?
Denied.
All right then.
And because I have that luxury.
That's what I thought. Go ahead and give your different answers to your group and satiate their belief in you and your reverence of you.
I'll put it this way, right?
As it stands for me, anytime that you want to have that debate, I will sit down and have it with you, and we can do it. We can bring references. We can show the work from the halls of science without any ad hominem, without any name calling and all that stuff. Because I haven't done that to you tonight. I just stuck to the point, and you can't handle yourself.
And just like that, you assume that I believed in that specific evolutionary model. You assumed that you actually.
I will go through every major evolutionary model that is out there. Right now, there's about 6 that are on the floor in the halls of academia that are held as possibilities.
It's best that you go back to the drawing board, right?
We can go through all of them.
Because one,
but you don't want to do that, do you?
For what? It's a waste of my time.
You don't want to do that, do you?
It's a waste of my time.
Okay, well, you've been wasting your time talking to me now.
No. See, I'm an actual scholar. You're a Google scholar.
Oh, okay. So I'm a cool. I'm a pseudo scholar. Yes. So why are you running from me in a debate? Just go ahead, blow me out the water.
First, again, it's not a fucking debate.
Just show the work. I'll be easily defeated. And then I wouldn't even be able to show my face around anywhere. Everybody be like, "Oh man, that's that dude that's Cerulean just blew out the water and destroyed."
I have a question.
You're assuming, right, that you're my equal.
No, I'm not assuming anything. You're better than me. You're smarter than me.
Hold on.
Hold on.
No, I have a question.
You go back to the drawing board. You go back to the drawing board, right? You do some research.
I want to step into the arena and get beat up. I want to step into the arena and get beat up.
Hold on.
A little bit more on the various models of evolution, because there's more than one.
I want to step into the arena. I want to step into the arena as soon as possible to get beat up.
To me, what you have learned, and then and only then I may consider a debate with you.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Before we do all that, let's just keep this. Before I ask the question, I'm gonna make a statement. Right? First of all, right? We all know that there's pretty much no neutral panel. Okay? Like pretty much. It's very seldom if we do find one. Right? So now I understand why SKC he asked for the debate. Okay? Because there was 2 times where he was on a place where the crowd per se was slighted in one side. Is that not correct, SKC?
No, I don't think that the crowd was sliding in one side. I think that the crowd was doing what you were doing. Whenever there's points that are stated and a person is getting pinned up against the wall, then you have other people that will hoop and holler. And I'm just saying this as a I would say this in a figurative sense. Yeah, instead of hooping and hollering about actual intellectual points, they'll hoop and holler about ad hominems.
Okay.
That's what you've done,
but
I have not called this man anything out of his name, and I haven't said anything against him as a ad hominem throughout this entire discussion.
No problem, right? So you do make a fair assessment and you do make a fair point, right? This is not denied. So that means that means
that shit he was saying on Sheila's panel. I wasn't saying that duck black people.
Well, I like moonwalking. Michael Jackson's cool dude.
Your entire premise is based on
that. I like it.
Yo, hold on.
I like tap dancing too, Cerulean.
Hold on, man.
It's healthy.
Okay,
it's healthy.
Hold on, check this out, man. We're trying to get to a conclusion because now we're getting in the roundabout thing, right? We already know the conclusion of SKC asked Cerulean. He challenged Cerulean to a debate. Cerulean said the reason why he's not having the debate, right? And we all know what's going to happen with this. We all know what's going to happen, right? You know what I'm saying? Because every crew of people got some type of their water carriers or whatever we want to name them or call them, and then they're going to take that snippet and run with it, and everything's not in context, right?
So no, DeAndre. See, y'all have me pegged wrong on this.
No, not you. I'm not talking about you.
No. With this whole exchange, I'm not going to make any video. I'm not going to say anything.
I'm not talking about it.
I'm not going to hold it at all.
No, SKC. I'm talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm
what
talking
Cerulean
about
does with it. Oh well, that's him.
I'm not talking. Listen, SKCs. Listen, check this out, man. Listen, what I'm trying to say. I'm not talking about you. I said people outside of here that are watching it.
Okay. Yes, and anybody that tries to say to, especially on my channel or on any other channel that I frequent, and if I'm there, and if somebody says something about SKC dug into Cerulean, I'm gonna say no. We haven't had the opportunity to have the debate.
No, he came.
I don't want to hear anything about all that BS.
No, he came in my chat. I read his chat, what he said, and he laid it out, just like DeAndre was saying. Yeah, and DeAndre came later on the panel. I did my assessment tonight was the situation what happened to Steeler. My observation was the SKC situation with SKC, his style of what he does and what he did to him, right? But what I observed was the Cerulean outcome and the Cerulean effect. That's the second thing. Now, he did school David and everybody else. Now, this is Cerulean's point. He said he ran SKC off the panels 3 times. Well, it's 3 in a row. I gave y'all 3 in a row for a reason, because one, their conversation kind of got derailed to the real topic. Like you said, you don't have no smoke for, you have all the smoke for the black women, but you also don't have smoke, like keyword, officials and law enforcement. Because when you got guys that used to be government officials in the military, for example, like yourself, Cerulean, and DeAndre and others, and I will say like the general, he was there too in the beginning, but Cerulean came midway through the stream. So I watched all 3 of those streams. Now today's stream was a little different. It was a little different because we had to calm somebody down. But today I want to do the stream because I was studying that panel that she had. She had a good and great, excellent panel points. Now I give her a B+ because of the first time knowing SKC, because yes, he hit the community tab link and I shared it because I didn't know who was going to come to her channel, because she had a decent channel, great discussion on that topic. And I felt like I said, you know what? Let me look at this. And then I understand what she was doing, like have the conversation, right? And then I didn't know he was going to come through like that. So I saw him in the chat, and then I saw him get on the panel. And they didn't really fall for it, but they didn't understand what he was coming from. So I understand they know now, but you know, like we all know now, and I get it. I get what he does too. But like Dre was saying, in so many words, like I laid out here, we discussed what it was. And even though I had a mild rant about it, and I'm like, look, you can't talk about it if you want building. See, the building is a catchword. Mike V said this early in the stream. It's kind of cliche and it's kind of like a buffer because black people don't have the understanding of building. Like DS1 was saying, there's no building if there's division, like I said, especially in the men. And it's our fault most of the time. But we get it. We get it. It's just but we gotta expound on the two things. But now the exposure troll, that's a whole nother thing. The art of it, you know, it's different levels to it. But, you know,
I'm gonna say this.
But go ahead, DeAndre.
And this is what I was trying to get to. This is my whole point that I was trying to get to. Right? Okay. SKC, you're not stupid. You're very intelligent, right? So when these
I'm the dumbest guy here.
Yeah. No. Listen. Even that.
Let him finish.
I know what you're doing, but it's okay because I accept it. That's who you are, right? That's your thing. I get it. You know what I mean? I understand the tactic. It works, right? But what I'm trying to get to is a solution. Here's the thing. Me personally, I want to hear this debate. I want to hear this debate on it. I think it would be very educational to actually have two intelligent individuals on a different spectrums of how they do shit, have a debate about a subject matter, right, on science, right, without the other shit that's going on, right? And when I mean the other shit that's going on about, let's just say evolution that leads up to and stops before it hits politics and all the rest of the shit, right? Because that gets into a belief and that gets into tribalism. Politics itself is tribalism at its fullest. You know what I'm saying? So let's just stop playing games, right? You know what I'm saying? So what that means is that I know that I can't hold the panel, right, where y'all can have the debate, because guess what? My audience will be skewed against you, SKC, right? We know this. Let's just put the cards on the table, right? If you go over to Teapot, right? Teapot's cool. We've been knowing Teapot for a minute, but we understand the audience will be more skewed, right, to your side of the fence, right? So now, where can we go, right? Where can both of you gentlemen go, right? Where you both can have. Here's the thing.
You know me. You know me. I'm comfortable going into territory that's skewed against me. Okay.
Yeah, but we won't get to hear.
When I debated Obsidian, right? It was all his Du Bois in the chat.
Yeah. It's usually like that.
The only reason I took the debate was because Angry Man was too fucking cowardly to take the damn debate.
Yeah. That was facts.
Yeah.
That was facts. But what I'm basically saying is look, this is what I'm saying, right? Is that I want to hear SKC's point where he stands on shit. Here's the problem that we have too many times, right? This is something that I really wanted to hear SKC's point of view and where he comes from, where he stands on it, and just have two men that agree, disagree, move on what they said without going into semantics and all the rest of the stuff, and we keep it at the science and say at this point, this is what I believe, this is what I don't believe, this is whatever it is, right? So I think this should happen, but we have to find a place where this debate can actually happen, where it's an even playing field. You know what I'm saying? Like if this is what happens,
but see, the thing is, right, is that I'm actually comfortable with debating on Teapots, right? My position is this, right? He literally just made an assumption that I believed in linear monomorphic evolutionary model. when there's so many more evolutionary models, and I have not espoused a single time which evolutionary model I subscribe to. And until he knows what I know, right? As far as, or at least study those various evolutionary models that I'm talking about, he's not even gonna be able to understand what I'm saying, why I'm saying the shit that I'm saying about his hypothesis. That's why I told Obadiah, it doesn't matter if you say yes or no.
A good debater should be able should be able to convey their position before an audience. You don't have to convince me, you have to convince the audience. So if you go into some esoteric thought about evolution that the audience doesn't understand or can't grasp, that's a poor reflection on the speaker.
Well, let me say this. Let me say
this. See, again, this is where he's wrong. First of all, the debate isn't even for who wins or loses. It's up for the audience to decide. But there is no immediate winner or loser in the debate. See, it's really the point of a debate is by putting.
It's to be an exchange of ideas.
There you go. It's not,
but you're not interested in an exchange of ideas because you feel that you are in a superior position without even knowing what my position is, which is foolishness.
A debate isn't even about trying to change anybody's mind on anything.
Correct. It is about being able to convey your position before an audience in a persuasive way. Can you do that, or can you not?
Debate about trying to prove something right. Why?
I'm not trying to prove something right. The portion of the debate is to try to persuasively put to an audience which position holds more weight. Which one is more persuasive?
Well, wouldn't that be proving something? Right?
See, that's why they have researchers, right? Understand in the scientific.
Then you should be able to state your researches and present it in such a way in which the audience will be able to understand. That is on you to be able to do that. Could you do it or not? That is that's the question that's being asked.
It's an assumption. That's what a hypothesis is.
Okay, so let me say this.
What that individual thinks is the best guess at a specific phenomena. Right?
Correct. So if we're going on best guesses, let's present before an audience which one has more credibility. That's what a debate would be. Can you or can you not do that? That's not what a debate
is.
Okay,
credibility is defined by the researchers, not actually by the debaters themselves. See, because when you get to talk about credibility, it makes the assumption that you're trying to prove somebody right or wrong.
No, I'm just trying to prove that your position, the only thing that I will be proving in this position is that
it's like almost like
I'm hearing a lot of excuses to back out of this.
It's like trying to debate whether or not Christianity or Islam is better, right? That's really the best kind of example I can give you as to what he's talking about.
Yeah.
He's trying to debate Christianity or Islam.
Yeah, and I saw this with
this is not religion.
Yeah, there's a thing
actually,
with
it's
not religion.
It's kind of like that. If you see the atheist debate with Christianity,
so now you are saying that what you are basing your fidelity towards so far as race is based on a scientific religion.
No, what I'm saying is that this is what you believe.
Is it based on fact or not?
This is based on fact. What I'm talking about
okay, well then prove it.
See,
okay, so let me say this.
You're asking me to debate based on your hypothesis.
That this whole thing would be like a debate of religion, but then every time I debate somebody is based on fact, and I'm saying prove that it's fact.
Let me say this, right? We all know, right? We all
go ahead, DeAndre.
Which one is it? Are we debating religion or are we debating facts?
KC, check this out. The second, right? We all know.
You're asking me to have a debate with you based on your belief system.
No, based on what you say
that is
are facts.
That's what you're asking.
No,
and what I'm telling
you say
it's
are
like,
facts.
It's like debating. It's like
and I'm saying religion. That I am going to debate whether your facts are actually what you claim them to be.
I'm like, okay, let me put it this, right? We all are intelligent individuals, right? We all know that
I'm not intelligent, DeAndre.
When a person believes in something, you can bring them the fact. Matter of fact, let's just take it down to the dumbest level possible, right? I think that, you know, I mean, when we get into this, it's a little bit too complicated, not for us, not for the people that's in the chat, but maybe people that might be listening to it later, right? Because a lot of stuff that y'all are talking about is going over a lot of people's heads, right? And the person in the debate that dumbs it down, or like you say, siphons it to the point where they can spoon feed it to the audience, they're going to win. Right, because it doesn't go. It's not a fact-laced thing, right? No one's coming there.
No, not exactly. I thought the smartest people were able to do that.
No, the smartest people are not able to do that. Most people that sit in front of you
because they would have a comprehensive view of it and be able to know how to decipher that information into lesser minds.
Okay, let me put it to you like this, right? Okay, hold on before you go there. Let me make my statement, right? Hold on, SKC, hold on. Let me make my statement, right?
But the fact that you make a statement,
he kind of bored out.
When you go to a car dealership, right? Hold on, I'm gonna give it to you. When you go to a car dealership, if you ask, you're gonna ask that man, the salesman, what does the car do, right? It's a Camaro. It does this. It does this, that, and the third, right? And you're gonna be like, oh shoot, whatever, right? You think this guy is extra knowledgeable, right? But when you bring in a mechanic and he asks certain questions and the car salesman has to refer to someone else, that doesn't mean just because you can explain something to a certain degree and have people believe it, that means you're slick. That doesn't mean you're smart. And slick beats smart almost every day of the fucking week. That's why the Pookie, Ray, and educated lame argument has been permeating for the longest of fucking time. Right?
But I thought in this whole situation that Cerulean was not only more intelligent than I, then also more slick. I mean, I would be doubly in a hole. So what's the problem?
Listen, SKC. What did I say? I said SKC Cerulean. I would like to hear this debate because it's interesting to me.
Me too. So it seems like by what you just described that Cerulean would doubly be able to just destroy whatever I come up with. I mean, he is significantly more intelligent than I am. He's much more of an orator. So I mean, what's the problem?
SKC, check this out. If I was to take you, right?
Hey, I enjoy the patronage there.
Hold on. But SKC, if I was to take you, right? If I was to take you, and your viewpoints, from what I've heard of your viewpoints, or the points that you're serious about, that you're not, pulling people's leg and poking the bear and stuff. But the things that you're actually serious about, right? Not the gender stuff, but just like say politics or how you carry things and policies and things of that nature, right?
But there's the rub, DeAndre.
You know what I'm saying?
And there's the rub though. And I was listening to Sir Abadayu's breakdown, and I appreciated it. But there's one flaw.
I had to study it.
There's one flaw in the study though. As I told him before, it's not a strategy. It's a lifestyle.
Well,
he said that in the chat. Yeah, he says it's a lifestyle. Okay.
So
you think it's a lifestyle? I just call the strategy, but okay.
This nigga's
as y'all listen, it's good. It's good. I get it, but
we get it. He said it's a lifestyle. I didn't say it's a strategy, but we can both disagree on that. But SKC, yeah, I know. SKC is saying what he's saying.
He said what he said, but this is what
he gonna stand on it. Look, at least he stand on it. See, I don't get mad because I'm glad he's here.
That's why I don't understand. That's why I don't understand in a lot of these conversations, like I've had with other people. One thing that they will say is that I'm an honest troll. I don't run and hide from people.
You are. That's why I'm about it. I know what you're gonna do.
I don't get on different accounts and all of this other stuff. I want all of my trolling to go to my true account.
But SKC,
I have an ego about that. No, I'm not going to allow that to happen. So when he was saying this other stuff, I was like, man, what you talking about? That is beneath my trolling. I put work into this lifestyle. I'm not going to allow some fake account to grab a piece of my trolling.
Hey, SKC. Now, let's put it like this. See, we're getting off the thing. This is the thing that I'm trying to say, right?
Go ahead, DeAndre. Go ahead.
This is the thing that I'm trying to say. When they do elections, when they do debates, presidential debates and stuff like that, right? The motherfucking president or the president incumbent or the candidate to be a senator or whatever, they don't know half of that fucking shit. Right? They got advisors, they got a cabinet that brings them information, and they got a person that writes their speeches and sets up the bullet points. But it's up to
they're rich dummies.
But they're slick though, right? You know what I mean? Like it happens in all society. But here's the thing: it would be foolish, right? It would be foolish to sit up there and have a sensible debate on a place where it's skewed. Right? Where it's skewed. Now, you will go up there and do it just cause, right? But how many of those people are actually listening to your points? See, I actually listen to what you have to say.
I don't think, and here's another point. I don't think that it would be skewed, and here's my reason why.
Okay, good.
I've only been in these spaces for actually December is going to be 2 years. I know that Cerulean Gray has infinitely more fans than I do. He is more well respected. He is more people love to have him speak and so forth. So he could bring a gang. He could bring a gang of people to any place.
Didn't I tell you these niggas idolize me, bro?
Yeah, I know. I've been knowing the whole time, but see, I saw it, but I get it. But we're having this great discussion. Like I understand SPC where he's from. I know. They fear you. No, I get it. I get it because I understand.
Here's the thing, right?
And let me add that he really
believes that I am more popular than him. He really believes that I'm more.
No, he don't. Listen, I know SKC really believe that, but it's the audience that needs to believe.
I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt so far as longevity.
Yeah. Hey, SKC. So let me ask you a question.
I thought that would be the logical thing to do.
Okay, SKC, check this out.
If you know like anybody that knows my reputation, right?
Yeah. Niggas hate you.
I'm completely comfortable when everybody else thinks one way, right? I'm not really about consensus, right?
Yeah.
I don't
and I am
views just because they're popular, right?
And
when everybody say, "Oh man, that's a bunch of bullshit," I can be sitting there standing on my motherfucking square. As a matter of fact, the shit happened when I was with the Black Order, which is why we fell the fuck out.
I believe it.
Well, I don't know anything about that.
We need you to fall in line, man. You can't keep talking that pro-black and black shit, man. We trying to get on this red pill shit. Nah, nigga. You see what I'm saying? I am perfectly comfortable. I'm perfectly comfortable with unpopular views. And what I'm saying is
I have no concept of that. And on top of all of that, I'm the supreme king of all coons. I can't. There's no way you could not. There's no way that I could be more popular.
Well. See, here's the thing.
I'm on an island by myself.
Hey, SKC, check this out. Okay, there's the pro-black space, right? We all know that exists. That's over there with Tariq Nasheed, Sinetta, and all of them over there, right? That's over there, right? That's over there, right? Okay. Now, we know that this is a space, right? That in some form or fashion, moderate or very extreme, right? When we're talking about the men, we know what the women are doing. I have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying also. But on the men's spectrum, it goes very extreme, right? Now, the only time, me personally, that I see you saying anything, this is me personally, you know me, what I hear and what I actually seen you with my own eyes, and when it comes down to policy, politics, and that thing, right? But I know what you're doing is you are setting the stage because you're being the Joker, right? Okay, you don't need superheroes if there's no villains, right? That's how it works, right? I know what you're doing now, right? It works, right? It's Floyd Mayweather versus all 50 motherfuckers that they thought they could knock the nigga out. But if he's boxing a nigga in his home in Vegas, if he's, you know what I'm saying, waking up at 3 a.m. boxing and shit while this nigga sleep, he's making sure he's
you are defaming.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I am no Mayweather. By the very nature of my name, I have to. I have to. You know, I have to.
Nigga, SBC, check this out, man. Check this out. When I looked at Brother Teapot shit, right? When I looked at Brother Teapot shit and dudes around the manosphere, I saw you in the chat. Let's give it up for SKC for making these wonderful intros and the next shit that's coming up, right? Let's give it up to SKC on the mic. Listen, if you take
hold up, Dre. But he believes that I'm more popular. But yet,
hold on, Dre. Let's
every nigga in the manosphere got a goddamn intro by SKC, but I'm more popular now.
Yeah, man. Hey, everybody, listen, but that's the respect factor. Look, if we listen, I'm gonna name off the channels, right? Burnout Riley, we can go to Roger Report. We can name out, you know what I'm saying, Fantastic, Game Changer, Jessica X. If they go live and if you take their numbers, right, you know what I mean, Ramil and them, if you take their numbers, right, and compile those numbers together, okay, and of those people that watch the live stream, the people that participate in the chat, the people that are, you know, whatever they're talking about at the time, right, and you're sometimes maybe you're on the panel, sometimes you're down in the chat, you're saying your piece, whatever. That's your space. You do whatever you want. Now, when has the last time Cerulean went live on his channel?
I have no idea.
That's a while ago.
Nigga, that's so much a while. Nigga, it's to the point where niggas forgot the nigga existed, and the only reason why people remember that Cerulean existed is because if I go around and I mention him in passing and talking about
the only person that mentioned in passing is you, Charles, sometimes BGS, I've heard, and several 3.0 dudes from the Black Brain Trust and the other artificial 3.0 that O'Shea created to blame my other boys. And it's a lot of shit going around. But he's mentioned in the chat too, and even by James, known as Slick Talk. He's in the chat. That's the one you talked to, James.
But people, real quick, right? When he said that, right? I've been saying that he suffers like a low self-esteem, like, bruh. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, he really believes that I'm more popular.
Listen,
but at the same time, a lot of those guys do, right? But I'm gonna say this, and this is the reason why I refuse to debate, right? I cannot in good conscience take that debate. Okay. The reason why I'm saying that is because what I actually espouse to is actually not just a mixture of the various evolutionary models, because I'm not a solid adherent of the evolutionary model. You see what I'm saying?
That's fair.
Okay. So with that being said,
he stands on that, you know. He
stands on it. So, but see, that was the point. That was the point of contention is that what I'm trying to figure out is, and that's why I asked the question, SKC. It wasn't to come in there, because when you asked the question, I really wanted to answer it, but I don't know what your point of contention, because I don't need
Peace, information, man.
The shit, like, listen, the Big Bang thing, I say in a theory, because you look at nature and how things move and shit. Like, motherfuckers at one time believed the earth was flat.
Yeah. Like, and you still got people that still believe that. Now you got other side that believes it's round. You know, it's the same argument that it's the same argument that SKC is coming from, and then I would say Gray is coming from like a world perspective, like, you know, Earth is round, but his concept is basically common sense. And then SKC, he's coming from, you know, a Darwinist point of view. You know, I'm not a big Darwinist fan, but I get it though. But I get it. Most people believe that. You know, you got some people believe that.
But that's the point. I don't know.
That's why I was laughing, right? Because he keeps saying that's what your science says. It's like whose science? Like, I don't even really subscribe to that.
Right. You know what I mean? But all I'm saying is whatever science that you bring forth to the argument, I'm going to show the flaws, and it's going to show that the position that you're holding of this superiority of this one race is flawed.
Okay, so but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, SKC. Let's just take that out of the perspective, right? You know what I'm saying? Let's take that.
That's the entire center of it all.
Okay, so if we're debating,
hold on, I'm gonna explain it like this. I'm explaining it like this real quick, Drake. Like because really the core of what I ascribe to is rooted in history, lineage, and pride. That's why I said that.
Yeah,
it would be like debating the Bible versus the Quran.
Yeah, nope. I'll give you something better.
Not at all.
Okay.
Because
I'll give you an example. I'll give you some.
All of those lineages and stuff back. It's going to take you back to animals, and then it's going to take you back to lower beings than that, and then after that, it's even if you go into the part where it goes to animals at that point, all of everything that you're talking about so far as superiority is completely thrown out the picture because it's all the same stock.
Well, let me put it to you like
this. That's why I see. I thought you said this guy was kind of smart, Dre, and that's why I said
listen.
Hold on. Who else heard me say that it would be a waste of time to debate it?
I mean, yeah, I heard you say that. Yeah,
but here's the other thing, SKC, right? You know what I mean?
That shows a flawed position.
No. But listen, what I'm saying.
My monkey is more superior than yours.
Hold on, wait a minute.
My amoeba is more superior than yours.
SKC, hold on.
See, here's the point.
My string of amino acids are more superior. This DNA code that codes for brown skin shows that there's more intelligence. No, it doesn't.
No. But here's the thing. But now let me ask you a question. Right? Let me ask you a question, SKC. Right now, in the science, right? Is there a thing about the division of cells when it comes to human beings? Like leading to certain birth defects when it comes from people with lesser melanin versus people with more melanin.
That's not even
about intelligence. I'm just talking about just
SKC. That's look. I'll put it this way, right? And this is where I'll kill the argument, right? No. Do you know what RNA is?
So then kill it in the debate circle then.
Whoa.
And then if you want to go there, and then if you go there, tell me which one came first, the RNA or the DNA.
Oh no! I was asking
if you want to go there, and then also tell me how did the amino acids assemble, by self or by accident? Tell me which chain sequence they used.
First of all, RNA is the selector for all your genes. It's what selects all your genes. The DNA only expresses it.
Okay, so RNA
is the messenger for DNA. As a matter of fact,
it runs.
As a matter of fact, how does RNA select genes? Whoa. How does RNA select genes?
It runs up and down the DNA strand, and I'm asking you, which one came first?
I'm asking you, how does RNA select genes? How does RNA select genes?
Which one came first? Since we just wanted to do an intellectual,
how does RNA select genes?
I'm gonna tell you what came first.
Who knows more than each other type of thing. So you tell me which one came first.
Listen, can I say? I want to say this. You know what came first? There was a dick, and there was a pussy. There was some sperm.
No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. Because all of those are multicellular. No, there wasn't. No, there wasn't. Because every single one that you just named is multicellular.
No, that's just
single thing that you just named is multicellular. So no, none of that stuff came first. So which one came first? The RNA or the DNA, Cerulean? According to the evolutionary model that you believe, which one came first?
Actually, what I'm talking about ain't got a goddamn
thing to do with. So then back down. So then back down or meet me in the debate circle then.
What I'm talking about ain't got shit to do with the evolutionary model.
All right then. See, that's what I'm talking about. Dudes try to throw stuff out there thinking that people don't know anything at all. And then when they're called on it, then they're like, blah, 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 blah.
Why that debate be so
which
stupid,
one came first? That's all I'm asking. According to the evolutionary model that you stand by, which one came first?
This is the stupidity
and then I
of
can
it all,
answer
right?
your question.
Oh, Pete,
and
right?
then I can answer your question.
Pete, real quick. What came first? The evolutionary model or us discovering the genetic code?
Genetics.
See, that's why evolution is taught separately from genetics in college.
Yeah.
So whenever you talk about whoa, stop.
Where did genetics come from?
Wait, stop.
Where did genetics come from? Where did genetics come from?
Stop.
Where did the idea of genetics come from then? Where did it come from?
We discovered this shit.
You can Google this really quick.
We discovered it.
I'll give you again. It's a guy.
More than 100 years after the theory of evolution was even proposed.
It's a guy who was playing with some plants. I'll give you that much. He was a monk.
Mendel?
I'll give you that much.
What's his name? Mendel or something?
Yes, Mendel. Who was a monk and a religious man.
From the evolutionary model,
and his thoughts were put away for quite a while until a bunch of stuff in evolution didn't make sense, and then they merged it.
Understands that
because it had mathematics behind it to prove what it was saying.
And if you really want to get technical about it,
that's where it came from.
Evolution is only taught or rather studied in anthropology and geology, not in the field of genetics.
Actually, they were synthesized. They were synthesized in the 30s.
But RNA, it was synthesized in the 30s. I just asked you about RNA, and you talking about whatever your evolutionary theory. Like I thought you were a little shorter.
All I asked you was which one came first, because then that starts to narrow down which evolutionary model you believe, which you are not allowing into discovery right now.
Okay, let me hold on. Let's all right. Let's do this right here. Let's just do this real quick. Okay. All right.
Laugh.
Take the evolution.
At least when I laugh, it's actually fun.
Hold on. Let's just take the evolution off the table.
Instead of being
the original
nerdy.
argument, the original thing that you brought up, right, is the tribalism of people identifying with one type of genetic piece of code that was made by accident, right? That's your thesis that you brought up.
Repeat that one more time.
I'm not trying to misquote you, but
no. I'm just asking you to repeat it because I'm actually working on something else while we're doing this.
Okay. So you were bringing up that that pretty much it's stupid to basically be loyal to a piece of genetic code, right? You know what I mean? Because it's barbaric, right? To be
No, the exact thought. You're in the ballpark, but what I'm saying is,
I don't want to misquote.
It is idiotic to be loyal to a tiny percentage of the entire genetic code. That's only function is the code for skin color. That's it.
So let me ask you
all it does.
Okay, so hold on. Don't kick the chair. Don't kick the chair. Hold on. I'm not trying to kick no chairs. I'm just trying to make a point. Then the whole basis of America was built off of that same premise.
And
so are black people American?
That depends on who you ask.
No. I'm just saying, in your opinion, I believe black people.
That's a personal question.
No. Listen, I know it's a fact because I got a passport that says I'm American.
No. What I'm saying is that there are people. What I'm saying to you,
I can't hear
what I'm saying to you, DeAndre, is there are people who will live and die on either side of that. On either side of that identification.
Identification.
There were people that they would rather you kill them for them to allow that to be a truth.
But for that to be the truth, and you know what? And I agree with you. And I think black people should see themselves.
So that's not for me. So that's not for me to say for an entire group of people. I can't answer that.
Okay, but for yourself, let's say for yourself.
Let's go. No. Hold on. I'm having this conversation. For yourself, do you believe, right? As a person, you're American?
In the confines of this conversation, and I would say semi-debate, my answer is it is irrelevant.
Okay. No. Hey, listen, I accept that. So I'm going to reflect the question on myself. I know that I'm American, right? Because when I look at my passport, it just says date of birth, place of origin, name, full name, and citizenship. American. Doesn't say I'm black. Doesn't say anything. It's only when I get to America where I have like a driver's license that says black, male, and all that other crazy shit. Now, here's the thing. This is my belief, right? I'm gonna say this is my belief, but this is the fact that backs up the belief from my position, right? I actually agree with you, and actually Cerulean actually agreed with you early, and he actually told you that when you came up, but I don't think you heard that because everybody was going back and forth. Y'all was going back.
Yeah. He did. I saw that. Yeah, I paid attention.
Like I heard him multiple times, right? But I agree with you. I actually, on multiple occasions, tell black people that you are American first. You can't run nowhere. You I tell them all the time. I say this, right? I also state that, but America is built off of that little strip of accidental, quote unquote, by evolutionary standards, DNA, right? Now, we know that the Black American, right, that was bred, right, is in the physical sense the most athletic, the most gifted when it comes to certain things because the blending of certain DNA, not that no other people are gifted, but we see it on display, right? We see it on display. Or the people that, after whatever slave trades that were happening, those things did happen. Now,
I don't agree with that.
But on the world stage, when there are sporting events, right? Because that's how they would prove it. Because they go back to ancient Greece, right? That's how they would prove it. The big nations, the nations that are the superpowers, would do certain things like who's the fastest man, right? The world's fastest man ain't been a white person since whatever. Now you can call this Italian dude white that became the world's fastest man because he won the Olympics. You know what I mean? In the last one, but he's half black and half Italian. His dad's black. Okay. He's, you know what I'm saying? So now,
okay. So before you go on, DeAndre, just give me 15 seconds.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
How many different sports are there?
There are a lot of sports. There's probably about maybe I don't know for say, but let me estimate probably about 100.
But a lot, right?
A lot.
And there's some that don't even make it into the Olympics, but they're still a sport, though, right?
They're still a sport.
Yeah, they're still a sport.
Okay. So do black people dominate 51% of all of those sports?
Now, organized sports, I would say football, baseball, and basketball. Now, rugby, no. Soccer, no, it's international. Hockey, we don't dominate it, but we're in that sport. Wrestling is, you can even that out. Combat sports, martial arts, you even that out. Mixed martial arts, it's all in the same family. No matter what styles you're doing, they even itself.
Sir Abadayu, as you go through this entire list, I doubt that you're going to name all of the over 100 sports that you just stated. And I'm just asking, just off of a guess, would you want to step into a debate with me as we comb through all of these different sports that are all over the world and try to prove to me that black people dominate 51% of it? Would you be willing to bet?
No. Okay, that's not even a debate. That's not even a debate because 51%. That it depends. Now you can say, I'll give you an example. Hold on. I'll give you an example. Now basketball itself is unique. It's a Canadian sport created by a Canadian, right? By Naismith. The difference was when black people got into it in the 20s in college, right? And on to the 40s. And when they got into the pros, it was different.
I'm not that's a totally
that's I know
the argument that was played, the argument that was placed is that by looking at sports and athleticism, you can tell that black people are the most athletic. And I'm saying, okay, if you're looking at sports, you would not be able to prove that from a mathematical
on a percentages when you talk about all of
correct.
The sports?
All the
that
sports.
that wouldn't even be a debate because
that wouldn't be a debate though. It's just like it
that's the position that you have that you pushed.
No.
You said you can look at. You said
no,
you
ain't
can
a
look at the
position we
sports
push.
and whatnot.
No, if it was a debate,
and that shows you that they're the most athletic. No, it doesn't.
No. What I said is the sports that matter, right?
The sports that matter.
That matter. Okay, so
that's why I said. That's why I said the basketball
matters becomes subjective.
No.
No,
I like that. Now you're correct. Now what we have to say is subjective to whom?
Subjective to whom? Thank you.
Right, and the subjective to whom is this, right? The Olympics is a $1 billion thing that
$1 billion industry. Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
$1 billion.
Even within the Olympics, would you say that in the Olympics that black people dominate 51% of the Olympics?
Only this? No, they do not. They only dominate the sports that matter.
Okay, so why did
they only dominate the sports that matter?
Bring up the Olympics as a model?
Let me ask you a question.
DeAndre Essex, hold on. Let Carillion speak. Go ahead.
I would actually say, do black people dominate more than 51% of the Olympics? I would say yes.
Okay. Well, then I would say let's look into that and try to prove it.
Even still, I wouldn't be wrong. Why? Because are you talking about the Summer Olympics or the Winter Olympics?
Or Winter Olympics. Now the summer, yes.
Why not combine them?
No.
Why not combine them all? Because they all matter.
Because they don't all take place at the same time.
They don't take
they're all on the world stage.
Well, they don't all take place at the same time.
I'll give you an example. In hockey and winter sports, we probably don't dominate.
Everybody has an opportunity to be involved.
Yeah, but I'm gonna say it like this, right? The most important thing in the Olympics, we all know this, right? Okay, if for those that don't know, this is how entertainment works. You have your opening stuff, you have your other shit, and then you have your headliner. Right. The
Absolutely.
Is the most important thing on any type of thing when it comes to entertainment. It's the last act to go on. They close the show. That's what people really came there to see. We know this in boxing. We know this in any type of sport or entertainment. Now, when I say when black people dominate the sports that matter, right? You don't care about the person that's good at badminton and shit. You don't really care who won the gold medal in tennis. You care about the world's fastest man. You care about that, right? To the point where America, during World War II, right, could not go against the athletes in Nazi Germany. And to prove a point, they found a man named Jesse Owens, right? And it was so much of a blow to the morale of the Third Reich, right, that a black man, the lower species, was faster and more athletic than them, that started a trend where they started allowing more black people to be in the Olympics. Not up until that point, niggas couldn't participate, right? So in a lot of things, matter of fact, they started finding this out and they started doing research. They even know this with the genome.
So DeAndre, before you go forward,
yeah,
this is my question to you.
Right.
And I'm just being honest with you, bro.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you be willing to debate me on this?
Of course not.
because all I'm going to do is just go back to the science.
No. It's not a. You know what, SKC it's not a debate because we're having a discussion.
All I'm going to do is go to the science.
I'm like, everything doesn't have to be a debate, right? This is my position on it. This is the factors that I have. If you have a position on it, state it right now. And if you bring some information that I'm not privy to, I'll re-examine it. We're having a discussion. I said I'm not debating you because it's no need to, because I'm not hyped up on my high horse to think I need
either. I'm the dumbest guy here.
No, dude, listen, dude, I learned shit by studying goddamn insects. You know what I'm saying? Like, I learned a lot. Listen, man, I learned shit from my grandkid, and he's 1 year old running around.
I study people and insects and combinations, a lot of stuff. What I do is step back and observe and how things move, even spaces.
Yeah,
so I keep that to myself.
And on that, Sir Abadayu, there is a point of where you can observe them, and
no.
that's very good. And there's also points of where you can interact with them in certain ways, and then you're able to study them even further to get further observations of how they react to stuff.
Yeah, listen, here's an observation that I learned. This is an observation
that I lifestyle, Sir Abadai.
You know what? This is a life. Listen, this is an observation I learned, right?
The
so I'm telling you, SKC, right? I sat up here and I was trying to figure out for the life of me, right? I was trying to figure out for the life of me. Why do Latinos look the way that they look? I'm not talking about the Latinos. I know what the science says. I know what history says, but you know, that can be debunked, and it's always another article can come out and they make a new discovery because science is ever evolving, ever moving. New information comes out, people find things happen. But I was trying to figure out, you know what? Why do Latinos, I'm talking about kind of like, you know, Latinos look a certain tinge or whatever. And I started looking at my son and I had an aha moment, right? And I talked to my wife and I said, hey, let's look at our youngest son. Let's look at him, right? Is he Japanese? Right? She said he's half. I said, no, that's not true because you're not full Japanese. You're half, right? You're Scottish and you're Japanese. That means you're Scottish and you're Asian, right? Right? Your mom's Japanese, but she's a part of the original the indigenous Japanese people that was in Japan. She's not a 60% Hmong Chinese, 10% Korean, and then the other tinge of the lower Japanese that came from the Honshu thing, right? See, you know what I mean? I know this because I need to know the culture in which I'm in to understand what happens in the world, right? So I sit up here and I said, and then you're Scottish, right? But that can be a mix of the thing, right? You can have people from Northern Ireland. I'm like, you were born in London, your dad is Scottish, you know, World War II happened, a lot of moving and all this other stuff, right? But I'm black, but I have some Native American in me. I'm from my mother's side, you know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? But our family can go all the way back to the tribe in West Africa, the Dingo tribe. My dad is Haitian, right? So now you take all of that into perspective, and I look at my son. He's got deep curls in his hair. If I was not walking with my son, my wife wasn't around, you would thought this is like a child that came from maybe somewhere in South America, or he was in the islands or something like that in the Caribbean. But he never been there. Never been there a day in his life, right? So I said, look at this. This is my genes, your genes, the whole genome of the hereditary line, and look at what we have here as a child. So what is this child truly, right? Because guess what? My child has never been in the U.S. So guess what? He doesn't he doesn't understand black culture to the T because he's not been immersed in it. He's been in Asian culture his whole life. So there's a whole different diagram. And then I started saying, you know what? We are tribal to the damn core. Now it's all about the tribe that you prescribe to and what vestiges of power when you think about it on a larger scale. You can take, you know what I mean, whatever, but there's certain things that are true. If my wife walks out there in 70-degree weather, she's going to get sunburned. Me and my son don't have that problem, right? We don't have that problem, right? So that shows you something. Now, when it comes to mentality and all of that, where this person is smarter because of this, and this, and yada, 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 I'm not going to get into that. But if we're talking about just the raw physics of imposing the environment and certain things like that, her dad is Scottish. It's cold up there. It ain't hot in that motherfucker. I've been to Scotland. I met one group of niggas, and they ran across the street to say what's up to me because there ain't no other niggas around. You know, places, right? So when I see certain things, I understand it and I get it. You are a product of your environment. You will evolve through time, or your species will evolve through time because of your genome, what is considered, and the environment forcing you. That's why they're short people that are in the goddamn rainforests and shit. And that's why they're tall ass motherfuckers in the plains. That's why you got a motherfucker that's big as fuck, them biking motherfuckers, because they need more body fat because it's winter and shit and it's colder. That's why people that are on the east coast of Africa, where it's hot than a motherfucker, especially around in that Gulf region, you know what I mean, of Oman and all of that shit, they're leaner because
they need to get the heat out of their body quicker, right? But we're all humans at the end of the day. We're all humans at the end of the day. Now we break up into our tribalism. Being American, you're brutal. You're a brute because you're a part of a tribe. You're part of a country, right? Probably you're part of one of the 3 biggest brutish groups on the face of the planet. Probably the most brutish motherfucking group. And guess what? I'm proud of it. I'm proud to walk around knowing I'm in a country where there's 7 military bases, you know what I mean, on a stretch of California. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that right there is something where I'm an American. I'm proud to be an American. I understand the dynamics of everything else, but I like to have these conversations. That's why I say I know what you're saying, right? I know what you're saying when you say certain things, that those are facts, but I understand why you're saying it, the reason why you're saying it, and how you're saying it, because you're getting kicks of trolling people. Yeah, I get it.
It's like unravel the premise of his whole argument, though.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But SKC is like SKC is this, right? This is what SKC does. Everybody's having a serious conversation about something, and he comes in, right? And everybody's having this conversation, and he kicks the fucking trash can. But he doesn't do it. He doesn't do it like with the intent of the malice. He's like, "Oh shit! Did I just kick the trash can?" And everybody turns around.
Oops.
To SKC, and then it was like, "Man, what you kick the trash can?" And then
oh my god!
And then SKC starts picking up the trash, but then he starts talking. Why he's picking up the trash? Well, you know, I see this and this way and this and that way. They're already pissed at you for kicking the trash can, but then he knows that he's egging them on, but he sits there very calmly and he knows what he's doing. But this is my thing. He's doing it. You know why? Because the problem that black people have is they don't get enough practice dealing with the other side of the fence that actually.
Right.
That's true.
Thank you.
You want to do it, do it. Go ahead, man. I ain't gonna stop you.
I ain't gonna stop him. That's what he does. You know what he told me? It's a lifestyle. You know, I just look at it differently. But I understand what he said. He told me on this panel, it's a lifestyle, and I respect that. When he said that, I left it alone. I said, all right, now we got that accomplished. So
listen, I'm not going to debate. I'm not going to debate you, SKC, because guess what? Right? Here's the optics. Everything
he's gonna be the same all the time.
Listen, I'm not listening.
I think there's some things that are flawed in your assumption, but I mean, I would say a lot of it is in the right ballpark. But I think eventually, and I'm not saying that I'm smarter than I'm not. I'm the dumbest guy in the room. I think I'm so dumb that people that are intelligent don't get it.
Kick in the trash can.
I really do. I'm being serious.
Why'd you kick the trash, man?
This is another one of those instances of where it's getting late. I've been here. I've talked to other individuals. I'm getting summoned over at Teapot as well.
Yeah, man, I heard that.
I know. I'm skywatching right now.
In the bed. I know. But before I leave, I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Did I run from this?
No, you didn't. No, I can confirm you did not.
Man, hey, I just want to say something to you, SKC, bro. First of all, don't eat up all the orange chicken before I get home.
Delicious, man. You tripping?
I don't have any ill will towards really too many anybody. Not even SKC.
Neither do I. I have no ill will to no one here.
Me personally.
This is a great discussion.
Taz was up in here throwing stuff and going on. I never had any ill will towards him.
He was on by the way, he was on Mr. Palmer talking about that baby mama stuff. And that was a great discussion. I was there. That was a great discussion. Shouts out to Ramil on that.
There hasn't been anybody in this space that I've had any some type of ill will towards. Sir Abadayu, I debated Ramil Amir on the whole thing of I think pump and dump is a bad
Yeah,
idea.
yeah, it is. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree with that. Me and Wacky agree with that. And you debated.
But yet I've done work for him, so it's not a thing of I have ill will. I don't have any ill will towards anyone. Same thing with Sheila E. I didn't have any ill will towards her. The people that said negative things, I came to her panel, and the only reason that I came up for that one specific time was when I heard her saying stuff. I said, whoa. I never said anything against you, Sheila. And if anybody else on my side that was in my chat that said this or that, I apologize on their behalf.
See, that's fair. See, I like that, man.
Yeah, that's fair. But like I said, those conservative streams you did with us and Mike, you debate them on what actually conservatism is, and I brought the different levels. See, I was doing research for myself from last year because we was talking about Biden and Trump, and you did a good job on both of them. Even you came back with the MGTOW information. We discussed it like men, and we did it, and we had a good time afterwards and talked about something totally else.
I don't mind having those discussions, sir. But it's just when people say that they want to have an intelligent conversation and even an exchange of ideas, a debate, even, but when they start to throw out absurdities and then don't want to explain those absurdities, okay, I have to troll you because now it's monkey business now. Okay, spaghetti monster in the sky. Okay, let's do this.
Wait, I want y'all to peep this, right? Because he says an absurdity, but yet when Dre asks you some questions, you unravel the premise of your entire argument. See, because understand a debate is just that, an exchange of ideas, and there is no immediate winner.
It follows the rules of decorum. Every single time, it follows the rules of decorum.
Secondly, the reason why you would have lost the debate is because you're proposing a hypothesis without laying a premise. Because what you did was you assumed that I believed in fucking linear monomorphic evolutionary theory, and I don't.
And my position to you is the same, Cerulean. Whatever model of evolution, the 6 that are within the halls of academia right now, or even if you come up with a offshoot of those, I still hold that your foundation of this racial superiority based on evolution and DNA is false. That is my claim.
Once again,
now, if you want to get inside the ring and do that, we can. We can do it as men, but I don't have no ill will towards you.
I want you to understand something real quick, though, right? Because a debate, you're debating to try to prove me wrong, which is a false premise of any debate. See, because here's the thing. If you believe that something that I have said is, say, incredulous or fallible, right? You have to propose that which you believe would be on the straight and narrow or the level. And that is what we debate on. That's why every single time that I've been on Professor Xavier's channel or debated on there, I've always chose what the topic of the debate was.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit up there. I'm not going to sit up there and debate like I don't know what the debate between Obsidian and Angry Man was. Angry Man
I don't know what that was either.
He wanted to do that debate. It had something to do with bitches, and I was just like, nah, I ain't.
I ain't gonna waste my energy on that. It'd be a bunch of bullshit. Anger Man is scared to come over here, man, because of DeAndre.
And so I would position to you that you name the title of the debate. You can give the title of the particular set of the evolutionary model that you believe in, that gives credibility to racial superiority, and I will take the negative.
That's not what a debate is about. Like that isn't what the debate is about, right? Because if it's an exchange of ideas, right?
I will present
what ideas are.
Yes,
because it's really my ideas versus your ideas, not just what are your ideas? And I will take the negative position against your ideas, even though I'm not presenting what my ideas are. That is a waste of time.
What
especially considering you aren't familiar with any other any other evolutionary model other than the one that you thought or assumed that I believed in.
Well, how about this? How about this? Let's do this.
See, it's like this, Drake. Hold on, Drake. Like this, right? And he unraveled the entire premise of his argument whenever you were talking about how black people dominate in sports, right? And then he just did the same thing that I did to him. And say, well, do you know how many types of sports there are? Didn't I just ask him how many times? And I know that's why you asked it, Drake, because I was like laughing the whole time. Like I was trying to get him not to answer it, but he wanted to do it anyway.
Yeah, I saw that. I was paying attention to that. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what I said is like, look,
as I stated to you right now, in the halls of academia, there are 6 models that are up for debate. You stated that you don't hold to any formal conclusion of or theory that is out there so far as evolution. So if that's the case, that means
when you talk about 6 models, understand something. Those are just 6 models that are being debated. That academics, from different schools of thought, different,
and that's what I was saying. Those are the ones that hold the highest degree of credibility in academia.
But there's more than just those plain 6. But even within each individual, but even though within those 6 fields that some have strong arguments for, right? Even within those 6 fields, people that agree on that they agree on the evolutionary model, even that is debated in within that.
Correct.
And see, I'm familiar with quite a few evolutionary models. I don't particularly subscribe to any one of them.
Okay. Which is that's what I know.
And that's the reason. But check it. That's the reason why I told you that you're basically proposing that we debate the Quran versus the Bible. Because until we set in policy,
not really. That's why you would be able to name
until we say this is what the set in policy. This is what the origin of everything is going to be, right? Then all of it really is quite religious.
Correct. So your idea of racial superiority is basically a religious thought, which is why I stated at the very beginning, you can rewind it back when I first started on this whole thing. My exact words is that my exact words is that your tribe is your God.
And I told you that, yes, my tribe is my God. Yes. And you know what? I'm proud of my tribe being my God.
Because and I have no problem with that. But it's not substantial.
If you didn't check it out, if you didn't have a problem with my premise, right? Then why are you trying to waste my time trying to get me into a debate in which you are not only waste my time? You haven't set your own premise. You haven't stated what your own beliefs are and what makes them better than mine, because that's what a debate is. One scientist debates the other scientist because they're saying, hey, this model is better. And the other scientist is saying, my proposal to a model is better. And so that's what you're debating. You have already lost the debate. Basically, like you literally only lost the debate because you're trying to debate.
The only person with a memory here,
you're right, and somebody else is wrong, and that's not what a debate is.
The only person with a memory here.
That's why. Look. That's why you can.
Oh my goodness! And say, I sat up and hold on, man. I sat up and listened to all of you all say all of this stuff.
Like, dude, that's not a debate, because I'm not debating. I'm not debating like your actual beliefs. That's not a debate. You haven't actually said anything.
What are you talking about?
You haven't said anything, right?
Yes, I have.
Didn't I just say that I could not, within good conscience, take that debate? Because he hasn't really said anything. He's just saying, here's what I think your position is, and I'll just take the contrarian. Right? I'll just take the contrarian view.
Am I the only person that has a memory here? Am I the only person that has a memory here?
Okay, so listen. I was listening.
This entire hold on. This entire thing. Hold on. Did this whole thing not begin because I went on a show?
Yeah, that's what this was about.
I disclosed exactly what my position is, and then you came up to try to say that it was wrong.
Yes. But see,
so then that is my position.
When I said it was wrong, when I said it was wrong, wait. When I said it was wrong, I espoused my beliefs, and guess what? It wasn't.
So then I have postulated my position. You came up. This whole conversation started because I postulated a position. This entire conversation happened just for the fact that I did that.
Yeah,
so and you tried to move off that
position after saying that, man, you know,
what are y'all talking about?
Now you come over here and then you say, well, I wasn't just saying that just black people were like, dude.
No, we can. Then if you feel that way, then you would be able to play back what I said in the debate to debunk anything that I said. But I know what I said.
Okay.
But black people took it wrong because they got in their feelings. That's what happened.
Instead of running, if that was the case, instead of running from me, why ain't you fucking
nobody running? I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look. Okay,
I've been here for over a couple of hours.
Okay, check this out. Because this is going everywhere but nowhere, right?
Yeah.
So
this whole conversation began because SKC came on a panel and postulated a position. Okay. That position got people in their feelings, as the host has stated. That was the whole purpose of him doing this entire show, was to do a breakdown of how I put people in their feelings based upon the position I postulated. So what are you all talking about?
And then the second thing I said, the cerulean outcome, what he did, what he did on those 3 panels, I said y'all 2 had 3 in a row based off the situation, what happened to another host. But shouts out to Sheila E, because she handled herself decent when Cerulean had control of the panel. Now, the last part I said exposed to trolling. We talked about that during this back and forth, and we expound on it. And he said it's a lifestyle, and we respect that. And he just answered the art of trolling.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, right there. I'll do a self live stream on it probably like later, but I'm just saying, like, you know, it's just a case study, but I'm gonna probably do some of these again. I ain't gonna just go on, you know, just Sheila's. I'll do that to everybody, you know, and just talk about a subject. The reason I did it because I'm observing what people think about her topic. Like, you have smoke for all these women, but the official and the police part, you know, law enforcement, that triggers certain people. They said, okay, let's have this discussion. She wanted that discussion. She said, okay, and I put it on the community tab.
I just have to state this before I leave out. I just have to.
Okay, go ahead.
You see this, DeAndre. You said that you set the trap. Cerulean Ray said, yeah, I thought he was gonna answer this and such, and the whole time I had already postulated my entire position. That is the point of us even having this discussion in the first place. So what the hell are y'all talking about?
No.
I'm like, what is this? Am I taking crazy pills? I know I'm dumb. I know that I'm stupid. But good
entire position. What you did was you made a statement, which was in itself an ad hominem attack.
So it happened so much. My position was so well founded that people had shows upon it. One exceeded 11 hours.
It's so funny.
So what are you talking about? I don't have a position.
What you did was you fucking made a statement that was actually an ad hominem attack.
Oh my!
That's what you did.
Hold on. Before we
I get it. Hold on. It's an ad hominem attack. Whenever I'm saying it directly to an individual
the host said that there was 3 shows that took place, hours of content that took place based upon the position that I put before people. You guys are gonna sit up and say I didn't share what my position was.
Back on that motherfucker.
Oh my God!
Hold on. Can we do this? Because we was at a conclusion. We got to a solution. Now we back to plan 0.
right? Everything was building. Everybody was going their separate ways. Everybody shooting.
It's already. And I ended it like when I did that rant, and I broke it down. But since y'all had that discussion, interaction,
everybody was about to shake hands, and as soon as I turned my back, because Ruben had to try to put his foot in the back of my back.
Hold on, we're gonna do this. No, we're gonna do this again.
But I get it. You know, there's no honor. I get it.
Hold on.
No honor. Hold on. Let me say this. So you're saying that trolls don't have honor then, right?
Hold on. Let's sit there.
So you can come and troll somebody, but as soon as we about to settle this thing on out, and as soon as I troll you back with a chair from across the room.
Hold on, check this out. Hold on.
Go ahead, DeAndre.
Hold on. Let me say this, man. Before because it's gonna go to Rob and some other shit. Check this out. And I do want to see the fuckery that happened over there with fucking the general and shit. Okay. But see that, okay? So check this out.
Go ahead and watch it.
So check this out, right? Now, he did state his position, but I'm gonna say this, SKC. No one say nothing. When I asked you what was your position on the evolution thing, because you asked Cerulli, because I didn't know your position on that. I knew what your position on the other thing. I knew why you asked it. Did you directly, right, do anything or say niggas was animals? Blah, blah, blah. No, you didn't. You didn't say it directly. You didn't, right? It's on record. You never said it. Right? You never said it. It was actually someone that actually said it and everybody caught on. Because I actually had the conversation to break down what actually happened and how they got caught up in their feelings. Is this not true, Sir Obadiah? Is this not true? Did I not explain how that works? Like how SKC
you explain
whatever.
You explain it.
You did not say it like that, right? But here's the thing, right? We know. You know, everybody knows, right? Mm-hmm. If you say that humans are animals, right? We know that includes black people. Most black people disassociate themselves unless you say black people directly. I even brought up a scenario when I do it a lot. And they had to realize it.
I don't know. When they check the money, you can go back and look at the record. When they checked them on this shit. When they checked him on this shit, though, what his words were, I'm not talking about everybody else. See what I'm saying?
Well, okay. So now if that happened, you know what I mean. But for what I heard, and that was it, right? So now, if that happened, now we passed that. We know your position on what you're talking about with that. I asked the direct question of the position of when it came to evolution, right? Of you broaching the thing of y'all having this debate when it moved to that, right? You told me directly that you don't have to give me an answer. You're not going to answer that. You told me that directly. I said, okay, scoop, and I shut up and I muted, and y'all went back and forth. So from my perspective, I know your thing on that, but I still don't know. And this is me. I'm not speaking for anybody else because I asked you the question directly because you asked the question to the panel. Do we believe what Cerullian believes? And I said, before I can answer that, I'm not in a debate, but I want to know what your position is so I can get both sides of the information and then I can give you an answer. But you're not giving your position.
That doesn't make any
sense.
That's what
I asked. Because I never got that from you.
But it doesn't make any sense. I don't have to give you
a
thought of what I believe to ask, do you believe what he believes?
Well, no,
that has nothing to do with me or my beliefs.
But I don't. Like, listen, here's the thing. I don't. But I want to know what you have.
Even in that would have got like in a debate. If this was a debate, just literally asking for the approval.
It wasn't a debate.
Literally,
it wasn't a debate. And before he even went into all of that, I explained to him why it wasn't a debate because you had already used ad hominem.
Okay, so now
therefore I was just asking a question.
What I did was I returned volley.
Because I wanted to get
what I did was I returned volley.
Where everybody else's position was.
I returned volley.
So hold on. Let me
put based on the ad hominem, bro.
Hold on. But before we get into all of that, what So basically, this is what happened, right? And this is what I'm saying, right? The reason I broached that question, you asked us what our position is. We thought the way that the argument was broached, but we knew that Cerulean never stated his exact position when it came to what type of evolution or the thing. You put it up there.
And already knowing that, that's why I stated my position is irrelevant. Because if he's not stating his outright, why should I state mine?
Okay, so now
why do we have to play these games? Why do we have to play these games?
Hey, that's fair. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Like yo, I'm trying to get to a point here. Hold on for a second. This is what I'm trying to get, right? This is me. Okay, then you're correct. Right. You don't have to state anything, right? Because it's not a debate anymore. You said that the debate was over, right? So the challenge was levied because of the ad hominem attacks. The debate was over, right? You stated that. We have it on record. Debate is over. Now there was a conversation between two men. It was a discord, right? Now we have to come to a solution, right? Because now there's a discord here. Now that doesn't mean y'all hate each other. It just means that y'all don't see eye to eye on this situation. But on this particular topic. Now, I know why you brought that up, because it was about the other thing that you was talking about, or being your position is, which is your real position. The evolution had nothing to do with it. It was just a branch to broach your real position, is that you don't think that anybody should be loyal to any group of anything, right? I'm paraphrasing it, just because of DNA. Is that correct?
No, I'm saying that position of trying to base some type of loyalty on DNA it has a fallacious foundation.
Okay, it has a fallacious foundation, right? Okay, hold up. Let me get this right. Hold up. Let me get this right, though, right? Let me get this right, though.
That's the same thing that Madison Grant did.
Okay, so now
let me get this right though. So you'll go and marry a goat?
What?
SKC? You'll go and marry a goat?
I can't have offspring with a goat.
So having offspring is the thing that will decipher whether or not you sleep with it.
Well, marriage is based on a number of things. One would be on at least the prospect of offspring. Usually, different species do not mate with each other, Cerulean. That's scientifically proven.
No, but see, hold up.
I mean, I understand that you're trying.
Wait, hold up.
But in most of the animal kingdom, most species do not have children with each other, and even the ones that do, that create the hybrids, usually those hybrids do not are able to have offspring of their own.
Everything
it's like, what are you talking about? And then when you go on the whole thought of marriage, then you're interjecting the thought between the break between animals and humans. Animals are work within the instinctual block. Humans have the ability to work on instinct and reason. So it's like, what are you talking about?
See, reason why I'm saying that, right? Because everything beyond that, what I'm saying, is relevant, right? Because you said that you think that it's what was it? What was the word? Small-minded or something to that effect, to hinge your entire belief system based on some loyalty to this little tiny genetic marker. But when we look in the domain of the totality of existence, right? Humans and human DNA is really that small marker in comparison to the rest of the domain of existence, right? But yet, you'll only marry a damn human. So, in according to your position, right? According to your position, it's stupid. According to your position, it's stupid to literally hinge your entire belief system based on that little tiny genetic marker.
Yes.
And so therefore, I asked you if you would sleep with a goat. I can't have kids with a goat. So if you can have kids with a goat, you be telling me if you can have kids with a goat, you would sleep with it?
Okay, and here comes my counter, Cerebral. If you want to while you laugh, if you want to sit up. If you want to sit up and you want me to show you the differences between animal DNA and human DNA and all of the differences within it, there are millions and millions of different strains when it comes to the DNA. So if you want to have that argument, I'll go ahead and put that before you on the chart to show you how often it is. It is a huge gap.
Hold on. Before we get there,
and one of the parts that shows that huge gap is our cerebral cortex, which has more neuron connections than any human animal on the planet.
Was that if goats could have human kids, you would fuck it. That's what you just told me.
Okay, all right. So listen, man.
So there we go. There we go with
Hold on, man. We about to go into some dumb shit again. So look, we try to get to a solution, all right? And
how can we? I mean, if you want me to troll, I'll troll. But if you want to have an intellectual conversation, I will.
Everybody, listen. Let's be grown. Let's be grown men. Let's whatever. Everybody, put the trolling hats and the trolling arms down for 5 seconds.
Okay, but notice this, DeAndre. But notice this, DeAndre. In this entire situation,
you want to debate me on that?
Look who you've had to say that to.
Yeah.
You're not saying this to me.
I know. That's why I'm saying it. Listen, I'm listen. Am I fair? Right? See, now I'm not guilty of carrying water, am I? Because I'm fair.
I don't know, man.
No. That's what I'm saying. Listen, I realized what it was. We're in our petty bones, right? I'm fair, right?
No, there is no we.
No. Listen, I said
not in the petty stuff.
Yeah, I know that.
You haven't been in the petty stuff. Sir Abadayu has it. Gino has it. There's only one of us that's been here that's petty. So the use of the pronoun we is incorrect.
Okay, so individual.
So just call it out as it is.
Okay, so to make you feel. Hold on before we get.
But that's what I call water carrying.
Okay, listen. Did I step in and said let's all as men put down the troll, right? Cerulean has been trolling. I know it's not like I don't know he's been trolling. He's been trolling, right? I know, right? Matter of fact, when he was trolling on Sheila E's, Cerulean, did I not stand up there and say this is a public service announcement? We do not go with the views of the gray regime.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Right? See, I did public service enough, so that
I don't know. Maybe I have to go back and listen to.
You listen. I did it multiple times.
Now, I lost that one dislike. God damn.
You know what I'm saying? But listen, when Cerulean came on the panel, right? When he said on the panel, I actually, when you was in the chat, right? I made sure that I said, listen, you asked for where Cerulean at. Cerulean didn't know the channel was going on. I contacted Cerulean. Cerulean even said it. He came up because I know that y'all need to have this Discord. When I saw you in the chat, I basically said, I'm not going to debate you, SKC, because I know why you're coming up here, right? I'm not going to debate you. I'll listen, but when Cerulean gets up here, y'all, buckle your chin straps. Right?
Yeah, you did say that.
Right? So it was not, we knew where it was going, right? So that's why I stepped out of it. Now, Cerulean was trolling you. So I'm going to step in, right? Because we need to get a solution to this, right? And what I wanted to bring up is your position was what you said about that part. That's your position. When it comes to when it comes to that DNA on race, right? Because that's the other part of it. You didn't say that, but the insinuation. The race part of it, where this race is better, smarter, more, more physically gifted, all of this other stuff, because of that sliver of DNA or the melanin of their skin or whatever that divides this thing that's put up on the propaganda machine of how our nation is propped up on, and most of Western society and some of Eastern society, right? This is what it is. And you think that's asinine, right? That's your position on it. I respect that position, right? That's your position. The evolution part, you don't have a position on it because there's so many different parts of it. Neither does Cerulean, but to prove your point, you went down the evolutionary
rabbit hole, and that's where the debate was coming from. So you're not going to give your position on it because you probably don't have one. You may have one, but that's showing the cards in your hand, right? This is a proper tactic to, distract, move things to the side. It's a military tactic. I do it a lot when I talk to people. I walk them into trick bags all the time. It's a good tactic.
It's no tactic. It's really not a tactic. I'm not that smart. What it is. Hey,
right? Let's just say
I'm not gifted or anything like that. It's just an even exchange. If you're going to be a genuine person and you want to have an exchange of ideas, then place your idea out there. The whole reason why we even have this discussion is because I placed my idea out there.
You're not genuine to begin with.
No, I always stated that. No, you're incorrect.
If you say trolling is your lifestyle, you're telling us
you are absolutely incorrect because I substantiated that. I said people can call me a troll, they can call me a coon, but I'm honest. I'm not trying to throw some trick at you.
Look, like you came up here bold and too. Like, hey, I'm honest too, but I'm just saying. See, I appreciate it though. Like that's why I respect your honesty. Even when you came on those panels with Sheila 3 in a row, like I said, saluting, he held it down 3 in a row. So I had to set this up in my mind. I said, wait a minute. I had to talk about the SKC situation, what he did on that panel. They wasn't used to, right? The cerulean outcome equals cerulean effect. See, the typical SKC style, his lifestyle, and I know where you went with that. I said that's his stick. When I said no, he said lifestyle. He said lifestyle. Like he said, he confirmed that. We answered that. We answered the cerulean effect. Cerulean stands on where he stands. He don't believe in the theory stuff. SKC say he does. And then here's the end result: exposed to trolling and the art of trolling, and we witness it in this back and forth and the beauty of it, and we got it complete, fellas. Like, yeah, the objective's complete. Y'all have the back and forth. We said our points and we have our own solutions. And what I was trying to say was that's my summary of it, what I saw and how people react in the crowd, and they just got emotional and they didn't really take a L. They didn't understand what was going on. But her question was, you have all this smoke for the females, but when law enforcement and public officials, everybody got tight. Seeing what he was saying, he used the word animal. They were like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. This is what they said in the chat, and I'm ashamed of them. They shouldn't react. They should have listened, but they didn't because they're new to it. Now we had this discussion right now on my channel, and I said, let me break it down. So I was doing this like 2 days ago. I said, let me write this down. And I told this to Sheila I was going to break this down. And I told her what I was going to do. I'm going to be fair on both sides. I said, no, he came in here with a question. Cerulean came with his premise after when SKC left. I ain't going to say he ran. It's just I saw what I saw. I mean, he going to say he's going to rant, but I'm going to see what I saw. No, this is a situation. But I did not think y'all was going to come to my channel. And I'm like, I appreciate you fellas, though, man. But this discussion is great. The back and forth. It's a healthy debate, no argument. We didn't say no bitch ass niggas. We didn't do none of that. It's just it was civil. It ain't no BG, we love you. Get him, BG, and all that shit. I mean that shit that I saw at the fucking Shatterpoint. It was disgusting, man. Disgusting.
Oh God.
I mean, no hate on BGS, but that shit on the Shatterpoint was disgusting. I mean, I know he has his ways. I get it, but God damn, man. Like, see, them fellas don't do research. I know he's tired, but damn.
Okay, on that, Sir Abadayu, there was a thing that I heard you say. You said sometimes I will go over to Art and I'll troll. I talk to Art offline.
I know you talk, but I'm just saying the way you do it though.
The only reason that I trolled that one guy.
Yeah, true. I said that early in the stream. Yeah, he got emotional
because. Well, not just the emotion. I can handle that. That's fine. Emotion.
Not you. I'm saying the guy. I'm talking about the young man. He got emotional. He got tight.
Him. But when he stated, that 90% of biracial people are assaulted by police, and every other person there that are high, they're supposed to be high intellectuals,
right?
And correct them. Then I was like, okay, then let's just get absurd then.
Yeah, that's false.
Hey, look,
I know I was laughing at it. He got emotional. Yeah.
I mean, look, if I heard some shit like that, I would troll the fuck out of that person. Like,
I did. I was laughing. I was there that day, and I said, "Art, that boy got emotional," and I sided with you on that, SKC, and that was sad. It was sad to see. It was embarrassing.
That wasn't the point. I don't fault the young man for getting emotional and saying something crazy. You know, I know he was trying to make a point because you know before his peers, and he wanted to look good. That's fine. That's a natural inclination.
Instinct.
The problem that I had was that the older gentleman there, who he looks up to, just rolled with it. Like there was no one jumped in and said, "Nah, that's off, bro. Nah, that's off." They just all rolled with it. And I was like, "Okay, so that's what this is."
You know why that is, though, right? It's because
they love him.
No. Well, the Coliseum isn't the Coliseum anymore.
Yeah,
right now, all that's around is, but a bunch of yes men, and he has the same effect on a lot of these guys that Trump had on a lot lot of people, right?
Oh wait, was this
just take his word for it?
No. New style. Yeah, I frequent there a lot. I don't mess with Igmore like that. No.
Yeah, what is the Coliseum?
Like there's no more like really that. Remember the Saturday night hangouts BGS used to have, right?
Yeah. I remember
that's before my
time.
That
used to be the shit.
Legendary. James talk about it all the time. I've seen it a few times until he stopped having them recently. I think last year, and someone fucked it up for him. Yeah.
What happened is that literally, you know what happened? It was a fucking incel infestation.
Yeah,
it was an incel infestation, and then what happened was these bitches and trauma bonding literally just became the overly saturated thing where they weren't even talking about nothing, right?
Yeah,
they weren't talking about nothing. But this bitch didn't give me a pony in high school, or this bitch left me, or this bitch cheated on me, and this
my jawline. Yeah.
That's literally what all it became, and it literally eroded. Right, it eroded.
What's wrong with that?
the whole space. Like that's what it is.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, right? There's one person, and there's one person to blame for this shit, right? You know what I mean? I blame Obsidian for leaving his post of incel hell. He was
Thank you. Thank God.
Incel hell, and he left his gates. Because guess what? He got some pussy. Right?
I used to say it all the time. Right? And it's so funny because I used to say this shit all the time. Obsidian is actually a necessary evil, but before he wanted to become, a dating coach, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Years shitting on dating coaches, right? He was a necessary evil because of what I was doing, and then Obsidian literally kept the incels in line. And then what happened? He abandoned his children to go off to be a dating coach.
You know what I'm saying?
And what happened was left the power vacuum, and then you have engendered man trying to fill those shoes. That's why the Saturday night hangouts were so important, because if let's just say Obsidian would play the role of the Joker. And I would always tell them, look, the only reason you guys think that I'm so good at shit is because Batman, right, wouldn't be Batman if he didn't have a Joker.
Yeah. That's right. He's utilitarian. Yes. Yeah.
See, Joker comes in, fucks shit up, and then Batman comes in.
He's a nihilist. Joker's a nihilist. Go ahead.
He comes in. Now, Batman is every bit the nihilist that Joker is, though.
Yeah. He's utilitarian. He's opposite. He's hedonistic.
The difference is that Batman is more optimistic than Joker is.
Yeah, but see, here's the other problem, right? Here's the other thing, right? The Joker had a bitch.
Yeah.
Right? The Joker had a bitch. Listen, think about it like this, right? Batman, jawline, billionaire, no mama, no daddy, raised by a butler that's not really his pops, but worked for him, you know what I mean? Saving the world. And half of the problems is because of his organization making shit they ain't supposed to make. And the Joker, broke little motherfucker, got a bitch.
So Joker is Pookie.
It's Pookie
in a sense, in a high class sense, he's a destructive nihilist. They made a movie called The Joker, which is silly, by the way, but hey, I mean, it's a good concept. Now, BGS did a stream on the Black Pill with the two terms I talk about on this channel: utilitarianism versus nihilism.
Everybody, I'm not trying to, but I said I had to go a while ago. I kind of
go ahead.
Myself.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Anytime, man. Oh, take care, man. You welcome anytime, man. Peace.
Some of that orange chicken.
Oh, that was a classic, man. I had to rewatch this shit, man. I mean, I put in my heavy hitters and my Thursday thrills, man. I appreciate y'all.
I love solutions, man. See, we're solution-based individuals. See, look at that.
Look, man. Look, see, I get it, right? Like, look, man. I've done my fair share of trolling, like trolling the fuck out of some people.
Yeah, I've done my fair share too. I done quit now. Yeah.
I mean, look, I probably would look. I've trolled Jesse Lee Peterson. I've trolled Ben Shapiro.
That's legendary, nigga. I miss that.
No, like no. I used to call into Jesse Lee Peterson show back in the days when I was in college before I dropped out. Right. I used to talk like him, like, and I would ask him the same question he always says, like Jesse Lee Peterson. I'm so glad that you have me on, but I want to have a question. Are you the head of your wife? Hey, that motherfucker will hang up on me. But see, at the same time, and that's why I said that, you know, when it comes to trolling, it does come from an emotional state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
it always does. It always does.
Because I'm thinking to myself, like, I want nothing more than to just knock Jesse Lee Peterson out. And so what I'll do is just call it interrupt his show, though, right?
Right.
He'd be sitting up there. He'd be sitting up there, fucking kissing these white boys' asses.
Hold on.
And then,
hold on.
And
what did Ruby say? Beta
male.
I remember doing the same thing to Shapiro, right? Like Shapiro was like, hey, like, do you prefer gas or fire? Right? So this crazy shit.
Yeah. No. Damn. Listen, look, man. Goddamn, it's early on the FBI wanted list and shit. They think he a white guy. He probably came in, voice changed it all, right? They probably kicking in doors on Billy Bob and shit.
What the fuck? Oh, that shit was legendary, nigga.
Now I sit there and tell Jesse Lee Peterson, see, you're the Antichrist because you're not married. You're not the head of your wife. You don't have a wife to be head of. So people shouldn't listen to you. You are the Antichrist. Like you sitting up there kissing crackers' asses, man.
Y'all leave my boy.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Like I know where the shit comes from.
Somebody said happy Black History Month.
Why is it right?
But see, that's why I asked that question.
Yeah, don't pay him no mind.
Like y'all didn't peep it, right? The whole time I'm laughing because like Dre literally just pulled the same shit on him that he was trying to pull on me, and I'm like, I'm not. There's no way in my right conscience am I going to take a debate that.
I mean, the crazy part. I said it twice. I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but I said it twice, and I lean more SYSBM. But like when Homeboy sat here and kept accusing you of ad hominems, he was doing the shit to Dre. Like you carry your water for. I'm like, what?
But no. See what he does. It's a little gaslighting, but he's honest with it. But he's uncanny. One thing I learned about him last year over at Fantastics, out of all the trolls, he's just brilliant, you know. But when you catch him in the corner, see what I do is I don't react to it because I'm a semi-troll. See, I soft troll. What I do is tap into their brains and hit a nerve, like what I call what's called Fantastic Fit Nelly. He don't like that name because of that George Floyd shit. And I'm the only person that called him out on that shit. And he gets under his skin, military guy, right? And he think he's bad in the Navy. Dude, you soft as chicken, man. It's sad though. Like he gets on panels, think he's the biggest bad. And SKC ain't gonna protect you. A lot of them niggas ain't gonna protect you. And it's funny as shit. And that's why I said he's the best out of all them trolls. And y'all fake ones over there, y'all be crying. And when I get under your skin, they don't say nothing. You know why? I understand. I understand that case. Yeah.
But see, if you notice, man, trolls don't like to be trolled. Right?
Exactly.
I'll get right with your ass on the troll and shit. That's why I brought
on top of the square.
Because
and sometimes it just turns into jokes. Yeah.
See, because it's like this. Because he's saying that because this is what he thinks I believe. That all of the genetic, derivatives, like, okay, so I mean, if you look at all of existence and all of the fucking species on the planet, humans only make up literally that same sliver.
Yeah,
and that's why I asked him, like, so if it's asinine, so you mean to tell me you would fuck a goat?
Nope.
He said, no, I can't. And it was so perfect because it's like, I can't because goats can't. I can't have children with goats.
I walked back
so
in
like,
but see, when I heard fucking goats,
like I said, man, like,
going on here?
Yeah, I'm honest too. Look, I tell the truth even when I'm lying.
Yeah. I mean, at least you're honest.
Okay, man, it's too much capping.
No, I was saying, like, so you're telling me that you would fuck a goat if it could have human kids?
Well, see, that's why I said what I said. I said, okay, this is that's why I wanted to get to what was his actual stance, right? Because what it looks like is I said, okay, your stance is that if you are being loyal, right, to a group of people because of their genetic code or their melanin, right? We've broken down the genetic code because instead of saying melanin, right, and it's a sliver of that, then that's a fallacy, right? I said, so you're talking about on the racial thing. That's why I brought it up. America was propped up on that whole thing, right?
But I was going to get into it even deeper than that. I was going to get into it even deeper than that because that would go against the shit. That would go against the shit, that he was just talking on the panel the other day. We said two-parent family. But see, okay, your children are literally a sliver of the overall genetic code that exists within humanity. So you're basically saying that it's okay for people to abandon their kids. That no need to be loyal to your children.
Yeah, he was laughing in the chat about all that shit. Shouts out to the general. Appreciate you, bro.
The general.
Hold on.
Oh, the general. Wait.
And tell us
hold on. I'll drop it. Hold on.
You gotta tell us what happened on the debate. Like, we was
yeah, they said it was dead. It was just it went haywire. But I want to ask him about that too. I was sky watching. They try to say it was terrible, but we had a debate over here with SKC, man. I mean, yeah.
Well, he said it's not a debate.
And to be honest though, I thought that he was going to be like, man, come the fuck on, man. It's a fucking goat or something. But it was like I'm thinking like.
You know what it was? No, you know what it was? It was DeAndre. DeAndre is known for his little antics. He was mad at DeAndre because he's the water carrier. And I'm like, see, a lot of people don't like DeAndre either, and you, because I've noticed something. I'm like, it ruffles people's feathers, man. And that's why I did this stream, because I did the 3 breakdowns. I said the SKC situation of Sheila E's streams, right, and yours too, Cerulean. And I said Cerulean outcome and the effect, and typical SKC style. He said, it's a lifestyle. That's what he told me on this panel, right?
Well,
and then we exposed the trolling. Yeah, the art of trolling. There we go.
I would say the same thing for myself. It's a lifestyle, right? Like the one complaint that I always get from a lot of these guys, because really what I'm getting from a lot of these guys is how come these bitches listen to you but they don't listen to me?
right.
That's really like when they break it all down. That's what I'm getting.
Oh, man.
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? When SKC was saying what he was saying, I knew what was happening, right?
Yeah.
Because listen, it's the surrender to win tactic. I know what it is, right?
Oh yeah,
because it's the best thing to do, right? Okay, what I'm gonna do is I can't fight it, right? But it's a smart tactic, right? Because when I deal with other people in society, they do it all the time. You know what I mean? They do it all the time, right? And when I mean other people in society, and this is a good thing. This is why I'm glad that he does this. Because he needs to do it so black people can actually evolve in the society, right?
There you go, right here, rocking my little girl to sleep. Just picked up as I thought. All the thoughts not said to me while I'm in people's faces, but I get it. But the best commentary comes when I leave. Yeah. So shouts out to SKC.
So what I realized was. It's necessary, right? It's a necessary.
Yeah, it's a necessary. That's why I don't get mad what he did. Like I said early in the stream, I call it the SKC situation. His lifestyle. I said typical SK style. That's what I said.
I wanted to make sure that people are watching, right? That we understand what the premise of the position was on both sides of the spectrum.
Right.
The solution was the byproduct conversation of the positions.
Yeah, it was.
That was to get here, and we got to.
And here's the solution. And the second thing I mentioned early in the stream before I opened it up, I said the cerulean outcome equals what? The cerulean effect. He did it on all three panels while SKC left. They had three in the world did that. They controlled both panels, and Sheila let them do it because she offered that discussion. She said, you don't do nothing with the elected officials and the police, law enforcement, right? That triggered a lot of people because most people in the space are law enforcement. And then that's what prompt SKC to hit the community tab that I shared because I thought it was a great discussion. Now, she didn't like it at first, but then she realized it turned to great stuff. She's like, oh, my man, cerulean. Yeah, that's why I call it the cerulean outcome equals cerulean effect. The last part, exposed to trolling. That's what I saw all three streams. And what I said was the art of it. Now, the art of it is like my boy Cerulean said, the go fucking and all that stuff, the trigger words, right? The trigger words, we call it trigger words, right? And then his word, SKC's word, he said, y'all animals. And people like, oh my God, they call me animal. They call me animal. And that's how they was acting, right? This is before Cerulean got up there.
But I still got you to admit, SKC, that you would fuck a goat if it could have children.
Oh, come on, man. Hey, General, what's going on, man?
What's going on, General? Welcome to the panel.
What's going on?
What's going on, man? Peace.
General in the house. I ain't chopped up with a general in like months, man. It's been a minute.
Oh, man.
What's happening, man? Hey, listen, man.
What happened? Well, it was an intelligent discord between grown men.
Well, I tried to, but unfortunately, you got one individual that's a black man who says he isn't a black man, he's an American, but then says, what are we doing to better black men? So that's an oxymoron right there. We had another black man who says, yes, I identify as a black man, but what has being a black man done for me or done for you? I'm like, brother, you confused. But I'm not going to talk bad about them brothers.
I can understand. I can try to understand the premise first, but because I'm one of those cats that's on some separation shit myself. But it's like, I try to make my points consistent.
Yeah, you see, and then there was the attack of when I'm trying to explain to the brother, and this is where y'all were talking about trolling, and I think first of all, brother Obadiah, thanks for having me up, brother.
Not a problem, man.
Appreciate it. So first of all, you got a brother that's trying to attack, your service record, and I'm like, okay,
man,
that shit doesn't affect me any, right? Let's talk about the talking points. Then he tried to conflate the whole argument because I brought up Audie Murphy, who was addicted to cocaine, wife beater. Yes, he was a decorated soldier. And then I said, well, that pales in comparison to the Harlem Hellcat, who was an African-American soldier who did far more than what he did, but not yet put on that same pedestal to show that there was a disingenuous within the armed services, right? How color does make a difference. But he wanted to sit there and argue the point of, I'm an American soldier. I'm a soldier for life. But you look at a black man in the mirror every day. Make that make sense to me.
This, General. But see, what I would say is this, General, is that certainly the institutions, the various branches of the military, certainly they actually believe that black soldiers are superior, which is why you've been seeing all of these campaigns targeted at trying to increase those numbers. As a matter of fact, it's so funny, right? Colin Powell, Kip Ward, got our brother Lloyd Austin now. Mm-hmm. Why is it that every single one of the peers of those men, right? Now, their peers could have thrown them under the bus and taken those positions themselves.
Facts. But
and so
obviously
that thing that he was talking about, that little sliver of genetic.
Oh man.
Listen, man.
This is, brothers, this is what happens. This is what happens when you get inundated into outside of your culture. This is what happens when you are not taught, to respect yourself, to respect your tribe, or to respect, your race. This is what happens when you are afforded certain opportunities and you end up being in majority white units and you don't see, that blackness as being worthy. You look at a white man, you look at yourself in the mirror and you wish, and you say to yourself, I wish I could get rid of my dark skin. Maybe if I was white, I would have been an officer. Maybe if I was white, I would already be a millionaire. And then you got a brother, and shout out to Hood Conservative, man. I mean, I get it, the trolling and all of that stuff. And I if you divest, that's okay. It sounds like a lot of divestment talk to me. It sounds like
right, absolutely.
It was a whole lot of divestment talk to me, and I'm thinking to myself like, well, goddamn, you got black sons, right? Your father is black, right? You made a point to make that point that your father was a black man from Mississippi. Your mother is a Jamaican, and if anybody have ever come in contact with Jamaicans, and I get that's where the ideology come from. Jamaicans would tell you quick, yeah, I'm a Rasta, or I'm a Jamaican, or I'm Barbados, I'm from wherever. I get it. I understand the concept of being an American. I understand that. But why is it, and here's a question for you guys on this panel, and I'm gonna let y'all have it. Why is it that when a white soldier says, well, I'm a white American soldier, no problem. Why is it that when a Hispanic soldier says, well, I'm a Latino American soldier, no problem? Why is it that when a Chinese says, well, I'm Chinese American soldier, no problem? Why is it that you say that the military doesn't recognize race, but yet we got Black History Heritage Month in the Army, we have Latino History Heritage Month in the Army, we have Chinese American History Heritage Month in the Army? Why do they make it a point to pull out all of these the diversities to show, hey, all Americans come together as one, but yet we still have to make sure that we put each one in a spotlight? If that's the case, your argument doesn't make any sense. Because if that was the case, they wouldn't have African American Heritage Month in the Army, or Latino Heritage Month in the Army, or Chinese American Heritage Month in the Army.
I'll do you one better. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't see the esteemed Dory Miller's name on damn near every fucking naval station that we have around the world.
I'll do you one better. Like, like the slaves masters. I mean, yes, it was started by certain blacks and certain Arabs, and the white man kind of had the tail end, if you want to get technical, with the French Indian War. Like the British, it was the French, yes, with the Haitians and the Spanish, they had weaker ships, but the British had the shebang, right? The red, white, and blue. And then their traders, I hate to say, want to be Americans. I don't want to say they crazy, but I'm just saying at the time, people look at it different. But I'm just saying how it's founded. But now they say, okay, slaves, you're Americans now. We give you land, we enslave you, chattel slavery, whatever, right? After all of that, history, right? Mm-hmm. That's our history, and that's what it is. And people can't accept that, because even when we mention different forms of slavery, even the white man was okay with it, broadcasted, castrated and everything, right? That's the standard that he put, and you wouldn't have what you call it, class. If we was on side with him, you wouldn't have race. But they made it a point, like this one said in his stream. He said, "No, they just wanted to kill us. They didn't do us for money. They meant what they was going to do to us, you know." And they sent a message. But after that, you know, yeah, we joined his military. I would say our military now. I would say like World War I and World War II. You know, Hitler, all the wars, you name it, even the money wars, like Vietnam, all them stuff. But like I said, people in those armed forces were proud to serve. Even my grandfather was proud to serve World War II. Rest in peace to him, Purple Heart, right? But standards, you know, he grew up in the Navy with his friend. My dad's father and my mom's father were best friends, but they was in the Navy. But see, they taught me a lot of stuff. But yeah, you wouldn't have all those people that set forth what we should be here now. You know, a lot of people are spoiled. Yeah, and I agree with what they were saying on Sheila's panel and things like that nature. So yeah, man.
I'm gonna say this to you, right? Is and to the general's point is, the first time that I came into boot camp, right? And you know, you get off the bus and you know they're doing the shark attack, they screaming and you got there, right? Like they yelling at you, right? I'm off the bus, you know, I'm going in the Navy thing, right? And guess what? The first building that we walk into is Golden 13, right? Now, what's Golden 13? Golden 13 are the first 13 African American commissioned officers in the United States Navy.
Oh wow!
That's
yeah, but see,
right?
You're right,
but you know, but that you know that sliver, right? That sliver, that's enough.
Damn sliver, man. He was killing me with the sliver, dude.
Yeah, so, but I know what the disconnect is, General, and the disconnect is with the black community of the machine of everything was Vietnam, right? Like that was the disconnect. You know what I'm saying?
Right there. Thank you.
The disconnect, right? That was the disconnect with military service for black men because you know, they wasn't lying, right? They wasn't lying. You know, you had people like, you know, Ali lost how many years of his prime because he wouldn't go in because he was white.
It was like I would say like 2 to 3 years. Yeah, 2 to 3 years.
2 to 3 years of his prime. All of this.
He came back in 71. So he fought in 67 a little bit, but he didn't fight 68, 69, and 70. That was like 3 years.
3 years.
So 71, that's when he came back and fought Frazier and lost.
So if we look at this and then you've been put in your head, right? Like I remember when I was trying to get my aunt, right, to sign me in, right, to the military because I was graduating high school early. And you know what she said?
No.
You would be better off going to jail than me sending you off to your death in the military. Right?
That was common back then, yeah.
But that was normal. It's like, you know, going to the military, like going to jail. I heard this in the black community so much growing up in the 80s and the 90s, right? Now, here's the funny part. I went into the Navy on my birthday. It was my birthday, 18 years of age. I'm signing in, and the next day I'm off at motherfucking. I'm at MEPS on my birthday on the 1st of October. My ass is getting screamed at in Golden 13, right? So, but even when I went to boot camp and I walked around with my uniform on, or I had this pride, and people looked at me crazy, right? In my community, in the black community. Now, in the other communities, it was no problem, right? Now, Virginia's a whole different ballgame because, you know, no sailors on the lawn and shit, type shit. But that was mainly the white ones. They was doing too much, right? But guess what? It all changed after 9/11, right? My family looked at me with pride when the damn towers fell, right? I'm a goddamn war hero. Matter of fact, I'm getting pulled over by the cops. They see the Department of Defense shit. Oh, go ahead, son. Thank you for your service. You know what I'm saying? It was you know what I mean? But it changed over time, right? But the problem was with the black community, we got away from that. If you can't go to college, you know what? Okay, I was watching Star Talk, right? With Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he had a general from the Space Force, right? From the Space Force, right? It's a real thing, y'all. It's a real thing. So, the general from the Space Force, right? What? And she was raised in Cape Canaveral, Florida. And guess what? She didn't have enough money to go to college, even though she got in all these colleges.
So the Air Force offered her a commission to pay for her whole schooling, right? To go to all of these colleges, from genetics to any other shit. This is the Air Force, right?
Yeah.
She chose avionics because she loves space.
Wow.
They paid for her shit. She got to do her 4-year commitment, and she said it. I didn't have the money, and most people go in the military because they ain't got money for college.
That's right.
Like, this is what she said. You know who this woman was? This was a white woman that said this.
Well,
not a black woman, not a black man, not a white man. This was a white woman that's the general in the fucking Space Force.
Becky.
See, now that we say it, if I say it, General said it, Cerulean said it, Charles Faulkner said it, if we say do the initiative, right, then we're wrong, right? No, man, what the fuck else? But if the white woman is saying it, right, that she joined the Air Force, that they paid for her college because the college thing is basically putting you in debt, then the white man goes in. Most of those people that ran up on the Capitol, most of their white supremacy problem, and it's a fucking problem, is because they went into the military and they're armed as soldiers when they came out. They already got the training. They're just keeping up their training. You got dudes as proud military that's been over and did shit in Afghanistan and Iraq and over in Fallujah and all this other shit. They got the fucking training. Matter of fact, a lot of the troops in Afghanistan got fucked up due to the fact that the white supremacists went over to England to do some weapons deal with them niggas over there, and they gave away motherfucking military assets in Afghanistan to the goddamn terrorists. It was sitting right there. It was in there. So that means that when we watched the Capitol, who was holding the line? It was a black man holding the line. Who shot the white chick that tried to jump through in the Houses of Congress? It was a black man that shot the white bitch.
But hold up, Trey. Hold up, Trey. Because you're only going to hold the line if you have pride. You know,
Thank you.
You know what? I found a lot of problems with, like, a lot of that coon talk. They don't have pride in themselves. They don't see themselves as American, right? Which is why they'll say shit like, "Well, what about black on black crime?" Well, isn't that American on American crime?
Yeah, facts. I have no issue with that.
Check it out. But see, check it out though, right? Let's go back to that little other argument, that sliver of DNA. You're killing me with this shit, man. The most common form of crime, right, is man on man crime. That's the most common form of crime. But you never heard man on man crime.
No, you don't.
For like 50 years, the feminists have been using it to say why,
right?
Kind of get rid of the patriarchy and shit.
Violence against women,
right?
Yeah, but this individual had the nerve enough to tell me that I was wrong if a soldier, one of my soldiers, as a senior enlisted in the United States Army, if you have two soldiers that commit the same infraction, right? Let's say they both get a DUI. Of course, we look at the service. Of course, we look at the service records to determine, the level of punishment that should be handed down. Okay. So if both soldiers, this is their first offense, they never had any trouble, they were excellent service members. If the white soldier goes in there and stands in front of a white commander, and that white commander gives him the minimum punishment, executes the minimum punishment. Okay, it's supposed to get 45 days of extra duty. You're supposed to get 45 days of restriction. You're supposed to get busted down in rank. You're supposed to get a half a month's pay for 2 months taken, up to incarceration. If that commander says, you know what, for the white soldier, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you 14 days of extra duty, 14 days of restriction. I'm going to suspend you losing rank, and I'm also going to suspend you taking money from you. When the black soldier come in there, he's maxed out. So as a senior enlisted, when the black soldier comes to me and say, well, wait a minute, how come he got this and I got that? I'm supposed to be blind because of my duty, and I'm supposed to not go to that colonel and say, hey, sir, I need to talk to you for a minute because I feel that there was some injustice under the UCMJ committee. I'm not supposed to do that as the advisor to the commander. I'm supposed to tell the black soldier, oh, you committed a crime, nigga. You get what you get, nigga. Wait a minute, Cerulean. I'm supposed to tell him, put that guitar down, get your nigga, and accept your punishment. I'm not supposed to go in there and fight for that soldier. And as I said to him, if it were reversed, if it was a black soldier who went in there and stood in front of a black commander and he got the reverse, the minimum punishment, minimum. And then the white soldier went in there and got the maximum. If that white soldier come to me and say, hey, check it out, Smash, how come I got this and he got that? I'm supposed to legally do the same thing, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's what I explained to him, but he told me I was a racist.
What?
Yeah, he told me I was a racist.
See,
what?
That's ridiculous.
But see, what the problem is, like, because I've actually seen both of those situations.
These self-hating Negroes, I've dealt with it every day. These self-hating niggas that look in the mirror because they've been inundated by being a part of the 82nd Airborne and all white, majority white, 95% white.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
95% white.
Anything in Fort Bragg, the 82nd Airborne?
Yeah.
Yeah, they in Bragg.
They go up there. They go up there and they get inundated with this idea, and they get idolized as pets. Oh, that's a good nigga boy right there. Yes, sir, master. Yes, sir. And then they see infractions. They see all of these infractions happening to other minority soldiers, and that nigga should have been playing that Get You music. You get what you get, nigga.
You get what you get, nigga. Yeah, that's common in this space. I see it every day in real life too. Yeah, it's
come
the
on,
same
man.
shit.
Like,
Yeah,
come on, man. I don't understand. And then you got another one who comes up there and says, "What has being a black man done for you?" Bitch, I've been a black man my whole life.
What the fuck? No, bro. Wait a minute. So basically, you had a whole panel full of people that was diagnosed with stage 4 Uncle Ruckus disease.
Yes.
Y'all thought SKC was bad, but I told you what I said early in the stream. They exist.
But perfect blackness. The brother Perfect Blackness did come up there and try to equalize the panel. And then this nigga wanted to ask some Cynthia G style questions. What has being a black man done for you? What has it's the same thing as what have black men done collectively? That's a goddamn question that you can't answer.
Well, here's the thing, right? You know what you should have gave him an answer? You was in the army, right? Yeah. Black men collectively allowed you to be able to jump out of an airplane with a white dude and not die.
That's true.
Because back in the day, if them collective black men didn't fight for that, you be up there, hey, Bossa, you was out there in the field. Would you like some of this? These MREs, Bossa?
Right.
Let me get you for your Bossa.
I gotta say something real quick though, because I can't be hypocritical. Now I am one of these what about Pookie and Pookie crime ass niggas, but I will say I'll be honest, and y'all niggas can roast me. It's fine. I'm all about the educated niggas. They need to separate from these pookies, right? But what I will say, to be fair, is a situation the general described as some bullshit. Because my philosophy here, especially as a veteran myself, is that if two soldiers commit the same infraction, they should get the same punishment, regardless of what the ethnic background is. I mean, if you're gonna say you're American, I mean that's the most American. Or the most
wait a minute. Okay, so let me tell you how that typically happens, right?
Go ahead.
We know. Now listen. I saw anecdotal evidence. I saw a white lieutenant, first lieutenant. This motherfucker got a DUI driving. They brought him in and they said, "Hey, this looks bad on the unit. It looks bad on the officer corps. We're gonna move you, and we're gonna put you at battalion." The same white boy then goes out, same white lieutenant then goes out and get a DUI on a fucking bicycle over in Germany.
Wow.
Wait a minute. We had a black lieutenant to get one DUI. They drove him out of the army. They forced him to resign his commission in the same fucking unit. Where is the equal justice in that?
There's no equal justice there.
Okay, then. That's what I'm trying to get motherfuckers to see.
But see, if you peep,
that right there is what I'm trying to get you to see, brother.
But see, that's what I've been saying from the jump, General. Like understand the more that you have dudes that are going to have an aversion.
You got nerves enough to call out. Wait a minute. You got nerves enough to say, "Well, what you just said was some bullshit." I'm telling you that I see it happening every day. I see these white boys that will get goddamn parachute rigs, timed to the third story of the third goddamn balcony, and they rappel off the balcony and get a slap on the wrist. As soon as a black soldier does it, you know what they do? They get that motherfucker field grade Article 15.
Article 15, yeah, field grade.
Where is the equal justice in that, brother?
That almost happened to me. I had the situation.
No, but see, you just said what I said was bullshit a minute ago, and the simple reason why you said it was bullshit a minute ago is because you did not listen. I said we had a white lieutenant. He got one DUI. They moved him. They saved his white ass. They moved him up to battalion. Hey, that looks bad on us. We can have a platoon leader to get a DUI. No, we're going to move you and put you in the office until this shit go away. We're going to move you up to battalion, right? The same white boy goes out and get on a bicycle. They will give you a DUI in Germany for riding on a bicycle while you're drunk. He gets a DUI on a fucking bicycle.
In Germany, right? Yeah.
A little young black lieutenant gets DUI. They forced him to resign his commission. It wasn't we gonna move you. It looks bad on the officer corps. No, you a nigga. You don't get the same goddamn treatment. We gonna let you niggas know that you still niggas in the army. Okay. Miss me with the bullshit.
Hey, General, hold on. I think I miscommunicated. What I was trying to say, brother, was that what you were saying about equal justice was correct. So I think what I said and what I meant to say was the fact that they'll give one set of guy punishment, one soldier a set of punishment, but they'll give another set of another ethnic group, another minority soldier a different punishment. That action is bullshit. We should all get equal justice, right? That's what.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Oh, okay. I appreciate you clear that up. Yeah. I listened to what Gino said.
That's just like
that's me. I mean, I'm not gonna come at you.
Okay, I got you. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just trying to make sure that we're. This is the real quick, Cerulin. This is what I laid out to that brother, and he told me, "Oh, you a racist. You putting race in there." No, nigga. I'm trying to make sure that the legal system and the justice system is truly blind. That you get the appropriate punishment for the appropriate crime. I'm trying to prevent that from happening. But you got a lot of niggas that don't understand that. You got a lot of niggas that can't see that because they inundated with this troll shit and they have to be right. I gotta be right.
Right.
I'll use any and every measure at my disposal to make sure that I sound right. Okay, you want to debate, no problem. I don't have no issues with that. I'm not there for the winners and losers. I'm there for, let's have the discussion to see how we can come to a resolution. I'm not there for conflict. Those two individuals simply wanted conflict, no resolution. I'm an American. It don't matter about color. Don't matter. And then you ask the other nigga. You ask the other black man up there, do you identify yourself as black? Yeah, I identify myself as a black man. But what has identifying myself as a black man? What has it done for me? What has it done for you lately? Being black. What has it done, nigga?
Yeah, I'm about to say, no, General, you've been on my panel before when I had a panel with you. Yeah, we.
Oh yeah, bro. We good.
Yeah, we cool. No, it's just like there's things that I've said, like I believe in America, man, that people deserve equal justice under the Constitution, right? So like now I have made statements like, I don't give a fuck about certain individuals when they go through some legal trouble, like I don't really care. But at the end of the day, somebody was that fair? Oh no, that situation isn't fair on the constitutional level. Now, personally, I might not give a fuck about what may have happened to George Floyd or whoever the fuck, but constitutionally, what happened to Homeboy was wrong. I can admit that. So, that's kind of where I'm at. I kind of mind my own business with shit. But no, I don't be out here, trolling. No, I don't be doing that.
And I even pointed that out. I said, okay, so George Floyd was passed a $20 bill. Did he deserve to be executed on the sidewalk? Because he was a drug head, he was a criminal. Okay, he didn't take nobody's life, but the white boy, Dylan Roof, who went into that church and killed 9 unarmed black people, They took that motherfucker to Burger King before they took him to jail. Where's the
Oh
justice
yeah,
in that?
oh yeah, yeah.
And that's what I pointed out. So then MBD tried to make it as though I was comparing George Floyd to Audie Murphy. Come on, bro.
Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, he's on some bullshit. Yeah. He's
That's
on
my
some
boy.
bullshit.
I gotta go here.
I know he's okay, but he be on some bullshit. Now I call him on a few things, but he's not a bad guy. He just say stuff to be right, and it's just the same with David Hood Server. They do the same shit all the time. They get challenged, and I'm glad that he came to Sheila's panel the other night, man. Like, hey, that's bold. See him and that's good. It's not like that, you know. When you go on certain panels, no matter if it's female or not, your views is going to get challenged. You know what I mean? And I'm glad the sisters had to come at him like that. And that's why I did this stream. I had to get the 3 breakdowns and say, look at the SK situation. I had to write that down. I had to talk about it and the cerulean outcome, the effect, and then the exposed to trolling. But the whole point was, what was people doing in the chat room, how they reacted, what they were saying. Yes, cerulean made jokes about SKC's, you know, wife and things like that. And then I'll tell you this, SKC he hit the first blow with the animal joke, and they wasn't ready. They was not ready. They was not ready. And I'll tell you why they wasn't ready, because they reacted to it and got emotional. Now, the only person that caught it was, what's her name? Taylor and a few other, and Panda, and then what you call it, DeAndre. Yeah, you gave her the cheat code, but now you know. That's what he does. They all do that. It's just they have a way to frustrate you. But when you get guys like us on panels with them, it's a different ball game, because we know what buttons to push. But you know, but he came up here and didn't run. No, he wanted to debate with Cerulean. He said it in the chat. I said, go ahead and get your debate on. And me and DeAndre kind of handled it. You know, everybody else did, and we stayed quiet, let them go back and forth. It was a good back and forth. So
it was.
Well, so the problem is that you, like, you know, in academia, man, like, there is so much to a debate. It's so much more than, hey, you put your ideas out there, but I'm gonna just be a contrarian, not actually fighting with my ideas. I'm just gonna be a contrarian. That's not even a debate. As a matter of fact, from the jump, you already lost based on that.
Yeah. He already lost when he mentioned the Darwinism. I said, "Oh hell no!" And I had to bring up the history, what you call it, website by a black scholar that actually travels over there and find all those bones over there. And I've been doing that stuff for like 9 years, studying his shit, and he's still updating stuff that he's finding.
Right.
You know, he's archaeologist.
I had a problem with that when where he was going with that, though, because he was asking a loaded question, and he kept trying to force Cerulean into saying that, because Cerulean didn't actually say that we were.
No, Cerulean didn't fall for it. You got to understand. You see what he did? He played defense.
Yeah.
But actually, he was playing offense. But see, SKC was playing defense. The reason he asked those questions, that's his defense.
Yeah.
See, Cerulean shot him down. Like I said, he's staying tall. End of the day, that's what matters. But see, if it was a real debate, SKC would have got destroyed. But he would have the biased crowd. Shouts out to DeAndre again. He said, they would be in his favor, and I'm glad he mentioned that. He said, "No, SKC, my man." You know, they would have been biased, kind of like the Trey thing. It's the same thing, man. I mean, that's just usually what it is. Like, and I'm not hating on those guys, but that's the fanatics of the fanboys.
I mean, in full disclosure, you know, I hang with Trey and his server. I know Trey in real life. That's my homeboy. So, you know, let's just full disclosure. But yeah, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, people want to kind of control their battlefield. And that was kind of where I messed up way back. I'm not going to disclose the incident, but I didn't quite realize that these battlefield, these intellectual, these debate battle audience battlefields were kind of in play when I came on. So I didn't really, you know, I thought people were on some character shit, you know, man of your word, you know, stay true.
No, it's I don't tell you like this, Gino. It's a combination of characters, ideas, but they don't do research. Now, I respect Trey. I mean, he's a little smart. I ain't gonna say he's the smartest guy in the room, but the stuff he's saying, he likes to trigger people. You know what I mean? And him and David, and I get what they're doing. And I'm not mad at them either. I see him over at SKC's channel a lot. I have no issue with Trey. Came to my channel in the chat and just see what I was talking about. I did that conservatism stream part 2. SKC did a great job, and he gave me some pushback, and I respect that. You know, if you believe that, that's good. And I tell them I'll do some streams like that, you know, like the liberalism, and criticize that. But I'm not neither one. You know, I said I'm libertarian, I'm more independent, and me and Shatter Star Games proved our points and laid it out as men. So, you know, I had a recent stream on that on the Sunday stream. And I said, yeah, we talked about it.
What these niggas?
Darkness.
What these niggas? What these niggas?
Go ahead, General.
I'm sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, General. No, go ahead.
Okay, what these niggas like to do? It's a popularity contest. So these niggas like their debate tactic is: I'm gonna come up, I'm gonna overtalk you, I'm not gonna let you get a word in edgewise. I'm gonna overtalk you, and then I'm not gonna answer any of your questions. I'm gonna force you to answer my questions. All night long, the nigga wouldn't answer. All night long, the nigga would not. And I ain't got no problem with Trey or Hood Conservative, but all night doing the discussion over there at my brother TPOT's channel. Shout out to him. All night long, them niggas would not answer one single solitary question. And then when they did answer it, they gave typical black female fuckery answers. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Right, but what happened was we say, well, do you consider yourself a black man? You got one of them that say, yeah, but I do. But then when you say, well, why? Well, it doesn't matter. What is this black thing? I don't understand why you're so connected to this black thing. It doesn't matter. Wait a minute. Then why are you arguing? Then when the brother Play Perfect Blacks asked him, why are you in black male spaces then on YouTube if that's how you really truly feel? Whose team are you on, brother?
I have to check
this debate out. The thing is, if it didn't matter, why is it even a discussion then? Like, I understand something.
Exactly.
Listen, like, there is no possible way you can have pride in yourself, right? And then say, well, what about black people? Because really, when we were having that conversation yesterday, he alluded to it. He didn't say it directly. What he said was, but I'm not talking about everybody else. I'm talking about black people. So in other words, you're saying that only black people can be animals.
Facts.
Because you're not talking about them, other people.
Okay.
You see, like
that's the whitewashing.
But here's the thing, he got to the root of it too. Yes, it was black people to give him shock value, but what he did was specifically, he did a stream prior to that with the women getting beat up by the police, and he threw that in Sheila's stream. But see, it was genius because the way he did it, it was all women's panel. He'll never do that to a male's panel that's pro-black like Arda New Style. That's a no. That's a no. Because a lot of people will check him on that. But see, he did it over at Sheila's because she wasn't prepared for that. And that's why I call it the SKC situation. And the reason I say equals, he told me his trolling is a lifestyle. Okay, cool. I said typical SKC lifestyle. Let's play with that, right? He did what he did 3 in a row early on the stream, right? But when Cerulean came midstream, you know, General will be in and out all the time. We know what he does on panels, right? But when Cerulean came, the whole energy shift. You know why? Presentation, right? He didn't want that. So now we here now. On this panel, we had a discussion. I had my little rant early in the stream. If you rewatch it again, you know what I was talking about. And now the reason I broke it down, I said, let me do a stream on this. I was studying this and see what I saw. We're just not ready. It's just like I said, if you talk about building, there's no building if there's division. Same with the Americans. Same concept. If you take race out of if you take race out of it, there is a lot of division, because we deal with class, we deal with race and all that. Yeah.
There was something that's their new little argument, right?
Right.
There's that new that's their new little argument, right? And it's really to kind of quantify this whole nonsense around SYSBM, right?
Yeah. Right.
You know I gotta defend this YSBM.
No, understand. You have never heard me espouse what I actually believe.
Yeah, that's true.
So whenever the whole topic of evolution comes up, I told them quite simply, based on race, heritage, and pride. And see, everything that I'm saying is all facts. Because when you look at race or heritage, history, and pride, you cannot dispute the fact that blacks are the greatest Americans or really the greatest human beings. It's impossible for you to dispute it.
Well, you're right. You're right. And that is a part of the problem, Cerulean, because I don't care who you date, who you marry, who you procreate with. I could care less. I believe in male agency, and if that's your choice, then that is your choice. Okay, I am pro-choice. If that's what you want to do, then you have. Who am I to judge? But when you come up here, you go on the attack. You understand? It's something that I believe in. I have to defend that. I have to stand 10 toes down, and I have to hold my battle position on that. Period. I'm not gonna let you come up here, and I'm not gonna allow you to just talk shit because I got a black mother. I have black daughters, so I'm not gonna let you come up here and just say, "Oh, all black women are these hoes and fuck these bitches." Well, wait a minute, nigga. Let's point to some issues that the race of woman that you chose to fucking deal with. How about we talk about that?
But you see where he lost
then
that,
too,
right?
And I'm gonna say this. But I'm gonna say this real quick, so I'm gonna give it to you. I have no issues. Me and SKC had our roundabout, but this is my question and I asked him this before. I cannot believe that a brother who is a member of a black Greek lettered organization.
Oh no!
One of the organizations that our brother Martin Luther King was a member of. I cannot believe some of the ideology. Now you can call it trolling, you can call it what you want to call it, but I believe I have family members that are members of that organization, and I believe if they heard some of the ideology that he has, if they heard him speak, I believe that they would actually strip him of his membership.
They probably would. Yeah.
I don't think so. If you look at a lot of these new, like especially Alpha Fives, right? And then you hear, especially from the Kappas, like a lot of them are sounding real coolish these days.
Yeah. You know, and you know why I don't go at them, because that's the problem.
The modern members
deal with it. Yeah.
Well, the modern members. I'm talking about the older generation, the older brothers who actually understands, who actually have the core values. These new A5s and these new Noops and these new Phi Beta Sigmas and some of the Omega men, some of these new motherfuckers, some of them are borderline effeminate.
Yeah, man.
That's okay.
Very true.
I had got into a debate about with the Omega Cat. This was before that. I introduced myself to the Manosphere, right? About a year before. And I got into a debate with them about, why should black folks join, these organizations, right?
Yeah, I got plenty of bases with those. Yeah.
So this goofball took a picture from this is on Facebook. He took a picture of my Facebook account with my dead grandmother, and put it on his page. And I told him up front, man, when I come to Maryland, man, we'll holler at you about that, because I have never done that to nobody. Like just taking somebody's dead relative and insult them. And I'm like, yo, why are you taking private pictures off my page and putting it on the internet because I don't agree with you on the effectiveness of organizations? Like, why would you do that?
And this is an educated brother, supposed to be one of the top tier, quote unquote cream of the crop brothers that behaves in this manner.
He got kicked out of the Air Force for fighting some white boy. He was an Air Force officer. So it was funny because he did that to me and started attacking me, and I brought his history up. At that point, I was like, well, we going after my dead relatives, because me and my granny were tight. Me and my dark-skinned grandmother were very, very tight. So I was like, at that point, see, that's why you got kicked out of the Air Force for fighting with the white boys up in North Dakota at that damn bar. And then he wanted to play the victim at that point. Well, fuck you. Like, bro, like you sat here, took my private pictures on my Facebook page and put them on, because he had a public page because he's a popular figure, right? So he had another page. You put that out in public and had people. I had really no problem with you guys insulting me, but the fact that you got my grandmother out there, like, what the fuck? These new era these dudes, man.
But that is the effeminate attitude of some of today's modern black men. They really cannot argue or hold a conversation with men in men's spaces. This is why they have to go to the troll, the ad hominem attacks. This is why they can't stay. The doxing, they can't stay focused. They can't stay focused on the topic at hand. That's why, and when you back them up against the wall, they go into the trolling. That's an instant defense for them, is to start trolling. and start laughing and all of that bullshit. But no, bro, you wanted to have the serious conversation to cut through the meat and get to the bone, and now you want to sit here and laugh and troll and laugh and troll and laugh and troll.
Yeah.
Where's your man? Where?
Go ahead.
Yeah, right.
Where are your manly principles? When are you gonna grab your nuts? Yeah, where's your manly? You see, where's your manly principles? When are you gonna grab your nuts and stand on what you say instead of trying to deflect now? The female tactics. Let me deflect and laugh this shit off because I can't believe. Ha ha ha. Oh, let me do this ad hominem attack. I can't believe that you, a senior enlisted soldier. Ha ha ha. Oh, you racist.
Yeah,
hey, nigga, where did that come from?
Yep.
They act like they do the ultimate shit. They act like they mamas.
Yeah.
They act like they black mamas that they try to distance themselves from.
Mamas. Yeah, they act like they mamas. You act like your mama. Yep.
Yeah, they get mad at when I tell them you act like the whore that raised you.
Yeah, they hate that. Even they get mad at this one said that he did a stream on that too. He said, "You act like your mom, hating on black men," and he had several streams about talking about sins and spirituality, and a lot of people give him flack for it now in his newer streams. Well, he made a whole series. He said he's disgusted what's going on in these spaces, and it's like, yeah, that's what you get, and you're paying for it, and that's why the women like Sheila did is laughing at you. Y'all not being there. And I'm glad she had that stream, boy. And I'm glad the way she titled it so I could do this. And I said, you know what? We're gonna solve this shit right now. And I'm glad, and then I knew Cerulean Kane because I said, that's Cerulean, because I know DeAndre be over here, right? And next thing you know, SKC, he be over here in the chat. He said, I'll debate both of them. I said, okay, SKC. And I started laughing. I said, oh boy. Oh boy.
Look, man, look, I done really had it out with a lot of those niggas. Matter of fact, most of those niggas. I told him, look, put 10 of y'all niggas on the motherfucking panel. 10 times 0 still will equal 0.
What's funny is Cerulean warned me, and I ended up eating dirt.
No, you heard what DeAndre said. Put up your straps.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about months back. Cerulean and I got into it. He would warn me about certain cats I was associated with, and I was like, "Nah, man, you tripping." I ended up eating dirt, man. It's all good. I mean,
but see, here's the thing, right? I'll put it this way. Here's the thing, right?
Go ahead.
I'm not going to tell you what you should choose.
Yeah.
See, I treat it the same way that I treat my nephew. Look, you're going to be a grown man. You're going to make your own decisions. I would prefer you to do that, even if they're mistakes. See, problem with a lot of these dudes, they really don't. They're scared of conflict, and the more you keep trying to avoid conflict, like man, we gotta leave these bitches alone. Come on, let's save ourselves. Understand something? You don't evolve that way. What you're really advocating for is stagnation. But
right.
Why you're not getting objects of your desires, and that's with anything in life. Because you have to step out, have the courage to step out there and take the fucking risk. And instead of dealing with that hard thing, which implies you must face the thing that you either fear, right, or it's just like I was saying, the whole fight or flight thing. If you flee, then I would look at you as more of an animal than if you stood and fight.
I respect that.
But that's why I always say the things I'm saying about black people.
Yeah.
But if you peep earlier, I said it. You're dealing with a woman, right, who comes from a lineage that chose to flee their shit instead of staying and fighting and making their country what the noble black American made of this one. So who's really the animal? Understand? He's sitting there, like, I never espoused my ideas on genetics or evolution or none of that shit. He made an assumption that I believe in evolution. And when it's like, oh, this sliver of DNA. But wait, y'all not peeping the whole time. He's literally destroying his own argument. Because if
he destroyed his own. I peeped that.
Like, because if you're literally adhering to some idea that, okay, my sliver of DNA is, not so good, so I'll go and pick up the trash in the Filipino man's community, or an Asian man's community, what have you, right? They can't believe that shit.
all jokes aside.
To me, you sleep. You like, and mind you, I've always said this: you're not a coon just because you dealing with somebody that's not black. Right. You are a coon if your reasoning for dealing with somebody that's not black has to do with some kind of disgust or disdain about blackness.
Yeah, which you know, when I can't, you know, you notice I said this a few times that I'm SYSBM leaning, but you notice I haven't really identified myself as SYSBM anymore because there were some concerns that was funny you expressed months ago that I kind of picked up on was in certain groups. You know, I'm seeing cats over here in Facebook groups bragging about, you know, going to Colombia and actually paying. Now, you know, I'm not a dude who's for or against tricking, but there were certain things I really couldn't deal with. You know, you going overseas and marrying chicks of the lower class in the bar, stuff like that. You know,
I've been saying that from the jump. I've been saying that from the jump. See, a lot of those guys, they can get like, look, they can get away with that shit to a bunch of young acolytes, yeah, right? The young bright-eyed acolytes. Yeah. They can get away with that shit. If you're a guy like me, Dre, hell, the general is probably the only nigga in the space that's been more countries than I have.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to pass that shit off to somebody like that.
No. The general checked me on that some time ago too. Matter of fact, we had a conversation. She was trying to put me on game on that SYSBM shit. Like, I'm not denouncing SYSBM. I think that there are some points that need to be evolved. But yeah, that whole idea you go to Colombia and go to a bar and meet a chick and marry her. Yeah, I'm not with that at all. I think that's not.
Yeah, them niggas on some.
That's not employing proper strategy.
Yeah,
that's kind of goofy. There's no strategy in that. There's no strategy.
Yeah, them niggas on some 90 Day
Well,
shit.
I would tell you that I lived outside of the continental United States for 10 consecutive years, not for 10 months, not for 10 days, not for fucking 10 hours. I lived outside for 10 fucking years, okay? I know a lot of brothers who got married to Italian women, German women, Spanish women, African women. Hell, I was one of them. I know a lot of brothers that got, let me tell you something, man. The same shit that's going on over here is going on over there. All right?
Okay.
So I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue when a brother says, well, I'm saving myself by going over here and dealing with this type of woman. Okay, brother, if you find that woman that fits the bill for you, that tickles your spot, that turns your crank, okay, bro, that's cool. But then why come back here and come into certain spaces and start shitting on the sisters that are here? Because all of our sisters ain't fucked up. Now, let me run this down to you real quick. Let me run this down to you real quick.
Okay.
And I'm going to give it to y'all. Give me a second, Cerulean. So if we look at the numbers, and Cerulean, maybe you can help me out with this. If you can look at the numbers, we're roughly 42.7 million or 2 million or whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Of said 42.7 million, X amount. Okay, 51 million. So over half of that is black women. We know that, right?
Yeah.
So by the time you take and you scale down the numbers of black men to black women who are in the upper echelon, who have carved out, don't have, when you take away the black men who have criminal records, when you take away the black men who are undereducated, underemployed, when you take away the black men who are on the down low, living alternative lifestyles, those numbers explode. Men, women versus men. In Atlanta, the city the size of Atlanta right now, we know that we have some reputable black men over there on the down low. Got it. You go to Atlanta right now, it's 11 for every one good for every one good black man that got his shit even halfway together, meaning that he has the basic ability to support himself. You got 17 black women who are over there on his level or greater than.
Yeah.
So why then do I need to get on a plane and go way over to goddamn Cartagena to find the same caliber of woman that I could find here in the States?
Yeah.
Now, if your thing is lighter skin, if your thing is the straighter hair, if your thing is whatever your thing is, you know, if the what do they call it? what they call it, the exotic. If your thing is exotic
The
women and
exotic,
you want to
yeah.
go down to Brazil, if you want if your thing is an exotic woman and you have the money to do so, and you want to go to Cartagena, or you want to go to Brazil, or you want to go to Spain or Colombia, wherever you want to go, then that's fine. Just say that this is what I choose. You don't have to come up with no whole reason as to, well, black women here are so fucked up. Because like I said before, I wish I could take some of these Negroes that's running their goddamn mouth to Manhattan and put them in some of them rooftop parties that I've been in, or down to Dallas and take them to some of the day parties that I've been in, and put them around some of the women around there.
Drop their ass in Yemen. You know? I'd like to fucking round them up, put them in cargo containers, and have them airdropped in the middle of Yemen.
Oh man, what's a no-no right there, bro?
Yeah.
Nah, we talking about marriage strategy over here, man.
But my point is, my point is, I don't have anything against the brothers who choose to jump on the passport bandwagon, or the brothers that choose to jump on the SYSBM bandwagon, or the brothers that choose to date out right here in America. Look, if you go to Dallas, just Dallas proper, there are 698 black women to every one black man. That's on his business.
Yeah.
That's on his business. So by the time you can skip from Dallas to Fort Worth, you got another 698. You can skip go to Irving, you got another 500 and something to one. And when you start adding in all the other factors of women, different races of women who are interested in black men, those numbers explode. So why in the fuck do I need to get on a goddamn plane and spend my money and go way over to another country when I can actually find what the fuck I'm looking for here? Yeah. Why?
I feel you. I feel that.
And if you really look at it, right, of all those countries that they claim they want to go to, all of the best bitches from all of those countries are already in America, or already have the ability to come to America.
Yeah. They come in here. Yeah.
They come about the middle class and up. Those are the countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't think about that.
It's facts, man. It's
I
facts.
see it all the time when I used to work.
What's a microphone?
But let them tell it though, General. Right? Us having some kind of loyalty and commitment to this one genetic anomaly, this stellar accident, right? Is asinine when they're literally basing their entire lifestyle of SYSBM and yada 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 on that very same sliver.
Yeah.
Because like Pete, check this out. But what man, look, if he would have stayed on, he would have really got deep into this.
Yeah.
The population of America, there's more women in America than there are in the Philippines.
True, actually.
That's very true. That's very true.
There's more women in America than there are in Thailand. There's more women in America than there are in Brazil.
You think in Brazil? You think so?
Man, yes. Got to think the population of Brazil isn't as big as you think.
Oh, okay.
So understand, they're literally basing their entire false sense of quote unquote preference on an even smaller sliver of that same genetic anomaly.
Shit.
See, that's why I say having that debate is just dumb.
See, you about to have me go black pill, bro.
That's what's on my background on the screen. But that's the whole purpose. That's the whole purpose, man. Like me and DeAndre, we be talking about some real shit. Like we talk about a lot of things. And one time on the panel, we didn't talk about no women. He said, "Can anybody hold a panel that cannot talk about females?" And I did. I had several streams on that, 2 in a row, and we did it.
There's
no fuckery.
There's
no
only
nothing,
There's only 2 places, right, that have more women than America.
China,
and that's the continent of Africa and China, nigga.
Oh, shit.
Facts. That's
Yeah,
so
okay.
true. That is so true.
Those
Yeah,
are
they
the
got
only two
more
places. But yeah,
But look,
you never heard
well,
talk
look,
about trying to go.
check me out real quick.
Go ahead, John.
Well, no, but see, so you are right. So instead of just saying, "Hey, I like that's what I like," I have to come up with this whole reason. And to me, a lot of these niggas who a lot of these black men, so-called black men or American men that are saying I'm divesting, I'm going SYSBM, and I'm going, not a shout out at anybody, or I'm going to go passport bros. Not a shout out at anybody. I respect them. You're a man. You have the right to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
But how do you view your mother who birthed you into this world, who took care of you when you couldn't take care of yourself? So for me, a lot of these niggas got a lot of self-hate. I'm sorry. I just got to call it down the middle. A lot of these niggas got a lot of self-hate.
Let me answer that question for you, because somebody actually asked me that question one time. Well, your mother is black. I'm like, well, technically my mother's mixed actually. My father's black, but my mother is yeah. I got to answer it this way. My mother is technically, she's got the mixed thing going on, and she was born a boomer, right? So my parents are boomers, so.
Same with mine. Yeah, same with mine.
So I would tell my mom some of the stuff that be going on in this culture now, with the OnlyFans and stuff like that, and the seeking arrangements and stuff like that, and she can't really contemplate. So she understands from my perspective that I don't hate myself, right? But I want to get with a chick that's compatible with my values, right? And if I'm gonna marry a chick, I want to get with a chick that's compatible from what I've seen. Now, unfortunately, what I've seen has been outdated. I grew up in a boomer household. My parents are still married 50-something years, 52, I think. And obviously, those type of marriages don't happen no more. So obviously, my parents didn't have social media, app culture, and so on and so forth. So personally, for me, I don't hate being a black man. I mean, I'm very, very proud of my culture and my lineage on both sides. I got folks that served in the Civil War. But I'm trying to get with somebody that can be compatible.
Right, and again, I'm not saying that if your personal preference, if you look at a white woman, or you look at an Asian woman, or you look at a Latin woman, and you say to yourself, okay, she's compatible with the lifestyle in which I choose to live, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But then when you come back and you're sitting over here and you saying, and you would be the exception to the rule, I believe, because your mother is of mixed race. Okay, cool, got it. At the end of the day, I'm talking about these niggas that were born to a black woman who grew up in a black household, who sit here and say, oh, these hoes, these bitches. And that's who I'm talking about. And the general concept of the conversation that we're having here. Right?
I'll tell you.
And the general concept of the conversation that we're having here.
I'll tell you, I'll blow your mind even further. I want to get with a chick that's darker than me. But I had just said that I was just going like the Antigua. I got connections out in Antigua and whatnot. So, or Brazil, well, not Brazil, but South America and whatnot. I'm going to play that game. But because I'm not interested in women that's lighter than me. I never dated a chick that, I never dated a white woman, nothing like that. Never. So, But again, I'm an exception to the rule, so it is what it is.
Oh, you got some brothers that's like you. I mean, I don't think you're an exception. Now in some places I would say in certain southern places, yeah, but not in Georgia and Tennessee. That's common. Everywhere else, yeah, you can say that.
Yeah, because I mean, all that mulatto stuff, man. I mean, I've already seen it in my family. I mean, my father.
Yeah, it's common, and I tell you a story about Middle Tennessee. Sometimes certain parts and certain counties, I see that a lot growing up, but it didn't exist back in the day. That came later in I would say like the late '60s, the '70s, and then the '80s. Shouts out to G. Lyre. He explained it. Yeah, because I remember in my state it's kind of common, but it's very common in Georgia. I seen that a lot when I first moved here in '07 at 19.
Okay.
Very different, and a lot of people didn't have no hate in each other. Black people was mixing with each other, but the most common mixed people was the white man marrying a black woman, which was odd to me because they were transplants, and then it became the norm over the years. Now it kind of fall off because you got some of them marrying black men in statistic wise, which is true because that's the most common thing. It's mostly not just in the hood, in the suburbs, in certain parts. Not all black people is in the hood now.
Yeah, of course.
That's what people will tell you. But you know, they're trying to say, no, you got to go to certain states. They'll tell you.
Unless you let the cool ass niggas tell you, right? That we all just ghetto and. You know, we all
right. So
give me 1 second. Let me respond back to Sir about Obadiah real quick. Yeah, so a lot of folk like Michigan, for example, right? When I went to college down in Georgia, now a lot of you already know I grew up in Michigan, right? So people would, you know, I would get perplexed by how even down in Georgia or Alabama, because I went to school at Tuskegee first, how people were kind of stuck on these mulatto relationships. Well, in Flint and Detroit, those were international commerce centers. Well, Flint.
They were Detroit. Well, Flint took a hit, but you know, because I got an uncle that's from Battle Creek. Even though my dad been up there for years in the 70s, and you know, but he has a sister in Tennessee. But I think he was born in Tennessee, but he moved up to Michigan. But I had some cousins up there. Yeah, Michigan. Was a stable at one time with the auto industry, but you know, I already know what happened to Detroit and then the Kilpatrick shit and all that. Yeah, see, you told the story a lot with BGS. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, but you know how it is. I mean, people came up like back in the 40s and 50s. You know, my mom's father, my mom's father was biracial. He came from Pittsburgh, so people were coming all over. I mean, he was a pilot. You know, it's rumored that he was a Tuskegee Airman. I'm not sure we can confirm that, but he was the first black commissioner, quote unquote black commissioner of the airport in Flint, right? But you had all these people coming. I keep telling folks, like back in like the 40s and 50s and 60s, those towns in Michigan, your Detroit, Saginaw's, your Flints, your Benton Harbors, those were like the Houston of today, right? You know, people go to get an opportunity, or Atlanta. Well, in your 40s and 50s, because of the auto industry, because it was a newer industry, and there was a lot of money to be made. On top of that, you had that bridge to Canada, that connection to Canada right around the corner. Like, you had a lot of people from different races coming through making their money. So, like, people intermixing was very common up in where I'm from. So, you know, me seeing like an international couple, I mean, not international, but interracial couplings, that, you know, black dudes with white chicks and vice versa, that doesn't really bother me. But when I came down to Georgia, people were kind of stuck on that. Or at Alabama, folks were stuck on that. And I never really that.
It's common counties in those states like that, but over time that changed in 07 in Georgia, because when I first moved, that changed because you had a lot of people came in, you know. But in Tennessee, it's different. They're the only ones that stuck on it in the middle. Now, outside of East and West, no, they support it, but in the middle is where conservative is. So I'm originally from that region, and I'm telling you, they're still stuck on that conservatism shit, and they can't help that. It's that Andrew Jackson mindset, the Nathan Bedford Forrest mindset. My dad told me the story about his college, right? They had a Nathan Bedford Forrest statue, right? But the president walked, I forget his first name. My dad always told me this story. The president told the people, take down that damn statue, move it into the museum. And the reason he did that, the Blue Raiders Klan sector, right? Ruled that area in Murfreesboro. They originally from Memphis, but migrated in Murfreesboro. It's historic why that college was named Middle Tennessee State University Blue Raiders. That's a racist school prior to integration of blacks. Black people didn't get into it like 71 or some shit, or 72. He told me that story. And the way it's symbolic like that, they took that damn statue down. And when I look at the racism in I would say in Charlottesville, when they took down the monuments, that reminds me back in Tennessee. That ain't nothing new. Me and my father was laughing about this shit when I used to work in the dealership in Smyrna. But go ahead, Jerome, finish what you were saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why when you go out to motherfucking Southern California, for example, that's why a lot of the women look like that. That's why they're very light-skinned with very straight hair, and they got very light eyes, blue eyes, and gray eyes, and all this shit. Because there was a port there. There was a one of the largest naval facilities, if I'm not mistaken, Cerulean, that we have in America. So it was like a international commerce part of the state, right? So that's nothing new. If you want a I just called the word of it. If you want a woman who's what the fuck is the word I'm looking for, man? Damn, y'all help me out.
Submissive or
one of those very unique. If you want a very unique, exotic. If you want a very exotic woman, exotic looking. If you want a very exotic woman who has some of the traits that you're looking for, guess what? You can find it because she's probably the product of a black man and a white woman, or a black man and a Thai woman, or a white would just insert the goddamn races, and you can find it, and they're there. So that all that shit about, oh, I had to go over here and I had to go over there. Yeah, I also seen the dark side of that, going outside of the country looking for a spouse. I also know that motherfuckers go over there and get. I gotta be honest. Motherfuckers go to these places, and a lot of these motherfuckers be poof girls. They used to work in the goddamn poof house, and they get out of that line of work, and then you meet them, and then but it's so come on, man. Come on, man. I done seen it. I've seen it all.
Still got dick skin on the damn tongue, and he's going to marry her.
No, better get you a virgin. Oh, you know, that got me in trouble.
But see, here's the cold thing about it, right? Here's the cold thing about it, right? Because they say, oh, the black community is this, that, and the third, this, that, and the third, this, that, and the third, right? You could do a little exercise right now. Look up the cities with the highest crime rate in the country, right? You don't even see fucking Chicago on the fucking list.
No,
if you do, it'll probably be all the way down. But those South American nations, they all up on that list. Brazil, as far as world crime, number 7. The U.S. pales, like pales in comparison as far as that.
You know, all jokes aside, something that BGS said a long time ago there, and I did my research and he was right, was that the country I think with the highest single mother rate is actually France. I was like, the fuck? It was
there's a reason for it. France is a I hate to say it, like some people say, yeah, it's a little white coat, but it's kind of mixed too, because I think DeAndre told me a story. He said, stay away from other parts of France. He told me this on the channel. He said the southern part of France, that's where you get all the best attention with the beach action and things like that. If you study the history of France, France had everything similar to Britain. What hurt them was the British wore them down, man. When I studied that American history shit, and especially that French Indian War shit, how it was started, and the Spanish, they just couldn't hold on, and British had too much backing, man.
France,
the ships and all that.
Even now, France is just artificially propped up by the EU. It's a fucking welfare state.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen the uprisings happen after Britain and France.
Yeah, I see it a lot. Yeah.
And that's because a good portion of France's economy was being propped up by Britain.
Yeah, and Britain is struggling with the Scotland and the Irish, Northern Ireland, that shit over there happening. I think Big J mentioned that on his stream. I said, yeah, that's a problem too. That came from Brexit, and what's his name, Boris Johnson, the Trump lookalike, done fucked that up, and everybody's stressed out and trying to see what he's gonna do and things like that. And the Queen ain't doing shit. So that Commonwealth has been finished. I mean, they want to leave the EU. Well, actually, they left the EU. It's just EU shit.
Yeah, I mean,
shit. I'm gonna look at in here in the Western Hemisphere.
Yeah, the whole West. Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
the Western Hemisphere, motherfucking Brazil has more out of wedlock birth. Matter of fact, DR.
Oh, that's right.
In the Caribbean,
yeah, DR. Yeah,
out of wedlock birth.
Yeah, right? That's right. I'm tripping. Yeah, I think BGS said it was DR, then Brazil, then France. Yeah, we were like,
you have niggas fly quarter way around the world, even go and buy the bitch fucking basic household appliances that come standard here.
Yeah, that's my boy, man. Don't do it like that. You know, I gotta stick up for that, bro. That's my homie, man. I gotta defend my educated lanes, man.
But see, I'm just saying, like, it means that you do not have, one, you don't have any racial pride. 2, you don't have any national pride.
Hey, she has some titties though, bro.
See, because if you don't have any pride in yourself, you're not going to have any pride in your community. You're probably not going to have any pride in your family. You're not having any pride in your fucking peers. You see what I'm saying? If everything that you see outside, when you go out to your community, and everything that you see, like, you mean to tell me you can't find one fucking positive thing about your personal habitat?
I mean, shit, I can. I mean, shit, I can tell you some positive shit about my lineage or whatnot. You know, I know people.
No, but what I'm saying is, nobody gives a fuck if you want to go to the DR or any of those places.
Yeah.
What we give a fuck about is you don't have to fucking throw your fucking race under the goddamn bus to do it.
I'm not gonna say that Black Americans are inferior. I'm not gonna say that. Like, that's not true.
But that's why, as Cerulean, just like Cerulean is saying, I have no problem with you saying I want to go to the DR to find me a woman, or I want to go to Brazil because they're more. I view them. If you say I view them as being more feminine, more domesticated, more less with the argumentative bullshit. Okay, I have no issue with that. But what the issue comes into play is when you come back and you jump on your live stream or you jump on certain panels or whatever panels, and you sit there and say black American women ain't shit. And I'm like, how can you say that when you don't know but a certain few or a certain percentage of them? I get it. A lot of these niggas have been so hurt. A lot of these niggas have been so hurt by the one black chick that they were married to or that they dated either high school, post high school, college, post college, or on their job, or they married her and they ran through their pockets and fucked their head up, hurt people. And now you look at it as though fuck all them hoes. I don't want nothing in there, but if you just want an exotic, just say I want an exotic looking woman. It's easy.
Look, this is what they're really saying. This is what they're really saying, but they're too scared to say it, right? Yeah. What they're saying is, I want an exotic looking woman, and I don't want to have to pay a whole lot to get it.
Oh, it's full disclosure. What the general just said.
I want some cheap, ambiguous pussy. That's really what they're saying.
Well, I mean, full disclosure, though. I mean, from what the general said, I have hopped on panels back in the day and said shit like that. So I mean, let's just let's call a spade, right? I have said that back.
Yeah, but when you do that, you're being super disingenuous because you only know a certain percentage of black woman that you've dealt with in your particular city or your particular state in your particular city.
I can agree with that. Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these niggas have never ran across. See, the problem is a lot of these niggas have never ran across a woman who is exactly what they're looking for, who does have all of the traits that they're looking for. Because we know that there's a lot of black female fuckery. All right, let's just be honest. We know that.
Yeah, we do.
We know that. But however, if you mean to tell me that me being here in Texas, I can't find out of 3.4 million in the city the size of Dallas, you mean to tell me out of 4.5 to Houston, you mean to tell me I can't find one?
Man, I'm in Houston.
I can't find one.
I mean, look,
and she doesn't have to be boot black. She doesn't. Wait a minute, Cerulean. She doesn't have to be boot black with nappy hair, because if you go to Houston, white women and Latin women and Asian women, they eating niggas alive.
Hell yeah.
They beating. If you go to Dallas, white women and Spanish women and Asian women are beating bitches back with sticks to get to niggas. You can't find one.
Shit,
see, so what you're really saying is, it's not the black woman, it's Western women, and I'm starting to hear it leak out. It's American women in general. Because if you got to go way to goddamn Colombia, when there's a plethora of Colombian women right here in Texas.
Yeah,
a whole gang of them.
Yeah, I did back down my.
If you can't go to New York, there's a whole goddamn section of Brazilian fucking people in New York.
Yeah, but you know what I think it is too.
So come on now.
Yeah, look, this is what I think it is too, right? Because I always find it funny when I hear these Negroes talk about they go find them a wife.
There's one in the chat. There's two. Oh shit!
Right?
That's my boy, man. What's up, Trey?
I'm gonna be a bitch from Brazil, right? They're more submissive. Yeah, bring that bitch back. See, because if she's more submissive, she'd be that woman anywhere that she goes in the world, right?
Mm-hmm. We always talk about American culture is gonna corrupt her. Yeah, we do say that. Shit, I've said it.
well, see, but Pete though, if American culture is gonna corrupt her in America, but not in Brazil, that means that she really wasn't submissive to begin with.
That's an interesting talking point. Yeah, didn't think about that.
See, look, all of this shit is some motherfucking wishing well shit. Reality is, look, wherever you are, like wherever you go, there you are. Nigga, if you wasn't shit in America, you ain't gonna be shit in Brazil. If you wasn't shit in America, you ain't gonna be shit nowhere else.
I had an OG tell me that a couple years ago. We had gotten, this is like way back at 14. He told me that wherever you go, there you are. And I had a problem. I was like 24 and shit. But, you know, I had a problem with that. But I kind of get y'all getting that now. With that where you go, there you are.
How many times, like, and we were talking about this yesterday, man. Like, I told a story about my shipmate, right? He was fucking with the base chick. Man, brothers knew who this chick was. You know, worked at the PS, Filipino chick. Yeah. They just gotta tell her like, hey, man, that's kind of a bad move, right? That's like everybody's girlfriend, literally, right?
Yeah.
You know, nigga, you know, bounced on it a couple times, and you don't know her like I do. Like,
oh no, that was me back in the day.
but we go to the exchange, right? And you can point out at least 3 niggas at any given time of the day that the motherfucker been up in it. And Joe like, dude, like chill that out, right? He marries, right? He's fucking around 3 years. We notice he fucking around on him every time the ship deploys, right? Like one year we go on a fucking deployment, right? A South Pack, 10 months. Come back, his shit's going. She done sent the fucking cars to California. Why? Because, well, she's married to a motherfucking sailor. And she has access to all of his money. And she gets the stipend for being independent. She goes over to California, sends all this shit over there, right? And finally, we're back in San Diego, right?
Yeah.
Hey, San Diego. He wants to go on this whole searching, mission, to find the bitch, right? We find her in LA. They use his money, open up a business. Little bullshit, Filipino cuisine, right? On the corner. Shit looks like a shack. Fucking greasy ass floors. Got fucking sponsored some motherfuckers to come over here. That one she called her cousin. Really, it was her husband before she,
Yeah, man, Coach Greg Adams said that shit one time about them Asian folks be having their cousins or their brothers and really it's their husbands. And next thing you know, the niggas found dead in the fucking insulation. That's wild.
Like we had another brother jump from the fucking supermast of a ship. Yeah.
Oh, you talked about that? Yeah, that went overboard and things like that. Yeah, that was. Whew. When I heard you said that, I said, yeah, that happens. Yeah, that shit wild in the Navy. I heard a lot of that stories when I was in the workplace, and I talked to some Navy guys. He said, "No, that's for real. Even in certain military branches, accident. Yeah, yeah.
He had these fucking, these googly eyes, and this perfect Japanese woman that never do me wrong.
Crazy. Yeah. There's a lot of strange shit happening.
Another incident, right? We had another incident where a nigga beats his wife with a motherfucking iron within an inch of his life. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Yeah.
She wasn't no black chick.
Like
dog, like the same pathology exists everywhere in the motherfucking world.
It's female nature, man. That's just true.
So you know what the difference is? Right? You know what the difference is? You won't really hear a whole lot of Japanese dudes, congregating, right, online, shitting on their Japanese women. You won't even see it a whole lot from like Filipinos. Right? But see, it's the same pathology. The white males, they'll gather up and do that. But understand, those white males, they're really the low rung of society.
Right.
Yeah.
But the white males, even the white males, they never come out and just directly say white women. They've been saying they're the ones that actually started that whole coded language. It's Western women. Didn't you have one of those MGTOW leaders go over to like fucking Yugoslavia or Ukraine or some shit.
Yeah.
Marry a Ukrainian bitch, and that bitch like did the same shit that the midget claimed was here. They do.
Yeah.
Like, dog.
Them dudes is off.
Like,
always. I never liked the white MGTOWs. They're the worst. I mean, the black MGTOWs, I understand. They try to emulate. And I think Mike V touched on this early in the stream. He said that the first, but yeah, they were cool. Barbarossa and them, and Soul and Black was cool to them, but they all came from the Wall of Silence. But the white MGTOWs, the racist ones, I just can't stand them motherfuckers. I didn't like them since 2012. Black Pride got on their ass back in the day. He used to be a pre-recorder. He used to be in the military and everything. I think it was in the Navy. Yeah, it was the Navy. And he had an Ethiopian wife. And I told this to Mike V. Compromise. She got brainwashed by the American women.
Well, you ever seen how? Yeah. But see, here's the thing: is that a lot of dudes, especially if you've ever been on the Horn of Africa, right?
Yeah.
They have some kind of misconception about East African women because they think that they're so much different or so much special because of the way that they operate out of town. Look, you get their ass out, out at the fucking base bar, right? It's like Djibouti or some shit.
Yeah.
Man, look, them bitches get ratchet too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All of them get ratchet. And the more I learn, even when they come over here, when I used to work in a nice dealership, and I say, why do these foreign women act ratchet trying to be like us? But like you said,
no, you got to see it over there, right?
Yeah.
See, over there, they find them a nice little sailor, Marine, Army grunt, got some paper, got more paper than their domestic men, right?
Right.
They'll walk around town and be flaunting us, in front of their domestic niggas.
No.
Damn.
Right?
It's a dangerous position to be in as a man.
But where have you seen that behavior at though?
In America.
We see it right here in America, and we're like, oh man, that's some bullshit, right? But see, we see it over there. The same shit that y'all niggas understand the same shit that y'all niggas are saying about Black American women, right? Guess what? They know Ethiopian men, they won't, say it. South Sudanese men really won't say it.
Yeah.
Right? But then they really won't say it too much. But guess what? When the motherfucking fleet leave, I'll just put it like this: domestic violence shoots up 100,000%.
Exactly, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, that's facts.
I'm about to say, man, I remember hearing the stories about back on base and shit where, the wives when the husbands be off the war in Afghanistan or some shit, they put like a mop out or some shit. Letting Jody know to come fuck her or something like that. There's like some signal they do. I forgot what it was.
I mean, they told a movie about it in Jarhead, the first Jarhead movie, and that guy that was going to a relaxing spot after they took a shower, but it was a porn tape. And if you saw that scene, and he didn't realize it was his wife, and the guy was fucking the wife. It was the neighbor. He said that's my wife. He got shot. He said that's my wife. He said that's my fucking wife.
Nah, bro.
And then he wanted to go back home. I said, no, motherfucker, it's the Marines. That's hey, this is what you signed up for. This is during the Iraq War, based off that movie and what it showed you. But see, it's educational too. If you paid attention to that movie, that's what goes on. That goes any military branch. If you serve any overseas, it's the same shit. A French guy told me this one time, and he said when he went over there and one of his boys had a wife. That's why you got to be single, man, because you're gonna get hoes everywhere. And the sad part is it happened to him, similar to every branch. That's normal, man. No matter who you are, no matter what country you serve or what patriotism you serve, it happens to the best. I don't care who you are, and they tell you that, man. And like military guys will tell you. That's why I listen. I'll be like, okay, and I was like, oh shit, that happened.
Funny thing, right? Because we think these problems are so unique, right? But that shit happens to German soldiers, happens to British soldiers.
And the Russian soldiers, Arabs, all them.
Russian
Arabs. That's why the Afghanistan niggas is putting them to work, putting the boot to their asses and shit. God damn, man. Female nature's a motherfucker.
But see, if we know that it happens.
Okay, well, I can tell you, that whole putting the mop out means my husband is gone. I'm open for business. That's true.
Yeah.
And it went from putting the mop out because soldiers were catching on to it, And then they start putting the boots out. If you see a pair of boots, that means that my husband is still here. If the boots are gone and his slippers are out, or a pair of man's slippers are out, that means that, you know, my husband is deployed. He's gone. You know, all kinds of little signs and symbols that, you know, women have used to signify the fact that they were available for a male company. If I'm saying, I'm trying to be politically correct, right? So yeah, that does happen. It happens for every branch. It happens for every military organization. It happens. And it's and the truth of the matter is, it even happens here in America, home installations here, right? So this whole ideology about I went to the other side of Haiti and found me a bush bitch, and she's submissive, and she makes my sandwiches, and you know, she brings me my slippers. As soon as a motherfucker get an opportunity, they're gonna be putting your goddamn slippers outside. As soon as you leave for business and you go on that business trip and you ain't got your shit tight as a man. See, I'm all about male agency, right? Everybody knows my history. If I'm dealing with a woman and you're not on my program and you start slipping and fucking around, bitch, I will DX you. In other words, I will get rid of you. You have to go. Fired. So I make no beans about it. And I had a brother on Sheila's panel that tried to come over. I'm not taking no advice from you. And I'm like, okay, bro, I got it. So you're telling me you can't learn any fucking thing from it. You're telling me you can't learn any motherfucking thing from anybody. That's what you're telling me. Yeah. That's what you're telling me. Yeah. See, that's the ignorant shit that's the ignorancy that persists in amongst black culture, amongst black people in this country. That's why we can never win. That's why we're losing right now, because motherfuckers won't listen. Yeah. I know every fucking thing. I know everything. So you can't tell me shit. That's bullshit. I learn shit from people every day because I listen. Like, let me see what the fuck you're talking about. Right? Same here. Oh, okay. So I'm
gonna tell you some real shit. Hey, if you
okay, so I hear the SYSBM argument.
Exotic.
Go ahead, General. Go ahead.
Say,
what'd
you say, Shiruli?
I said that if you one of them niggas that think a Brazilian bitch is exotical, that means that you was a plain wrong nigga.
Yeah.
Well, you smoke Reggie, nigga. Okay, you're
right.
You know what I mean?
Plain Jane.
If you think that, you know, a bitch from the DR is exotic, it's because you a plain ass nigga.
Yeah.
They got some big ass titties though, man.
As a matter of fact, you're probably like below average here because only somebody that like has never seen it or probably seen it but didn't have access to it while you're in America. It's because you were basically a below average nigga or basically plain.
I'm going to Antigua.
Plain Jane.
Yeah. Waterloo. Shit. Give me a little sexy.
Like we see it all the time. We see it like especially military. It's like hyper exacerbated.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's hyper exacerbated. Where how many times you see, you know, a new entry, right? New incoming seaman, airman, whatever, right? Mm-hmm. It's the first time exposed to this shit. See what he thinks is a bad bitch. Oh, I ain't never seen one of those. And then fucking motherfucker talking about he in love, you know.
Yeah, man. That's that little head, man. I will tell you one thing, though.
You're not in love.
I will tell you one thing, though, man. I kind of abandoned some of them points, man. When you hit 30, 31 and shit where I'm at, and you've avoided all that shit, no child support, no marriage, nothing like that, and you got that disposable income, shit, you be like, shit, a marriage who? Who? I'm like that nigga that Coach Greg Adams plays in the stream all the time, that old nigga. Who? Because I'm like, shit, why you married? I don't see the purpose.
Go down to go down to a place like Colombia, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What you really see down there, you see a bunch of old white, like especially like those like German motherfuckers. They love that place. Some old white wrinkly motherfucker, right? Getting his dick yanked up under the motherfucking bar table.
Oh,
and this is the bitch these niggas talking about they love though. That is so much better and submissive. The only thing that she is submissive at is yanking some dicks.
Yanking some Johnsons.
Yeah.
If she ain't got a dick in her hand, she's every bit of what you think of your own women.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I got you, man. Now I got a homegirl down in she's from DR originally. She still got connections down there. She be telling me them German folks be taking over those spots in the countryside, and they be doing all sorts of goofy shit down there. Not in Sasua. You know, all the Pookies are ruining Sasua for us.
But see, ain't it funny? They talk about Pookies and Ray Rays, right?
Yeah,
but that's what made me think about a place like Columbia, right?
Yeah,
where the street gangs run the entire sex trade, the drug trade. They literally have a working relationship with the local police.
They do. The Mexican mafia do too. They own police departments.
Yeah, that's from the prisons and also
you're going to risk your motherfucking life, right? To go down to a place that you're really unfamiliar with. To go fuck around really in the heart of gangland like Sosua.
Sosua.
Gangs run that shit, working relationship. And it's not just there.
Santo Domingo, I think. Yeah. So the other one. But shit, have you seen a Marlo Negro, bro? Shit, I go fuck with some gang territory to give me one of them.
Like you going down there to buy that bitch for a day or a week, however long you stay in, and that bitch going to give that shit to one of them Pookie and Ray Rays on the back of that fucking dirt bike.
This nigga said it buy. Now you know. Look. I can't be in the groups where niggas is talking about I paid $60 to get with this Dominican broad. I was like, look, I'm not anti-trick. I'm not pro-tricking. I'm kind of neutral, but on a personal level, I was like, yo, I can't condone this. Fuck.
I mean, I watched a viral video. Dude went down there, and he had worked out some agreement with a Colombian chick.
Yeah.
And she kept wanting more money. Right.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
And when the dude didn't pay, she called over squad. They came over on some gang shit.
Yeah, didn't they clap him?
No, they injured him though. Yeah.
No, shit.
They injured him real bad.
Damn, he probably got a permanent injury off that shit. I'm good on that. Yeah, you start dealing with that type of time. And again, I'm not on. That's a different debate for a different day. Because there's a nigga that I'm cool with, man. I like DJ Cuda, man, but I low key want to have the game debate with him one of these days.
No, it's not. It's a waste. It's a waste. He's tired of that shit too. He's tired of these ordinary men. They need to stay in their lane. Just a shout out to what's his name, Ashley Thing. He said you can't teach them that. It has to be in you, man. It's like that charisma. Me and Thurwood was going back and forth. I was trying to explain. No. Ordinary man stays in their lane. They got these apps for them. See, the players understand. Stay away from that shit. You know why? Because it ain't for them. It's only a small percentage. And the reason he said that in the stream, he told us to ism. It's a small percentage of that. And there's a reason why the 80-20 rule exists, because 80% of the men do pay. And I agree with what you were saying, Gino, when you said in those chats, you're talking about 80%. Now, 20% is players and balling, right? And Kuda slipped this on the sidebar. He says, now some of the players do the T thing. Now, he let it sip out and shouts at DS1. He said the same thing. He said, well, damn. He said this in the stream. He said, I didn't know it takes a lot of game to take a trick. Yeah, because they understand how the world works. Everybody does it. You see it in the military. You see it all forms of power, and especially in sports. And B just tells you all the time, he has no problem with game do. Same with me. And the T's, do your thing. I'm just natural with it. Do your thing. I don't hate no women or anything, because that's why my aura is so good. So yeah. But Kuda's an excellent dude. He tells you that. He shared my shit to just today, and I shouted him out early in the stream with the SKC going back with Cerulean. And I told him, yeah, he came on my panel twice. Kuda
will never get no good again. Kuda's never
the same time, like every time we would hit port, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Cerulean.
Every time we hit a port or get ready to go to a new port, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have our port briefing. You always have two port briefings. You have one, just before you hit sea and anchor, right? And sea and anchor means you're about to hit breakwater. You're getting close to port. You're inland, right? and we have one as soon as that motherfucker is anchored to the pier.
Oh shit!
And we have a bunch of procedures, and they talk about the shit like, look, while we are here, this is what you're going to do when you traveling, yada yada yada. Now, it's funny because I've been on really both sides, Southeast Asia Pacific and like Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
And the briefing is almost damn near the same. Don't go to any chick. If the chick got to pull you to their hotel room, do not go.
Hell no. Oh God. Shit, I'm not.
Do not invite a chick to your hotel room. If you have to, go reserve another room while your actual shit is in your actual hotel room.
Damn, I've never been in the Navy and I know better than that. What the fuck?
Well, Navy teach you a lot. The good thing about their branch, I mean, they ain't perfect, but they actually teach you a lot. DeAndre told me a lot about, and I asked him about the SEALs. He said, well, they almost trying to make it one. He said, nah, I wasn't going to do it. He told me the ones that try to save them from the water, right? I forget that. Yeah. Those guys. And he said, those are the ones protecting the SEALs in the water. I said, oh, really? And he told me that on the stream. I said, yeah, DeAndre, you know what you're talking about, because I heard that in school because they came to my classroom years ago. Only reason they stopped me because I was thinking about other things at the time. I was thinking about basketball, sports and all that. But, but the military was an option back then in my generation, because this is the time where Bush was in it, right? Yeah. Nobody wasn't really serious about it. There's, all that, right? But after, over the years, that changed. No, everybody's joining the military. I was like, wait a minute. And then they come in these spaces. Wait a minute. Every branch, Army, Marines, Air Force, Navy, Coast Guard, no matter what branch. And if you go overseas and join the military and join these private military companies, that's a big industrial complex. You work for a corporation, all that. If you want to be a CIA guy, be a spy, a stealth man, here you go. Learn your calculus. Learn your calculus and those engineering. Yeah, B just talked about it today. He said you got to take that calculus. He said you got to take that integrals. He was saying that about engineering. He was like, you got to do all that.
Hey, sir. There's one point that you made that I wanted to respond to real quick. You was talking about, I made some comments in Kuda's chat probably months ago. What I was trying to iterate, and I think I was debating with Third Ward Columbia at the time. We were still cool, and I was basically saying about
the trick. And I understand where you was coming from. I understand what you coming from, and I get it. You stand on it, just like I had with SKC with the trolling thing. He said it's a lifestyle you're trying to. Okay, let's play with that. Same damn thing.
What's funny about that?
I didn't buy into it though, but I knew exactly what he's doing. See, he know I get his go too, because I'm glad it happened. I'm glad it happened.
What's funny about that troll stuff is like, I never really told y'all this, but I got about 20 years of this internet shit, right? Before I got into, I was aware of Sergeant Willie P back in the 2000s. This is when they were accusing him of that girl that got killed in Detroit.
With Anthony. Yeah, I remember that. That was back in 08. Asia McGowan. Yeah, I remember. I was around at that time.
I used to be known on these internet streets as a guy by the name of Chaos Hedgie. I got my start in the if you Google up Chaos Hedgie, Hedgie, I got my start in the Sonic ROM hacking community. I actually know guys who found the beta for Sonic 2 and shit. I'm cool with all those cats, like the niggas that made Sonic
cool.
The niggas that made Sonic Mania back in 2017, like I know those guys, Stealth and Taxman, or Christian Whitehead and Simon Thomas.
Yeah, I heard about those guys. Yeah,
I know the story. I remember Taxman Sonic retro betas and shit. So all my trolling shit was when I was fucking with Sonic Code, Sonic Classic, now Sonic, Sonic Retro now, but it used to be known as Sonic 2 beta. So, and I was like, 12, 13. So it was funny when my homeboys told me I know an internet legend. So it's funny because, when I came into this space, I never really came into the gate trolling, but it's just, like I said, there got to be a certain point where, recently, some of you guys are familiar, I try to be an honest dude when I come into the space, and, when people, explicitly make an attack at me,
I default back to that. I'd be like, okay,
Yeah,
so
but I tell you this, man. Like I got my start. Well, I understood trolling when at 15 in MySpace days in 03. I didn't come into YouTube. I would say 07. I was 19 at the time too. And my first channel was based off my email address on Yahoo, but it was flagged in 2012. I was on some political shit. Yeah, I was hardcore with it. Yeah, the Hebrew Israelites, that was hard, like that blacklist. But them niggas disguised as Asians the whole time. They hated us, man. And I told this story to DeAndre. I told this to the third one. The reason why I was flagged, I was blacklisted. This channel was basically a combination of that and a mixture of world history. And that guy I showed you with those pictures, he's a scholar and an archaeologist. He does research, right? He did it for like, just like 9 years. He's updating his shit every day. And I keep looking what he's doing and see what's going on. I read the newspaper online with those apps. And I still do. I go to the phone, the books. See, I'm still a little old school. I was taught a certain way because I had boomer parents. And I would say grandparents like silent and World War II generation because I know the background, the backdrops. I know the art of trolling. I understand what you do. SKC, he's a professional.
Hold on.
I'm not saying your history, but your background. But I'm just saying, like, if you have a background, it's understandable. But I'll tell you this. I'll tell you a secret though. Kuda said I have my former trial. I said, yeah, I can tell. I can tell because if you know each other, like, yeah, and it makes sense now. But I don't get mad. You know why? Because I understand the stick. Because I've been in chats one time. Like. I'll tell you a story about Moco Space. It's another, a website. Yeah. My girlfriend put me onto that years ago. Yeah, and them chats, them New York East Coast chats. Oh my God, they gave me hell with those chat that color. They gave me the sunshades. They gave me the sunshades.
I was on this YouTube panel, not YouTube panel. I was in these YouTube comments, and I was telling cats. I actually kind of missed it back in the day on Xbox Live. You remember back in 2040, in 2006, we playing Call of Duty. I used to call you nigga in this damn chat. I was like, damn, man, it's a vile word. Nobody likes being called the N-word, but I kind of miss those days because nowadays, if you try to do some shit like that,
it's over. I mean, let's take it back to 07 when Bill Gaines was trying to get on the rise, man, in 08 days. But 2012 was hell, man. It was like the Wild Wild West. 1.0 was a beast.
Nigga. That's why. Go ahead.
So let me ask a question real quick. All right.
Go ahead.
So if everybody in this space, for the majority, if everybody in this space is supposed to be grown men,
right?
Be it black men or American men, you're supposed to be a grown man.
Correct.
The troll,
correct.
To me, the troll game is rather. To me, the troll game is rather childish.
It is.
If you're talking about building,
it is petty. It's petty and
if you're
childish,
talking about. Okay, so then when do we're supposed black men, when do we grow the fuck up and comport ourselves as men to build?
I can respond.
I'll tell you this, man.
I can respond to that.
Can I go after
someone
you,
as
sir?
old as SKC is still trolling?
Yeah. Can I go after you, sir?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go? Okay. In my case, the general, like I told you with the case of the Omega Sci-Fi brother, I don't like to troll people because I'm aware of my age. I try to mind my own business. I try to be cordial with people. But when people,
same here.
But like recently in the Manosphere, I'm not going to disclose the situation again. But when people attack my family, imply that I'm a pedophile, say I'm fucking the cat, and I never attacked them and stuff like that before, yeah, I'm gonna call you a parkade. And then yes, you're gonna make videos about it for 2 or 3 or 4 times, getting mad about it. I'm gonna get under your skin because I'm very good at getting under people's skin. But when people want to attack me and they want to be chat, they're older than me, mind you, but they want to drop to a level. Go ahead.
I understand what you're saying. So then, rather than it as a grown man, the way to me, this is just I'm not telling you or anyone else what to do. If you're here as a black man to build, if you're here as a black man to exchange information, ideology, where can we improve ourselves at?
I think
number one, why interact with someone who comports themselves in that way in the beginning? Number one. Number two, why rather than troll, rather than go down to their level, why not just disengage altogether?
You got a point.
Yeah, I do that all the time, man. I kind of stopped probably, I'll say this year, because in my 30s I realized, in my 20s I was vicious with it, in the chats and other social networks and what they would call social media today. Once you get older, you kind of stop. I think me and what's his name, Zero, stopped, and because a lot of brothers got emotional, they can't handle the jokes. Some trolling is not always child, it's jokes and it's comedic. We can insult you psychologically, we do damage. We'll say one thing, if you believe in it, just like what SKC says with the DNA shit, not DNA shit, but the Darwinism, right? I'll give you an example with Fantastic. I bring up the George Floyd shit. When I call him that name, it sticks, because when that white guy went to prison, right, he never said nothing about it. It's like he's taking the L. Like you playing sports, you rub it in the guy's face. I used to do this when I played basketball with a person, the opposition, a white guy, right? And it almost turned into a fist fight. I almost cracked his head too, but I didn't. My dad stopped me. Don't, just let it go. Because he got emotional, and then we was young then. But once you get older, you realize you're like, man, this shit it's petty. It's childish and petty, but it's very petty. I can be a little petty sometimes. I'll admit that, and I say, but I try to calm it down and say, please don't get on my petty side, and then I just walk away. I do that on panels. I don't argue with no women, because I already know where they're going, because they so emotional, and I do this all the time. They get mad at me. They get mad at me because I pull their whole card, and they don't like that. The only people that don't like that is what's her name, Kat and JX. They don't like that. I pull their whole card, man, when they say something wrong. Yeah,
I only troll motherfuckers after,
if it's necessary, but
they fucking argument.
Yeah, I mean, to get to
what happens is they try to stick around, right? Because they have a pathological fear of being wrong.
To respond to
what I have a tendency to do. Okay, you're gonna stick around. Now I'm gonna clown your ass.
Yeah. The thing with the general asked two good questions, and I think in my particular situation, he's right, because
he is right. He is right on this one. And I'll tell you why he's right, because once you get older, you kind of step away from it. The older you get, you be like, man, I'm done with this shit. I just let them have it. I let these Zillennials and these alphas do the damage, because they more ruthless and out. Yeah, but I won't pass it back to you. But yeah, as you were saying.
No, because I mean, and that's and again, some of y'all know the situation. I'm not going to bring it up, but I was already warned by quite a few cats, the brother below me, Cerulean included, about certain individuals that I was on some naive shit, right? So by all rights, that situation that I basically put myself in, now that I think about it, was really my fault, because I should have never engaged with that individual in the first place. And then when they attacked me on another person's panel out of nowhere, I defaulted back as a reflex back to those 2006 trollish ways.
Right. It happens to the best. Yeah.
Now I stick to that, because I'm not apologizing when I get attacked. Like, fuck that. I stick to my original plans. But at the end of the day, Gerald's kind of right. He's right though.
Defend. Okay. So what I'm saying is, you have a right, even in the digital space, to defend yourself. I am one, and I always say, I will not allow you, if I'm on a panel with you, you're not going to push a narrative to make me out to be or look a certain way, which was done earlier, by the way. The way I combated that was to stick to the topic. I'm gonna force you. I'm gonna troll you in making you stick to the topic at hand. And then the way I'm gonna win, I don't care about who wins the debate or any of that. What I care about is me being able to stand my ground. So when I get you to the point of where you have to say it doesn't matter, I've already won, because you can't talk to you can no longer stick to the topic. You can no longer stay on point. You have to go to again an effeminate role by saying, why does it matter? It doesn't matter. I don't care. That's childish. Now you're showing that you have a childish attitude.
Yeah,
because I'm gonna make you stick to the topic.
Saying like I'm nonchalant when I said, man, that's irrelevant. The only time you say that is when you tap out, man. I'm like, come on, man.
General,
when you lost, you lost. You've already lost when you start saying, why does it matter? I don't care. It's irrelevant. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about whether or not the point is irrelevant or whether or not it matters. We're talking about this point right here. What is your answer to this point? Oh, why does it matter? Now you're going to the feminine role and you're effeminizing yourself.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. A lot of the younger dudes do not really know how to debate. They know how to be contrarians.
Some of these older niggas don't either. Some of these older dudes don't either.
Yeah, it's a bit of both. It's a bit of both. I would say it's equal, but the younger, but yeah, I'll say this: a lot of young kids, I hate to say, millennials and alpha, and a few of the millennials that's younger than me, they don't know how to debate. They don't do research. It depends on I would say family structure, their generation, and they haven't taught them how to properly read. It starts at home and in the schools they went to. And if they after that, you're supposed to self-teach yourself too, to go to the library as well, or even college a little bit, right? Or the military. Well, they haven't really learned anything.
It's not so much as debating. It is just being able to comport yourself among your peers as a man. If I'm hanging out, if the four of us were hanging out in person and we're having a conversation about sports, right?
Right.
Okay, so I say, well, the Lakers won last season before last because of these factors. And you say, well, they played in the bubble. And I said, well, the competition was still there, whether they played in the bubble or not.
Yeah, the competition was good.
But if I were to say during the course of that conversation, it don't matter that they played in the bubble. I just lost. Because I took everything away. I took everything away from the competition. The teams were still there. The coaches were still there. The only thing that was missing was the fans. And in some cases, they still had some fans there. So the minute I say, they played in the bubble, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where they played at. I just lost.
I got one for you too, General. Okay, it's like when you're arguing the stats and how many points or point go. I'm not good with sports analogies, but there's statistics involved with sports, right?
Well, nowadays, sports.
So you're talking about somebody's average and what do they call it, the layups or whatever, and somebody comes in and says analytics, right? And somebody comes in and says, well, those analytics and statistics are white people control that.
Oh, stop it! Everybody reads analytics. If you play sports like I did in high school and understand the game, we debate all the time. I debate my father all the time, even though he's an Aries, but we always get at it with the teams that we like as a child growing up. And we used to debate who was going to win or whatever. And even the bubble was designed for stiff competition, but those guys got hurt. And that's how the Lakers won, because they won based off the injuries, even though the Lakers had a better complete team, because LeBron, he was already declining, even though he was going to win that one. But I didn't think he was going to win this one because he was banged up, right? That's how Phoenix came into the finals, right? Because the West is declining. Me and DeAndre had a discussion about that too. And I think me and Wacky had some pushback on it about who had the greatest era in the generation. I don't think the 80s, that's just an opinion. Anybody can say it's a great generation, but some people say it's the 70s, the 90s, or the 60s, even my father's time. He was born in the early 50s, and he'll tell you it's the 60s or whatever, or the 80s. You know what I'm saying? It's a little biased there. And the reason they say that, they try to say it's fact, and I checked the Wacky, that ain't always true. Some people think different, because the 90s, they had 80s players, but you forget who was drafted in 92 in the 90s. Shaquille O'Neal. It's a lot of you forget. That's a whole plethora of talent. It all started from the 90s when they started adding teams later on. It started in the late 80s. We discussed about it. I said, no, it started in the late 80s when I was born, right? Because I didn't know that. I had to know that when I was 10. I was like, okay, they around my age. And the older they got, they 30-some years old. But those teams are brand new. See, how many people remember Dallas was an expansion team in 1980? The Mavericks. See, that was new. Back in the day, they didn't exist. The ABA exists. You know what I'm saying? They had money problems. Yeah, Magic Bird, they saved the NBA's revenue, the shows and things like that. And I know they was on tape delay. Most people say, my father was saying that true. But the real reason they maintained it, they had to get Michael Jordan, man. But they didn't think he was going to be this good. But see, here's two factors that stopped him. It was Reggie Lewis with the heart problem, right? And then Len Bias with that death. If Len Bias and those guys, I said this in the stream, if they wouldn't have died, the Celtics would have been like the Yankees with all those championships. You know why? They had the perfect team. They had Larry Bird, they had his Dennis Johnson, they had everybody. What hurt them was they relied on those guys too much. And then Michael, over time, had to learn. Yeah, he didn't win the championship. It was competition in the 80s. It was players. It wasn't about teams. Most of them fans said, fuck the teams. We come to see Magic. We come to see Bird. You know, the racism and all that. It was cute. Yeah, it was cute. To me, outside looking in at this age, when I was younger, it didn't matter. I fell for it. But the older I got, it was bullshit because it was really about Michael Jordan the whole time. They was setting him up to be the next star. But he ruined the 90s. A lot of players didn't win the championship because of him. Except for Olajuwon and David Robinson, by the way, because they won. I think Olajuwon won 2, Robinson won the last one. And now 1990, that was by the Pistons. See, Michael said this in the documentary too. He said, if it wasn't for Detroit, there would be no Chicago Bulls. There would be it'll never be no championships like that. We wouldn't exist.
The Palace of the Palace. You remember that shit?
Yeah, I remember that shit too. Yeah, man. We talked about that. We talked about that in the stream, man. I enjoyed that stream with DeAndre. Yeah, and we know Ron Artest wasn't right. He had said that, and he knew the guy that threw the drink on, and the guy that was a fan that drew the drink. The other guy knew him. He attacked him first. He knew the guy. He knew the white guy. He knew the white guy. 2 of them, and it's fucked up that he got suspended over that, and that's what changed the NBA. David Stern did his thing, and now you see Adam Silver finessing the league, just like Goodell with the football, baseball, and that's why a lot of people don't really care for it. They just care about the offensive scoring, which is cool. It's all about analytics. Now you hear analysts nowadays saying, analytics this, numbers that, this, that,
you know why I brought that up though, because you know, one thing I noticed about this space, I come from an academic, corporate background, right? So when people want, if I regard you as an intellectual and you want to challenge me to something as an intellectual, I've always been taught, especially coming from the school of fucking Sonic 2 Beta, because that's where I got my debate skills way back in the day, right?
Yeah.
And, that's how I learned about, no true Scotsman and the Emperor has no clothes and, ad hominem and stuff like that. You have to stick to the point. You can't do personal attacks.
Right. Absolutely.
But when you're sitting here and you're arguing something and you bring up stats and then you're saying, well, the reason why this person came up with this theory is because they were married. That has something to do with the facts at hand. Or those statistics are white, and that's what I'm noticing in the space.
Yeah.
That's
high school shit. That's high school shit.
You know what's interesting about that, right?
Go ahead.
Because in academia, like when you talk about debate, it has a lot of different parameters, right?
It does.
It's not just the first person to shoot an ad hominem attack. No, that's not even the only fucking qualification. Like when I was talking about the hypotheses.
Yeah, that's true.
Hypotheses hasn't even become theory yet. It hasn't even been studied enough to be recognized as a theory yet.
Correct. That's correct.
And even as a theory, it's peer reviewed, and then say the scientific community says, okay, it's at least coherent enough to be plausible.
Plausible, yeah, there you go.
And that's really all the theory is. Could it be plausible? Yes. Has it been tested and proven? Yes, but there still needs to be a lot of study. But it's plausible.
That's why when you said you can't debate a hypothesis. Yeah, a hypothesis is just a question. It's an initial belief. So yeah, you can't debate that. Out of my head.
You make the attempt. I mean, you're lost right there because who has peer reviewed it? Who in your academic circle has literally validated this as saying, look, this is at least coherent enough to be a theory.
Yeah.
Right? So you debate on facts of something, not on the assumption of a thing.
That's correct. I'm with it.
See, and then
and so this is why people will they're quick to use the age-old additive of everybody likes to use this particular word, anecdotal That's anecdotal evidence. Yes, it's anecdotal evidence, but yet and still, you cannot take away from my personal experiences, just like I can't take away from anyone else's personal experiences. So when you're sitting here, never having traveled outside of the continental United States of America, never having set foot on foreign soil, never having seen any of these, we talk about women for a second again, never having dealt with a woman in their pure personal element of their homeland, but you would tell me, somebody that has been to these different countries, somebody that has seen men interact with these different women, it's anecdotal evidence. Get the fuck out of here. Would you stop it?
Hold up, General. Hold up, General. But
you're willing to tell me as a motherfucker who has led, you're willing to tell me as a man that has been responsible for 480 soldiers in a combat fucking theater, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 different times, throwing bullets and catching bullets. You're willing to tell me that my particular experience is anecdotal evidence. You're willing to tell me that my leadership skills are bullshit. So when I say that there's a such thing that's called, second and third order of effects, when I use words like that, when I go to my particular leadership training, having been to not 1 NCO leadership course, not having been to 2 NCO leadership courses, not having been to 3 NCO leadership courses, but 4 courses, you have nerves enough to sit here and tell me that my personal experiences is anecdotal evidence when you have not goddamn me put the uniform on or been in a pair of boots, let alone driven past a military installation. You're willing to tell me that my personal experiences, that's all anecdotal evidence. Are you fucking kidding me?
You know, it's funny too because people have tried to argue me about divorce cases, and like as a forensic accountant,
I can talk about that.
Like I've invested in finance.
Oh, we know about your story on that. Yeah, you're living proof. And then oh boy got mad. I'm like, music, come on, man, quit trying to go at the gym. I saw that shit. I was like, dude, I know it's Marine. I know Cerulean was instigating it. I started laughing. Come on, man. He said the cruise missile will always win and beat the tank. I was like, oh, come on, man. The cruise missile joke.
I didn't even see this debate. I gotta go check.
Hey, you know what's funny about that, right?
Right.
The Navy has the highest rate of divorce, right?
What?
Right.
I don't know that.
But the Army is more notorious with the Army, though, right? It's like it's some weird shit. Like, but at the same time, if you look at the military, especially like command structure, right? Senior NCO, officer. Look. I'll tell you what, I've been to commands where like damn near half of the motherfucking chief's mess had been married multiple motherfucking times.
Oh no.
Like you're married, divorced, boop, boop, boop. But see, I also know motherfuckers that I was in with that if they wanted to make rate quick, right? Especially like working in operations, which goes up a little faster, right? But motherfucker will tell you like, look, you get married, hell, you may get that fucking, that anchor on your collar.
Facts.
Like, so I know, but see, I know dudes that would like literally marry just to make rate.
Oh man!
But also know dudes that will stay above fucking E6 just to have his peace of mind because he don't want to go through the fucking pit of snakes, beyond that E7.
I done heard niggas getting married for BAH and shit too, but I couldn't do it. Fuck that.
Yeah,
man. Look, see, that's why I do respect brothers that like, especially senior NCOs. Look, man, when I hear this bullshit about you join the white man, like, nigga, have you seen the military? Like, like literally, if this was a debate, I would be technically considered a primary researcher, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, y'all got the research.
Still, you only think it's the white man's because you don't have pride in yourself, not as a black man, but specifically not as a Black American, let alone an American. You don't take any pride in yourself. I mean, shit, the very least, pride as a motherfucking American.
Shit, I'm about to say.
Yeah, a lot of it is.
We were having a conversation with a dude that was sitting there asking us how come why the military, why ain't he in all these countries, right? And I know that, we got Gunny on the panel, we got El Nix. I don't want to compromise them. Like, look, I'll just tell you straight up. My clearance has been fucking revoked by the DOD shit. Now shit almost fucking 12 years ago, right? Because we want to win. It's like, but you like your iPhone though, right? You like the Androids though, right? You like your big screen TVs though, right?
Yeah.
But you're telling me you for the sake, right, of Pan-African pride, right?
I got another one. You like your Sonys, right? You like your Microsoft, right? Like Bill Gates, but he had military protection. Hey, you got to do that. I mean, all that cars, your Ford fucking trucks, the
switches and shit.
You like driving that big ass truck? You like driving
SUV, the gas guzzling truck, shit, yeah.
You like affordable. You like getting the affordable cost of gasoline to put in them things, right? But see, what do you think is going to happen if we yield the fucking region to our two biggest competitors in the world? Well,
I would lose. Yeah. And what happens? What happens if niggas jump ship? You don't want that. You don't want no chaos like that. That's what China want. That's what these sorry countries want.
Like you advocating for America to become the USSR. Right?
Yeah. You don't want that. You don't want that. Or Rome. Because when Rome was set in,
Rome like you sit there, and here's the funny thing, and I always have gotten this. My time in these spaces, right? The assumptions. I never really assume that I was a Democrat. They'll make the assumption that I'm a liberal, right?
No, I never got that from you.
He's a liberal. Yeah.
Right. That's their whole. That's their whole kind of trigger words, right?
Yeah. The dog whistle. Yeah.
But see, the reality is. And I'll put it this way: if you a native-born Negro, right? Here's a little catch: if you're a native-born Negro and you consider yourself a conservative,
I do.
You are actually practicing liberalism.
Thank you. That's what I did. Yeah, I said that in my conservative streams twice. That's what the whole point with the Barry White thing. I mean, Barry Goldwater. Goldwater. Yeah. I mentioned that in the first conservative stream, and SKC, his ass wanted to challenge Mike V so bad because that word conservatism, right? And that's they stick. And I know them niggas was watching, and then Mike V stood on it. He said, sir. He said, sir, I'm going to give you some information. Where in the time in history was there slavery we was conservative? None. And he showed me the link, and I saved it too. And it was pictures, the timeline, and the date. And you know what happened? Them niggas didn't want to hear that. But see, I brought up Barry Goldwater.
There's a book I used to always quote, right?
Right, go ahead.
Two-Party South. It's called The Two-Party South, right?
Yeah.
If you understand that book, see, this is the mind trick that mainstream media has played on people. They have made, especially niggas, believe that conservative is synonymous with Republican, and that liberal is synonymous with Democrat. But see, you're sitting in the modern era where you have someone like Joe Biden, who is actually a conservative. Democrat. But understand, this is how we kill all the noise. You have people like Candace Owens, literally like misquoting history or making up history, talking about the Democrats create the KKK.
No,
but aren't you a conservative? Because when you look at how the KKK started, it was literally the conservative movement that started.
Yeah, the conservative movement. That's the Democrats. Yeah.
But why was it the conservatives that started it? Because one, if you understand the succession, succession from the quote unquote union, right? That was the succession from the union. That was the beginning of conservatism in America.
Right there. Yeah, there you go. And I'll take it a step further. Andrew Jackson, he had two parties. It was called Democratic and Republican. The state that I grew up in, that's historic. And then you had this guy named Warmaster. I said, Warmaster, that's not true. The Republican parties, when they split, they did fail and they rose again. I'll tell you a secret. Barry Goldwater realized the Republicans were actually liberal. Even though the liberals and the moderates back in the day, he shitted on this Jewish guy, shitted on him, right? He was right-wing conservative, right? And he used that trait. What he did was he studied the Democratic policies. What he did is hijack that party, but he lost though and got blown away. I showed this to SKC. No, he got blown out by another conservative, right? And that's what happened. But that ideology, me and Justin Yandere, he broke it down. He said, it spread across all of both parties. And the trick was, if you had that Barry Goldwater thinking nowadays, it's a hot seller. No matter which party you in, no matter if it's minority, libertarian, or Green Party, if that style gets in there, you get in the White House. Trump finessed it. And he ain't really conservative. He's just liberal and lying his ass off to the world. And B just done told you time and time again, that man's a goddamn liberal. And your boy Biden is a conservative. And now if you voted for Biden as a conservative, if you're really conservative, yeah, you're conservative for voting Biden. They don't even realize that.
Isn't it interesting where you have so-called conservatives, right?
Right.
Shitting on Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And half of them voted for him. They don't even realize it.
Yeah. Matter of fact, Joe Biden was actually way back in the day, was actually one of the thought leaders of the quote unquote neoconservative movement.
Exactly. Yeah, he's an acolyte of Goldwater. They were the same thing, the fathers of it. He studied that shit.
He was cool.
No, it was all of them. It was Hillary, the Clintons, the Bushes, George Bush Jr. I would say senior, but senior did it mildly, but the son did the most damage. I mean, now Barry Goldwater said, "We don't fuck with Trump."
What they did was they took a lot. They literally took a lot of their core principles, right?
Right.
It's just like Lee Atwater said. You begin out in 1954 by saying nigger, nigger, nigger. By the time 68 comes around, you can't say nigger anymore. That hurts you.
Yeah.
So you begin to say things like forced busing, right? Now we're getting into even more abstract things where they're talking about lower taxes, right?
Yeah, lower taxes, lower government, small government. Yeah.
Just like one of the core principles behind the original conservative movement was anti-miscegenation.
Yeah.
Okay. Anti-miscegenation to preserve the pure, quote unquote, purity of the race.
Right, white race. Yeah.
White race. Yeah.
Well, actually, the wording they used was the American race.
Yeah, American race, right there. There you go.
The American race was the phraseology they used. So that mindset begins to change during the civil rights movement, right? And that's why you hear this. A lot of the core principles behind conservatism, they literally start to suppress it, and it reemerges under Senator Joe McCarthy.
McCarthyism. Okay.
See, because if you look at Trump, if you look at Trump, right? He is the liberal version of Joe McCarthy.
Yeah.
Put it this way. Joe McCarthy used a strategy that we now know as McCarthyism. All he had to do was accuse you of being a communist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And that's how he would defame his, political opposition. Yeah. And the problem with Senator McCarthy is that all of that was just a bunch of sore loser shit. Because when he actually finally becomes a senator, it's not even for the Democrats, which he was. It's for the Republicans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying?
McCarthyism, just call somebody.
So now, so now he had all these peers, right? And they were telling him, people like Bull Connor, which was part of his circle, Barry Goldwater, all those guys. They were telling him, look, the reason why you're having all these problems and having a hard time winning elections as a Democrat, well, look at the district and look at the state that you're running in. You literally got a majority black state, and they don't really vote Democrat.
They vote
but you run as a Republican, right? Yeah. You run as a Republican, and you use this abstract language that entails things like fair, right? Equality, right? See, justice, security. All of these things are so abstract, right? Where he was able to fool a mass black population, win the black vote with those terms like equality that was typical of the Republicans, right?
Yeah. Okay. I actually didn't know that.
But see, when he becomes senator, he doesn't become a senator as a fucking Democrat, which the conservatives were the Democrats all the way up until the 60s, the 70s. Because after the Civil Rights Act of 64, the conservatives are no longer the conservatives.
Yeah.
They're the Republicans.
They're the Republicans now. Yeah. And you got to blame Barry Goldwater for that too. He started that style of physical, what do you call it, conservatism. And that's brand new. And that shit spread across the globe like, and Biden was like the one, like you said, neoconservative. Yeah, that's a Goldwater trait.
He's one of the thought leaders of neoconservatism.
Yeah. Yeah, he was practicing what Barry Goldwater did. He was trying to push that in the Republicans. So you see, at the time, Republicans were moderates, what you got in modern America, and you have also liberals at the time. But some today, they're in small numbers now. Yeah, small in between, but it's mostly moderate. Yeah, because they don't want no independent thought, because you still got conservatives controlling the money in the banks, and liberals controlling the media, which is worse. You don't have no free thought. That's why a lot of people don't like most about the country of free thought. Now they do love the military because of not just the money, but the glitz and gun. It's like a love and hate relationship. I hate to say that because most Americans say, yeah, I hate this, and deep down you're full of shit. You like bombing motherfuckers like everybody else. You're no different. And once it took me to realize when I got older, I said, no, some people love this country deep down, they're full of it, and you got some people hate it just to be envious and all that. It's money behind it, because before, the military wasn't really about that. It was about territory and conquest, right? But when the guns came, changes things.
Hey, gentlemen, hold on real quick. Gentlemen, I'm about to go ahead and tap out. Hey, sir, I'm going to shoot you my email. I'm going to holler at you.
All right, man.
All right.
All right,
like,
peace.
Are you familiar with ALEC, right? The American Legislative Exchange Commission?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
The collection of companies that join it, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you look at who the politicians are that are associated with ALEC, like I think there's probably like 5 or 6 of them that are Democrat, but the vast majority of them are Republican. And what they all have in common is that they're all conservative leaning.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's why, like, all the crime bills, right? All of the leave of state policies, fucking stop and frisk. That's ALEC. Actually, that was proposed through Manhattan Institute, right?
Yeah.
Which is one of the think tanks that consult for ALEC. Right, along with American Enterprise and all these other think tanks. This is why I always have a problem. I used to have a problem with Obsidian when he uses a lot of these things for like, AIE and American Renaissance. Like Jared Taylor, like Jared Taylor, literally, like there was some exposure of Jared Taylor, because whenever it was exposed that he really did have these views, American Enterprise Institute literally like let him go. Matter of fact, you barely find, if you can find, any history that he was even there.
Oh wow!
that's when he starts the American Renaissance, right?
Yeah.
See, but there's people that will use this as kind of this is evidence. These statistics come from here and all this other bullshit, right? It's like, well, where it come from? American Enterprise. Well, technically, they're not. That's anecdotal, right?
Yeah,
that's the
right there.
Piece.
Yeah.
You mean? One of the things Obsidian used to do, Hoover Institute. Thomas Sowell.
Another one. Yeah, another one. Thomas Sowell.
One, right? Hoover Institute. Stanford University's Hoover Institute, named after, really, as a matter of fact, that would probably be the only president that you would consider worse than Trump.
Oh yeah, Stanford University. Are you talking about the college?
Yeah, Stanford University.
Yeah, that college is something else. Oh man, I always thought I was gonna go to Stanford. I said, nah. I changed my mind when I was younger. Yeah,
isn't it interesting, right? That one of the best schools in the entire country that's non-Ivy League, right?
Wow.
Named its think tank after one of the worst fucking presidents in U.S. history.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Stanford it's got a crazy reputation. And now in football, I know people talking about, they're terrible, but that school is like, I never liked Stanford. I always thought they was worse than Harvard. I know Harvard's for the smart kids and Yale, and that's a whole nother beast. But they always want to blame. They always want to blame them. So they're bad in the banks, but Stanford is the worst. Don't get me started with Vanderbilt. How sorry they are. They schools with they damn doctors. If you go back to racism, them fucking what you call it, Commodores. Oh hell no! All these schools, like I told you about the Nathan Bedford Forest that my dad went to school. Blue Raiders, MTSU, right? Nathan Bedford Forest statue. He always tell me this story as a child until I was older. He said, "Remember, that statue used to exist back in the 70s. It wasn't popular to take it down. They put it in the Klan Museum. When he saw that in the museum in Tennessee, I said, yep, that's what they used to do. They wasn't playing. I mean, they talked about cannibalism in Red Bowling Springs. It was named after runaway slaves, hot boiling niggas. They boiled them in water and they killed them. Actually, they killed them, boil them in water, or alive or kill them like crabs. And it's sad, too, because that's how they named after, based off the runaway slaves. That's how you get the term Red Bowling Springs in Macon County. They ain't gonna tell you that. The rednecks ain't gonna tell you the truth. The true conservatives ain't gonna tell you that. That's what they used to do with runaway slaves from Kentucky, Virginia, and Maryland, whatever. And even in certain parts of the South, they catch you in that region, it's over. You know what I mean? It's like a sundown town. And there's another city called Greenbrier. I told this to Just Your Honor. Yeah, they did some violent shit to blacks. I told that to White. He got nervous. I've come from a state that's purely racist, man. Like still traditional to this day with conservatism. I'm familiar with these guys talking this space. You have no fucking idea about Tennessee, man. You'll get killed with one shot. You're out of there. And a lot of dudes want to join the military, defend themselves. That's why a lot of Southern dudes have a lot of guns and permits and things like that. Y'all was talking about that over at Sheila's. Well, 9 out of 10, they was doing it for protection. They ain't trying to kill nobody. A lot of them trying to lead the gang lifestyle. That's dumb shit over there, no matter if it's West or whatever. But if they come to the South, you got to protect yourself, man. You can't just be crying about the police did me and all that. No. You raised to fight rednecks when you was a child. We all did, and then we went to school, and it was in my generation because I come from a generation you had to fight somebody. If someone tried to pick on you, whatever, you was in. I was fighting at 3 years old. Trust me. I know what it's like. And it ain't fun. Now, if you was a foreigner, you came from somewhere else and you from another country, you'd got your ass kicked. We treat you like a foreigner. We ran you out of the school. And it was sad, too. We did that to everybody in every state because that state is so goddamn territorial. It ain't fun. I know all states have it, too. But what I noticed when I went to Georgia, I said they all the same. Yeah, everybody's like that, but but Tennessee has a weird reputation like that. That's a state that a lot of people don't want to live there. Yeah, you just got to know the people, grow up with them for years, and it's one of those things. And I mean, it's a lot of land. But what's his name? Ben Shapiro said, "I'm conservative." No, why the hell you moved to Nashville? They don't like your ass, and you're Jewish. Come on, man, they'll kill you. They'll lynch you. They got stories of lynching them.
Check it out.
Yeah.
This is the craziness of it all, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with James Q. Wilson?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that name. So
like the James Q. Wilson, he's the guy who created, like literally, like concocted that idea of the broken windows theory, right?
Yeah.
Like you're familiar with that. As a matter of fact, for whatever reason, I don't know why they still teach it in like criminal justice courses and whatnot,
man.
right?
Yeah.
But they still teach it in like criminal justice. If you're ever taking like political science, right?
I took it. I took
Sociology.
it 2 years. I took that in high school for 2 years. The first year, it was paperwork. The second year, we went to the prisons and the county jails or the prisons, and we was studying about what's his name, Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy. I had a teacher that was assistant warden for 10 years, and there was a guy that was about to kill him with a machete, carved it right in Nashville. He told me a story. He got scared to death, and the guy had it in his cell. And I was like, God damn. And he was telling us that, and I was 18 at the time when he told me that story. I was like, wow. Had a long shank, but it turned into a machete. I was like, wow. Tennessee, still Tennessee. And other places too, it's like that too, but they tell you that, yeah, they still teach that shit. They try to get rid of it, but they just can't,
But let's see, the thing is, this guy, James Q. Wilson, right?
Uh-huh.
He creates the broken window theory, right? Now, it's still just a theory, right? The whole shit has been long debunked, right? Because he creates this shit in the 80s, right? And as a matter of fact, it becomes one of the cornerstones, right, of like the Southern strategy.
Yeah. You talking about the one that died in March 2nd, right, in Boston, right? This dude right here. Yeah, that's him. James Q. Wilson. He died in March 2nd, 2012. He died like 9 years ago. Yeah.
But yeah, like that guy was literally like I would say the ideological mentor of Mayor Giuliani, right?
Yeah, I remember him because I seen him everywhere. This guy right here. Yeah, that motherfucker. Yeah, he's something else. He was born in the 30s. Shit, I didn't know
back in the 90s during the crack epidemic, right? Because he was an advocate for like the war on drugs and all of that shit, right?
Mm-hmm. He went to University of Chicago. Oh shit. Huh? Yeah, I remember him.
You already beat me to the punch because I was gonna get into why Chicago really looks the way that it does. Why? No, and it's not just him. It's not just Chicago, but it's also why New York looked the way that it does. It's also why LA looked the way that it does. It's also why Houston looked the way that it does. And
Detroit,
also why
Atlanta.
Detroit looks the way that it does, and why Atlanta, even Miami, looks the way that they do.
Oh man, you hitting the nail on the head. And I don't want to say Philadelphia. I don't want to say Philadelphia.
I'll tell you, even Philadelphia. Because they have been teaching this long debunked theory of broken windows. Literally, and that one theory, it was peer reviewed. As a matter of fact, when it was peer reviewed, it was only peer reviewed by those who like had conservative ideals already.
Yeah.
When he created that, he created it when he was a part of the American Enterprise Institute.
Yeah, he was a part of
it. I want you to understand something. This dude was on like this guy, James Q. Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Who took over as president after the Reagan administration? It was George Bush Sr., right?
Yeah, it was.
You know that he was George Bush Sr.'s personal counsel on ethics and fucking foreign intelligence advisor.
Yeah, him, James Q. Wilson. I heard that name before, and I've seen pictures of him. I'm like, this is the guy. I remember him. And then he also went to the Navy too in the 50s. I did not know that, the Navy part. Now I understand the politics part. Damn. No wonder why he's bad. Yeah, and then and plus he went to University of Chicago.
Pete, right?
Shit.
Because of his bullshit theory, right?
Mm-hmm.
And his bullshit theory is literally responsible for the manufacturing of false justification for mass imprisonment. Because one, what the problem that they had was, okay, you have all of these private firms that are getting this money. Well, not all of them, but two specific ones. Back then, it was Wackenhut and CCA.
Right.
That were getting all of this fucking like federal and state money to build out private prisons. But they had one problem. You know what that problem was? Well, they're sucking up money. They cost energy to run, but crime is not so pervasive that it kept these jails filled up. And when you talk about broken windows theory, it was literally a means to create the justification to imprison people.
Civil disorder to create an urban environment that encourages further crime and disorder. Yeah. Yeah. God damn.
Now, mind you, when he first introduced that shit, right? It was in the early 80s, right?
Yeah, facts.
You had black academics, and not just black academics, but white ones. You had because when they peer reviewed it, you also had people from like Britain, right? You had people from like literally all of America's allies, because we are a geopolitical power. So therefore, everything has to be uniform across the board. And all of those countries where you see a high population of residential prisoners, they all go based on that one motherfucker's complete pseudo scientific bullshit called broken windows. Right? Now, 1986. You know what happens 1986? Sandinista conflict and all of that shit. It was the height of the war on drugs.
Yeah, the crack era. 86. I was born in 88 during that time. But see, my parents were not crackheads. They were smart, but their peers were. But after that, I grew up in the 90s. But the 90s, they kind of dumbed it down. But there was other shit too. It was Red Angel dust, and they had a lot of drugs, meth, and then of course the fentanyl came later. They put that in heroin. That's found out the last couple of years. I mean, last year and this year. And I shook my head. They were saying that in the podcast. I said, really? And then the same thing you was telling me about the broken. It's all connected. I said, damn, that's not right. Yeah.
Now, but see, the reason why it's all like it really is like a long defunct argument. Because, and the reason why it's defunct is because broken windows doesn't actually deal with any sources of, say, crime. It only deals with the symptoms, right? So in other words, it's saying that if you see a broken window, right, that broken window, there must be some criminal activity here, right? But during 1986, you had William Cooper, who was the head of the CIA.
Yeah.
Right?
Known as Bill Cooper. Yeah.
Now him along, him and others, some very fancy intelligence guys, right? Who end up going to work for people like say the New York Press or a New York Post.
Yeah.
Right? That's why you're seeing it all going congruent. That's how they artificially, literally suppress, like say, property values in black communities.
Mm-hmm.
Right? To create this justification to either like heavily employ over what do you call it?
Over policing.
Over policing, right?
Yeah.
To create the conditions to where you need to over police something, right?
Right.
Now in Chicago, they found that we can use anything as the justification to apply broken windows. That's why you look at the three biggest cities in America, Chicago, LA, New York, where when you're talking about the crack epidemic, for instance, they were at the epicenters of the drug war. Because if I'd say CIA allows them to go and drop fucking drugs in the hood, they don't even have to take any of those drugs. Right? It simply creates the justification for you to put an invading force or to over police that region.
Mm-hmm.
That's how that is literally how Chicago ended up. That's literally how New York ended up. That's how and they repeated that pattern literally through every major high density city in America.
And that's why Philly's like the way it is. It makes sense. Damn. And Dallas, well, Dallas is a whole nother beast. I mean, you're right. I mean, every city you can think of, Miami, well, LA, and I said, with this shit, I do remember the broken glass. I mean, broken window. But this dude was he's something else.
And I want you to, I just want you to get the irony of this.
Yeah,
because of the pseudo bullshit this guy invented, right?
Mm-hmm.
In prison, like literally, he created the prison generation.
Yeah, he did.
And yet, this motherfucker ends up getting the Medal of Freedom. So just think of that shit, right?
Yeah.
Now, one of his I wouldn't say accolades, but I wouldn't say acolytes, but one of his fucking contemporaries, I guess you would call him.
Yeah.
Would later to become, the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, who just was what? Donald Trump's personal lawyer, right?
Yeah, personal lawyer. Yep. Giuliani wasn't shit. He treated them Italians like ain't nothing. They know about this Q guy behind him. Oh man. Whew. Yeah. I can see that. That's just, and if you do real research, you know this guy's he's dirty and Giuliani's dirty. They have that. And I forgot about what's that guy in Chicago's name? Rahm Emanuel. I think his dad or
Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah. That's a whole nother beast. When people talk about that, bringing them up in these spaces, but that's just one person.
Isn't it funny that you hear so-called conservatives talking about democratically ran cities?
Yeah,
but when
it's not
right, and nothing about it is democratically ran, though, right?
No.
The policy is conservative, right? Anywhere broken windows is applied, that is literally that is a conservative, it's like literally fucking. What we call uber partisan, right? Monopartisan,
monopartisan,
so
non-partisan. Yeah, so tight. Yeah,
it's so tight. No other parties literally get to even, vote on it. They don't. Why? Why is it get to bypass the normal democratic practices, right? That you normally need to pass a bill. Well, because he was a personal advisor on foreign intelligence, domestic affairs, on education to none other than George H.W. Bush.
Right.
But see, it goes back to show you that George H.W. Bush, the thing that they were accusing, say, Barack Obama of, right?
Uh-huh.
George Bush Sr., hell, Ronald Reagan, but George Bush Sr. even more so, was practicing that type of, Emperor Palpatine type power.
Mm-hmm.
To where he putting in, like, literally, like bypassing Congress and just putting that policy in place because you can. Not only that, but because you know that your cohorts, right? Even if you did put it to Congress, it would still get passed because, again, the conservatives during that time like monopolized the House and the Senate in George Bush's time.
Right.
No, that's why even today a sentiment of that still lingers around where you can't tell who a fucking conservative, you can't tell a conservative from a liberal or a Democrat from a Republican when you look at, a lot of the policies that even liberal-leaning Democrats are passing, being complete conservative policy.
Mm-hmm.
But that one thing, it has never been rescinded. It has never been dissolved at all. They still teach that shit in academia today under, it's more pronounced in like criminal justice. But if you're taking political science and sociology or some shit like that, you're still learning that shit.
Yeah.
That's
Man, listen. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit, but at the end of the day, we know what it is. There's a lot of fake ass. This is just my opinion. It's not directed towards anybody. It's not a shout out at anyone. There's a lot of pseudo fucking
what's sad,
professors
General,
in this
you
fucking
gotta make
space.
that disclaimer.
What's up?
I said, what's sad?
Yeah, it's sad, but it's
when you don't even know
when
you gotta make a disclaimer like that, right?
Yeah.
Because of how sensitive
but it is it's a lot of pseudo fucking psychologists that have the proper diagnosis for motherfuckers. They've never been to medical school, nursing school, none of that shit. They never had a course of psychology ever a day in their life, but they can tell you what's wrong with you and how fucked up you are, and your belief system is fucked up because it's different from theirs. Instead of just being able to meet you where you are and either agree or disagree. All of a sudden you got to be this fucked up person, you know what I'm saying? And that's the worst part about it. And this is again why we as a group of people in this country can never come together to do business. This is why we as a group of people in this country will never succeed past the levels of where we are. Yes, there will be individuals who will get out, and there will be individuals who will make 6 figures, 7 figures. There will be individuals who will become popular from this particular space or meet some modicum of success. You're always going to have that. But as a whole, as a group, because we're like the fucking, instead of being like fucking warrior ants or fighter ants or red ants or black ants, we all got to be a mixture of these all different ants and cannibalize each other to the point of where we're so weak we can't defend off any outside sources from coming in doing damage because we're too busy damaging ourselves. If you take some army ants, you mix them in with some fire ants, you mix the fire ants in with some bull ants, you mix the bull, red, black, orange ants. These are the different colors that I'm using. And think of it as a combination of black people, right? Because we're all different shades as black people. Some of us are light, some of us are dark, some of us are creamy, some of us are red skin, what we call red bone, yellow bone, and brown, and almond, and all. Mix all these different ants together and watch what happens. They begin to cannibalize each other.
Yeah, chaos.
They lose. It's chaos. And then you got to take the queens out of each camp. But the minute you drop, and I've watched this, man, this dude that does this with these ants on YouTube, and I was interested to see because it was a race theory thing that he was talking about. You take these 3 hives, you take the queen out of each hive, and then you mix the hives into one ant form together. What happens is chaos ensues. And then you drop the queens back in their prospective sections of the ant farm, and you'll watch all of the ants stop killing each other. You'll watch all of the ants, the chaos and all the destruction. Of course, there's going to be a little bit left over, but the moment they smell it, they all go back to their prospective sectors. And this is what we have going on in YouTube, in the YouTube streets. This is why you have people who come up and they'll agree with one person, even though they know that person is wrong. They'll sit there and back him and agree with him, even though they know that that the sister is fucked up. They'll sit there and they'll agree and they'll back it. Even though they know what the other person is saying is truthful and what the other person is saying is correct. This is what's wrong with us. Yeah. This is our problem. What is the fix? The fix is you have to go with like-minded people. That's the fix.
Right.
The fix is you cannot force your belief system. And I try not to do this. I simply give my opinion. And if someone takes it as though I'm forcing my opinion on them, then I'm sorry, that's not what I'm doing, or my belief system on them. And that's not what I'm doing. I'm simply lending my voice.
I got to make an observation in general. Hey, I got to make an observation.
Yes, sir.
In general. That's exactly what I've been saying about Matt. What you just said is exactly what I've been saying about why I don't really have a problem with the attrition rate.
Exactly.
That's what I've been saying.
You see, Cerulean, the reason why you don't have a problem with the attrition rate is quite simple. It's because you, just like I, and just like many others, and the brother that's up at Obadiah, we understand that there is this thing that is called what? The acceptable loss rate. We understand that acceptable loss. Everyone's not going to make it. We also understand how the attrition rate is going to work. The attrition rate is going to work by what? The second and third orders of effect. Meaning that you think that your way is the right way until all shit hits the fan. Every commander goes into battle and they have what's called their command battle statistics, right? Mm-hmm. They look at the lay of the land. We go out onto the battlefield and we say, okay, this is our area that we're responsible for. And we got to hold this left flank over here, or this parish over here. We got to hold this city over here. We're responsible for that. And if the plan works, then the mission, the war, is a success, right? Mm-hmm. This is why they tried to give Schwarzenegger. What's the white general name? Schwarzkopf, or whatever the fuck his name was.
Oh,
doing Desert Storm, Desert Shield. Schwarzkopf. They tried to give him all the credit for the Gulf War. But who was the tactician that designed the plan? It was that brother. He said, "No, we're going the wrong way." He said, "No, we're going the wrong way." But Schwarzkopf was the front man for it. You see what I'm saying?
No, Schwarzkopf was also Blue Falcon, right?
Well, yeah, Schwarzkopf was also that's what I'm saying.
Blue Falcon.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the general said, it'd be chaos. That's nihilistic right there. I would wish Gino stayed on that. That's extreme. We said that over at Kudas one time when we talked about this conversation. It got too dark, and then the military was saying, like, what happens if there's no food? And that goes anybody around the world. And he just said, nah, where can you go? He tried to tell his father, no, where can you go? You can't go anywhere. You got to learn how to cook it. And they said that in the Shatterpoint stream. Was it yesterday before I did the stream, because I know it's today Friday morning, but because the Thursday, thrills, it goes over like that. Me and DeAndre be talking for hours about stuff like that. Yeah, and where they gonna go? Like, you gotta have a little balance, he always said, but there's that if things hit the fan, these dudes won't even last, man. You got to be trained for that. It's a mental mind state.
It's funny.
Y'all train every day,
Not only that, what'll happen? Yeah. What happens is because they think the things that their worldly possessions are going to save them. But when shit hits the fan, no one's going to give a fuck if you are a trucker and you own your own trucking company. When shit hits the fan, no one's going to give a fuck if you got a 3,000 square foot nice brick home in a suburban neighborhood.
Right.
When shit hit the fan, no one's going to give a fuck about you having an S600 or your 6 figures in the bank. No one's going to give a fuck. History repeats itself. So look at 1929 through 1930. This is why the mob, those guys that were in the mob back then, this is why various people that were in the drug game back then got rich and famous.
Yeah.
Because the law of the street took over. But you got some motherfuckers that don't understand that.
If you want to get,
they think that because they have investments in a job and they got their own little money or whatever, their own little companies, everything's gonna be fine.
Nah.
But see what it actually
start falling.
Yeah.
But see what it exemplifies, right? Is that they think like literally they think that money is power. Like I remember with the BGS hangouts on Saturday nights back in the day, we used to do all those types of thought exercises, right?
Right.
Like I remember they had a dude like really kooky kind of guy from the BIAL, right?
Oh Lord, yeah.
Talk about well, we just all need to pick up AK-47s.
I heard that many times last year. Every streams I was on BGS when he talked about COVID, I said, "Oh my God, y'all talking about this shit, man? Y'all be."
Because of the way my mind works, like we say, yes, trolling is childish, but I have to do it. This is just too rich, right?
Yeah.
So I'm like, so all right, let's get this right. Every single black man you can find to your left, to your right, picks up AK-47, right? What do you think is about to happen exactly?
Oh yeah.
It's like, because it doesn't matter if the bodies are white, black, or otherwise, but the whites, where are you gonna go find them? Because we're living in a time where mostly people are directly in their house.
Yeah.
Which means you got to do some extra effort
to protect. Yeah.
You see, as it like, let's just say, for instance, you were able to completely subdue the police, right?
Oh, that's hell. Yeah. I mean, it can be done. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it can be done. I seen that in '92 riots. I mean, civilians came close. I wouldn't say no gangsters. Gangsters were scared to death. I saw a guy got pulled out of a semi truck and they threw a brick at him. And I saw the replay when I got older. When I was young, yeah. When I was 4 years old at the time on TV in Tennessee, I didn't understand what that was, a riot. But until the older I got, every time I watched it on YouTube, that video of the riots, man, and people tell me they was from LA, told me about that. It was hell, man. I saw documentaries and the gangsters said they was scared to death. The civilians got so violent to the point. I mean, y'all thought the Watts riots was bad. 92 was like damn near, but there's plenty of riots around the world. It's crazier than that. But I'm just saying. But imagine America, man. That's a different story.
Well, I'll put it like this, right? When I joined the Navy, it was 1998, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was just the end of the Mogadishu conflict, and
I was 10 at the time too. Yeah, so,
I was like, it was one of my first kind of like major deployments. It's called humanitarian aid, right?
Mm-hmm.
With like weird shit, right? Not my idea of wanting to see the world. Okay.
Right.
Now, when we talk about how horrible shit is in our own community, when I was in Yemen, the pacification of Yemen had long already happened, right? It was so bad to where, joint services, humanitarian aid mission, blah, 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 blah. And it was to do nothing but more than to provide comfort and restore what they call stability, right? See a fucking kid walking down the street, no shoes, AK-47, no.
Mm.
Oh, and by the way, humanitarian aid, just a fancy word for disarmament, right?
Yeah.
So how do we pacify? How do we continue to pacify the people? Oh, give them food, water, take pictures with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I wanted to say exploit, use the young women to keep the more radicalized, young males that are willing to buck against us, right? Because you did have a lot of that, right? You had the old dudes, right? That knew the culture, right? That
Yeah.
weren't killed, right? And I always make a point to say this, right? Because we're talking about black on black crime. Now, mind you, UN forces committed one of I wouldn't say the worst crime of humanity, right? But war is a crime against humanity. But nonetheless, right, something worse that America, well, I don't say America because we're part of UN and NATO and all that shit. America did something worse to Yemen than any black American in America could do to another black American in America. Okay? And whenever we would see these, they call them all types of things, ragheads, free radicals, whatever. We'll say, hey, the young women or even the older women, they enjoy access to, fresh water. They enjoy access to a steady source of food. They enjoy access to the energy we will provide. Right? So what do you think she's going to do when we see someone that looks like they could potentially buck the system? Right?
Right.
What do you think she's going to do? You think she's going to keep her mouth shut? Right? You think she's going to keep her mouth shut and really sacrifice her losing or her group or her family, which includes her offspring?
Nah, she don't.
You think she's going to fucking point that boy out?
Yeah.
So that we can detain him.
Yeah.
To prevent him from bucking the system.
Yeah. A woman's gonna sell you out. She'll have you killed, or she'll kill the son. They did that in slavery. They did that in time. If you want to get into medieval times, that was normal. I mean,
now mind you, I explained that shit way back when I was telling BGS like, gee, a lot of these dudes, they just going off the fucking Richter. But if you really understand what's happening in your own community, as far as black people are concerned, and it's not just black people. I mean, it's really any so-called minority group that America disenfranchises.
Yeah. Damn, that's several names.
They don't
teach that.
Cerulean, brother, what you're talking about, a lot of civilians won't be able to relate to. They don't understand. It's called the casualty of second and third order effects, right?
See, that's the second and
the
third
first order effect,
right?
is to yes.
Yeah.
Right. Second and third order of effect. I'm going to provide. Women want to be clean and have clean cooking water, and they want to have power so they can have lights, right? So what Cerulean is talking about is is appealing to the domesticated side of the village, right? So we go in there and we say, hey, you got some teenage, you got some war age males that have been, set in place in IEDs, right? For example, on one of our main MSRs. So you go into that village and you tell the elders and the chiefs, right? You're gonna try and reason with them and deal with them first. Hey, you need clean water, you need power here for your village and all of this shit. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you 2 of these fucking international generators that at no cost, right? But this is what we're going to need you to do. We're going to need you to help us identify the insurgency that's in here.
Oh, don't forget, we're also going to set up a atmospheric water generator, so you have a constant water. Because
constant supply of green water, yeah, constant supply of green water. We're also going to come in. We're going to bring books and for the kids and so they can be educated to read and all this good stuff and school supplies.
Clothes, courtesy of the Red Cross, right?
Oh yeah. And if all else fails, what do? Chocolata gets the job done every single time. Chocolate. They love chocolate.
Yeah. Chocolate and protein bars and shit like that. The little fucking cookies out of the MREs.
Oh yeah.
And see, so what happens is when you're talking about the fucking morons that have taken over Afghanistan now, what happens? They know the tactics, right? So what do? They start beheading people. They started cutting the nose and the eye and the eyelids and the lips and the ears off of the beautiful women that are there, because they're ruthless and they don't give a fuck and they don't care, because this is the system that they have in store. Now imagine if that happened here in this country.
Well, see, here's the cold thing about
imagine if that happened here in this country.
Oh, in this country, if they did that, they would have blew each other's face off. You got these guns that be, man, and knives, same thing,
Well, see, it's funny they were doing. I wouldn't say it's funny. It's really tragic that they were doing that in Darfur, South Sudan, right?
Yeah.
Do you know why they were defacing the women? Do you know why they were doing that shit?
Go ahead, Cerulli.
Go ahead.
Literally take because they would they would literally take away the ability to enjoy leisure so that they can radicalize more soldiers.
Yeah.
Because if they don't have the opportunity, right, to say have sex with a beautiful local woman, let me ask you this: what do you think would convince otherwise well-meaning, level-headed, non-combatant soldier to go blow himself up or herself up with the promise of 72 fucking virgins? Oh, because they deface the women. They deface them. Yeah. They take away that option. Nah, we don't want you niggas enjoying sex. None of that shit. We got a war to fight. Da 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 da. Now I can radicalize. Ain't no pussy to be got. You'll never know the touch of a woman. You get a woman when you win the war. How do you win the war?
Yeah.
You're gonna put this bomb on.
Yeah.
Right? Or you're gonna take this IED.
Yeah. IEDs.
This is why, like, literally, this is why you have some leaders on the military side early on. Hell, the global war on terror would have ended in 2006.
Yeah, it should have, but
see, what was happening is that we had too many hard-headed motherfuckers in the cabinet.
Yeah.
That didn't want to listen to their military leaders. Who thought they knew better. Never picked up an arm in their life. And military leaders early on, you remember, Joe, I said, look, this is way too, the scope is way too big. Anything can happen. And all of, now mind you, a lot of the units that were over there, like the unit I was part of, the expeditions, were always undermanned. Military leaders said, look, this is unfeasible. We have to, fall back to, something else. We have to somehow streamline the scope, right? Nah, send more bodies. Send more bodies, come more areas. Right? Next thing you know, 10 years have elapsed. 10 years have elapsed. And hadn't gotten any further than they gotten in, 2001.
Yeah.
Right? The global war on terror would have long ended back in like 2006.
Yeah,
if they'd have
that's
just
what I
listened.
thought. I was like 18 at the time, man, and it should have
Well,
been a long time ago.
it was actually, it would have actually been more like by time the infusion of sending more numbers happened in '08. It was actually 2 years later when they did the boosts. Remember they blustered up the numbers in 2008 because early on, by 2010 they started doing the troop reductions, and that's when they started holding people up. And then Turkey was like, well, you can't fly over Turkey, and that was the quickest route to get in and out of the country as far as Iraq and Afghanistan were concerned. So we had to go through Kyrgyzstan. Yep, sure did. I remember that because I was headed over there. Kyrgyzstan, yeah. As far as the Army, now I don't know what the Navy did, but I know for a fact that that's what happened because there was this big thing with Turkey not wanting us to use their airspace, and then we would get held up. It took you 2 weeks to get in and out of the country, 2 whole fucking weeks.
Man.
They were counting the troop numbers, and they had to be extremely precise. They could only have no more than, I think it was at one point it was like 35,000 in Afghanistan at one particular point in time. You couldn't have one soldier over. So they got real precise with the numbers, and that was red tape bureaucracy because it was costing money and it was pumping money into the region, into other areas. Like, for example, the UAE and Kuwait, for example. See, I remember when Kuwait was nothing more than a tent city, and now if you go over there, you'll see all of the American oil companies that have set up in Kuwait when it didn't used to be that way.
Yeah.
But that's the second and third order of effects. And to bring it full circle, you talk about what's going on here with these Negroes. Most of these Negroes are one blowjob away from being blue pill again. I don't believe in the pill ideology, but that's what it is. Most of these Negroes over here are they're hoping for a certain type of control, wanting the sisters to come back on bended knee begging.
Back to the table. Yeah, they said that last year. That shit was crazy.
Hey, but check it out though, right?
And this is what I have to.
That wouldn't be red pill. Go ahead.
Go ahead, General.
And that's what I had. Obsidian talked about. Obsidian talked about the whole what was he? Well, I forgot what he called it. He talked about the Afghanistan effect of what's going on over there. What is he calling it now? I can't think of what the fuck he's calling it. But he's saying
I watch that.
I don't even watch him like that. But I heard people be saying it like regular. I hear David be watching him a lot. See, I don't pay attention to City. I call him by another nickname. But it's just crazy sometimes. But he be saying some different stuff. I don't know what he's done. People need to ask me about his book. How his book went.
Pete though, right? Like what I was just explaining. Like you see how. That's the second and third order effects. General News, I could talk to another military brother and they understand this, right? Don't have to be all fucking overly pretentious about what I'm dealing with right here domestically as far as women in the community go. Because they are like the effects, right? And see, I'm sitting there saying, like, we right here, nigga, we would be the free radicals and the ragheads. If you're a black man in America,
of course,
you are America's very own raghead.
Yeah.
This is what I be saying to these guys. Now, mind you, I told BGS, I said, if you fucking let the door open, you're gonna fucking have an infestation of like fucking murderous incels with this uncontrollable urge, to murder his whole class while driving a black BMW.
Yeah, I don't read that information that DeAndre sent me to us and Rashawn earlier in the stream. I'm gonna read that to myself. So it's
like
classified.
If you look at the way domestic policing is and foreign policy, you'll see them like they're all like almost parallel and congruent Like you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. Only difference is that one is happening in say Chicago and all the major urbanized cities, and the other is happening abroad in fucking different countries where America is. But one thing I will say about America, at least that bitch is persistent.
Yes.
Yes. Persistent like a motherfucker.
You have to.
And not only is it persistent, goddamn it, you gotta understand that motherfucker has a sense of staying on task. They're gonna get what they want.
Oh yeah. Well,
they're gonna get what they want.
Yeah, America, like I said, the military industrial complex is big business, man. No matter what branch, if you serve it, like what they say, protect and serve, like in the police, it's the same thing. Charles talks about it all the time. I be watching the stream.
Don't you know if you took every major, say state and city police department in the country.
Oh man, yeah.
If they were another branch of military, they would literally be bigger than the whole of all four branches.
Yeah, like I said, like our Earth Defense Force, kind of like if they want to go to Mars, they can keep the same branches and add another one. That's like a super military killing machines. You already got cruise missiles, you got tanks, you got the ships. What else you need? You got drones, you got the stealth play. The reason I say the stealth play Vietnam, because you studied how the Vietnamese did our boys, and then we came back and retaliated because stealth culture is king. No matter what secret agency that you're in, they teach you all the moves and stuff, even the SEALs and all that, how they broke down that Bin Laden guy's door, all the tactics. And Charles said they do that, man. And I was like, wow, yeah, they train you. They don't train you when you get in. They don't train you when you get in. It takes time when you get in. And okay. Yeah, see, he talks about it a lot on this channel. He just drops little gems. And the guys don't get it on the panel. Well, he's telling you if things happen, when he talks about the boys, and the mom don't want him to go to the military, same thing. He said, they didn't want to raise them.
See, what's crazy about it, right?
Right.
Is that, I had been saying it for shit since 2016, at least on BGS's channel. And matter of fact, it's so crazy, right? I used to do this thought exercise with the general all the time, right? There's say there's mortars, right? You're out with your unit, and mortars start falling on your position, right? You start taking casualties. Your surviving unit has to get to cover. Now you have a decision. What's the priority? To retrieve the casualties or to get rid of the mortars? You see, and the reason I always do this is because we know the priority is to get rid of the mortars, right?
Yeah.
But what I be meaning about casualties is that this black woman is every bit as much of a casualty as you.
Yeah.
And if you're gonna sit around and we're gonna wait on these women to lead and we're gonna bash them over the head, right? Blah 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 blah. You are literally just waiting around to die while mortar fire is ready.
That's crazy. The mortars, that's the easiest way to take out, and they're the first thing to kill you. Any country will use mortars on you if they know you're weak. But a smart military, like you said, take out the mortars. I mean, I ain't gonna compare it to that's different, but in a real military situation,
but there's no member that is either past or present, part of the military, past or present, that would be able to tell you your priority should go out there and risk more of your unit going down by retreating casualties.
Exactly. A lot of that you gotta. Damn, I mean, survival. That's another story. Them dudes tell you anything, but you gotta listen to you. You gotta listen to. Yeah, you gotta listen to your. You gotta listen to your leadership. I mean, that's one thing they told me. I said, yeah, but if you not mentally prepared, you're about it, man. These dudes have no idea.
Like this is literally what and I call these guys like the manosphere really is just like basically the incel. Like it's all really what it is. the incelosphere, right?
Yeah, incelosphere. Yeah, and I never fit into this new 2.0 and then the 3.0s, but I ain't gonna get into that because one brother I said complex. I tried to tell him take that shit out your 3.0. He got upset with me and kind of disagreed. It was last year, dude. Like Judge Zilla even told that shit will bring you down, bro. Like that stuff is over. I blame Obsidian. I blame Obsidian for that. Yeah.
But what Incelosphere is doing is instead of trying to say get with a unit or literally work with another unit, that can help you get rid of those mortars. I mean, we all got radios, i.e., phones, computers, blah 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 blah.
Smartphones. Yeah.
What you want to do is you want to yell at them casualties on the battlefield, right? Because that's the way I look at, you talk about, ratchet black women and hood niggas and Pookie Ray Ray, them the casualties.
Yeah.
Them the casualties out there.
Why y'all arguing about casualties? Yeah.
Why you arguing about casualties? We got mortars to get rid of, right? or to commandeer, right?
Yeah.
In the meantime, what they doing? They yelling at the dead body. Get your ass up! Get your ass up!
And then the winter is coming nonsense. I laugh at that when they said, I say, nigga, we in the fall. We ain't even in winter yet. I'm like, these guys got issues, boy. I tell you, man.
But that's why General, I always say that I don't have a problem with the attrition rate, because I also look at a lot of people that they keep mentioning, and I don't know for some reason why the Incelosphere keeps taking this bottom 5 to 10% of the overall black population and then saying that this is what Black America is. Because what that does, in my view, what that does is nullify who we are as men.
Yeah.
Because they say, well, we're not them. We are capable, right? Or unless we're saying that we just can't do nothing. Because if that's what you're saying, that we can't do nothing unless this black woman, it's really 10% of the black women, but they like to cover us all with that 10% blanket, right? But you telling me that we can't do nothing until we sit around and wait for this black woman that you say is so bad to change? Tell me where the fuck that's the winning strategy, okay? You want to sit around and wait to die under border fire? They can.
Yeah.
Well, I would tell you that I would tell you, and this is just how I look at it, and I think we're looking at it in somewhat the same way. But however, we must also understand that no combat unit has been successful or will ever be successful without a support unit. And as black men, we have to look at it as though black women are the support unit that we need.
Right.
Hey, yo, me and General be going back like this all the time. See, I've been noticing that you've been developing that little thing right there, right?
Oh, he's been dropping gems. You be seeing if you see him over at Kudos, that's all he does. He drops gems on the military, and these guys have no idea when they talk about the COVID stuff and all that. He always drop what he just said. A lot of dudes don't listen. The guy has lived it, man. He done seen it, man. It's you can't teach that.
I remember General. He didn't have a response for that issue. He would always just answer "Of course we're gonna take out the borders." It was like that one. That General. Yeah. You getting slick.
Well, no. I always knew. I always knew. But again, instead of going into a semi-troll mode, because I knew what the answer was when we would have these conversations as it pertains to, our counterparts, I always knew what you were trying to get around to. My intent was to force you to finally come up with that conclusion and bring it out yourself. I knew where you were trying to lead me. I refused to go because I understand the support element. I understand the support element, and I also understand the command structure. So that's the part that I'm trying to get to. The reason why I never really followed, and I listened to a lot of the guys in the manosphere, and they make great points. But the reason why I never subscribed to it, and this is why I say I'm not manosphere, I'm not red pill, I'm not blue pill, pink pill, purple, polka dot, or any other color pill. I would be what you would constitute a rogue soldier. In other words, I go where the fuck I want to go. I say what the fuck I want to say, and when I'm booted out, I'm booted out. It used to happen a quite deal on Obsidian's show, because my opinions varied and different from his. Cerulli and I were kind of on the same wavelength because we understood what was actually happening. I saw what was actually happening. I could almost forecast it from my battle position, right? And this is why I said early on, you got a lot of brothers in this space. They have not gotten over the initial hurt that they've suffered from a black woman in their life, be it their mother, be it their girlfriend, be it a wife. They haven't. And this is their way of getting back and saying, aha, I can stick it to you now. I've always seen that. And then as opposed to building, here's what I witnessed. When the whole 3.0, 2.0 and all that shit went down, I'm listening to certain ones or another within the manosphere, black manosphere in particular, say things like, this is a space where men can come and voice their opinions and their gripes and vents. And this is the space where men are encouraged to come and support. Okay, when the newcomers arrived on the scene, instead of opening arms and restructuring and saying, hey, we got some fresh blood, we could use these soldiers, right? On the recruitment side of the game, we could use these soldiers. Let's open arms, welcome them into the campfires, and let's restructure here. They went and divided. There's no such thing as the Manosphere 3.0. Well, you just excommunicated a whole new generation of soldiers. Who's gonna carry the battle torch forward? So I'm looking at this happening, and I'm like, wait a minute, are we for male agency or not? No, you niggas doing all this live streaming, this streaming and this streaming. That ain't the way. But I'm looking at the very Negroes that's telling them that live stream is not the way to go. I'm looking at them do the exact thing that they're saying won't work. And I'm thinking to myself, how hypocritical is this?
Yeah, this is the hypocrisy of
like,
it.
why would I do that? The hypocrisy of it. And then when certain ones or another within that organization was criticized, it was met with, oh, well, they didn't really have an excuse. And then I'm watching the feminist attitude come out. I'm watching the deflection come out. I'm watching supposedly men do exactly what they say the women are doing. And I'm like, why would I want to start my channel and be associated with that? So I continue to say, I'm not manosphere. Don't lump me in with that group of men. I do go to the spaces. I do agree. And I also disagree with a lot of what's said. I agree with a lot of what's said. I disagree with a lot of what's said. That's why I consider myself to be a rogue soldier in the YouTube streets.
Yes. Matter of fact, like, I remember when me and those niggas fell out, right? I remember when me and those niggas fell out. And like I already seen that niggas trying to destabilize the platform.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know what? Look, whenever I start over, I'm gonna start fresh. And I'm gonna start with a more purist form because I don't even want, their incel type audience.
Yeah. Yeah, we never had that.
And I remember
behind this,
when the abandoned.
I was behind the scenes, and I would tell y'all. I would tell y'all like off air, but I was actually behind the scenes. Like I was behind the curtain with the Wizard of Oz. But never they're sitting there telling me like, "Yo, we getting a lot of these new guys, and these new guys, they are that, kind of incel-y kind of, you know, have the potential to be the next, you know, San Bernardino killer. You know what I mean? or Santa Barbara killer.
Yeah, but
right?
on one hand, I'm watching. On one hand, I'm watching you talk about male advocacy, and then being for male agency, and this is a black man space. But on the other hand, I'm watching you ostracize. I'm watching you strip. I'm watching you downsize at the same time. So which one is it? What are you doing to actually help black men?
Yeah, that's actually the overall strategy, right? That was the overall strategy. It's called, you know, the what they call de-triangulation or boxing, right? See, I was like, damn, I'm talking about this shit on live on air. I'm gonna tell you, I'm like off air, but like I'm behind the scenes with the Wizard of Oz, and we all sitting there talking about how you're getting all these new guys. But see, I'm telling, like, look, these are like the incel kind of, you know, dishwasher-esque.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, I remember telling them, like, look, like, you got enough intellect in the space to where you, like, this should be a fucking marketplace of ideas.
Yeah, it should be.
But everybody wants to be everybody wants to be this fucking, you know, kind of, I want my mom and pop shop, you know, I want my mom and pop shop over here. I want my mom and pop shop over here. Like, nah, like the idea is to create like a fucking multi-level shopping mall, you know, where it's literally a one-stop shop.
The idea should have. The idea should have been to create a Pentagon type structure where it was multifaceted, multi-layered. That way you could have reached the masses, right? That without having. If you look at the shape of the Pentagon, which is in the shape of a fucking Pentagon, the center is open. Why is the center open? Because there's no central command group there. There's just layers of operation, right? You look at the Pentagon building from an aerial view, you'll notice that the center is an open hole.
Yeah, it's a court.
But each wall, there are layers to the open to each wall around the sides of the Pentagon, right? And that's what this space, in my opinion, should have been. I tried to tell Obsidian, KS, Kevin Samuels, and the likes on his panel 3 years ago. What you guys have got to do if you really want this space to leap and go forward without having any soldiers left behind on the battlefield, if you're trying to push to a certain level or get to a certain level, what you have to do is you have to create an organizational structure without a central command group that has bylaws, rules, and regulations to it. In other words, let's create this web page. On this web page, you got a list of who is actually a part or flies the flag, the battle streamer of the Black Manosphere. And that way, when people got questions about it, they can come and look and see, oh, this person, this is his channel, hyperlink. This is what he talks about there. Oh, this person, this is his channel. This is what he talks about there. And so forth and so on. You go down the list. And then you have to have what's called a summary of order. The summary of order has to state a mission statement. In other words, some places we call it a summary of orders. A summary of orders is nothing more than the mission statement. Here, the men of the Black Manosphere, the men of this organization represent this. That way, no one could come along like the Aaron Fountain guy did and misrepresent the space. But the niggas failed to listen. That way, no one could come in and no one could have come in and then went and did what like they just had a few months ago with this whole taking a name and all of that bullshit. If you'd have done business the correct way. So I'm listening to all these pseudo businessmen who were, in my opinion, were there for clicks, views, and money, dollar signs, but there was no actual meaning behind the structure of it all. But they felt like I'm a big dog. I got 3 channels. They got 60,000 plus subscribers. and I'm making money hand over fist. So who are you to come in and tell me anything? Come on, man, stop it.
Like all cap, right? Like, but see, the thing was like, you know, one of the issues that we had was, you know, when we're too bit of that, you know, kind of incel-esque shit, you know, we'll push them away. But see, what I noticed was that, well, Obsidian, he was kind of like a shepherd, if you will, of the incels. So if we literally like collectivized and created this, what I term like the multi-level marketplace, you can push those guys that, you know, in the direction where you know that they're going to fit with that audience over there. Instead of, you know, us just keep bashing them over the head, you know, and keep calling them dishwashers and bedwetters and all this other shit. Mm-hmm. Plus, you know, we're it's like we're looking at this from, I just want to be this, and I want, you know, and I you know, be to ourselves and separate this. And it's like that right there. That right there, like you're losing before you even get a chance to win.
Yeah, they have a defeatist mindset. I stay away from individuals. When I came back to these spaces, let's just say last year, and then when COVID already hit, right?
And
the first challenge I saw,
the thing that I'm talking about, right, is that's the reason why you're seeing like a lot of the things happen where when he's talking about the Pentagon, you know, if you've ever been to the Pentagon, that open space is actually a court, right?
Yeah, it's a court.
You know what happens? Like they go out there and they, you know, and they politic, you know, I mean, your lunch break, right? Mm-hmm. And what you're doing is you're seeing people from different wings politicking with each other right there.
Yeah.
You might see, you know, heated arguments. You might see shake of a hand, you know, sharing of a cigar, you know, whatever. Right? But whenever it's all said and done, even though they worked in these compartmentalized spaces, they go back to the fucking corners and stay out of each other's way.
Yeah.
Right? But see, if you want to be, because this is really what you got, is this mom and pop shit that they want to maintain. You know, they dress it up as, we want to be our own thing, da 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 da. What it really is that they're saying, I want to be the head of everything. I don't want to share any, you know, I don't want to share any audience. I don't want to share any, you know, views. I don't want to share, you know, any knowledge. You see what I'm saying? And I want to ostracize who I want to ostracize at any given point in time. That's why when people, even within said respective organizations, whenever they fall out, they have like big fallouts.
Mm-hmm. You see them all the time. Yeah, man.
And that's really what's lost about the whole thing, because they have let the incels infest the area. And that's why you heard Dre say, I blame it on Obsidian when he wanted to be a dating coach.
Yeah, I said the same thing. And I tell you this, a guy I subscribe to, DS1, says the same fucking thing. And he was from the conscious community. The reason they hate him, and I hate to say this because Dre told me the backstory with him, Grinch, and AM. And I say, I know. We spoke off air over Kuda's panel. We didn't say much to nobody. And then he said the identity of MBD, their leader, right? And he came from the 1.0 space, but I ain't gonna mention that guy's name because everybody knows he's well known. But Dre will tell you that on the low. But that's what we was talking about. People kept asking. I said, nah, I ain't gonna speak on that. Yeah. Everybody knows. He told me BGS is upset. And BGS had to shut Edward out about, you know, that individual. And he said his name. And I said, Edward, get. I was trying to tell him in the chat, get out of there, because I know BGS don't hate that guy. No, they know who he is. They support that dude on the low because they know his talking points. It goes further back. And I told Dre, I know his content. Same person. When he told me that in the stream one time in the back chat, I shook my head and said, Dre, don't do it. Don't do it. It's painful. It's painful.
Yeah, man. Like, yo, like, I'll tell you this, man. Like, you notice when y'all was talking about how far back y'all go, you didn't hear me talking about how far back I go.
Yeah, y'all go further back. But you know the guy named DC right here, he talks about guys like talking about the journal. He said, we know Q, we know all that. And he was trying to explain BGS has no idea. Like, I know Wacky from the 2012 days in his 07 videos. Me and Mike B talked about during the stream, early in the stream. We talk about it all the time. And he told about the guys that came from the other pages. Kuda kept telling me about those back. Yeah, the Messenger, and I think Complex said the same thing. These 2.0 guys have no idea that these guys knew each other when they were younger. They did the military thing, and it goes further back than that. See, I came in these spaces like I would say 08 and all the way down to 2012. I fell into the sphere. This is the deeper part of 1.0. Now 08 was Sergeant Willie P. He was the standard in 06.
Right.
From 08. You know, and the reason he was worse than Obsidian. Like all the talk about this is why Big J understand who he is. He said the same old shit. He's beefing with Reg because of, you know, the same thing. And I understand why, because Reg did everybody bad. That's why I call him Peg Leg. I don't mess with that side of the sphere. That's the bottom feeders, right? And he did a stream on that, knowing him cussing him on the panel. I said, Big J, you need to calm down. I mean, he's doing better. But DeAndre tried to tell him, we need that conversation. He ran on the panel. I told him during the stream, they said, you missed your chance. And he said, no, I don't want to have that conversation. Like,
but yeah, man, like I'll just put it like this. How far back I go, I'm one of the few that can remember when Tommy Sotomayor was pro-black.
Yeah.
That's how far back.
Right, yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, and I go back even further than that. I would tell y'all some stuff, but you know, for the sake of continuity and you know, privacy.
Right. Well, I you know, with the newer stuff, when I started actually being above board, right, above zero, above bubble, if you will, and I started getting into the chats and getting into, you know, the panels and all of this stuff, right? I had always been in, I guess you call Skynet since 2008, 2009, while I was overseas in Europe. So a lot of the talking points I had already heard before. I've watched different topics surface, go underground, resurface, be remade, retailored, go underground. A couple of years later, those same talking points will come back up. I've seen it all. You know, I just got tired.
You know what? But do you know what's driving? If you really want me to be honest, you know what's driving
personally me. Personal, real quick, Cerulean. Personally, me, the thing that I got tired of was watching black men talk about being pro-male, pro-black man, and then be self-destructive, wide out in the open for everybody to see. You can't cannibalize your fucking army like that. If we have a disagreement and we all have these red pill mandatory talking points, if you and I have a disagreement, then why can't you call me instead of going up on a panel or me making a video about you, you making a video about me? Now we're in this war. Does that look like an organization that's successful?
Yeah. Like I said, there's no building if there's division. I said that early in the stream.
Yeah, man. Like
that's my issue with Sheila when she made that stream. That was my one criticism. That's why SKC did what he did, and I said that in the beginning of the stream, the little rant. That was my issue because I knew exactly what he was going to do when I shared that community. I didn't think he was going to go into that stream like that. I forgot he's a troll. And I answered it, typical SKC style. He said, "This is a lifestyle." He said that when Cerulean him back and forth. And I called him. I said, "Yeah, okay, let's play that. Okay, let's go to the Cerulean outcome, the Cerulean effect." He changed it. He was the difference in their little 3 streams that she did. And the last part we exposed to trolling, art of trolling, how different forms of you can soft troll and name flip the guy that they don't like that. That's a form of disrespect. And another form of trolling, you can dox like a hacker, right? And you hack his information, personal stuff. He said, "Oh, this guy has this and that." You know, we do each other all the time. Like in general, it's like killing each other, like without drive-by shooting, right? And then another form of it is like they can get you on a political form of trolling. You know, you want to say something in a tweet message. They do some shit like that now. You know, the younger generation, what we used to do was brutal. And now it's more like in your face. I'm like, come on, man. Like, and then post on YouTube, taking clips of the guy. Now they get, and one thing they hate about Aaron Fountain, he tells it like it is. He's holding the mirror to their fucking face. You doing this nigga shit. And they get mad at him and solo them. I said, look what, no, you niggas is wrong. He ain't mad at the space. He's mad at y'all for not, you destroying yourselves and then the public see. He's just holding the mirror. And Wacky said this all the time. He said the same thing I'm saying. I'm just holding the mirror in your face. And they don't want to see that mirror. You know why? They're ashamed. They're ashamed.
Yeah. Like, think about this, right? It's the very same message I've been saying. When I talk about derelict Negro male,
mm-hmm.
Why do you think that shit pierces niggas' souls? But see,
they hate that,
and it's so funny. Like niggas, like General used to always say this to me whenever I would say that raise. So, I know what you're doing, Smoothie. I know what you see, because he knows that's going to have a visceral reaction, right, to some of these guys. But that's what it is. It's nothing more than a mirror. You're being reflected, and you don't like what you see.
Yeah, you got to be the man in the mirror. I was taught that as a child growing up, even though people taught me that in school. So I had thank God I had boomer parents that had different eras and things like that. And I enjoyed it, man. And it taught me a lot growing up. Even the grandpas, I told Gino, I was raised by elders, man. Like, people respect my elders and things like that. Even though my parents was like, my dad had me at 35, my mom was like 26, proper ages, right? Like they always say, right? Well, my parents were a product of that. You got to understand it's an 8-year difference. I mean, my mom wasn't gonna marry my fucking dad. She would marry somebody else. It wouldn't matter. Well, actually, I was in his seed, so it don't matter. He would have picked the black woman. Now, he had a bad experience, but he picked my mom. But here's the thing: both of their fathers were best friends in the Navy, so it was like paramount proximity. And niggas don't understand that. No, I was fortunate, and that's why they don't like certain things about me, because I've seen that. Yeah.
Like, if you go back, like anything in our catalog, right?
Yeah,
I've been talking, like, literally nothing has changed about my
No, it hasn't.
It
Yeah,
has been the same
it's been the same. That's why I never had an issue with it, because I always think back to Charles's streams. He says the same thing, and he hasn't changed. A lot of people think he changed. No, he hasn't. I mean, if you look at his old streams, he says the same stuff. He says
but there was a concerted effort, right? But see, because remember, the original Manosphere, it was really pro-black.
Yeah, in the beginning.
Voices like ours can literally exist in space. Like, I would make it clear that I was not red pill or none of that shit. And I don't know if you've been around long enough, but I used to say that, look, I'm gonna make my own pill. I'm gray pill.
Yeah. I heard people say that gray pill and all these other different pills. Now, red pill, I tell them it's just awareness. I don't make it too deep. Even with blue and red, And the sad part, they got it from a movie, but the funny thing, me and Wacky always said it's just pretty simple. It ain't like we didn't make it deep back then.
But it's so crazy, right? I remember back in the day where I could say, well, we have to be quote unquote accountable to ourselves, right?
Right.
And that, like, this is how much the shit has degraded to where you say that today in space. You get a fucking visceral reaction that literally leads to catch a flight,
Yeah, I know who said that. I mean, I'll tell you a story about him. When I was on the other side, those are other guys I was cool with. I used to give him a nickname. I call him Hangry because of his size. I thought he was hungry. I always call him Hangry Man instead of Angry Man. I used to call him. He didn't like that. And then when I first met him on the panel of Recruiter in March, he thought I was going to troll him. I said, no, we had a decent conversation. It went cool. He thought I was going to roast him. I was like, nah, I'm going to leave you alone. And then Kuda got upset because I made like a little troll joke to him. And I said, oh, that man's all about style. But I didn't know nothing about his content, right? Because I've heard his name last year, with the Celeste thing with JX. And then I finally saw him in my recommendation feed. And I said, what the fuck is a third shift? And I said, let me look. And I knew the people in the chat. I dapped niggas up, signature style me, right? And saluted everybody. And then next thing you know, he woke up around the 6 hour mark. And that's when I came on the panel. He said, He said, hey, come up here real quick, you know, because he had an issue with another individual that threatened his life, whatever, you know. And he told me that. He said, look, he said, be careful with them niggas, man. He said, them dudes, they own something, which they were, you know, at the time they was brainwashed. A lot of them was just messed up because of Obsidian. I blame everything. I never liked Obsidian in the beginning. I remember in 2016, he wasn't shit. Like, he got it from SWP. That was the turnoff. Solon Black tried to like him. He said, oh, it's a Philly guy. And I said, yeah. But he cut him off too. He told me that on a long live stream in 7 hours. I said, yeah, man.
Like really talking about earlier encounters with Obsidian. Yeah. He was talking about actual real shit, right? Like the decline in black trade professionals, right? He would actually show you or try to get you to sign certain things that were going to benefit the lives of black men, like real, like what you would think is political shit. It's good shit. But see, here's the problem. And it's the same reason why you see that with Tommy Sotomayor, right?
Uh-huh.
That pro-black shit don't get you paid. That's why they all have that mindset.
Yeah.
But what happened was they saw, you know, how Tommy Sotomayor was able to get that following and, you know, get that money and, you know, be in these, you know, let's just say more exclusive circles, entertainment circles. And see, now you're seeing more and more of that kind of proliferate.
Yeah. Kevin Samuels is saving them because of that fucking talking point, and I don't care. Like I said, he got it from everybody. He didn't get it from BGS. He studied 1.0. That man is not fucking stupid. He was never part of the sphere. No way. He lives in the state I live in. He lives in Atlanta. I know what house he lives in. I don't want to dox nobody, but that's just where he is. He's fake, man. He lives in 2 different areas, and he stays right in Atlanta in the nicest part of the neighborhood in Buckhead somewhere or other territories. The man's got money. No one cares about him like that. The only time they mention him is from YouTube. Now, if he's got other things, I respect that, but I tell people he ain't shit. He's just like another nigga to me. That's all he is. He's somebody that understand and finesse his way. And it's sad that I know they call him the G word, you know, gay because of, you know, the culture down here, but it doesn't matter. Gay or straight, he's a finesse man. That's all he was. And he is. He don't like the spotlight. I don't care what nobody say. That dude did not like the fucking spotlight or the interview. He's shook. And when I saw him on Vlad, fuck out of here. I know the best he'll ever get is 5 million on YouTube. That's it. I don't see him go over 14 million. My prediction was, no, he'll get 5 million if he does something right. And the white folks will use him, abuse him, and toss him to the side and get another one. It's a rinse repeat. I study YouTube. I say how they get these guys to get 1 million subscribers. What you have to do is you have to finesse your way to the top. They don't give a fuck about you. I ain't dissing no, but see, it's the same thing. It's that celebrity thing. Yeah. Like
they do that, right? That's how they incentivize it. And then that's how people start to kind of conform, and they literally form their own attempt at like a pipeline to Hollywood, right?
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. Sotomayor was, you know, Sotomayor was kind of like, you know, a one-off, right? And now everybody thinks they can become a one-off, right? Or repeat the one-off.
Yeah, AM try to do the same shit. I mean, yeah, you can try, but they ain't gonna look at your ass because they look at your track record. See, Kevin is a finesser. They love him. I mean, them white folks love that motherfucker. They don't care if you bash 1,000 black women. I ain't gonna say black. I don't say trashing. They don't care about that. As long as you don't mess with what did DeAndre? What did DeAndre say?
When he did this to that white woman, though.
Yeah, see, it ain't that. I would say Asian too.
You know, that goes to show you the difference between, you know, the so-called black manosphere, the so-called white manosphere.
Oh yeah, I call mainstream manosphere. Yeah,
you get to talk about their fucking women. They still try to say, look, you can talk about yours, you talk about ours.
But you can't talk about ours. But here's how weak they are. They allow them to do it. They're pussy whoop compared to the actual mainstream white folks on TV. Now, it's funny what DeAndre said, don't mess with Deja. Yeah, you can put both of them in the same category. If you mess with one of them, that looks pretty, Kevin, you're done. They want you to play the G card. You know, just wear a nice tight ass suit in Atlanta. Put the clothes on. That's why I say it on my streams. You're in a tight little bow suit. Here you go. Yeah. You got to be a good little boy. You be a good little nigger. We love you, but just don't mess with the Asian and the white woman, no matter Pacifically or the pretty ones they show on TV, the fake ones. And like, me and Jonathan said that nobody wants to touch that.
But you saw that Vlad interview.
Yeah, he saw. He's scared. He shook. He can't handle the lights, and I can tell. Yeah, he's a narcissist, but people don't understand he's not built like that. The best he ever gonna get on YouTube is 5 million. He'll never be up there with the Marquise Brownlees, the PewDiePies, and them dudes. Them dudes had followers for eons, and they gave some of it when they got to the top. So it's like a double dose. He ain't used to that. That's a different world. His fan base. Yeah, his fan base will be a third of buying his shit, and the rest of them is just bots. I tell people that. That's what these niggas understand. In the they're so goddamn. So they're a small figment of the black sectors, and they dumb as hell. You know what I'm saying? You're a small fry compared to the Hebrew Israelite community, the comedic science, them feds wearing niggas, MSTA niggas that claiming FBA and ADOS. It's the same shit. It's the same shit. ADOS and FBA is based off them niggas. They did this 9 years ago. I seen this over the side that they did the Native American shit, and that's a lie. And they start crying when the white man revoke your shit, right? You just a nigga that came from the Far East. Yeah, you came from the Far East, and yeah, you sold each other in slavery, and the Africans made a deal, the Arabs made a deal, and then next thing you know, you sold each other into slavery, and the white man just enhanced your I hate to say slavery in the comment. If you study American history, like in the French Indian War, it's sad, I know. And Derby's Dose, don't get me started. You're the same people. It's just you are all American of each region. If you get away from the fucking nationalities, you'd be like, and that's what UK black men take. Yeah, they look up to us. And then the military is like, we're the United States, basically. You just got great military branches. You got everything. It's kind of like the Roman Empire. Mike V trying to say it ain't no matter 300. And I told Mike V, if it does pass 300, well, it can be like the Roman Empire. What's going to hurt America is when inside, not outside. You know, we already got the basis. Next thing you know, get 1,000 years under your belt.
Look, especially in the Horn of Africa, so fucking common.
Yeah.
Right? Look, I was with first, literally Naval Expeditionary Combat Command. I was with the precursor to that, right?
Yeah.
And then whenever it finally formed, because they didn't really have a base then, so they put us, French Foreign Legion, right?
Yeah.
The Camp Lemonnier, which is the old AFRICOM base whenever they moved back to Stuttgart.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure is.
Now, what I noticed, and I had never seen this anywhere else but a couple of places: Fort Hood, Fort Benning, and Fort Leonard Wood, where the fucking units were mostly niggas.
Yeah.
You hear me? Mm-hmm. I would see them whenever they would have the cycle off. I would see like the cycle off would be the white boys leaving and then some niggas are coming in.
Oh Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, those straight up. They had what I think they call it the Ready Response Force, the Quick Response Force. That was all niggas. Okay, look, like our jumper, like our jumpers. It was all these like our jumper units, right? We fly around and like Black Hawks and shit, right? Waited for a fucking cache of weapons to drop, put the PDF in there, so whatever the whatever team is coming there, they'd always have it logged in their PDF. Well, it wasn't a PDF, but it looked like a PDF. To the location of this fucking cache if they needed to resupply, right?
Yeah.
The goddamn pilots we were flying with, they was niggas. The whole jump unit, that was niggas.
Yeah.
But you can't tell some people that because they got this vision of everything is even and
like, nigga,
should be an American soldier.
No, nigga, Camp Lemonnier looked like a desert version of Chicago, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Okay. It's just like, so when I hear this bullshit,
yeah,
about the white man's military, like, dude, do you even know what the military does? Like they just. There's white man. There's one white man over all others. Like,
I hate to tell.
shit.
I hate to break it to them. It's really. I hate to say it, the black man built every military in every country historically in the world. Specifically, us, our DNA from each country. Even the Africans tell you we built half of these nations' militaries. Don't they know if they study proper history and Sanskrit? That would kill the whole argument. And then that's why I like Fasting so much. He be telling on folks, pulling their whole cards, like, look, we know who's who. They don't want to hear him. They're like, oh, that guy's wow, he's weird. And I'm like, no, this guy got some information. I told this to DeAndre, no, let's hear him out. We'll see about the French secrets. He spilled the beans on Kuda's panel, and they want to listen. It was a long string that we did. That's how I met DeAndre. And he came over here later on, and we talked about various different things, the military, Japan. We talked about, the different races, and then we talked about we talked about.
We would get mobile infantry, right? We would get the mobile mechanized infantry. All them niggas was niggas, right?
Yeah.
It was like, and for real, it was the first time I had no idea the military had so many niggas to where you have foreign operating bases of just like damn near 90% niggas.
Well, let me speak on that, right? So, as a former recruiter for the United States Army, and again, this goes back to what me and MBD was trying to have in our little debate about, right? As a former recruiter, I would watch if a young black man came in and he scored extremely high, above 110 on the GT score, and he had above 78% on his ASVAB, that meant he qualified for any job that the Army had, if he was going into the Army, or vice versa, if it was for the Navy, or if it was for the Air Force, or if it was for the Marine Corps. But what would happen is, because of what the Army needed in various sectors, right? Various sections of America. You got 4 sections, right? Actually, the United States, as far as recruiting is concerned, is divided up into 8 sections. You got the Pacific Northwest, you got the Pacific Southwest, you have the Central North, you have the Central South, you have the Eastern, the Upper Eastern section, and then you have the Lower Eastern section, right? So if you notice, a lot of people, well, for me, I know this to be true. I saw where a lot of people who were enlisted in the Army that came from Washington State, Oregon, were particularly majority. A lot of them were white and Asian, because that's what's over there. So I'm looking and I'm saying, why are all of these white and Asian people that are joining the Army, both male and female, they're qualifying for all of these, jobs that transfer over into the civilian sector as being high-paying, high-quality jobs, meaning the medical field, combat medic or nursing, or the paralegal, working for JAG. And then I looked at how they treated what they were putting in the Army from the South, from the South Central section of the United States, or the Central section of the United States, which where a lot of black folks were coming from, your Georgia, your Texas, your Alabama, your Mississippi, Louisiana. Most of them were black. So they were qualifying for what type of jobs. Regardless of their scores, they were being pushed. They were being pushed into these support elements. Yes. And then I said, well, that ain't right. So you're telling me that he's telling me that I'm racist, because I would tell soldiers, even as a recruiter, hey, you don't know the system. I do. You got a 120 on your fucking GT score. You qualify for any job in the Army. So don't go in here and become a goddamn cannon crew member. Don't go in here and become a heavy machine operator, an engineer. Don't go in here and do. You could qualify for X-ray technician, for example. You can qualify for an actual engineer position. You could actually qualify in the medical field, X-ray tech. You could actually qualify for a direct commission. A lot of black soldiers don't know this, but white soldiers have what? People that know, they have connections. Most recruiters was pushing white soldiers into the better elective fields, especially if they qualified score-wise. But I would watch them. They would tell black soldiers who had 120 or better, 110 or better on their GT score, scored 70 in the 78 to 80 percentile on their ASVAB. Oh, the Army need cooks. We're not putting anybody in the Army. And I'm like, but you just put this white boy in as an X-ray technician who actually scored lower than this black soldier. So I'm supposed to sit here as a recruiter and be armed with this knowledge and not say that's wrong. You go the same soldier, one black, one white from the same area, from the same city. You put one in who scored lower on the ASVAB as an X-ray technician. You take the black soldier and tell him that he's supposed to go and become a cannon crew member. Get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Get the fuck out of here. So I'm not supposed to. And I wasn't supposed to say anything because I'm an American first. Yeah, right. Okay.
Yeah. But see, right. Like when I was like back when I was in, like it was a regular. Like don't get me wrong, there was quite a few of the, you know, like coonish niggas, but for the most part, most of what I seen, it was like niggas like literally stayed together, and our guys a lot of times, more times than not, buck the goddamn system. Like, no, that shit is wrong.
Right. But I'm not.
Like, I don't know if I told you about one of my I don't know if I told you about one of my commanders. Like, they literally cut his legs from up under him as he's going for his star. You know.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm not supposed to. But I'm not. But as a senior enlisted NCO in the United States Army, I'm supposed to sit here and watch the difference in how the UCMJ system is applied. And I say again, regardless of color, if it's a white soldier who comes to me, knocks on my door and say, "Hey, Smash, I want to know why me and Private such and such, we did this something similar, right? Why is his punishment lighter than mine?" I'm obligated to say, okay, let me look into it. Let me do a 15-6, and then I'll address it to the commander. I'm obligated to do that. That's a part of my duty. That's why the Army has the EEO, the Equal Employment Opportunity Course. That's why it's here. And I don't understand, but no, not according to MBD. If you are an American first, you're supposed to just say, "Suck it up, retrain, soldier. You're fucked up. You're a criminal." That's why.
Yeah, pick up by your bootstrap type bullshit. Yeah, that's what they be saying. Him and SKC support those dudes, you know. But here's the thing: I don't get mad at them. I said this during the stream while y'all was having your little debate, and I told this to Cerulean and and Gino. No, this is what that nigga does. That's the mindset. You're trained that way, and it's not their fault that they were raised that way. Yeah,
exactly.
In the suburbs, spoiled. I didn't grow up in the suburbs. I grew up in the hood and moved out at 6 years old because my dad grew up in the projects. We didn't forget where we come from. You know what happened to us if we turn back? Our people, our kinfolks will look at us like we're crazy. You still a black man, you know, end of the day. In the South, really. You couldn't do that back then. Because see, these guys.
So what happens is like this is I literally heard this in the space when you know, Charles and I were talking about because the cornerstone of the initiative literally is military service, and we used to hear this shit so many fucking times from niggas in the in the space, the manosphere, right? This is the type of shit we hear. Well, you had it easier because you was in the military.
Shit.
Like hold up. First of all,
that's a cop out.
You see what I'm saying? Oh, you had it easier. like everything, and I try to explain it this way: everything that you face out here in civilian life is the same shit
It's
that
there.
we face
It's
outside
right
of
here.
life.
It's right here.
But the difference is that, don't get me wrong, you actually have a better chance to fight that shit in the military than you do out here, because the military is UCMJ. Out here, hell, there's all type of loopholes to get out of being held accountable for some shit.
Yeah,
exactly. You see, and this is another thing that I've noticed, Rudy. Most of the niggas that sit and talk about, or you join the white man's army. Most of them niggas are ex-criminals. Most of those niggas have criminal records. Most of those, and then it's the other side that come from the pro-black side. You know, the blue-black, let's go back and repatriate Africa shit. It's either one of the two. And I'm like, wait a minute. Because you did not do the right thing, and you were disqualified for even attempting to join the military service. Now all of a sudden I'm at fault because I have had a great life. I've been to more countries than I can list. I do quite well financially and have done quite well for myself financially. I've gained an education free of charge. And you're telling me that I'm wrong for that? I'm wrong for taking advantage of what was offered to me.
You know what I'm saying the other day,
I'm wrong for that.
Like niggas be sleep on this man, right? Like you on some real shit. Remember when we had that conversation in the back chat, right? I'm just gonna put it this way: I'm at 54 now.
Yeah.
Feel me?
Yeah.
Like niggas be sleeping. Niggas sleeping on it. Like yo.
I'm not gonna beat my chest or dox myself, but I'll tell you this. I will tell you that in a few more, because I'm going through my retirement process as we speak. I would tell you that after 24 years, I will start getting paid. I don't have to wait until I'm 60, 62, 65. I start getting my pay starts immediately. Let's say that it'll be somewhere close to what KS says. KS says 10 stacks, and I've been at 80. I've been at over 8 stacks for the past 12 years per month. Let me put it like that. I'm just gonna say it like that. So all of these, you went to the white man's army. What's your retirement portfolio looking like right now?
God damn. Yeah.
Hey, G, I was putting it like this, man. Like I was just awarded. I was just awarded the early retirement based on the new set of standards where you can retire in 10, right? And I'm at 54 now, right? So, look, like literally, I could literally sit right here, never have to go out there and do no kind of job. Hey, well, I'm none of that for the rest of my life if I want to.
Yeah.
And that's what they don't get. That's what they don't get when you talk about the initiative, right? Where else can you go where, after you do your 4 years, just 4 years, where you could qualify for a guaranteed home loan of over $680,000. Where else can you go? Well, the job truck drivers can't get that. Yeah, you make a lot of money, but you have to be on the road. You won't get to enjoy. And I have nothing against my I'm a blue collar brother. Yeah. I'm an enlisted man in the army, so I can't have anything against blue collar men, right? But I'm just laying it out there. I'm just laying it out there.
He just said that. He said that yesterday about those jobs, and he tried to cuss somebody out. They was going against about the truck. He said, "What about the truckers?" He said, "He done told you this before." He said, "I told you this before last year. In COVID, they was gonna lose jobs." He said, and then he talked about the calculus, the integrals, and he got upset. He exploded. It was a shadow point. It was a short shadow. It was 3 hours.
That to me, that sounds like somebody just didn't want to be wrong, right?
Yeah.
Because when I was a part of the space, I used to tell them all the time, like, look, the military is actually the biggest trades and STEM trainer
all time
right now. The military. Matter of fact, the Army, I don't know, it was maybe 2018, 2019, got the budget to be the biggest producer of STEM professionals. 2019 fiscal year budget. It was like damn near $1 trillion alone just for that endeavor.
But this is why I stopped arguing with motherfuckers who never put on a pair of fatigues, donned a set of fucking combat boots, ever walked in the trenches of on the streets of a military installation. For that matter, never drove past one. They don't have any idea of the perks that come with just giving 36 months of your life. A lot of these niggas spent more time in that locked up and incarcerated, but yet got enough nerves to sit here and tell me that I'm fucked up. When I don't have to go through the rat race and the hustle and bustle, I'm a retired, relatively young man.
Yeah. You see,
and I'm not beating my chest. I'm not beating my chest. I'm just saying these are the perks that comes with it. Yeah. To whom much is given, much is required. Yeah, I put in a lot of work. I deployed. I did a lot of shit that the average man wouldn't or shouldn't have to have done in defense of this nation. But who are you going to look for when the Japanese subs appear on the East Coast? Who are you going to look for when the Korean goddamn aircraft and the Japanese aircraft, the Chinese aircraft are bombing fucking Pearl Harbor again? Who are you going to call? Ghostbuster?
Like if you have an endeavor, like so there's a new program the Navy's working on, right? It's supposed to launch in 2025 when they start putting the fucking drones on carriers.
Right.
Okay.
But who are you gonna call? Who are you gonna call when Russian soldiers are marching down fucking Broadway in New York City? Who are you gonna call? Who are you gonna look for?
Now the training, like literally the training for that program. The training for that program is a mandatory 2-year school for you to become a drone pilot and the programmer, because it involves IT. So IT, both security side and the programming side, with the pilot course, because the idea is if I don't have to have a separate person to be the technician for the software to operate the drone, I can make the pilot and the drone repairman the same fucking person. Okay, 2-year program for that, and it ain't
but they don't understand.
2025. Like, and not only that, it's the highest bonus the Navy will ever offer. Whenever the program goes live, November 2022, you're talking about a fucking 100,000 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Off the
going
top.
to school 2 years.
And they're probably gonna offer, and they're probably gonna ask you to do a 6-year obligation. They're probably gonna ask you to do a 72-month obligation.
It's a 6 year. It's a 6-year thing. Because right now, like
6-year
don't
thing.
have an actual. It's a 6-year minimum.
That's kind of like engineering numbers right there. And he said like 7 years as engineering. Yeah, he said that at Shatterpoint yesterday for like 3 hours. Mm-hmm.
So it's something like 96,000 bonus, highest bonus it's ever been given to do the program.
Just so I don't take
drones and fucking literally drones and railgun operators on ships. That's literally
right.
But these are the new ones that are coming up. So if you're talking about like they're telling you, oh, don't join this, don't join that. Like, okay, so you want everybody else to monopolize these opportunities, like grab those high-paying bonuses, right? And grab up that specialty expertise, right? Like remote drone operator, or i.e. pilot.
Yeah.
So he also service his own software, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, it's really kind of like, it's like a level of mental illness, like, that's so pervasive, like, in space. Like, that's why I was like, you know, I'm a backup. That's why you be seeing me taking regular breaks and shit, right?
Yeah.
I back up off the shit. And I tell people, like, look,
You
every once in
got
a while, you got to unplug from this shit.
Yeah, I did that for like, I'll say 2014 when I trying to find a job when I was younger, right? And I left it around 2014. Came back, I'll say 2019, and saw the recording of live streams. It was BGS and Kendra, right? They was talking about the red pill stuff, and then BGS, I saw his stuff talking about the black pill stuff, and that kind of threw me for a loop. I said, I remember blue and red pill and the black pill. I was all esoteric shit. Okay, this is kind of like the conspiracy. Let me get into my knowledge bag, see what he's talking about. He did like a lot of series about the Mandalorian and things like that, the politics, domestic politics. Then he talks about the gender thing with the women. He had a women's group. He talked about that. In 2020, I called his first live stream. I forget what it's called, but he was debating someone, and he had people being his yes men. And I think Zero said this. He said before those yes men existed, people used to come up and talk to him freely. Now the fanboys is all over him, you know, and he was saying that in so many words last year. I said, yeah, that's so true. I can tell it's gotten worse. Me and Mike V shook our heads. They don't know a damn thing. They're too fucking stupid. And this is why, and B just kind of insults him on the low. He tries to act like he dons the dude. You be throwing shots. Come on, man. You drop everybody down. That's why I said the 3 structured panels I've seen on YouTube in the sphere is Wacky, Gold Professor, and him, because they don't play that nigga shit. That's why they live streams are so short. And a lot of people say, why don't get attention? Well, that's who they are. And Wacky, what he does, he gives you on the timer 30 seconds. Like, what the fuck? But see, he's been like that. You know, I try to tell people like that. You go over there.
Yeah, man, like,
yeah.
And here's a cold thing, right? Because the initiative is actually up for a revision. I just hadn't gotten around to it yet.
Yeah.
Because like there's been some new like standards like going all across the the military, right? And it's not even just limited to the military. It's also the contracting side, right? Because they really want to make a lot of the things that we do, like as far as like convoys and all of that shit, like they're literally trying to get it to where these jobs that were considered like our supply shit,
right,
be outsourced and go with a more technical kind of military. That's why you're seeing the fucking Army's getting like one of the baddest ass helicopters, the S-97 Raider. Looks like a stealth jet, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't know if you've ever seen the promos for this shit, but they got a fucking team rappelling out of a fucking S-97 Raider, right?
Yeah.
They get on the ground. They, you duck down, secure the zone, and the first thing that happens is a cold ass clip. The fucking squad leader pulls this fucking thing out of his back, right? It looks like a stick, but it's actually a fucking drone. Okay.
Yeah.
This is how crazy this shit is. You're literally your next generation 21st century fucking war fighter. And I remember saying this like 6 years ago. That's why I used to always go over the fiscal year budgets. But that motherfucker is going to be a mix. For your Army Marine Corps is going to be like a combination, a fucking hybrid of your traditional war fighter and your goddamn technician, like a very tech savvy type of fucker.
Well, they've been
wondering this
pushing
shit,
that.
right? I'll tell you about my nephew's buddy, right? My nephew's friend, like he's going to be going to boot camp in the spring, right? Because I wonder, it's like they offer like 80,000, like shit. That's
but
that's the type of shit that back then right?
But see, what you're talking about is the full spectrum warfighter, and they've been pushing that for the past 5-6 years now, right? So the concept used to be every soldier is a rifleman first, as far as the Army is concerned. The Marine Corps has that same thought process, right? But now they've taken it a step further. They call it the 360 concept, right? Where every soldier is able to operate, regardless of what your specific design MOS is, you're able to do a multifaceted, oriented career skill level as far as being a service member. So in other words, a cook, now they're trying to push it to where a cook in the Army is not just a cook in the Army. The cook in the Army is also an infantryman. He's also an artilleryman. He's also a mortarman. You see what I'm saying? He's also a repairman. That's what they're trying to do. You get what I'm saying? So that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the full spectrum warfighter, right? And then this is something that I know the Army has been designing. This is why they rearranged the old APFT, the Army Physical Fitness Test. That's why they're calling it the ACFT now, the Army Combat Physical Fitness Test, because they're putting all soldiers through the litany of combat-oriented, being at combat-oriented physical fitness peak, right? That's why they changed the whole physical fitness APFT around. The 3 standard events no longer exist. Now it's about 6 different events that you are going to have to be able to master, right? So that's what you're talking about, Cerulean. When you start talking about things like these guys being not only technicians, not only operators, but technicians. That's the full spectrum warfighter that you're talking about. And then too, you have to understand, to go a step further, what you're talking about, Cerulean, why not? Why allow other groups when we know that to monopolize it? Why allow other groups to come in and get in at the ground level, and then when the shit takes off, we again are in last place. We again are in last place. We a day late and fucking $10,000 short. Like, who does that? And having a career that I've had and being in positions I've been in from the division level down, right? Corps, division, all the good shit, right? All these different positions I've held, right? I've seen how different groups operate. I've seen white soldiers that come into the Army. White boys go right in, they take advantage of the free education. Black soldiers, for the most part, they come in. The only thing they're worried about is Air Jordan and Chargers. And you got some white boys that come in and all. Yeah, you got some white boys that come in and all they worried about is getting that Ford pickup truck and Cowboy.
Yeah.
You got some white boys that come in and all they care about is Ford pickup trucks or Dodge pickup trucks and cowboy boots. Yes, that does exist too. But for the most part, when you look at it, they're more so about the educational piece. They want to do their 3, 4, 5 year, 6 year commitment, and they want to save their money. They want to get their education, and then they want to go out and want to take advantage of the VA. They want to take advantage of the guaranteed home loan. They want to go out and become businessmen and further push their group further. And this is what I was trying to get across to MBD, today in the debate. So that's why it's so important to have be active in leveling the playing field.
Yeah.
Instead of just saying, well, you're a racist because you a racist. No, I understand. I see, and I have seen over the course of 24 years, like I gave you the example of being a recruiter. I've seen how they push black soldiers into certain MOSs and how they push white soldiers into certain MOSs, regardless of what they qualify. I've seen it happen. And it's the same thing is happening for females, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's the same thing happening for females.
Mm-hmm.
You got females now that are infantrymen. That's doing the same job NBD went and did over 20 years ago.
Yeah, I see that a lot when I used to work.
Doing those jobs now.
Yeah, and I see them in the Air Force too. Well, mostly times I see them in the Air Force down here, the base. And when I saw that in the fatigues, I said, I'm not surprised though. I mean, hey, that's equal opportunity, huh? And even in police force, they said I had a They said, I used to be in the Air Force. I said, really? And you're a cop? I was like, damn, got guns and everything. The white woman I used to serve. And I was looking at their uniforms, like, and I saw they little medals they used to have in the military. And people forget, like certain parts of Cobb County and Dobbins, like the airport, what the Air Force is, another territory in Georgia, they always fly those planes to take care of the. I don't know if it's guns, munitions, and things like that, or pieces. They're engineers over there. And Michael told me one time I went to school with. He used to be in the Air Force. He said that's what they do, man. They send it over their territory, then they go overseas with it, and it's like a real job, But you still got to do STEM, the integrals. What we just said, the calculus, yeah, of course, the algebra and all that stuff. You still do that in the military.
Yeah,
still being preached.
But this is why, as a group of people, and Dr. Claude Anderson said this, and he said by the year 2050, I'm sorry, if things, now he changed it. I think it's 2030. It was 2050. If we do not, as a group of people, get our shit together, we're going to become a permanent underclass. Period. So the thought process that some of these brothers have about, well, I don't classify myself as a black man. I'm an American. This is why the next generation will fall further behind.
Yeah.
This is why.
Yeah.
I see, I'll say, like I said, I'm satisfied with the attrition rate, but at the same time, we have to know where we got to cut the dead weight, right?
Yeah, I said that early in the stream, and Mike said they had to. We said cut the dead weight, and he was trying to say we're comfortable in the stream. So yeah, damn, I've been on for 10 hours. Yeah,
and reality is a lot of the dudes that's talk. Yappering that bullshit, because I remember saying that before, and I heard a lot of real that I'm looking at as chaff talk about, like, yeah, you right, brother, cut dead weight, like you would be part of that dead weight, before you get talked to, it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's like reality check, but yeah, I'm about to shut this down. I've been on 10 hours. I gotta get something to eat.
Oh yeah. I gotta be up in an hour anyway. Fucking get some breakfast.
I mean, I appreciate y'all fellas came through, man. The first time the Joan came through, I'm about to shut this down. I done been on it that long.
The time permit, especially if I see a good conversation going on, I'm gonna join it.
Yeah, me and DeAndre do these all the time. Like, I do these things to just open up a conversation, what people's going through, because I know people's worrying about the pandemic and shit. I just trying to bring different topics. The reason I did this because I saw SKC acting damn full of those 3 streams. I had to study it, and I'm like, all right, let me look at this. And
I'm a level with you, man. Like, and it's so funny because, like, I guess my view would be is, and I wouldn't say anti-vaxxer, but what I'll say is, like, you're free to choose. We live in a free country. You're free to choose what you want to.
I don't force nobody to do what they want to do. Yeah, they have their own choice.
But my thing is this: don't sit there and say, all this goofy shit about, like, for instance, Lloyd Austin.
Yeah.
Now they were sitting around the hill, right, and fucking, you got all of those spooky kooks, right, up in Congress and the Senate, and a lot of them, in my opinion, should be tried for things like treason as being part of that fucking January 6th thing, and QAnon and all that shit. And they're really the ones that were holding up a lot of shit about the COVID mandates, right? Specifically for the military, right?
Yeah.
Now, like, let me just put it this way. Do you think within your right mind, right, considering the current, Cold War with trade war with places like China, right? Like, literally holding their own against us now in the South China Sea, keeping us at bay.
Right.
Right? Yeah, another competitor helping them while we're over here busy in the South China Sea. You got Russia moving in on their own territory as we're fleeing Afghanistan. Right?
Yeah.
I think of like just the level of ignorance that's pervading space. You really think the military is going to mandate a dangerous some shit that is going to reduce troop strength, right?
Right.
You keep hearing about it. Oh man, these vaccines. You don't know what's in those vaccines. Look, I know that every military member has been pre-vaccinated a fucking plethora of times, right? And in every region that you go into the world, you've been vaccinated for some shit or immunized for some shit that exists in that region. Okay,
that's right.
Yeah.
So
like,
real
literally.
quick, real quick, Cerulean, real quick, brother, and I appreciate you for having me on, man. And I'll do the same when I see you. I subscribe, brother, and I got the bell punch too, so I can get you.
Oh, appreciate you, man. Like I do these sometimes.
I really enjoyed the conversation tonight, man. It was a conversation of building. And Cerulean, you know, it's always a pleasure, brother, to interact with you.
Yeah.
And one final thought, and I like
Go ahead.
One final thought before I bid you adieu. This vaccine thing. If you think it's a fucking joke, you got a big YouTuber right now that's not airing. He's not doing shows because he has COVID.
I know.
And
yes,
he
Donovan.
was one of the ones.
Yeah, he's sick. He's sick. Yeah, BGS prayed. He's praying for him.
Hey, I'll put it this way, man.
Was he one of the ones talking about?
Yes, all of them,
Oh,
all
yeah.
of him, and I ain't gonna
That
mention
nigga was on
Mr.
some
Pump and
QAnon
Dump.
shit.
Not, and Mr. Pump and Dump. He's not making them no more. He's over at Patreon, and YouTube told him be quiet, quit lying. And they told another guy I always call Mr. Fitna. They told him be quiet too. He's in the military. Just don't disrespect.
Hey man, that nigga is a fucking. That nigga is a follower, but he's a fucking nerd. I only said nerd. He's a. Come on, man. You just
it's sad though, but be just trying to warn them. Look, that shit's real, man. And he told him shut up, but he's I don't care if you don't take it or not. They gonna make you take it anyway. He told him about the cell phone. I don't care. Like, don't use a damn cell phone if you're that smart.
No, man.
Don't use it.
Hey, this is what I believe, right?
Right.
I believe in the Constitution. And I believe that whenever I joined the military, that I fought for Americans' rights to fucking be free to fucking exercise said constitutional rights. Look, we live in a free country. You want to go get the vaccine? Hey, you're free to do that. You don't want to get the vaccine? You're also free to do that. You want to go vote? You're free to do that. You don't want to vote? You're also free to not do that. You're free to associate with whomever you want. You're also free to associate exclusively. You see? Like,
yeah,
you're free to say, do a crime if you want to. But you're also free to pay the consequences of said crime.
Yeah, exactly. To go to prison for the rest of your life being stupid. Take your ass on. Yeah. But I'm just saying,
so,
like, yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you, like, don't take the vaccine, but see,
yeah.
Isn't it funny? That motherfucker was over there.
And they use the word jab. Like, they use the word jab. Like, what the fuck? Niggas use the word. It's crazy. I don't argue with them. You know why? Because I laugh. This is what they do. Yeah, it's what they do.
Shit, though. He was on that QAnon shit.
But that's what he get. That's what he get. But I mean, I wish him well, pray Most High bless him. But dude, you can't be talking like that. See, the Most High will punish you for that shit. All right, man.
Hey man, that motherfucker. Look, that motherfucker was over there on that Marjorie Taylor Greene shit.
Yeah, he's been hanging around them over there at the mainstream ministry. I told you they're not intelligent as you think. And I told Kuda, debating them is like debating niggas and white skin. I'm sorry, they're pathetic. I've seen better white people I've debated in school that owns businesses and military industrial complex. Stop it. These dudes are retarded on YouTube. I've seen a lot worse. Trust me. You want to debate somebody? Go outside, please. Go debate Joe Biden's ass.
I mean, think how stupid it sounds. They're making our military, all of a sudden they're so patriotic. They're making our military take the jab.
That's shit. Okay. Sound like punk ass white, but they're no different. They act like niggas deep down. If you get away from color, they all act the same on both sides. Yeah, they the original niggas, and they stupid.
If you really look at white folk, they're the original niggas, right?
Niggas, they too stupid.
I understand something. Ain't no way the motherfucking country is going to invest all these fucking billions and billions and billions and billions upon trillions of GDP, right? You know how much a soldier costs? I think apparently, these dumb motherfuckers think the soldiers are just cheap around here.
Yeah.
You're gonna spend all of that money training this person up to perform a task, right? In order to make the military more efficient and effective, right? And you think they're gonna want to lose that efficiency and effectiveness by making soldiers inject some dangerous shit that could potentially kill them?
Yeah,
like the shit that this is the level of insanity.
Yeah.
But I'll also say what the military get, what the military VA get, it probably ain't gonna be that shit that you get at Walgreens, okay?
Right. Yeah,
man. It's a lot of people that like I say, I heard him talking shit, and now I wonder when and I hope the brother makes it, but I wonder what he's going to say after he gets back on the air. As pertaining to,
it's gonna be a
different.
You already
know what he's gonna say. He's gonna put on that fucking.
He may put on the front, or less. He's gonna be humble. He'd be like, "Said, bro, it's real." And if those guys over there get sick, they better shut the fuck up and take that shit.
That nigga is about to. You know what that nigga's about to do? He's about to.
Yeah, I know. He's gonna capitalize on it right now. Why he's in bed?
Come back out with that nasty ass fucking voice. Hi guys, you know how
hi guys. Yeah. But I don't even watch that guy. Yeah, I don't even watch them guys like that.
I myself was diagnosed. I myself was fighting about. I myself was fighting.
I was diagnosed with COVID.
I like the man coming.
Hey, he gonna capitalize on that shit.
And then he's gonna fuck their kid heads up even more. The younger kids, no matter both races, really, and it's stupid. That's why I watch it. That's why I call them mainstream management. Ain't white. You got a bunch of niggas over there. They act like niggas. And shouts out to Zero Hate for saying it. And he told the truth. And that's why I'm not impressed. I said, Kuda, they're trash. These are trash bitch boys that got kicked down the street. The white boys that control this shit, the plutocrats, they want them extinct. They want niggas to be the killing machines. Why you think black man runs the military like Charles? It's too fucking easy. It's a joke, man.
Straight up. If you go to Great Lakes RTC, right?
Yeah.
The majority of the RDCs are black. If I go to just about any fucking training base, whether it's fucking Leonard Wood, Hood, fucking Benny, hell, what's that one? What's the other one? Fucking it's the other one in Texas.
Oh yeah.
What? Fort Hood or you talking about Army? You talking the one in El Paso, Fort Bliss?
Yeah,
Fort Bliss.
You talking about Fort Bliss?
Yeah.
Like anywhere there's the fucking Army training, man. Yo, the boot camps. No matter what base you go to, you're gonna see mostly niggas training them soldiers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think I had a friend that was in ROTC, junior ROTC, Louisiana.
I keep trying to explain it this way. Like the NCOs are what make up the pipeline of the overall military.
Right.
You see? And any branch that you go into, say for like the Coast Guard and Air Force, but your Army, Marines, Navy, most of the trainers are black.
Yeah.
Most of them.
Like,
don't you know these fucking officers coming there with all these motherfucking literally, they're like fucking basic bitches, right? Because they have to be trained on even how to command, say, their battalion. Oh, NCO does that. See, the NCO can command the battalion himself, but it's the job of the officer. Yeah. And that motherfucker has to be taught how to like command his own shit that he's going to be taking command of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, brothers. Hey, always a pleasure, man. Appreciate you for having me.
All right. Appreciate you, man. Yeah. All right.
Brother. Salute. All right, brother. Salute.
Peace. Salute.
That's what I'm saying. Like, yo, like, like a lot of these people don't have the creative will to do anything. That's why they have this like literally like the nihilistic view, you know, like myopic
destruction.
Like if you didn't, nigga, if you didn't know any better, you'd have swore you was living in some kind of fucking dystopian society. The way
I would say like an anarchy, far left, destructive.
Like
I would say like
is 1984, right?
Yeah, Rex 84. Right? Yeah. Rex 84. And what's that German philosopher nihilist? His name is Max Stirner. He was extreme. That motherfucker was crazy, you know. But that ideology is dangerous. Yeah, it's different levels to it. I used to put that on my channel, and I'm glad BGS did that Black Pill stream with Owlman and Batman. And he said Batman was more, he's utilitarian, he's hedonistic. That means to build. I think it's the greatest happiness of the greatest number, which is true. Because it depends on, you save a select few, fuck everybody else. It's kind of like a scorched earth mentality. Now, nihilism is say, fuck it, I'm just going to kill everybody. I won't be extreme with it. You know, I made up my mind. It is what it is. It's the what it is model. That's what a nihilist thinks all day long. You know, they're destructive. And I see a bunch of nihilists in 2.0, 3.0 space. I'm like, all right, I'll leave y'all folks alone.
But see, the thing is and this is, you know, where I'm coming from, is like, when I hear this like excessive nihilism, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at the community as a whole, and you know, I'm out in it like every day. I'm about to get out in it this morning, you know, as soon as it's 7, try to get some breakfast for that. But I'll be out every single day. Like, I'm not seeing like the quantifiable evidence that, like, you know, validates that view.
Right.
So if I'm not seeing the perceivable evidence within the community that validates this nihilistic view, then what I'm saying is, in reality, it must be you.
Yeah, it's you. You're killing yourself. It's eating yourself. It's internal. You know, most of it's internal. It ain't external. It's internal. It's eating you alive. That's why I love DS1. He said, brother, 10 life values, the first 5 he said, is it spiritual? And I think he said health. Third one is, I will say, I forget the third one. The fourth one is appearance value, and the fifth one is the dwelling. I forget the third one. I think it's family. Third one's family. But I understand why he said that, you know, because I'm glad he's teaching them something. I mean, he's decent. I mean, he should run that instead of that Houston guy.
Who's teaching them this?
DS1, you know, Sheep, right? You know, they separated from Anchorman, but I kind of laugh when they separated, you know, but you know, the Black Order, how that goes.
Hey, look, but see, it's like I was saying, right? It's the same thing. I'm sitting there telling motherfuckers that, you know, a lot of shit, like what was happening behind the scenes whenever we all split off. Now, I was just gonna leave niggas alone, right?
Yeah.
Niggas wanted to make 30 and 40 fucking videos, like literally, like nigga, who the fuck is you? Like, if you really want to fucking go there, let's go there. Because you laid up with another nigga baby mama, my dude.
Yeah.
Like, you're just now becoming independent and responsible for yourself. Like, I've been doing this. You literally just bought your first apartment. Third, you buy a car before you buy a house, but you have, growing sons. What will they inherit? You have no appreciating assets. What will you pass down? But see, that's also a trick question. That's how I used to put niggas in the trick bag. Because when I would ask a person, well, what appreciating assets do you have? This is how low the self-esteem of derelict Negro males are, is that they don't even view their kids as appreciating assets. They look at them as burdens. That's why fuck niggas have to send their kids back. I'm going to send them back over to his mama. But these are grown boys, the ones that you claim that you trying to fight for. See, the hypocrisy is all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Yeah, it's just like the MGTOW stuff.
I was going to leave them
niggas
alone.
Yeah.
And see, the whole time, what I'm espousing is that this whole idea that you think is the cool kids table is really an illusion that my very presence literally just helped construct. And the reason why I was doing it, because they wanted, like so bad wanted to monetize the pain of these incels.
Yeah.
And it's so insidious because of this, they're telling me, like, man, Sabuni, man, you got to come up off this pro-black shit, man. We trying to go in this red pill direction. Like now, why would I go and switch to a losing argument? When I've been literally on this very same argument with my own community for shit. At that time, it was 10 years already.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be 10 years off this channel too, but and I've seen it all. Like they talk about what's his name, Angry Man and all that. I didn't care for him back then. I mean, I'm not really big on him like that, but after what I've seen over the years, and I know people say he sees, some people say, he keeps it consistent.
We went from keeping the crybabies on the fringe to keeping the crybabies on the fringe to Angry Man wanted to be King Crybaby. So, hey, look, hey, I was just going to look, hey, difference of opinion. Look, I don't hate you for it, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
You stay in your
but that happens. That happens. And then when I first met him on the panel over at Kudas, I told people before, like, I wasn't going to troll him. I used to call him hangry on the other side when I was cool with a certain individual. I called the other one a 3-syllable nigga. He's worse. That's an Obsidian's creation, by the way. He ain't 1.0. He ain't made no content. I mean, dude from Mississippi, he's a clown and claim he's a lot of these dudes have never been to the military. They're so fake. When I talk to you in general and Charles, and they'll tell you they're the real deal. They show me credentials. I can't pull y'all's whole because I tell people all the time, no, you can hear how they sound. If you ever served them, because I used to be a barista in the job, and I served a lot of military people that was friendly. They show their credentials and shit already in front of you. Their presentation is all right. These dudes don't have that, man. They don't live in reality. They're just a bunch of dudes that failed in life. They want to get mad at the world, like my father always said, and don't want to hate on everybody. That goes for any man, really. And it's sad, They come in this space with harbor bullshit, Yeah,
and a lot of that shit dangerous, right? Like,
it's extremely dangerous.
Think about a lot of shit dangerous, especially when I hear some of these things talk about, man. We should. I remember one time it was a guy. I think it was another BAO nigga, right? Talking about putting an emplacement or a base in somewhere in Africa. I think it was fucking like Angola or some shit. And I'm like, who are these people? Like they don't even know how shit works. Like there is not an African country that's just gonna let like 100,000 of you niggas come fucking, bring your American pathology to here, right?
Right.
It's like, but you're free to try because it's a free country. You're free to try though.
Yeah, get your head blown away.
It's like it's just some impossible fairyland shit. A lot of them even name themselves after fairyland shit.
Oh man, yeah.
You know what? Yeah. It's just like, you know what? But I appreciate you.
Yeah, not a problem, man.
Hey, look, it's a little man. Thanks for having me up. Look, I wasn't even intending on staying up this long, but I figured, look, I'll be in the main stage. And when I have shit to do in the morning, like shit, we having a conversation. Hell, I just use that as a thing to.
Yeah.
So I can
I see you around over at
it's
Sheila's
real.
at 5 in the morning. Yeah, it's been real. And I'll see DeAndre as well. Y'all always welcome over here if I do discussions like these. This is nothing, you know. I always talk about history on the Wednesday streams. That's it. I always go live on Sundays, Thursdays, and sometimes Fridays, you know. Yeah, I'll be around.
Man, I miss Sheila's thing, like she was doing the what was it? I wish Akira would. I went to participate, and I like passed out. I was like, it's like I couldn't. It's like I was dead tight. But yeah, I've been trying to make time because if time permit, I'll fucking participate. But I was like, I'm getting out of the whole making content game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because and plus, if you really look at the way, like these platforms are going, YouTube's like YouTube. If you remember back in November, they did the thing where you can't even monetize your channel unless you submit tax forms and all this other shit.
Yeah.
And so, like they're literally like already taking 30-40%. Now they want to take
it's actually 40% now. That's why I ain't trying to monetize this channel. It's not worth it. If I get a second channel, if I do that, I have to have another job and build like a radio station. I ain't trying to podcast this shit. No, there's other places better than YouTube. I mean, there's Rumble. There's I can name some names. You can have a whole nother platform. YouTube is just like a figment of mainstream media. I ain't got time for that. No.
But see, like that whole tax move, that tax form move, like really, like monetizing the channel ain't even going to be worth it.
Exactly,
ain't gonna be worth it. And really, they're going to destabilize the YouTube as a platform in favor of a more celebrity presence as they've been doing, right?
Yeah, they've been doing. I saw this in 2008. Once they fuck people's money up, it was over. And that's when people don't realize they don't really care. So it's best to head over at Rumble where it's at, where you really get your money. They don't really care because they ain't trying to care about no celebrities. That's the only one. I think Soul and Black did the right thing. There's Black Junction TV if you want to talk this stuff. YouTube it's going to end up like Twitter and Facebook at best. I hate to say that because that's where they're heading. Well, actually, Google. I blame Google for all that. Google's Facebook.
I would say more like YouTube, as far as video streaming platforms, like video sharing, video streaming platforms go, it's going to be like the MySpace version.
That's
it.
Like,
that's where it's going.
Yeah, that's where it's going. And then MySpace ain't even dead yet, but YouTube is like that, and the combination of Facebook and Instagram. Thinking careful with these lawsuits.
Because if you look at it, because if you look at it, like the way Google, like YouTube, Google has literally been like changing up a lot of like the policies and all this other shit. It looks like they're really just trying to get rid of it so they can go with a purist TV platform, which is why they're trying to make all this room for like celebrities and shit.
Yeah, they already got a YouTube TV. I don't think they need it. I think they're gonna make it like a kind of like MySpace, but I mean you'll have these spaces, but it's more of a podcast space. And what I don't like about it, it doesn't really matter because a lot of people are done with YouTube because all you're going to do is hurt your base, and that's Google. Google wants to make this their Google Tube instead of YouTube because they own it, unless they sell it to somebody, and they ain't gonna be worth a damn. Kind of like Tumblr. I done seen it all, man. It's a mess. Yeah, I gotta get up out of here. So
all right, man. All right, peace, peace. Salute to the nation.
All right, salute. Appreciate y'all coming through. Shouts out to everybody, SKC, Rashawn, and shouts out to everybody that came through, yo. Like I appreciate y'all that came through in the live and in the general, and just DeAndre and everybody. It's been a great live. We had the discussion. We went through 3 points of the SKC situation and the cerulean outcome through the effect of his and typical SKC style. And then we talk about the art of trolling. Yeah. So shouts out to everybody. So with that, I want to say peace.